Yo, Doug, how are you? I'm well. How are you?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I'm playing The Last of Us.
Cool.
You know this game?
No. What's it about?
It's like it's also series on HBO, like Joel and Ellie. You should The Last of Us.
Why are you behind us? You talking to us or by your back?
Uh, um, I'm adjusting my computers.
Disrespectful things.
It's this
Yes, in Poland, yes. When you don't, look at direction when you speak. Salam alaikum, when you salit. Rabbi Rothschild.
What up, pimp?
Dude, you're the top guy, Rabbi.
Yes, sir. How you living, baby?
Doing good, dude.
only solid, bro.
Very well. What's on your agenda for tonight?
I'm a bit high right now.
Oh, that's amazing. High on life or high on marijuana?
Only solid.
Shrooms.
Oh, even better. Okay, cool.
Rabbi Rothschild,
What up, big dog?
what is I got some questions. What does oy vey mean?
Okay, it's an expression basically representing surprise. It's Yiddish.
So it's like hello, kind of.
No, it's essentially used to represent surprise, or it can also be used to represent disdain.
Awesome. Honestly,
Only solid.
dude, Rabbi Rothschild.
Yo, hey guys,
Thank you for your advice yesterday. I organized my laptop.
that's phenomenal, baby. Excellent.
You're the best, Rabbi Rothschild.
You're welcome, my man. I'm still here. I'm just adjusting my computers. These two assholes think that I am not paying attention to them. They don't understand I don't babysit them. I have other things that I do.
Don't say that to me. You are more asshole than me.
Yeah, I know, Rabbi Rothschild. They're just
not respect to me.
Ruin. Why are you gesturing, bro? Rabbi Rothschild is a supreme being.
You are his boy.
Yeah, no. Why does this one dude have a Game of Thrones profile picture?
I don't know.
Rabbi Rothschild, don't listen to these haters, dude. You're the top guy.
I know. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Only solid his boyfriend. Oh my god.
Ruin, where are you from?
Hold on. Before you have that discussion, you're right, Ruin, and you're right, Sky Moody. Apologies. You're not assholes. But you just have to understand that I can't babysit you guys. I have other things that I do. But apologies for the asshole comment.
Okay. I forget. Good. I'm from Poland, you know. Only solid.
Poland. Are you Polish?
Yeah, I am.
Are you from Silesia?
Yeah.
You are? I got that right. będzie brał jakieś kurwa grzyby, muszrą, kurwa kokain i będzie pierdolił coś po tym.
Enjoy?
Tak, no nie solić.
You
Guy
want something? Want to tell you?
Oh, no, it's,
Guy Wendy.
yes, hello, my friend.
Do you like the greens or do you like the blacks on Game of Thrones?
I think it depends, you know.
It depends. I think it's honestly you support the greens or you're a traitor. Because the greens, honestly, in Game of Thrones and the House of the Dragon series, they're the good guys. Aegon Targaryen.
There is no good side, you know.
They're the good guys. They're the good guys. They're the rightful claimants.
Yeah, but if I need to choose the side, I would choose black team.
You what? You like paint? You paint your nails with Rhaenyra Targaryen? You paint your nails with her?
No, you have to fight to speak with me right now.
No, bro, I'm not, dude. That's
Yeah,
you'd be her top guy. You'd be like her little jester, bro.
So I'm sorry. Don't
Yeah, you'd be her jester,
But just flashes this.
dude. You'd be doing dances for her, dude. You'd be her top guy. You'd be her anointed knight, Skywindy.
Yeah, but did you read the books?
Hey, I read the books, dude.
Did
No,
you
the books are fucking where it's at.
Yeah. Did you
Margot
read,
Hope's my top guy. Do you like the Brave Companions?
Yeah, but did you read the Fire and Blood?
No, I didn't read Fire and Blood. I did read the actual books though.
Yeah, so you only watch the series, yes, and you want me to discuss.
You're the jester from the books. I actually have watched YouTube videos on the books. You're the jester. You're like Shagwell or Schwinwell, for his name.
Well, no, you shouldn't discuss when you didn't read the books, bro.
Did read the books, dude.
You didn't, actually.
I watched all the YouTube videos on them, which is way more than the books.
No, because you need to think about this, you know. You shouldn't suggest from other people. You should just get your own, you know. Jak powiedzieć myśli, own things, you know. My English is not too good, so. I'm from Poland, you know, Polska górą, Maryś Podziemowski, kurwa.
Does Ruin watch House of the Dragon?
He's called his Smocze. Smocze is dragon, so.
Yeah, I watched.
I'm gonna go for a bit. Rabbi Rothschild.
All right, big dog. Hey, excellent job getting organized, big dog.
Love you, Rabbi Rothschild.
Love you too. Don't be a stranger. Take care, big dog.
Rabbi, where are you?
Hello.
Oh, hello, Chupaki, mój anioł.
Bye bye.
Hey, Miss Aquarius, how are you?
Bye.
Hello.
Hello, salam alaikum.
Are you feeling better?
Me?
Yeah.
No, Miss Aquarius.
Aquarius.
Welcome to our house. How are you?
That's right.
Thank you. Where y'all come from?
No, he's kidding. We are from Poland. Kurwa, co myślisz?
Oh.
Poland, kurwa, Polska górą.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Who is Rabbi for you? Who is Rabbi for you? It's like is your brother?
Who, Rabbi?
Yeah, just ask.
Rabbi is my friend.
That's
Have
right.
you ever met him in real life?
No.
No, not yet. No.
Not yet?
No.
Oh.
Something's happening here.
Nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
Stop it.
We're friends.
Ej, zawstydził się Rabbi, nie, kurwa.
Rabbi, jak to shy. I see your camera.
Braba.
Rabbi, do. Rabbi, do.
Rabbi, do you know?
Yes, ma'am. What's going on?
Oh, man. Oh.
I just said that they said that meeting your life, and I said, no, not yet.
No, but
And I was like, oh, not yet.
we'll meet in real life. There's nothing strange about saying that.
Right. Nothing wrong with saying that.
First thing we're gonna do is bowl.
So guys, did you maybe you gonna need to meet yourself?
Yeah, I mean we will in the future. I'll meet you too.
Right.
I'll meet everybody in this
Right,
call.
Yeah, meet you too. Yeah, you're gonna meet everybody.
Exactly.
Aquarius. But there is one problem because Rabbi is not moving from his room.
Yes, I do.
One room.
So Aquarius, you can go to the room, Rabbi.
She can come to the room too. Guys, I've told you everywhere that I stream. Okay? Now I find it firstly disrespectful that Ruin said that he found me on YouTube and he found me through you, Sky Windy. And
No, we met here.
I don't believe you.
You don't need to.
Okay.
We really, and we are talking every day right now and playing The Last of Us.
Okay, that's fine. I need you to be.
I met this guy because of you, so thank you for
Yeah, me too.
let me met this guy.
So you're telling me I don't have any Polish people in here for like a year, and then it just so happens on the same day I get 2 Polish people?
Maybe the algorithm of your
Yeah.
go to the.
Well, to be honest, I didn't know him.
Okay.
I met him here.
Okay, very well. But you guys should understand. You guys should understand that you need to treat Miss Aquarius with respect. You need to treat me with respect and other people in here with respect.
We treat her with respect. I just only said there is one problem because you are not moving from this room. So how can he?
My friend, Sky Windy, I don't necessarily take all my cameras outside, but I do go outside, and you know that. I've told you where I stream. You've seen streams of me online outside, so you're making up lies.
Have you ever done IRL stream?
Yes, I've told you guys like 3 different times. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in at Disneyland. You can see my streams; they're online.
Yeah, I was looking at your YouTube channel, but in the last year I only saw this room. I didn't see anything else.
I don't stream on YouTube on my outside. I only stream on Instagram outside.
Okay. I didn't know. Sorry. Mrs. Aquarius, can you prove it? Can you accept this?
What?
Yo, what's going on, ZR?
No, he left now. That's all he said.
How are you?
Up they go.
What's good, ZR? I hope you're having a good day, my friend.
Man, what happened to the other two?
I don't know. What's on your agenda for today, ZR?
Nothing much.
Okay, very well. Well, we're just chilling here. Feel free to enjoy. There's an MMA tonight.
That's crazy.
What?
That's 2 full pounds.
Dude, you don't realize how much piss your whole. Why are you saying pounds?
Because 16 ounces of
is it?
liquid, 2 pounds.
Oh, it is? Yeah, dude. Damn, dude. I take back what I said. They're doing numbers. I don't do that.
No, I can't piss like that.
Oh, really, dude? I could piss like that. Trust me, dude. You know what I mean? Start drinking 8 bottles of water a day, dude.
It's a theme with the podcasting. We were talking earlier about Shabbos to pee everywhere, and then we were like, we relate to that. This and that, and then they're fucking peeing again in bottles. We don't do that here because we have a sink.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I get it.
Shout out to the sink.
Dude, I talk for a living.
Yeah, you're a red belt today. Let's see. You're working your way up from that three straight white belt, dude. Let's see. That was the start of it all right there. Dallas.
That's like getting seen. Get hit.
I mean, he's popping, dude, so yeah. He's no. He's like, who is that? Oh, that guy that needs to go through something right now?
Yeah. He probably feels bad for Theo. That's why.
Yeah. He feels bad because Theo is eating a lot of his dust right now, dude.
Yeah, he didn't even, on his way out, he didn't even get a severance, a hot chip.
Yep, a hot chip. I bet you his fucking Mexican was throwing Cheetos. I don't appreciate that. It's funny as hell, though. Tell you that right now.
Yeah, you get to eat him off the floor.
Yep. All right. I gotta go, guys. I got a hard out. I'm gonna do it with Eric. All right, man. Take care.
Chris will be more interested in this one. It's very Chris-centric.
Oh, nice. It's about me, huh? What? Oh, you're stupid. Are you kidding me? He forgot his phone. He's still checking pictures. We have dick pics on there. Yeah.
That's just funny. Comedic. Oh, fuck. The door's open. I've noticed, and don't kill me here, but I've noticed that people that do like this, when they're like set up just like, hey, see, you're kind of done.
Oh,
This kind of thing where you're like, you gotta,
double fisted.
like, why are you just holding it out for someone to do like that? Just be normal.
I'm also a handshake guy, dude. Yeah, I got vaccinated, dude, but I'll shake your hand. You know what I mean?
Not anti-vax.
Yeah. Like, another thing, too. The best thing about this whole show, dude, is, like, you know it's going to fall apart. Right?
Probably.
The golden hour is going to fall apart.
At some point, yeah.
He's going to take 2 other people under his wing, make them huge. Like, Chris D'Elia and Eric Griffin were nothing before Shop.
Everything is green is gold. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't even know if I messed it up. I tried.
Everything that's yellow is piss in the sink, dude. You know? I mean, let's just name it how it is, dude. I'm trying to think of fucked up sayings. All right, this one's posted by Dazzling.
I did mess it up. Isn't it nature's first green is gold? Good.
Oh,
Alright, whatever, dude.
never even heard that. That's some fucking Arlington, Virginia shit.
I'm over here like looking for stickers. Like, oh, here's a sticker, a good one.
What are we doing here? This is I like how also in your fucking room you have a "What are we doing here" sticker. It's not even for the show.
It's to hide bumps on the wall. My girlfriend saw that and she was so mad. She's like, we're going to my place.
This is posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. It's called "Hey Dana, you Nostradamus," calling Papa's downfall post Rogan push way back 2018. I read this one and I thought it was funny because I like reading Shop voice. Yeah. So this is all Dana. I'll let you do Shop. Okay. You have to do Shop justice. So get yourself put together.
Okay. Thank you.
We're gonna enter full screen mode for this.
Entering full screen mode.
Such a fucking. How does Dana White sound? Such a fucking tool? What the fuck does this idiot know about the sport of the business? Stop it. For you to be listening to one word from this moron is a waste of your time. Guy went 6-5 in the UFC. The only thing he could teach you is how to get KO'd. Tune idiots like this out. At the fake Mattis Strata, he's successful? As soon as Rogan stops carrying him, he will disappear. Yeah, Diddy. That's how we do it in these streets, dude. Alright, let's go to the shops now. Oh, how do you zoom in? It's not gonna let me zoom in?
Now you got it.
Oh, shit. Right there.
Okay, I can do that. Whoa! Luka got a break from folding Ronda's laundry. page him on Instagram. Bravo, sir. He's right. What do I listen to? A bald fat guy who's never been in a fight in his life? Do that. Laugh emoji. Yeah. All right, there's more. You're a monitor? You monster. You're I do that on purpose, man. I was referring to you guys with a little MMA experience. That's my main point, coming straight to UFC or major in the MMA leagues. You have a ton of experience in MMA before getting to the UFC. It's hard to. This is the thing. Yeah. Now I'm reading it, so I'm not really like taking it in. But I remember I was trying to memorize the first 5 minutes of the Gringo Poppy, which you'll be able to see someday. It's by Patreon now. I didn't see it, but when you say the words of Gringo Poppy to someone who doesn't know what it is, it sounds like an insane person talking. Yeah. It makes no sense. Like, and a lot of what Shab says, if you're not like really thinking about it and like listening to it, just doesn't. Oh my god, that's the exact same thing. That fucked me up just then. I was like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, dude. Holy shit, that's the exact same thing. Okay. Wow. Alright. You completely forgot what you were saying. I don't want to even know. I'm on this now. No, but I agree with you what you were saying. It's like, it's insane. It's insane speech. Yeah, it's just gibberish. Yeah. But, I mean, if you do like the nuances of like Joe Rogan's act and, you know, do his jokes, I'm sure you'd be like, this is insane, right? Maybe, yeah, maybe if I tried to do, maybe that's the same with Austin, but the only one I've ever tried to memorize is Shab. Yeah. I don't know, Eddie Murphy, I used to memorize his bits all the time, and they make sense. Yeah. Shab, you can't, you know how Eddie Murphy... We're talking about bad comics, dude. We're not talking about good comics. You know, one quick aside, remember how Eddie Murphy had the thing where he was like, white people are going to go to work and try and do my jokes? It was Eddie Murphy, I think, that did it. And so, because they're good. What if somebody did that with Shab? Like, people are doing that because they're bad. Yeah, this guy was like, he was like dipping his nacho, dude, in the nacho cheese, dude. And Shab was like, oh, I miss, what did he say? Oh, fucking shit. Oh, you know, one second. No, it was so funny, dude. No, wait. It was, he was dipping his nacho in the nacho cheese, dude. And then Shab was like, okay, Mr. Whole Foods. And everyone at the fucking water cooler was just like, what are we doing here? I like that you're at lunch and you're just like, chili on. Just sitting next to the person eating a turkey sandwich. They don't know what to do. Coworkers just like, peach. You wait. You after you do that, you wait for them because you expect them to be like, every day. But they don't, and you're like, wow, you kind of suck. I gotta stop making out with you. Yeah, I guess I'll have lunch at a different time. Oh, that's so funny to me, dude. Yeah, that's a sketch, bro. We gotta make that a sketch. Yeah, that's good. I like shop in the workplace. Yes, shop in the workplace, dude. HR violations of plenty. Go ahead and take away from your tater. He's like, no, but that's exact. Look, shop would be so bad at a workplace exactly for that. Him saying stuff like, instead of doing his job, he's like, go ahead and take it away, Tanner. Like, he wants Tanner to do his job. Or he goes up to his boss, he's like, what else we got, Chin? He's like, you haven't even done... I'm sorry, I got a hard out. A hard out? What? You work at 9 to 5. Sorry, I gotta leave. What? No, this is your job, dude. Oh, man, I laughed way too hard at all that, dude. All right, this is... Also, if you're wondering why I did that impression of a guy
every time they made a move,
yeah,
you know, get the car repossessed. Oh, Jesus! Credit card.
There's gotta be some biological that makes a man not. Like, you have the pride. Bert Kreischer, I just talked about it. Like, you guys have the pride in your children. Hardcore. Like, as soon as I met you, showed me a photo of your daughter. You know what I mean? Like, but I do feel like there are a lot of people who are like, that's not my responsibility.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, maybe it's the way they were raised, you know?
But maybe if you had lost your job, if you weren't in comedy, and you were tired, and didn't have your pack, then maybe you wouldn't be as gung ho about being a dad, or maybe you feel like a failed dad. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they feel like a failed dad.
Perhaps. I don't know. I would figure it out.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that. If I lost my job doing something, I would find another job. I would figure it out.
Yeah.
There's no path. You don't just stay still if the path doesn't work out. And some people do.
Some people do. I know that. Some people really do stay still forever.
Oh, they quit. Well, that's why they love the marijuana. They just get a check. They just go and just wallow.
There's some people who are against unemployment that still stay still. That are like, fuck unemployment.
Yeah, that's like that. Yeah, people are weird. You know, just.
If I quit comedy right now, there'd be like 3 jobs that I'd be almost just as good. I would love to be a contractor out in the States. I would be a philosophy professor or a therapist. Yeah, all of those.
Which one sounds the most good?
Philosophy professor. So you kind of become a therapist when you are a professor. You know, and you have those kids that are fucked up, so they're reading philosophy. Like me, I was reading there being like,
Or the guys who are trying to get ready.
yeah, it's a lot of doors. It's like I was the only girl major in my class, and the rest were
Dorky guys.
dorks who wore ties to class. Yeah,
Well, philosophy itself is a strange thing because you're just thinking about a structure of how you interface with the world.
yeah. It was the only thing I could study well. Everything else I was like, why would I study something that I didn't know? Crazy. But philosophy was like, no, they're all just trying to figure out life. I was like, okay, I get that, and none of them are correct. And like, none of them are correct. Right? Like, I would study science and be like, we don't need that measurement of how to find out this thing. I'd be like, why do I want to study this? There's nothing new here.
My favorite book of philosophy I started reading when I was with, I guess it was 16. It's the Book of Five Rings by Rabbi Rothschild. He's a samurai who killed 60 men in one-on-one combat with swords. But it was all about the way to become a great sword fighter is to balance. Like, you can't have any goals in the game as a human being. You have to be an artist, you have to be a poet, you have to have calligraphy, you have to be completely balanced. You have to see the thing for what it is. You can't have any bullshit. You can't have any fat. Right? We're talking about fat as it is. You can't have any bullshit. There's no bullshit in your sword fighting.
But do you ever feel like you're in that flow state in your life where you'll be like, I have all these moving parts and I have it down, and like I recently had this where I was like, I'm oil painting, I'm doing stand-up, I have my friends, I'm in this groove, and then something will happen where I'll just like have like explosive diarrhea or something. Like something will happen where I'm just like, Jesus Christ, I thought I was fucking suave. I had this shit. I used to do that with poker where I'd be like, I have this whole poker game on lock, and then something would happen. Like, it's almost like one of those swords that you have to have in balance is also humility. Like, you also have to be like, and have a person who still has a butthole, you know?
Right.
And that
Things go sideways, always.
yeah, because I would be like, I'm gonna get this flow state, and then somebody mess up a word on stage, I'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, what up, Francis?
So I had to do that also.
How you living, Pam?
Well, my head thing about as a man
What'd you say?
as a man can believe everything.
Alright, sounds like a plan, big dog. Well, big dog.
Oh, okay, good. I was there's a clip I want to post about that's really funny about your club where I was like, you get in here, there's a guy who's like, my name's Kyle, I'll carry you up this flight of stairs. I have a PhD in MMA. I'm gonna pass you up the stairs. Derek has an 47. I'm gonna get in the green room, and I'm like, they're like, do you need anything to kill people for you? And I was like, can I have some like almonds or snacks? And they're like, no, we have to smell like salt. I was like, wait. I was like, is there any just like water bottles? Like, no, we have neurotropic dust.
It's so funny. We were in the green room the other day, and someone had called us like some alt-right white supremacist club. I was in the room with Brian Simpson, who's black, Sheriff Post, who's black, Hassan Ahmad, it was Tony and Chris, Ron White, and me. I'm like, this is a pretty diverse lineup. Like, what are we talking about? It's so silly. You're looking at comments, see? It's hard. No, it wasn't. It was a video. It wasn't a comic. It was a video of someone that one of the guys was playing. It was, you know how fucking stupid this is? The idea that this like you had to be like, I'm not even a Republican. Like, I voted for Trump because I thought we were going in a terrifying direction where there was not really a president for 4 years. The same people are now going to be running the government. Like, we're going to Bernie around that. Like, I've only voted Republican once in my life. The idea that you have to be a Republican to get into that club is so ridiculous. That club is filled with gay people, black people, straight people, white people, Asian. Nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, like, you're just doing comedy. You're doing comedy. Whoever you are, whatever you believe, we have tons of live discussion.
I will say one thing about that Jordan Peterson walk through, and I was like, people can't be here. That's too on the nose. That's crazy.
It is weird, yeah.
That's crazy. With his daughter?
Oh, yeah, we've seen his daughter, yeah. He's been there a few times. Yeah, we did Phil Donut. Yeah, it's also Donut. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Those folks alone. This one, Phil Donut had no idea, and I brought him up there. He had no idea what the show was, no idea what anything was. I brought him up there. I did that twice. Once in Coast Boy, once in Tucker Carlson. I was having dinner with Tucker Carlson, and like, you want to go by and go to Tony? And then we were there, and I told Tony, I'm on stage. I go, I'm not even tell where it is. So I go, hey, we're going to go off stage. He's like, what? Oh my God. It was great. What you did? Yeah, he was funny. He was like laughing. He was cracking jokes. He was back and forth. It was surprisingly great.
Wait, you're not Republican. You used to be Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
Are you Bernie now?
I am. Look, I think the idea of socialism is wonderful. Everybody has a shit together. It's not the case. And I think it's human nature. Unfortunately, you're going to need some socialism stuff, right? You're going to need the fire department. This is one of the things I point to all the time. They all go to the fire department is an entirely socialist idea. But we all pay into it, and they take care of everybody's fire. Right? You can't imagine rich people have a fire department and the poor people, their fucking house burns down all the time. It's crazy, right? We all do that. But we see this in relationship. Now we see this in healthcare. Are we a fucking community or are we not? And if we're a community, you have to take care of the downtrodden, and you have to do it because it's bad for that, and it's not so bad for you. We're all in this together. You have to have a social safety net. I believe in that. But I also believe you can't just give people free money because they rely on it, or you're dependent on it, and then you're ambitious, and you don't do anything. That's true too. Doesn't mean you're not compassionate. I don't like either one of these parties. I don't think there's a solution that's correct. I think you have overcorrection after overcorrection. I think you have the country goes one way, and then we call it the other way. Yeah, America's back. Okay, and we the other way. Now, we're the new America, and America's this way. It's like everyone's so tribal, and everyone's so locked into their idea that they're the good guys, these are the bad guys. We're going to get them back. We're going to get them in the big terms. We're going to get them in the next election. It's crazy. And it's all comedy too, so that's yeah, sort of. It's all comedy. It's like there's a lot of good people out there. But, you know, that's that old expression, I forget who said that. We brought this up before, that all criticism is the tragic result of unmet needs.
Oh, yeah.
It's a paraphrase, but there's a lot of that. Yeah. There's a lot of like,
Yeah.
George is like, why does she have a fucking Netflix special? She kills me once. She didn't even do good.
Dude, I'm just somebody who, I mean, I'll date a libertarian and become a fucking libertarian. Somebody will talk to me about Israel. I'll listen to fucking one Sam Harris episode. Now all of a sudden I'm fucking Zionist. I talked to John Marco the other day. Now I'm fucking all Clubhouse. Like, whatever it is, I sit back and forth, and then I do podcasts, and people are like, you are. And I'm like, I'll tell you what I am. I'm an idiot, dude. I will switch. I will move. Like, but I do think that's what makes a comedian is somebody who can try on so many different perspectives, and it is hard that people are looking at comments like politicians.
You're not a because both sides have points. That's why you can switch
Well, I'll
one way or
double
the other. Yeah, but I mean, doubling down is just going down the rabbit hole of whatever that ideology believes, because like they probably have a really good pitch, you know. And then you know, if you talk to the socialists, they probably have a real good pitch.
Yeah, totally. It's just when I double down in a way that's like, I'll be like, this thing's fucking bad, and then the next thing I'll be like, actually, it's pretty good. Like I'll stop eating meat and be like, anybody who eats meat sucks, and then somebody like, want to buy this burger, the iron or heavy, and I'll be like, fuck cows, dude. Like I go too hard in the paint on both sides. And I do. I remember in college, these girls were bullying me, and I remember being like, "Why don't you guys like me?" They go, "You just have too strong of convictions." And I was like, "Oh, interesting." But I always thought that was a good thing. And I think for comedy it is to be like, you get up on stage or you do a podcast and you go, "What if I just try on this idea hardcore?" And that's like an interesting thing to do as opposed to being like, "Oh, I see it's kind of good and that's good too." You know, like there's something about comedy just being like, what if this is the truth right now? That's an interesting thing to say to someone.
You're too strong with your convictions.
I'll never forget that. I will never forget the girl who said it.
Did they give you an example?
It was just, I would talk the way I talk, where they'd be like, you know, I'd be like, women need to stop wearing dresses. High heels are ridiculous. Or I'd be like, men need to do this. Or women, you know, or I'd be like, I'm going to go ahead and say, diners need to go. You know, like whatever it was.
Right.
I'd be in or out on topics immediately.
Right.
And they'd be like, you're just like too intense with your thoughts. And I'd be like, yeah, totally. I mean, this is like why I would be bad in Nazi Germany. You know, hopefully it'll be okay, but I know I'd be somebody be like, wait, no, it's crazy.
Well, I mean, there's got to be some sort of a psychological reason why all those people went along with that.
Right? They went a lot. I think a lot of it was. Yeah, I think a lot of it was just kind of dissociation, right?
Well, there's a little bit of that, but then there's a tribal mentality that kicks in. Like there's a default switch that happens to people.
Yeah.
And in this country, you saw a lot of it during COVID. It was like the vaccinated people were hating on the unvaccinated. They should have their children taken away, like put them into camps. Like, hear yourself.
It's so weird because it's such a different. Like I was with so many anti-vaxxers. Like they were my friends. But I was like, oh, I'm getting vaccinated because the number one thing that's important to me is comedy. I had no idea if the vaccine gave me long COVID, if COVID gave me long, whatever the fuck. But I just have to perform. My health comes second.
Did you long COVID?
My shit is. I can't. Like those Ubers that have those smelly trees, I have to get out. I get treated. Like because my smell is fucked up. Like if you have deodorant that has like chemicals in it, it's rancid.
Really?
Yeah. And so many people are going.
That's your long COVID? You just smell things?
It's bad.
Call that long COVID. Yeah, long COVID is people that are exhausted. They have like heart palpitations.
I got a synapse off. I got a synapse.
Sounds like you're just gonna upgrade it in your nose.
I did get it sucks, dude. If somebody's wearing cologne, I'm like, I gotta go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's like, you got a wolf nose.
I got a wolf nose.
Yeah, that's great.
Somebody's
You
wearing
gotta really change the way you look at it. Yeah.
I thought I had long COVID, and then I stopped eating sugar. I thought I had the bad one, and then I stopped eating candy, and I was like, well, hello. It's crazy.
Bro, candy wrecks your shit.
And I wasn't eating
What
any.
you said, long COVID cause altered smell
There it is.
or a parasomnia where things smell distorted, foul, or different than they used to, even if the initial COVID-19 symptoms have passed. So did you get this after you got 22? Like when did this start happening? Did you get COVID?
Yes, I got it like 6 times. But I just had
You got vaccinated. People who didn't get vaccinated got it once or twice.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they fucked everybody. They fucked everybody.
I got it hard. See, I'll talk to you about this then tomorrow. My liberal mom will be like, vaccine is it? And I'll be like, yeah, mommy, I was on
Long conversation. It was a long conversation what was wrong. but it all boils down to the same thing that it always does, which is money. They distorted the facts, they distorted the research, they distorted the efficacy, they distorted what it was actually designed to do, just because they wanted money. That's it. Oh, fuck yeah, they made a shit ton of money. Might have been pre-reviewed.
I like the idea of money, but isn't their campaign on like control, mind control, not mind control, but like knowing where we are, it's like internet.
Where are you? I believe that all medications should be subject to scrutiny. They should all go through rigorous double-blind, placebo-controlled trials to find out what the side effects are, what the efficacy rate is, what's the real fact behind it.
Just lie about that.
But this is why. The problem is pharmaceutical drug companies do their own research. Not only do they do their own research, but they do their own research that they hide. So they'll do multiple studies that show no efficacy. And then they'll rig one study where they can show just like a little bit of improvement, and then they just sell it. And they start going for it. And they've done that before. They got sued because of Vioxx. Vioxx killed 50,000 people, and through internal emails, the pharmaceutical drug company was saying, we're going to have these problems. And they listed all the different things people want to get, including strokes. We're going to have these cardiovascular problems, cardiopulmonary problems, but whatever the wording was, I don't want to really quote it. But it will be good for us financially. We'll do well with this. Yeah, in the email, we'll do well with this. They took 50 to 60,000 people. A friend of mine got a stroke, got on Vioxx, because he had a knee problem. It was an anti-inflammatory medication.
Sometimes there's fiction shit like that. Like sometimes I'll take Prozac from one place and from a different place, very different thing. Yeah, it's weird to find so like, what do you think about Ozempic?
We talked about that with a guy who runs a pharmacy. The problem with it is that when they're dosing it out to people, they're giving everyone the same dose, and it should be dependent upon like how much weight you're trying to lose, what is your body weight. You know, there's a bunch of different factors. Well, it doesn't seem to be good for you. It stays in your body a little longer, and food digests slower, and it kills your appetite. But if you're morbidly obese, you might die from that. Yeah. This is probably a really good solution. So it's like, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. I don't want it. I don't need it. Yeah. But if I did, if I was 600 pounds and I was in the skin, and someone said, look, I can give you this thing, it'll kill your appetite. Like, fuck it. Yeah. Totally. So it's beneficial for that. And then there's a problem with muscle loss, it's bone density loss. But my friend Brigham, who was on the other day, he was saying the issue is that they're giving us too much of a dose, and it's mixed with other peptides can actually eliminate those problems. So there's a way to dose it out for people that are just doing nothing but fat. It is possible to do. It just has to be done correctly.
And right now it's really
well, right now everyone's just getting honest instead of just going to the gym. There's people that have like need to lose 20 pounds. They're getting on this epic. That's crazy. You could lose 20 pounds in a couple of months.
The thing that's frustrating is because I used to be so fat. I used to have type 2 diabetes and I can have it crazy. And like, it's frustrating.
Still eating all that chicken.
Well, that's the thing. Just I can eat sugar exclusively to lose weight if I only eat sugar. Like it was like this bizarre diet I would go on, and then I just had to like switch my mind. But that mental switch of being like, this is not for fun. This food is not for fun. You've had your fun.
Right.
Like you did that. You did the candy, you did the pizza, you did all that.
Right.
Now we're using food as like the same way we use sleep, where it's like I feel better when I get 8 hours, right? And once you do that switch, it feels like things click into place. So with people on Ozempic, I'm like, if you could just get that turn of your brain, it would help so much. If you could just. It does feel like a switch.
Where you're like, think about what you have to go through with acid to get
right.
Now imagine you're 600 pounds and you're eating candy for 35 years.
Yeah.
That's, it's a big switch. It's a battle. Yeah, you can't just like, I think recovery helps to turn that motherfucker around. Yeah, I know Mark Bell was really into that. Unlimited sugar, restricted protein, every big thing. What is it about? It sounds like there's no way you're saying this is candy. It's not just candy, but I thought he was fucking around. It's like fruit, like candy's all you got. It's not the worst thing. But it's low protein, right? Yeah, it's like a certain amount. But there's a video explaining it if you want to watch it. So he weighs 95 kilograms, which is, what is that, like 200? Well, in the video just like he said, he's like 207, 210. He's gonna get under just watch it.
Does he have a face? Can we see his face?
Oh, he's a handsome guy. Good looking guy. But it doesn't work with him. He's really fit. He's been doing a bunch of different stuff his whole life.
I
Like
think
his carnivore diet for a long time. It's not.
no, dude. Dunkin' line. That's sugar.
No, this is the new thing. Like, he's always like this. This is what he looked like forever. And he used to be gigantic.
You know what pisses me off? This is a woman who we do like that's anorexia. Because when I told people I was only eating sugar, they were like, that's anorexia.
Hold on, show what he looks like. Show, go to his Instagram and wait to see how fit this guy is. Like, this guy is just tremendous shape.
No protein? Oh, amazing.
Well, he's always had that. So that's my point. Like, that's on that one on the right hand side. Like, that's what we're talking about. He's a big jack dude. So for him to do this diet and say, you know, look, I've got this body. Well, bitch, you always have that body.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I mean, I've gotten very skinny off the all sugar diet, but it has effects. Yeast infection all the time. Dark circles. From sugar, fucks up your sleep.
When did you stop with the sugar?
2 months ago?
Oh.
But I'm having ice cream today. But we've been planning. We're going to Amy's ice cream and we're going to have it.
Good spot.
Yeah, but I've been off sugar. It just helps a lot. I've just been doing fasts and like stuff like that, which is like, and I can eat as much as, it used to be like I had to, everything I ate, I had to do a tiny amount. Now it's like I can eat as many eggs.
Isn't that nuts? It doesn't seem like it's real.
I know.
If you just ate nothing but steak, you would lose weight. Everyone's like, no way. It's like, yes, because your body would regulate correctly. When you're done, you're done. Like, if you sit down, you have a 16-ounce steak, you really only need 12 ounces. After 12 ounces, you'll stop eating.
Yeah.
That's all you're eating, but if you have mashed potatoes there, and then a bowl of pasta, and then an ice cream, and then a cake.
Yeah. Try eating cake after you eat a whole avocado. You're like, bleh. It's good. Like, you don't. That gets you. It's so crazy.
Also, your gut biome switches, and your gut biome doesn't crave sugar anymore.
The candida is what I did, the candida diet. So every time I got my period, I had yeast infection, and then it was just, I was itchy. And I was like, what's going on? And I was like, I had brain fog, and I ChatGPT'd it, and it was like, oh, you're riddled with candida. And I was like, oh, I'll try the diet. And then I immediately started thinking faster, and it was not itchy at all.
Isn't that bizarre that your gut biome has an effect on your personality? It's fucked up. Well, we are a literal ecosystem. We want to think of ourselves as a person. But we're really like a life form that houses life forms.
Yeah. I think it's because our control panels up here makes us think that we're this like unit that we can fuck with. Like I think if our eyes were here, we would maybe be like, this is a whole collective system, but this fucks us up. Like I was watching this fat, huge tall guy eating ice cream cone the other day, and his arm was like this. He was like 6'7", he was just licking it, and I was like, it looks like this little man is eating this ice cream cone unbeknownst to this giant body. Like it looks like this little guy's just riding this big guy. And I think that if we can just slide this fucker down.
Yeah, body awareness is what you are as a whole. But it's also a lot of people don't do anything with their bodies. Their body is just like a truck they drive around.
Right. And then we do have a mouth. I have a vagina, which is a mouth. You know what I mean? We have a fucking more face down there. There's crazy. The uterus is a fucking another head. And the gut and everything. We just don't have eyeballs there. So forget about it completely.
Really?
I think so, yeah. It's a fucking whole thing. Your gut is fucking all these brain.
It's definitely thinking. Your heart thinks too. There's neurons in your heart.
But the serotonin in the gut and the brain is like, it feels pretty balanced. It's just the eyeballs.
Well, if we could have an understanding that you're an actual system, it would be a lot better for people. Because so many people just think like, oh, I don't want to worry about my body, I'm worried about my brain. Like they think it's almost like vain to think about your body.
Yeah.
Vain is stupid.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's no virtue in being a piece of shit. Like that's not good for you.
Yeah.
Like,
And
it's not intelligent. Yeah, it's not intelligent. It's not take care of your body.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is, yeah, and the second I stop working out, it is so weird how much pent up energy, and then I'm like lethargic, and then I have these children and all this stuff.
Also, you're triggering anxiety.
Yeah, anytime I participate in self-deception in any way, it bleeds into everything. Like anytime I'm neglecting some part of my life, you can like smell it on me. The second I walk in, I'm like, hey, sorry, I didn't know, I shouldn't be, and I have this whole air, and it's like, I just did it. I would have been fine.
That's the emotional assessment.
Oh, that's this one. So, yeah.
Literally, that's book. Like, you have to be balanced. Balance everything.
That's good. But yeah, sometimes don't you go sicko mode where you go,
Yeah. Kind of, but not for long periods of time.
do you drink?
Yeah, but I don't. I haven't drank in a long time, but I will.
Yeah.
Like, I'll have a glass of wine. But it's been like, there was many months where I had anything, and then I had like a margarita or whatever. It felt, I mean, I didn't do it because I was an alcoholic. I did it because it's bad for you. I was like, why am I doing this? Because I drink at my club. I have a couple drinks at the club, a couple nights a week, and then I'll go out with my wife, have a drink or two, and then maybe I'll do a podcast with someone who wants to have a drink, and so we'll have like a little whiskey, quick glasses, we're talking, get a little tipsy. After a while, you're poisoning yourself.
Yeah.
You drink 7, 10, 15 drinks in a week.
Yeah.
That's not good. And I stopped, and I was like, oh, this is so much better. And then I felt stupid. I felt stupid for not doing it.
I did the same thing. I'm a sugar addict and a love addict.
How are you?
I'm alcoholic, but I was like, I can't be having extra sugar where I don't need it.
How'd you find out about me?
I had to choose. I was like, it's Swedish fish or alcohol.
Look at the
I
man.
had to make a decision. And I was puffing all the time. And the little puff.
That's
And then you have
Yeah, how are you?
Like, I get shit and I'd be like, just like, fully retarded.
instantly, right?
Yeah,
Your
because
body's not used to it.
What's
yeah,
good,
and so
Paul?
I was like, this isn't that fun either.
Yeah.
So I'll just not do it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
Are you
more
doing
now
well
than
today?
ever before. are
Yep, thank God. How about you?
This is just a study about young people, about alcohol consumption in young people is down by, what was the number?
Excellent. We're just watching Joe Rogan.
25%.
Because they're not having sex. I mean, Jenny,
That's Harlan Williams' snake.
I love her.
And it was, I love it too. It was on the table when Trump was here and he got so happy and his snake. So he had that snake in his pants the entire time he was doing podcasts and he told me that he got a tapeworm. And then he named his tapeworm Dimitri. And I'm like, you have a worm? Yeah, I got a worm. I picked it up and they're like, it just, it was gagging. Yeah. And he's like, the worm's coming out. I'm like,
He had it the whole time.
He pulls out this fucking snake and he puts it on the table and it's been there ever since. So when I had Trump on the podcast, he was so happy that Dimitri the snake was on the table.
His little snake dance. That's awesome. That's so, what is this? I love her. Dude, Harlan was talking to us about Rocket Man and how they didn't put out Rocket Man because there's a song in it where he imitates being Chinese. Like, he does it with everybody. He does it in German where he's like, I'm actually happy, and then he does a Chinese accent where he's like, right?
Yeah.
And they just like buried it. Like, that came out with Tarzan. And they buried the shit out of Rocket Man and let Tarzan like take the. And I was like, I looked at it. Tarzan is like based off seriously racist original story.
Is it really?
Yeah, which is so interesting. Like
Was it
Rocket
Rice
Man.
Burroughs? The original Tarzan?
Um,
Was it Edgar Rice Burroughs?
is Tarzan the one where it's like, yeah, Tarzan. Look up Tarzan racist. Yeah.
So from the original book?
I think so. Like the original.
What was it? It was a story.
Yeah.
White guy with the chicken figured it out. He was king, of course.
Yeah, but I think even before that, it was racist. This was a Google. This was when I was
Maybe.
thinking.
I think I read the comic book. I think I ever read Tarzan, the Edgar Rice Burroughs novel.
No, I never read it. I think it was pre that though. But this could have been me Googling and finding it and being like, see. But Rocket Man is so good. And if I had seen that as a child, I would have been so stoked.
So it's one of Harlan's comics?
Yeah, his first. So it's his first movie, and he's so goofy in it, but he does all these voices for different nationalities, and it won't And it's such a funny scene. And it's nice. Yeah.
Rastafarian
That's
sunglasses a
fine.
little bit
I don't
there.
think anything I knew
Yeah,
about
they're
that
just too
movie.
big.
I didn't know about it
Too big as
either.
well.
But we had Harlan on the pod, and
I
Ian
know
was like,
he's
"I'm obsessed
silly,
with this movie." So then
but
me and Ian
it's
watched
just too
it,
big. And then,
and it's like the best.
I don't like
It's
that
like
very
exactly
beards.
what you want your kid to see. It's like a doofus who makes it as an
Oh, you're
astronaut.
against grouping?
because he's
I
smart.
usually just
So,
group
Look at
shop.
fucked up
But-
with the Chinese. Was the one accent that was fun of.
One accent. He did all the other
He
accents.
has a lot of sunglasses.
I don't
Right?
get
He
that.
has
Why
more
is that
shoes
the
or
one?
sunglasses. $1 million question B.
It's very weird. It's also funny because Disney was like, yes, yes, and approve
I'm
it.
gonna have to say
And
his
then,
shoes,
and then
dude.
you're
He
like,
has
wait,
to have more
actually,
shoes.
that's
He's a
fucked up.
sneakerhead, dude. Yeah,
Well,
you're probably right.
people prove
But it'd be
shit
easier to have
all the
less
time.
sunglasses.
Yeah.
I feel like
Fear
sunglasses.
factor, they
Are they
encourage
cheaper
people
than
drinking
not
milk.
not when you're
That's
shot.
why the show gets
Yeah.
Dude, I was obsessed.
and piss.
I was about to say, did you ever watch it? I'm like, you're on it. But those people do not. I used to think they were like hot people. They're like trash. They're trash. Like growing up when I was watching it, I was like, oh my god, I want to grow up to look like her. Now I look back and I'm like, this is white dreads, crazy lunatics.
That's just a picture.
Well, they made them drink cum.
But this wasn't bowl cum?
It's called
It was
donkey. Just
Oh, yeah,
Donkey cum and donkey urine. They had to play horseshoes
Jigs.
to see how much donkey cum and donkey urine.
Did they say cum? See,
Sperm. I think it said sperm.
oh, word. And they aired it?
Well, not really.
So do you
See,
think
that's what
Joey's
got
Imagine
canceled.
drinking the
Yeah,
cup
he's
and
like,
not
"Oh,
having
yeah,
it
it's
expired.
Well, people drank cum and didn't win.
The cum is not a problem for me. I would have drank the cum.
Would be more of a problem.
Urine fine. For me, it was the spiders in the mouth.
The gals chose the urine over the cum, or the cum rather over the urine. But
Oh, yeah.
the guys would rather. Yeah,
Hilarious to think it's gay.
No, the episode's called Donkey. But I don't know if that's really what it's called. See, the thing is, it never aired. I think Donkey was the internal vintage episode or the stunt. But so it did air in other countries though. That's why you can still watch it on YouTube. It aired in, I think it aired in Denmark or some shit.
And did you jerk off a bunch of
No.
How did they get the cum?
I used to add a bit about it in my act. But they
Oh, yeah,
have a
Netflix.
prod and they shove it up the donkey's ass and they shock their prostate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
I love that shit.
Yeah.
That's
It's that time with Thor.
It's more than that. It's kind of
Brendan out for running about 225.
you're abducting this donkey and forcing it to come.
That's brutal.
Yeah. With electroshock. They're collecting it all.
For a show like
And we had buckets
this.
of it.
And the
How
doctor
many
didn't get
donkeys?
paid.
How many donkeys got jacked off? There was buckets of it. Look.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what? I
can't
always
chug it.
assumed that was
Oh, it was super real. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. There's laws, like there's laws, which is really good because like people say, how do I get off your back? But like, if you've ever met me, you can't get on the show. So you can't talk to me about it. If you want to get on the show, you can't talk to me right now.
Yeah.
Really get me a conversation.
That's good.
Nice.
That's really good.
Yeah, because I can't help it to get on the show. But there's laws, like you can't say it's Donkey Kong when it's not Donkey Kong. It is cum. You're drinking cum. Yeah, otherwise your show's not a game show anymore.
That stuff, all the worms. So many worms.
Farms. Worm farms.
Oh, yeah. The babies.
Yeah, and then cockroach farms for the people that eat cockroaches. They have to put them on a specific diet for X amount of time before they're allowed to be consumed.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you can't just have eating garbage and rot.
And the spiders in the mouth where they were climbing out, that was the one that me and my sister was watching to torture ourselves. Where they couldn't get the spider in the mouth because it was climbing out.
It was brutal. Ridiculous show. I literally signed up for it because I thought it was going to be canceled before and I had a lot of material.
Were you able to tell Jay?
If I said something that they thought was controversial, most of the time they're edited out.
It takes a certain amount of confidence not just realizing this now to
Before.
do a show with nicotine in your mouth.
Was it?
This looked like stuff in your mouth.
The first one was Survivor.
I just
Survivor
told
was
you
the first one.
I tried to
Yeah.
say it for the first time.
Which is
I cannot
still on
imagine
air,
having
which
three of those in my mouth.
Great. That is. I thought the Osbournes.
Was it make you high or something?
The
That was
Rose
a reality show.
Overdose on
There
nicotine.
was one
That's
before
insane.
that, right? There was
You know
Totally
me, I
Polly,
love
that was
fucking
kind of
big
a reality
zeros.
show.
No.
I'm a fucking
Yeah,
dirty
but
little boy, dude.
Totally Polly.
But if I
Oh, sure, yeah. He had
pouches in my mouth at
he had
the
like
same
a very
time,
famous MTV reality show.
I think
It's called Totally Polly. Just travel around, met people, it's a reality show. But like,
No, just
I'm not wrong, right? Wasn't Survivor the first one? Or was
because
it
remember how
show?
he said it makes you smarter.
You know, like a game show, but a reality game show.
You could podcast for a living or talk
Definitely
for a living. Definitely not.
There's that way. That came out
I mean, I was playing golf and I had a
Where
terrible
did
game of
Survivor
golf.
start?
Is the way you played yeah. Sin fucked your golf game up. I hit like 39 over on 9.
So Survivor was the first one. That was the big one. I just can't believe it's still on the air. That's nuts.
Is Fear Factor?
Damn.
2000. Oh, so it was only like a year before Fear Factor. Fear Factor started in 2001.
When
Fear
you had
Factor
your mouth,
was
did it change the way you talk?
who the hell's
No,
hosting it?
because I'm used. I've done it before.
Wait,
Right?
Johnny Knoxville.
I'm very well acquainted
Survivor?
with the team and like,
No, Fear Factor.
you know,
I think there's a new Fear Factor that Johnny Knoxville's gonna host.
That's awesome.
right, like
So it all
sunflower
goes full
seeds
circle.
and shit like that. Right.
No, I
It's
didn't
just
hate
fucking
it.
strong
It's
as
like,
shit.
it was
looks
John.
weird with the
You were really
stuff.
sweet to
I was
people.
making
That
like
was
weird motions.
You're
with
very
his mouth
nice to
whenever I was
That's
talking.
everything.
I remember being like, that's a comforting, maybe a good acid for Mr. Bassett. You know what I mean?
Consider.
Maybe that's how you got good at. I mean, that's a fucked up trip.
Food in my mouth or something. I don't want to put dip in there.
It's not, but I would also.
I don't really have any interest. I feel
Some
like it's
people would
kind
be
of.
scared to do a
I
stand.
don't judge you if you do it, but for me, I would feel like I
100%.
throw up.
This is
This
like,
the
you
first
know,
time you do it,
people
it's
that have never
right?
really
Yeah. That's the
completely
taste
challenged
bullshit.
themselves and not sure of where their boundaries
If we
lie.
get
They
a certain amount of subscribers on
Yeah.
Patreon, I'll be able to
you
road
know, crazy is about to happen. They get overwhelmed by anxiety.
See if I
They
can
can
podcast
get
like
them.
that.
They go, hey, listen to me. You hear that voice in your head? You know, God's doing this?
Yeah.
Fuck that voice.
All right,
You
let's
can
see
do
what's
this. When you get done, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so happy. You just have to do it. It's not doing nearly as bad as you think it is. Just force yourself to do it. You do it.
And then we do it.
Yes, because like when I was a kid, from the time I was like 15 years old, I was teaching martial arts. So I used to coach people. I bring people to tournaments, and people that were scared and they were going to have to fight and compete. And I coached them.
In the corner, you
Oh
go.
yeah, yeah.
I just think it's wrong.
Are you really? Great fight.
Dude, can I say I am straight as they come, but Katie Taylor, man. Dude, I just think she's the most attractive one. The way she goes, hey, can I fight for the lower? He's like, dude, when they're all fucking brain fucked afterwards, she's like, I just want to go ahead and say here whatever coming out. Number one, and you're like, nobody knows what you're saying. The brain damage those.
He's like,
I box and I'm not. I
still box?
Yeah, I box, but I don't. I mean, when my trainer is in town,
He's kind of
but
like,
even sparring, I'm like,
you know, Judah Friedlander has like the world's champion. He's a natural one. He's just
Yeah, I
like,
have friends that spar. I was like, stop.
well, obviously, it's not the
yeah,
best.
let's sparring it out.
He's doing that, but he's serious.
Well,
He's just like,
that's rare. Most
he's like,
fighters
you know,
spar.
Days of Future
There's a
7
few
past.
that don't. Like Max Holloway for a while wasn't sparring because he was trying to preserve himself from fights. But then when he had to fight Justin Gaethje, I think it was. Justin Gaethje was like, I gotta start sparring because I'm gonna fight someone that's really dangerous. You can't have it.
It's just so when I started boxing, I was like, I'm never gonna spar. That's crazy. And then like a month in, I was like, so addicted. It was so much fun. I felt like you were training so good.
It is fun to do.
And then I would do a podcast and be like, I've saved base, and I'd be like, and you listen to Serrano and Casey when they're like fighting in those like press conferences, and it sounds like you're drunk. Like they're like, no, she fucking said that we were gonna do. And you're like, this is not
Maybe she's just a big fan of it. She likes shop.
Retired for years, they're slight the words, you barely understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
What was the thing he did with the cell phone where it was like, oh yeah, the guy in the cell phone.
Well, some of them don't even have the money.
Usually that happens.
They go through a few divorces because they're crazy.
I haven't seen
Yeah.
the
No one stay with them their other fucking time.
Yeah.
I'm like,
You know,
let's
and
go,
they're probably
Dave. She
alcoholics.
looks like
Their
she could be
brains
there.
completely shattered.
Oh yeah, she's got rogue.
do the men get more
Maybe
aggressive
that's how they have comic books.
when they get brain
He
damage?
thought that was the real life.
It depends entirely
Oh
on the
yeah,
individual.
that's who he thinks he's interviewing.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, they get aggressive too.
Really?
They get real impulsive.
And you know, as far as when people
That
say
have brain
his own
damage. They get
best
impulsive. They can't control their instincts, their impulses rather. They have addiction problems because they feel off, right? So
Oh, yeah.
drink alcohol
Yeah.
to calm down or to cocaine. A lot of them wind up doing coke.
To feel up because they're fried.
You're fried. Your brain's cooked. Your endocrine system's all fucked up. Your pituitary glands are bouncing around like a fucking skull.
Is your brain
He's
fucked?
gonna break down his philosophy.
Yeah. When did you stop?
Well, I stopped fighting when I was 22, I think. That was my last fight. And I stopped sparring when I was like 27 or 28.
Oh, good. You have
Yeah,
some
I
age.
think sparring later.
You do jujitsu?
Yeah.
You grapple?
But yeah, but that's the brain damage you get from that is rare. It's not.
Maybe I should do that. I'm always okay. To get confident.
That's my brother.
Okay. I just, the boxing, the hitting.
Yeah, don't do that.
But I like, but even just training with mitts. I have such a rage issue that beating the shit out of something. So even when I go to the gym, just in the bag, I feel
Oh
so
yeah,
much better.
there's nothing better to like relieve stress than get the bad.
Yeah.
Don't stop doing that. Definitely don't get class, but don't get
You know what I'm worried about? Jujitsu?
but you're gonna get choked out. We're just gonna black out the moment someone even comes close to choking you out.
Yeah, if anybody does something to my wrist and doing, no, any artery
Stuck in a
crossing,
triangle, you're just gonna fall
I'm
asleep.
gonna, and they're gonna be like, I did a good job. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I have friends that do it, and they're like, yeah, and then my bone was up against mine. I'm like, I'm done.
Excellent, big dog. Take care, my friend.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. It is rough, but it's super good. Once you do it, and you get used to it, it's very good. It's like
It's a puzzle.
yeah, you play the game, and you get better at the game the more you play it. You know, yeah, you get somebody in an armbar.
Yeah, but the armbar is, all of it is slightly representing breaking it, right? Yeah, that makes me not.
Taps, your arm doesn't get broken.
The idea of overextending somebody's body part is brutal.
It is brutal.
That's so gross.
Bro,
But it's fair, but I think that that was
You're here, so you're
very
a
useful
podcast.
skill.
the boxing is just bam, you know,
That's useful too.
breaking somebody's nose I can do, but
You can break their arm,
I could not know the idea of like bone coming through.
or choke them.
Yeah. Yeah, you put me through like,
Not a lot of people. I don't know.
you never go sleep?
No, never touched it. No.
Really?
No.
Are you sure? No.
No, it's just tap. I know.
Right. Your body part.
No, it's tap.
I know, but probably you sleep. Like even if you're like put me to sleep, you can still like no.
Yeah, you gotta know like when you're going, right? So like if you're getting choked, if like someone's got my back and they're gonna choke it, there's a point in time where I know I'm not getting out of this. Just tap. It's smart.
Yeah.
It's stupid to fight it off, you get injured, and then you wind up being really fucked up.
I love watching them, man. Yeah, when they jump on their backs like that, when they go forward. Yes.
Have you ever been to it live?
No, just that fight. It was a big deal. I went to Netflix took me.
Oh yeah, but that's not bad. You should go to the UFC live.
He said like 10
Really?
things. What is he
Yeah,
supposed to say to that? There's so many things to respond
I love
to.
going to this round.
Are you in the club this weekend?
Give her one question.
No,
dude.
I'm in.
You want to ask James? You got the ask James.
There's a UFC, I was gonna say there's a UFC in San Antonio
James waiting
on
behind
Saturday night.
I'll go in New York for sure. Whenever
But
it's
it's
in
in
New
New
York.
York. Okay.
Answer the
I'll get you
questions
tickets.
he's asking
It's gonna be in Madison Square Garden in November. You're gonna be around. Okay.
Oh my god, I'm not everywhere first.
Yeah, you'll love it. It's wild. Seeing it is party aspect.
Yeah, where is it? Oh, they are. Toronto. No, yes.
Or is it further?
Yeah. It was
Big room or small room?
big. It sold it out.
Okay.
Toronto made
You're saying I
14
check
million
all
or
the
something. And they
boxes.
made, I know. Isn't that great?
That's awesome. Yeah.
And the
Is that
fucking
what you're asking me?
the card was
Yes, I
incredible
do.
watching.
Madison Square Garden's got a lot of energy in it, too. There's something crazy about it.
Yeah.
It's just like the amount of concerts, fights, events that are taking place that you feel in the building when you walk in. Whoa!
Yeah.
This place is alive.
It's awesome.
Yeah, like when you go to a new arena and they're brand new, and you walk in the door and it's empty and you're wandering around like, wow, cool place. But you walk in the door and you're like, yo, this place is alive. It's got memories.
Yeah. The other ones feel like racquetball. Like you know what I mean? Like when you put a racquetball around them, it's like they're the stage. Because I've done arenas with Tom with Punch before, and you can definitely feel the ones that have like been there versus the ones that they put up recently.
Yeah, they have history. History is burned like the
We
building.
all know it, and I'm going to get some.
Oh, it's weird. It's the best way though, because it's the only way you can do an arena where it's intimate. So what we're talking about is a stage that's round.
Oh yeah, in the round.
in the round. Yeah. It's
Tom
the
was
best
like, just
way.
say a joke, then pivot. Just every time I get up there, and I'd be like, here's my joke. I'm gonna turn to these people now, and we turn every single time.
That's funny, though.
Yeah, it was totally great, but I couldn't do the like natural rotation.
The good thing about it is, though, it makes the show intimate, even though there's 16,000 people there. Because there's people on this side facing the people on the other side. So everybody realizes they're all in it together.
And the Jumbotron, I mean, my special is shot. I was like, wherever your camera is, shove it the fuck up my nose. Like, I'm so sick of seeing specials where I'm watching their whole body the whole time. Like, show my face because my facial movements are like half of my joke.
Right.
And in the arena, you get that. Like, I remember watching Louis at the Hulu theater, and it was just the fucking Jumbotron. You saw every little movement he was making. And I was like, that's so sick. Because it's so, in a club, you see that.
Right.
You know?
And that's what you want, especially if you're looking at all the screens.
Yeah, and then sometimes you watch somebody and you're like, I should just go home and watch this.
Right.
I see their face.
Right.
The Jumbotron's fucking amazing. It's so sick.
Yeah, well, that's the good thing about the round, too. You know, you're back to 7 and still see your face.
How's it going? She's a Democrat with some
You know, like a trench coat or something.
Wear a trench coat. You like, oh, it's good.
Oh, yeah.
Wear a trench coat.
I know Trinity. Trinity from Matrix.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Did you ever hear that lady that claims she wrote the Matrix and stole the idea from her?
Anime wrote that fucking shit.
Right, she said she wrote both of them. Is there any credibility to what she said? We don't know.
I had a joke about the Matrix before I said about where I was upset because the Wachowski sisters on the top 10 female directors.
Oh, no, are they really?
Yeah, because I was like, if they had come into MGM as sisters, like in the 90s, like, they'd be like, don't you see, like, my dick in the mouth? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like anti-anything, but people still got mad. But yeah, that joke is, that is one of my favorites for a while. So I'm obsessed with it. It's my favorite
It's a
movie.
great movie. And I think we'll have to
I'm in the camp that everybody thinks I'm fully retarded. They just told me a lot on Twitter. The AI is going to help things out. I would like the record to state that this is my theory. So that means it's going to be
Do you think this AI is going to help people not hurt things?
Yes.
That's interesting. How do you think that's going to happen?
I just think that the whole catastrophic, this is going to be an entity that ends all of us. I don't think it's going to be that. I think that
This is again a statement. He says all
maybe I'm
blue
just
sticks are
looking at the positive
disaster.
side, but I think it's such a smart piece of technology that was so
That's where he chose
in
to
the
live.
works the whole time to be made
He likes. I mean,
that
someone's got to be there
it's
to
going to help
fucking
us solve
when the shit
problems. Like,
hits
I
the
think
fan and
humanity
save everybody.
knows
Or
it has been trying to create
out of the
something
car.
that
Yeah,
works
like a
on
family or whatever.
level to solve problems faster and more efficiently.
The
Yeah,
roads
that's
aren't.
definitely
I just
the
don't
best
live in their
case scenario
Yeah.
use for it.
Understand,
Right, but the
if
corporations
you are,
are evil and
you know,
Yeah, the
pro
problem
blue, you
is
want to go
they're
left.
already,
Like,
they're
what's the
already showing that
benefits?
these large language models
What's the
can
benefits
be
if you improve
programmed
you want to
with
go left?
ideologies, right? So did you ever see the disaster
Pro
they had
blue,
with Google Gemini when
you
they
want
first
to
launched
pro
it?
blue and you want to go
Where they
left.
said,
Like
show us
vote left.
images of Nazi soldiers, and they had
Benefit?
multiracial
Remember
Nazi
you're Tulsi
soldiers.
Gabbard, you're not.
They're like each
Oh,
one
okay,
was a
if I'm
Nazi
Tulsi Gabbard,
soldier, a black
Like, if I'm
woman,
Tulsi Gabbard, then
an
I'm
Indian.
saying
They had
you're
a Native
absolutely right.
American lady who was a Nazi.
yeah.
I mean, look,
That's
just look around.
not real.
The
Okay,
left,
so your
what do they do?
ideology,
They just-
by
they're
making
haters. They're
everything
like
diverse,
homeless
you
people.
distort history.
Why would you
like
pay
so
attention
your
to what they think?
ideology
Like, it's like a
interfere with
profile of a
truth.
cat. The left ain't got no
But
magic
why
mind.
do we do that? When we take down all the
Right,
but we're not that.
statues?
Left has no
Right,
right.
but we're not supposed to be this
There's
smart
cardboard
language.
boxes,
Smart
not fucking
language
Felix
models
Mattress
supposed
is
to be
D.
eventually
What time
super
do they wake up?
intelligence
If you're a
in
Democrat, what time do you wake up?
right? So a super intelligence wouldn't do that. They would know that
They're not stopping any of our enemies, dude.
and they
No,
were
434 fucking Russia and ISIS are waking up at 4:34 or 4:35.
Yeah, that's
4:35 as well, and you're waking up at the same time,
It
dude.
showed German soldiers
luck with that.
that were wearing Nazi swastikas.
Look at how, like, my only question for those people that vote that way is, how's it going? Like, what good has come out of the Biden cabinet?
German soldiers.
Like, it's a disaster right now.
Do you think he really knows what cabinet is? I was just gonna say this.
Do you think there's any possibility that it could be something that
But it would be funny to ask him to define.
we have control over? Not that we have control
Develop more
over,
your
and
point
if
on
you
this
use it
with this
for.
cabinet. Who are the
If
members of
anything,
the
always
cabinet?
be
He's
scared
the
about
main
everything
one.
about
So you
science,
got
about microscopes, about social media.
He's like, there's that fucking, there's that
Yeah,
chick,
I mean,
that
they
fucks
were
over there.
terrified
Top
when
of my
people
cabinet, I got a
first
strainer.
developed trains and up
Okay,
bodies
dude, like
that
you're
explode, whatever,
actually
35 miles an hour.
Well,
Yeah,
what
for
if you
sure.
just see to your
Just
shop's
human
gonna
error
do,
removed
dude.
is sick. Those Waymo cars are sick. The doctors using
Think about
ChatGPT.
putting my fork in the
Doing
cabinet,
such a
but it's in
better
the shelf.
No, there's definitely a lot of processes. The problem is control. It's
All
always
right,
the problem.
let's see here. Let's go on from that fucking bullshit.
Every
This is
person
another
that
Astro Creep
has
Screw
an
one.
enormous
It's Brendan
amount
just spinning
of
the narrative
power
that he knows
should be
details on the
carefully
Diddy raid.
scrutinized. And the kind of
Do you wanna
power
get-
that you're going to
that's
have
amazing that he's
if you are
doing
in
that
control
every
of
time.
essentially a digital
Do you wanna
god.
get what details?
Like, it becomes a problem when human beings are involved.
I
Now, if they
couldn't
become
even
completely
imagine. I'm
autonomous,
assuming he
then
was a
you have a
chick.
problem
Oh,
with
like
us
he,
being
like a girl
irrelevant.
that's involved.
And
But that's what I'm talking about. That
Or
situation where they become
knows they're
autonomous. That's what I'm referring
fighting
to.
it.
So say we have an
Podcasting
autonomous
stuff, you know.
and
It's rated.
Mhm.
All
why
house is
would
rated.
it kill us? Right? We don't go. You know,
I
I'm
have
not
a
saying that
friend who's
I don't think it
involved with
I don't
it.
think it would kill us, but it would probably give us incentive to not breed. Which I
Friend,
think
no, he's
if
friends
I
with
was
me.
an intelligent life force, I would
No,
kind
with
of do
someone who's
exactly
doing the
where
rating.
our
One of the guys
society
doing
is
the rating.
already going.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
Like right now, we're doing it to ourselves, but that might be by design. It might be that in order to not alarm us, that this artificial intelligence has engineered our diet and our environment to kill a reproductive system. And it's already doing, but it's doing it in a very innocuous way with microplastics and a bunch of, it's doing it in a way where we don't even know what's happening. It's
And
happening
on the same
slowly.
point, it could be like, hey, what if we actually perpetuated this species?
He jumps
We got
on a
it.
plane, a
That's
private
like
one.
the man.
It doesn't
I
even
don't
matter
think
what you
that's
say
gonna
back
happen. I think
to
what's
Brendan.
going
You
to
feel
happen is
stupid.
we're going
Yeah,
to
being in a
become
conversation
hybrids.
with him, yeah.
We're going to
If
become
you were to look at me and go,
Like a real
oh, you
legitimate
think I just
hybrid.
podcast for the
Are you?
fucks of
First
it?
one.
I feel
Oh
like
my
an idiot,
god,
dude.
give me the freaking
When you did it like that, you sound like the lady.
I fainted.
Oh, I
What?
think-
No more blood.
What was that saying? Oh, yeah.
I'm
Jason was
happy.
saying that
I
Brennan
love
just
metal. I
basically
love
does
scrap
like a
metal. I love
different version
cars.
of
Make me
Delia.
fucking car,
I think
dude.
that
I
was
hate
just
this
proved it
gooey
right
thing.
there. I love the idea of Department of Homeland Security being like, all right,
You know it's going to be
called you
unprecedented.
this meeting because
It's gonna be a
one
new
of you
One
assholes.
thing that just freaked me out is the guy the other day at Bachelorette.
Which one was it?
The God
Who
was on the
DM
recording.
Brennan Chop?
When I realized that, and I was like, oh shit, I
Not
don't
leaving this
take
room until
in
you fess up.
all of the information.
All right, let's see here. Where were you on the day they were filming the Gringo Poppy? This was posted by Funny Load 1864. As he's saying that, Rob Nicotine falls out of one of their pockets on the floor. He's like, Jim, you fucking asshole. I knew it.
Well, also, I don't like that they have all these digital images of things.
This is
Like, if
posted
they
by Money Load 1864. It's called Reheated Dish, but I
printed
swear
out
to
into
God.
matter and you could
This
look
is
at
the
it, the
moment
idea of
where
like your
Steve Baba was
entire life,
helpless.
like even us with the fucking iPhones.
I'm not Jewish.
All these photos stress me the fuck out, dude. Because it's so much, because there's something about it, because it, when you have a photo, you're in the present with a past photo, right? Like I'm sitting here in this reality with a past reality that I can hold. The weird giant vortex of memory is almost like my vortex of this time. You know what I mean? Like neither of them have matter. My memory in my brain and this brain here, I don't like that. I think that I want the memory to be contained in matter or in my memory. I don't like this being correct. And I don't like it holding pictures of all of my past.
Hopefully that was alive,
When
dude.
you say, I want to be a
Even
cyborg,
George is like, what the
That's-
fuck? What
you're
are
gonna
we doing here,
hold
man?
all
George
of
is,
and
I'm
you're going to have
lose
a
my
hard
job.
time.
Yeah. George's
So
like, I'm
instead
gonna
of
get
having
fired
memory
soon.
where it's volatile right now,
Yeah.
like
This is what
memory
they
is
do
like
on the
weird,
show.
like, when did
Yeah.
you do that? Was that in
Yeah.
November? Oh my god, that
Alright,
was
well,
November?
let's go on. That was an awkward one.
You'll have an actual
This one's
memory
posted by
stick on your
Haphazard,
phone.
one of our
Go back
guys.
to like
It's called being on a
so young. Oh my god,
What do you mean, dude? I'm just a normal guy. Whatever do you mean, normal guy, dude? Did you go viral again? Well, typically week to week I do. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, but I'm on a magazine cover. You're on a magazine cover? Yeah, bro. Bring this up. Why don't I know about it? Let me see this. I'm gonna get magazine subscriptions are still very big. I read magazines, man. Is it Man? What is it? What is it? Oh, I'm a plus size model trucks.
They might be able to have something
Yeah, they don't put people on magazines for the
you know,
fucks
with
of it.
electrodes that touch
How does he do it?
and it just sends signals
For
to your
the
brain
fucks
that works
of it?
there.
routes. You saw that.
in terms of like how to implement this technology, and it'll probably figure out how to make it better.
Yeah.
It's in Australia.
Then it'll be off to the races.
Oh no, yes.
I was so scared today because I texted my friend suicidal. Like, she texted me about something and I wrote like tongue in cheek, I'm suicidal, right?
It would be funny though if it
I
was an Australian
I was like,
magazine,
shit, my
like just
phone is now going
like a
to
random
send me
country.
so
It's
many
like I'm
fucking
on their
or something.
drug magazine.
Does it do that?
Yeah,
what's
every
your
time
shirt
I
off?
text
Can I ask you a question?
on Instagram,
You've done a better job with your Photoshop of having you in the truck. It looks like you've been photoshopped against that.
No, it's almost bullshit.
Go back to me later on the truck. It's a real, so it doesn't alibi now. That's great, dude. That's the lightning with the new paint job. That's the lightning. What is it all shop? Yes. Back to the shop. Oh, it is too much power. I'm thinking you sore figure. Okay. Full customs. Who's doing thing?
Oh, it's so funny. Like people usually say like the stuff that you need to fix. Like transmission's a little fucked up, and you know I'm gonna have to get some new suspension. You know, but for him it's like give and take is gonna do it. Full throttle's gonna work their magic. He knows way too many truck and car companies, man. Overkill, Full Throttle, Kibatech. How many things do you have to go to? These guys are just like, they're Brandon, we got too much going on. You got to go over to Buzz Motors or whatever. He's like, I'm bet here Buzz Motors is going to do it. Or maybe he just goes to every one of them and they give him a deal.
It's showing like they're trying to have a.
I don't know. I'll say truck guys usually say what they're fixing, not the people that are fixing it.
They're
Oh,
really hard to like.
like you mean the company? I think that he's doing the company because they're hooking up. But he doesn't know what the fuck. Oh, right. He has no idea. I know. Exactly. Yeah.
All right,
He's
these
like,
fuckers have to stop. This is too crazy.
Yeah, now you're different, right?
Yeah, that's
Street
not
Fighter.
okay.
I like they swing one way.
Why don't you get yourself a new pair of
These dorks.
hot shorts
These
and
fucking
straight over
coffee
that
shops
fucking
on
hood?
Twitter.
No, I should have dressed like I do when I was in high school.
You
I
a travel
wanted to eat
kit?
a banana swoop. Oh, you know what I mean?
That's racist.
Draped over the it's homosexual.
The weird thing is like, they don't talk about how this works on the lyric. I put a video on Twitter
That's
yesterday,
so
like,
funny,
a lot more
dude.
information on our website.
That is the show
So
right
you're
there.
describing,
Is it racist
they
or
have
is
a
it
way to get
homosexual?
waves.
That's what they
All right,
always have
yeah,
to choose,
I'm
but
not
now
on this.
that's the
Especially
main
when I see
argument
kids
now.
that
It's
are
like,
doing
dude,
it, I'm
when
like,
they
these
came to
kids
the
are just fucking
to
going
the
far, getting so
is it
far.
more gay
They're
or
gonna look like
racist? But they
This
just
isn't like the
they're just
agents in the Matrix.
Gold
It's
with big head.
yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
But if it was the agents in the Matrix, like some attractive men and, you know, sunglasses and suits, and you're like, okay, what you guys have planned is probably better than
That's not the last thing I was thinking about.
Thing like this is what we're doing.
That's not the last thing. I'm saying you'd lie on the thing and hot shorts eating a
China's
banana.
gonna do it, Russia's gonna do it, everybody with power is gonna do it. Anybody that has the resources, they're gonna
Don't
use
treat
this
me
technology.
different, dude. The
If you
only
just think where's it going,
it's
it's going in that direction.
I've been sitting on this for a while.
Some
It's
fucking giant
truck. It's
We're all gonna
different
be
now.
sharing thoughts
The guy on the cover of Street Truck. Oh my God, yes, I am. Bro,
Yeah.
you're leaning against the lightning.
This is the thing you have to unplug her.
Dude, you gotta go with your 1 foot out
when you go
of
to the club.
the passenger door. That's me too. I know, dude. Those Street Truck. I know, dude. They're oh man. It almost looks like you're on 2 wheels, but you're actually on 4 wheels.
Wow, things are different out
Actually
there.
pay
The
attention.
lightning
Actually
truck,
focus.
there was a
You're
lemon.
there. You're living in the present moment.
Is this
They're
the same
constantly
one?
checking your tweets.
Probably.
People, you
That
know,
makes sense. Doesn't count. Doesn't make
it's in a
sense. Why would they take a
and it's
picture
just
of the truck that sucks?
right? It's one
Oh,
that
you
didn't
fixed it.
exist for our parents. They never had to deal with it.
Right.
And
That's
we're
what.
growing up with this very bizarre connection
not overkill.
to the whole
Full
world.
throttle. Fix it
And
for
a lot of
those
it's
Latinos over there.
A
Remember?
lot of it. And it's
Oh,
also
we watched it on the page
manipulating
together.
a lot of the
Man,
thoughts.
dude,
I
it's
guess
too
I'm hoping
much.
it also gets so bad it gets better. Like I'm
It's just
hoping
so dumb.
that not to
It's
use
just
Matrix
so
again, that
fucking
there will
dumb.
be a
He's
point
really
where you
sticking
can be
to
like,
his
I'm
narrative, though.
disconnecting from
He's
everything.
committed
Like
to
right now,
it.
it feels like you
Look
have
at
to.
that. I hate how the fucking truck
Like,
seats just
it would be
welcome
nice to get to
you.
a point where it's like a, oh, are you
Yeah,
on or off? I'm on.
they are.
You're like,
Yeah,
oh,
it does
okay.
seem like
Do you
that.
ever just
Although there was
disconnect
that
your...
one thing where
Yeah,
Kim
I
and
get
Ted
it,
responded on the comment where oh, we don't sponsor anybody.
Yeah,
Blah,
that's
blah.
good.
They're
Yeah, and I
pushing
just
back
put
a little bit on
I have
the
like a
media narrative.
safe where I
Oh,
like,
because we got
Oh,
that sticker.
good for you. That's
That's my
smart.
phone.
They sent me a note, allegedly. Somebody on their team has been messaging
What's harder?
me. You know, somebody works there. Somebody wrote you a
Yeah,
letter.
and
I can
it's
say,
rules, dude.
I can say
so
they
good.
are.
The phone sucks. It stresses me
Yeah,
out.
it's like, what is it called? You think that he just writes letters for the fucks of it?
And you did. I love that shot of just the car on a cliff.
The Swedish fish
Yeah,
are
we were
black.
in Sweden, and it was rainy as hell. I can see there was high clouds, but it was that
But it's so funny watching RFK go through those moments that I have.
So
Like,
you can just be like,
you know,
it was
he's
raining.
so close to RFK, and then I look like he's like, I
I
want to bring back Rothschild. I got to watch my entire television. Like, oh, we do love Rothschild. Oh, we actually like that quite a bit. And they're like, right now,
shoes match the truck. A lot of ghosts. I wish I said that was intentional, but it just happened. It just
It's so weird.
Is there a name for that orange?
It's really good. Francis
think that
Ellis.
dude that time. Oh, good. I wish he'd said
And for a lot of people that have black ropes and dollar,
Oh, not that.
put it to rest.
oh, Jason L.
Yeah.
Post my
Yeah,
technical
so
gas
it's a
4581. It's called Mount Rushmore in Ether Island. Photoshop.
Yeah.
It's just don't get it bad.
Good job.
Don't get it worse.
And then what happens? You just have a buzz. Whatever. Better than a fucking cancer.
Okay, so this looks
Well,
like
I
a
think
reheat. Not a
your
lot of
body
stuff happening in
has
Jenkins, we gotta be honest with you.
So,
Oh, yeah? Yeah, just Tulsa Gabbard
Yeah.
fucking it up over there.
What is
This one's called Numbers Man. It's posted by Pixar Truck.
Yeah. I bet we could drink endless
Selfishly,
rum. I bet we could really go.
yeah, hell yeah. That's what I want. Keep it fun. When you think about it, all right, well, let's just go over this card. So there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 12 flags. 12 flags. Obviously, 24 fighters. Almost 24 fighters.
Well, let's Google ammonia.
We actually maybe some other countries do it better. It's crazy. They'll be in the audience and I'll be like, oh, you think you're better than me? Like, no, we really like you.
Like water soluble sludge.
Why, Brennan?
Formed from ammonia and hydrogen
Just
chloride.
stop. Yeah.
Used
I'll make
primarily
a
in
joke, but
fertilizer.
I'm not
But
mad,
expectorant
guy.
and cold medications and a component of
Oh, we got a lot.
and
So there's like,
galvanizing
you got a bunch
fluxes
of
between
food
metal
truck, right?
surfaces. Also found in dry cell
When I buy
batteries.
something, it's not even just that. When I started doing the food truck thing, I didn't have anything else to say after that. Just well, it is like 3 in the morning. I also don't talk for
Well, it's like,
you don't talk for a living. You're a fucking white belt. You
I'm very
do.
scared of that
That's your
for a
opening
long
ceremony.
time.
He's not ready to go black.
We're getting,
Not at all.
and
Not
I was
like
talking
Brennan.
about it. He's like, no.
All right, let's
He's
see
like,
here. This one's posted by Hey
He's
Mark
like, it makes the
Wigsky.
food taste better.
It's
I go,
called Papa Asks
right, it
Why
does, right? It's
Nobody's
like, yeah.
attempted
I go, what do you think about all those stuff about it being bad for us? I think it's bullshit.
Yeah.
I think I watched this one.
And what is
You know,
it?
Because my sodium glutamate is like good, they would always put. The thing was, it was always,
Maybe he like
you would hear that
said
it
the
was
word wrong.
Chinese. But it was used
Oh,
in a lot of
Out of the way from
I
it.
know when I worked at Newport Trader, they used to have them laying around. I think,
Like back in the day when the
Yeah, you go to
president,
places like
if Trump was in the 60s,
yeah, there's a
like
name
JFK was, they figured out a way to get rid of him. Right? JFK, we're out of here. We're going against Cuba and the missile threat. We're out of
less
here.
sodium, about 1/3 sodium salt, like NaCl
He knows
primarily.
words, but not context really. Yeah, like what they are.
Wasn't it called
He's just heard it. You don't want to kill the
Wasn't there
pigs in
something
Cuba.
like that where there was a monosodium glutamate product that they would have for restaurants?
I can't believe what Trump,
I don't remember
they,
what it was
as
called.
much as there's never been a more
Is
hated
it accent?
There's never been a more hated president than President Trump. How there hasn't been some sort of
Yeah, that's it.
You know what I'm saying? No, it's I'm gonna say
So monosodium glutamate is what you do, everybody was like, oh, I gotta stay away from the Chinese food, that fucking MSG killed me.
I mean, that's just genius right
But
there.
why did we say that?
No, that sounds like a.
It's probably one of those things that we got stuck
He's
with,
all
like
like, now you don't want to contradict the Iranians.
because some cunt got a lot of
You're not
money
trying to
for
play
sugar
golf
bobby.
on Tongan
So they
Islands, right?
science
So
and
you're
stuff like
not
that.
You're not going to desert. No, you just don't want to. I'm not going to say the word, but let's just say
You did it for 50 grand and
Right,
like
proportionation.
and for every
Exactly.
buck.
I mean, I walked out for a long time.
All right.
50 years, everybody's going, oh,
They
you
could
stay away
think
from
about
it.
it. Yeah.
Stay away
You know,
from
they were
crap.
trying to install that wall in Berlin
The
in the 80s.
conceptions of MSG
So they
danger
got to
stem
have
from the anecdotal reports and
What's the
flawed
address for
studies, not from consistent scientific evidence. For most people, MSG does not cause health problems. However, a small subset of the population may be sensitive to it and experience temporary mild
The
symptoms.
cops darn.
What's the mild symptoms?
The cops darn
Headaches,
automated burned down the White House in
drowsiness,
1812.
flushing his way.
I mean,
Maybe
that's
he's
just something you read in the
fat
history.
fuck. It was what's called Chinese restaurant syndrome.
What do you think?
Now known as MSG symptom complex. These symptoms often appear within 2 hours and are typically mild. Yeah, but also, you probably ate like a pig. How delicious. Difficulty breathing, rare severe cases. Probably drank beer and 50 bowls of greens. That's fuck.
Is RK Pro fucking, is he like pro, checking all of this stuff, or is he anti, just like let it all run? Or is he,
Knows what's bad for you. And if you want to take it, there's a label on the food letting you know that the stuff in there has been shown to cause X, Y, Z. That's it. Like, it's not,
Here's another one. This kid Dwayne Coleman broke that Louisiana high school record with a 900-pound squat. What?
They won't show where it's nowhere with you. You don't say that, so shut up.
so the worst is worried about deregulation.
I think we are young man here today, too.
Yeah, just many things. Yeah, I'm the environmental concern. I'm sure they're worried about the regulation.
The bar has tremended some
Regulation.
Pro-regulation. Is there any party that's just pro-regulation, regulate it, and regulate those?
That's interested in regulating things. Like if you look at the most regulated states, the Democrat states, like California has a lot of red tape and regulations.
Socialists is the most regulated.
Yeah, because they want more control from the government. They have a bigger, bloated government, and the way that functioning is very good for some ladders to get you anything.
It's just like a general thing. I feel like you have to regulate everything and regulate.
Some regulation is good. Like your parents are conscious, right? There's the example.
Too much regulation.
Too much regulation, but you need inspection.
Everything is in comparison to
You can't say that because if your family does a good job, and I'm sure they do, that's fine. But there's a bunch of fly-by-night fuckheads that
may be really fucking good at standing,
make a house and don't follow code, and then shit goes sideways.
But that shit is so rough. That stuff is like,
when you get to be as talented as he is, these things,
That's true too.
I used to be a contractor, dude. The amount of, I should have been,
for no reason. It's a little bit of insecurity.
yeah,
Might be insecurity.
My stepdad was architect. That's real brush.
I don't want to say the word, but it
I
rhymes
do,
with
but I also know that there's a lot of shady motherfuckers that are involved in construction, and you gotta make sure these assholes follow code, otherwise the customers will have to kill everybody inside. People suck. Yeah, some people suck. They cut corners, they save money, they do things all half-assed. You need someone to go and inspect it.
but then it's weird to not have regulation on earth. There's no regulation on social media. I mean, unless it's
Right.
it's weird. I mean,
Psychologically, it might be one of the worst things that's ever happened to, like, collectively, society, psychologically. Like, if you look at Jonathan Haidt's book, if you read his book,
almost half the way.
it's all about, it's great. It's all about social media and then self-harm culture. Self-harm, suicidal ideation, suicidal thoughts. That all comes like this. This ramps way up when social media gets introduced.
there should just be elected committees, elected psychological committee, elected philosophical committee.
Who's going to tell you you can't do it? Who's going to say you shouldn't say that? If you don't like it, you get off of it. And that's what I do. I just stay off of it. I know. But so is booze, right? If they have to know, don't do that, it'll ruin your life. Don't do this. This will ruin your life too. Like, and it also sucks your time around. Who's going to be the one? Who's going to tell you what? I don't want anybody telling me I can't go on Twitter. If I'm at home and I have nothing to do, and I pay taxes, I fucking, my bills are paid, I want to just walk along.
For attention monopolization has to be like, because the committee that doesn't do it. Like, you know how you feed them stuff?
Shut up, anybody you want.
But it pulls you in, it sends you alerts, it gives you the dopamine.
He's a high schooler, and they're like, he's fat, he's wearing this like Superman, Iron Man type deal suit.
And also tell them, like, hey, this is a lot of negativity. A lot of these people are wasting their life on this. wasting the
Alright, so
time.
anyway,
You know that night
so
show
about
on
20
the
tickets for that show.
like it's hard to avoid.
Yeah, they're like, that's impressive. You guys have 5
Yeah,
tickets
but I
sold just
can
like
do
in
it,
Austin.
but 13-year-old
No matter how much you can squat, you'll still get shadow banned.
15-year-old Joe would be
Yeah, let's see. Alright, this is
Marvel shit if every
What's
so often.
real jumper? It's called Brandon. He's a really stupid person named
Horrible shit.
Yeah, under fake
Dude, if
account,
I
you
was
make certain
innocent
different
and I
accounts.
felt like I was
Make a
railroaded,
new email
I would
address,
flip.
make a new account. All they have
Maybe
is an
that's
IP
true.
address.
No more fake accounts.
Yeah, but then the thing is, whistleblowers are important, right? If someone is
It's a
there's
black guy
shit
would be
going
like,
on, and you can expose it, and you don't want to die.
Yeah.
I
you don't want to be
forget
separate.
that McGregor
Yeah.
left, to be
But
honest.
isn't there another way to
I'll take your
whistleblow?
word for it. It's not exactly the same.
Right,
Dude,
doesn't
it's
work.
not exactly
It's
the
just
same.
go viral.
Being
Yeah.
redexed, dude.
Billboard
Yeah,
go
just
viral.
copying what other people do.
You gotta be
Take
able
McGregor out of your mind and
to
watch him
express
laugh.
yourself without real consequences, because there's a lot of people that don't have any power, and
It's a
they're
black guy would be like,
a government, or maybe find out that the corporation you work for is doing some horrible shit,
Why would you
and
laugh
they're
before that?
bypassing some
He's doing
environmental
it because he
regulation and
feels
dumping
uncomfortable
toxic
about
stuff
saying
in the
something
ocean.
about black people, so
Well,
he
maybe it
laughs.
just comes
We
down to
always have to
regulating the
remember too that
corporation.
his
Being like,
mind
bro,
is a
you
mile
can't make
minute,
money
dude.
off of
Right?
people's data.
You know,
You
so
can't
let's
make
spare
money
a
off of
second.
That's the
Right,
problem.
right. We don't, I mean, I would love to understand, but he's just operating on a different level. Yeah.
Not only is
He's got
it very
movies we never
valuable,
seen
but then
played
it
up
gives
there.
them insane power.
You
The
know what I
people
mean?
that have all that money
Yeah.
and have all that power,
So,
now they're in control
So
of,
maybe there was the best scene
you
of that
know,
movie.
essentially
It's hard to see it, but it's
all
so
social
fucking
discourse.
So maybe that's the thing that needs to be
Yeah,
regulated.
that's my takeaway, dude. I don't know about you. He knows what a black
It's
guy's
like when they
think.
do regulate it, then it's like, you read the Twitter file, you read any of the stuff like that, Saeed and Schellenberger, and all
My
those
PD stands in the
guys.
front. It's called the show
You
radar.
want to
This is
purchase
due
Twitter.
early, so
One
I
of the things
just
they found
smash
out
cut
is
to
that
the end from
intelligence
the spot they
community
hit the
is
wall.
embedded in Twitter.
So I watched this
They were
earlier, and it
involved
doesn't
in
really make
suppressing
sense.
certain
It's
narratives.
just there's no energy in this episode one, so
It was like
so yeah, let's just keep that right there.
dangerous stuff, because
What else you got
if they have the power to suppress accurate, real information, then you're propagandizing the entire country. You're shifting narratives, change the way you think about things. It's going to affect elections. It's going to affect public health. It's going to affect everything. And they were doing that. And they were doing it because they had regulation over social media. They had power. Elon comes along and he's like, fuck that. It's Wild West time. And opens it wide up and everyone's like, oh, it's all racist now. It's not. It's like, yes, there's more of that now because it's not getting banned. But also there's more people that, you know, can talk about virtually anything they want to. And you can debate it out. You can talk about the climate. You can talk about the moon. You can talk about asteroids. You can talk about foreign governments. You can talk about anything. And that's better. It's better to have people say horrible shit, but also be able to say true shit than not be able to say anything.
This one's supposed
Yeah, but I worry about it just comes down to kids for me because they get radicalized. And when you see the racist kid and you join the tribe, it just like becomes.
All these people that we
They
get
can also
with
radicalize
just
Christians. They can also become like hikers. They can also like do jiu-jitsu. They can also like
ISIS.
get different guys.
Yeah, ISIS.
They can also do whatever the fuck they want. This is just, we have to geek it out from the battlefield of ideas. That has to be able to take place. You can't have people decide what you can and can't discuss. Because the problem with that is, like, then they have power over you. They have power over the most important thing that we do as a culture, which is figure out what's right and what's wrong. Figure out who's correct and who's incorrect. What's a fact and what is a lie? What is propaganda? Why have they made so much money pushing this thing when there's no science behind it? They say trust the science. Well, show me what the science is. But then you have people that are looking at the science that are actual scientists. They get boycotted, banned from Twitter.
This is like we're supposed to
That's
laugh.
one of the
We're
things
supposed
that
to get
happened
the
during
bit.
this whole FBI infiltration, whatever the organization was in the government. That was,
if you're the Biden
there's
cabinet,
multiple
your idea is just to get that man
they
down.
were kicking people off. They were like Stanford
If you're
scientists.
the Biden cabinet, then I really want to know what he thinks.
They had a different view of how the pandemic should be handled. They're kicking them off Twitter.
And then you get the completely regulators on there.
Your idea is just to get that man down.
Wild
At what cost? You're allowing some terrorist in there.
I think this is the world we're in. This is the reality of the world.
Right now,
Prepare them for the reality of the world. Don't shield them.
issues, dude.
Right.
It's all about that mail and mail.
Now it's such a drug.
Job knows.
It is a
Job
drug,
knows more
but
than he's saying.
It feels like the government making money off of something like that. Like
There's
that's
somebody
what
that
it
can
is. It's also
Yeah,
fun.
dude, he knows.
too. They're doing Snapchat.
Freaking.
They're having a good time too.
Yeah.
It's not all negative.
I was
You know, it's just it can be and the pile-on, like when people let that lady
I'll
with
say
their
it is
daughter.
turning like it
It's
is.
the most evil fucking thing ever. But
You're right. You would have
groups of kids that will go after a kid and pile on them and then attack them anonymously. Yeah, kids kill themselves and things like that. It even freaks them out.
I was thinking maybe like haphazard. Oh,
Remarkably healthy.
very you fly out like
They
that.
have social media with
Yeah.
PPC
Yeah, one of
news.
them
Oh
is
yeah.
off of everything. She wants to go to school. Should have been on our social media. Very impressive. Yeah, there's also you do it.
Yeah.
It's not addiction like, oh my god, you ever get on social media, get out of homeless, social media. No, like, it's a thing, but it's not necessarily good for you. Just like cake, don't eat cake all day. But if you want to have a birthday cake, or you want to occasionally have give dinner, make dinner, just get some dessert, fuck it.
Yeah, but what about the what if every time I went to go eat cake, there was not even a huge cake shop that was like, you should feel like this group of people. Then you go, maybe one of these cakes. At some point, somebody should walk into the cake shop and be like, dude, you guys can't do well.
You're a dog, right? So, like, you're free speech, but if it's threatening somebody, it's wrong. Yeah, if you say, I want to kill all the Greeks in America, if you just said something like that, yeah, because someone would make threats against people. But we have existing laws that are protected from that.
Okay.
Is he really?
I just think
Maybe we should
most
write
people
something like,
should
hey,
stay the fuck off of it, because
I
most
saw that
people
he
that are doing
posted
it are
today, like,
wasting their life.
It's crazy how I just last night was sitting in the vortex and then I just put my phone away and my dog was sitting on the bed. And I was like, oh hey, real life thing that loves me.
Also, I have no idea I have no idea.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
It sucked so bad because I was trying to be so, I was like trying to say a little thing that I went through, patting myself on my back, and it just fucking spun out of control. It was no
I
way.
woke it up. Because it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's just a cult. It's a cult that is mostly perpetrated by people that don't have a religion. So it behaves as a religion. You can get excommunicated, passed out of kingdom for life. There's rules, follow those rules, you're good, you're not a heretic.
Yeah.
It's a religion. And it's a religion for people that don't have a religion. Because there's a fucking weird part of our brain that whether you are a Democrat or Republican, it's that spot. Right? So if you don't have something in your life that you think of as a higher power or at least have like some sort of ethical, moral foundation, goals and higher goals to subscribe to. Some people fill that spot. There's a spot in your brain, and that spot will be, I'm a Republican. Or that spot will be, I'm a liberal. So we got these goddamn racists, all these white people. We got to get rid of white people. White people say that. We got to get rid of all these white people. They'll say that, and they'll say they'll pat themselves on the back while they're saying it. Because they think they're being a good woke.
Yeah.
It's just
It's crazy how my little man to me and I DM her back and I'm like, hey, I just want you to know I got stuff. I was everybody and I was like, you're affected by this. And they would just immediately be like, oh, it's totally okay. I take back everything. Then when what they said was like, you fucking bitch. And I just was like, hey, I'm a person. And they're like, oh shit, I completely forgot. And I was like, oh shit. Everybody's it's a terrible weird community. I think it's just really good to believe something. It feels so good to stand your ground on something and to be like,
Right.
I did something today that meant something, even though it doesn't mean anything.
It does.
We need meaning so fucking bad.
We do. And that's why it's a religion. People don't have religion. They don't have religion. No, it doesn't have to be. No, but it means there's a spot in our brains
Yeah.
So the reason they always been there, fill that spot is whatever the fuck it is, leftist politics, right-wing ideology, whatever the fuck it is. I'm fine with that thing that's so
It is
also wonderful. It's fun. When we, when we work right.
Yeah, when we're face to face. Yeah. I mean, I'm not even like that, you know? Because I mean, I know a person who talks shit about you. We're just trying to do like this.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Well, that's what most people are doing. That's probably good for that on Twitter. Because it's just such a thing to do. And especially if your lifestyle, it's a great distraction. You can pay attention to other people and tell shit, say horrible shit, and it distracts you from whatever's wrong with your life.
The new theme of like health and body perfection, like getting jacked, is like the religion that many comics are, me too. And it does take that role, you know? Like a lot of times people like to say that I'm like, just target level belly fat. If you're pretty fucking that activated about something, you get fucking pissed at that. You know what I mean? Because it's always like looking at these people and they're just like miserable fuckers in a basement. I'm like, dude, just you just spent all day in your really long bath and just cleaning that shit off. You know what I mean? Instead of eating.
Well, think about what we were talking about with those tight grooves. It just
Jay's my guy, B.
slides in those grooves. They're so honed. Yeah. So many times. It's easy to go down those pathways. It's hard for people. It's hard to snap out of it, especially people that are fragile and that are worried about getting past themselves. Those are the most vicious.
Yeah.
The most fragile people are the most vicious. They're the most mean. The ones that are worried about being criticized themselves.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Those people are people.
True that. I've done it. I've heard people. Yeah.
It's normal. It's normal part of being a person. It's just the social media thing. There's very little value in a lot of things. If you use it correctly, you're a journalist or someone who's curated you just want to find out what's actually happening. The world's filled with crazy shit that happens all the time that you don't know about unless you get on Twitter. Just pay attention to the mainstream news. 80% of what's going on.
They figure out more stuff to solve than Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. I talk so much shit about social media, but the amount of animal videos that are driving that. I mean, I found out that otters have a little space pocket, and it's like safe house multiple times, just knowing. Like on campus, I mean, fast. Yeah.
Most of my time I spend fucking off on my phone. And I don't have a problem with that because most of that is getting educated.
Yeah, I would not have been able to do that. I could have called
so much you can learn if you do it right. Like YouTube is the most amazing resource if you just do it right.
And there's just some fucking guy who's like, I'm going to teach you exactly how to utilize this impact vector. And you're like, yeah, I don't know why you're doing this, but thank you.
Yeah, why are you doing that?
It's really weird. Some of those people are like, I'm going to tell you how to take a Toyota tire on a Nissan truck. I'm like, hey, that's exactly what I need. It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what
There's so much good how
backed by science.
that's
There's essential performance boosters like your pre-workout, like Brian said, but for the bedroom.
Figure out
It's
that whatever
fantastic. You
it
want
is.
to try it out?
Do you want to share with
Let's spice things up in the bedroom and boost your sexual performance and do it naturally without the nasty prescription drugs. We got a special offer for your wiener. Use joymode.com/flatter and do the code flatter at checkout.
Yeah, why would you call them medicine and shit?
People ask me
Before they figured out stores.
when they say I don't want to bring a kid into this world, like I sometimes don't want to say this because the idea of letting my dog outside without me scares me. But like, and I'm neurotic. But when they say that, I'm like, you're talking about the absence of consciousness being superior to consciousness. That's a paradox. You can't say one is better than the other. There is no better until you're born.
Enough to fight. Oh, you want to go toe to toe? You won't say this to my face. I bet I double dare you today, Junior.
They grow up to be people that you love.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
man,
the game.
dude.
Yeah.
That's
We just
life.
joke
You have
around
to,
here, but
if
I
you
want to
love
fucking
people,
light you
probably
up.
love kids.
Yeah.
You just don't know it. You probably are, terrified of responsibility.
That was
Which is real.
when was that
But-
recorded? 4:34 in the morning. I just meant like, I didn't mean that.
So, you need everyone to do it?
No.
Oh,
I mean, I
When was
want to
that
have a
clip
rich
recorded,
and
right?
full life and never have children. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I always resented that when I did that.
Last week in Australia.
You say, oh, you don't need to go. You don't have
All right, so
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is gonna be posted by one usual 4460. Did you ever see this clip?
Yeah,
I don't know.
James
Did it unlock like a Molly level of love?
Yeah,
This is from
Chappelle
their
had the best part about this.
AOL
He
show or
said,
something.
not only did it change the amount of love that
yeah,
I
well,
have,
they've
it
been
changed my
that
capacity
long,
for love.
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know
It's
how much you
should
love
be
your
called
daughter.
Orwell,
Love
dude,
your
or
daughter.
read
I've
that
seen it,
song.
right? You love your kids times a million.
But that's frightening. That level of love. How do you let them go to school?
Life is crazy. Life is frightening. You just have to learn and grow and just deal. This is just part of the thing. You can't just be safe forever. You're not going to live. You're going to die. We're all
Some
going to
people say
except
it's
exist.
the best podcast ever.
You have to, like, when you
Some
don't see your friend, like, bye. And
things
we
are
get on a
going
plane,
so
like,
well.
the plane
Hollywood
crashes.
decided to give us
But
our own
let's never
web
forget, you
series.
can't live like
Crazy,
that.
I know. In other words,
I
you don't let just feed people's ears. Let's.
know.
You had to teach yourself
In
to
other
chill?
words, the
Really?
podcast
You
is
still
so
really
successful
chill so
that we
much.
want to create a
You love
visual
them so
experience,
much.
not just for your ears. Now
But
it's for your
I
eyes
think
as well.
there's a reason why society's like people to have children, because it makes you much more concerned with law and order.
I
Makes you much more concerned with cleanliness,
tub
and pollution, and all of the harm that can happen to your child.
That's right.
You worry more because if it's just you're selfish, and you're like, oh, it's you're going to go get a whore. You know, like, okay, yeah, you're not really a part of this thing. It's kind of like you're a leech. You know, like this thing is all of us together.
It would frustrate me if I had kids that people without kids had equal rights about. That would have
Why?
I don't know.
Because they get told for negative things about your
It
kids.
just would piss me off. I'd be like, you're not keeping a life around. You know what I mean? Like, you're just some selfish shitter and, you know.
Well, it's one of those selfish shitters and idiots too that think that somehow one of the things that people are being taught today, that somehow or another, because there's so much money in the world, like
That's
you're
just fucking
owed
stupid as shit.
something, and
There's
should
nothing like
just
tons of
universal
footage
basic
that's just so
income
redacted from
that
this shit.
there's a bunch of
All
people
this
that
looks horrible.
think that way. Don't
Remember
think
we
that you
watched
should
some of it
provide
before,
value,
like this bit we
that
see.
your needs should be met because there's so much wealth in the world, and that everything else, whatever the wealthy people have on top of that, that should only exist when their needs are met because of the fake scarcity crisis in this country. It's really crazy. The wealthy people have gotten so much. But that's the doing it. Yeah. Well, there's some truth to that, though. Right? There is some truth. Like, if someone acquires all the money and everybody else is poor, honestly, you have a broken system.
Yeah.
Bernie's idea was to take a small amount of stock market exchanges, just like a fraction of a penny for each one of these, and that money would all be an incredible resource that would go to education and healthcare and all these different quality of life things that would have a legitimate impact on society. That's what I was thinking. That was my most
You are just like the
compelling
two
thought that
least
he had.
intelligent people
Yeah.
on the
Most
football
compelling
team
thought to me.
making
I was like,
sketches.
that seems like that would work. That seems like that would have a big impact.
Today,
It would change a lot of things.
Yeah. So bad,
I've
dude.
always been down for the tax the
All right,
shit for
let's go
corporations.
with the
I've
last
always
clip
been
of the
down
day,
for
dude.
it.
We've been going an
They're
hour.
not
We're
giving
fucking
us
tired, dude.
having human rights.
The weird thing is that they have
We'll be back to our regular scheduled programming next week, so you know what I mean? We'll bring back the energy.
campaigns and
But
That's fucked.
this was posted by Hey Mark
So if you're gonna
Wakey.
take that,
It's called Real
stop
Professional
that.
Starts
No,
the Pod.
what is that called?
Let's see.
Yeah, because in boxing, right? So in boxing, if me and Brian are fighting, I knock him down.
Yeah, stop that.
He's
Campaign
concussed.
funding.
But they have an
Stop
agent.
that. And
So if he answers that knee count, then you go back out to fight, give him a punch on the head, get knocked down again. Clearly concussed brain trauma. He's standing back up, so the brain swell just keeps
but
going.
if you can't,
You
the
see,
corporation is
fight
making that
to
much
the
money.
Brian, it's a
Tax
little
the shit
wobble,
out of it.
and then I go in and fetch him
Well,
up.
now
It's
that
over.
idea,
Yeah.
But I mean,
the real problem with corporations is they have to always make more money. Like, you have a responsibility for your
It's rock and
shareholders,
roll.
your
I mean,
CEO.
UFC's dangerous. What
Every
are we rolling? But we're
every quarter, you have to make
Oh, sorry.
money. The idea is you're doing very well.
Because I mean, we're just going like, okay, we're Chelsea guy right here. We're just
They
talking.
never go, we're good. hey everybody, we're
Why
good.
not?
They don't even know they have 10
Oh,
people
okay.
working behind
Like,
the scenes.
get
So
to
they
this,
didn't know they
that's the
started.
game they're playing.
You
They're
know what,
playing
dude?
the I want
I have
more
a feeling
money.
that the chairs
They're not playing the let's
that
make
we
the
also
world a better
possess,
place game.
right?
Because it's a
Proudly,
corporation.
by the way.
Yeah.
So it's a sociopath.
I feel like they go
It
through
acts
seasonal
like a
depression.
sociopath. You ever seen like the
Changing
one of
weather
the
right now.
studies where they're like, well, look at the behavior of a corporation.
Right. We're not
Basically
slapping
talking
them
about.
enough, you know?
That's why
Do you think that
fund this shit.
because you're sitting,
It's
since you
crazy
sit
how
in the
much middle
chair,
class is taxed.
you feel like you can feel how they're feeling because they sit in the same chairs?
Stock market's so weird to me. I will not put any money in it.
No, I agree.
Gold and I got a
Nobody
house,
really
I got a
knows what
car,
they're
I
going
watch,
through
I-
besides them
But
and
it's crazy
maybe
that
us.
everybody gets
Dude, their chairs don't even have stickers.
That is so
So
weird
what the
to
fuck do you
me.
think the true?
But I'm not allowed
Every
to say
time we
this
get
to
sick,
people.
we
Go,
can just
oh
look
no,
at it
Jordan, you gotta put it into a fund like this, an index. And I'm like, I don't have to gamble. I don't play trash. Gambling is a bad thing.
Yeah,
But
You know?
you're
Look
not
how
allowed to
happy
do
we are
that.
now.
It is a real thing, and it
Dude,
does
we-
work.
if
Look at
anything,
Nancy Pelosi.
That
She
show
has $500
we're
billion,
watching right now,
right?
with
She
eyes
did it in a
bleeding.
shady
Yeah,
way.
Is that good
Heart's
that she
happy.
has that?
No.
They
Is
get
that
more
good?
stickers.
No.
My
Well,
friends
it's
were
okay.
like,
It's
I
not
could
gonna make her live
Girl,
longer.
guess what,
She's
dude?
82 fucking years
What do you
old.
see that's not in the studio?
Right.
It's the end is nigh. Stop working.
And my friends are like, I made 50 grand off Bitcoin, and I'm like, you just put it back into Bitcoin. You're gonna keep it in Bitcoin because now you're stuck in an addiction. It's no telling until it hangs. You know what I mean? Nobody
That's
that I
what
know
I
is
thought
like,
you meant.
I'm
And
cool.
I
Maybe
kept
it's a
seeing the
couple.
ring, and I was
Some
like,
people have.
he's
They pay a lot
right,
of money.
but
That's great.
Dude,
Yeah, I have one
there's no
friend who did that for
fucking
your project.
anywhere.
But
What
typically,
if I'm seeing rain?
It's like the same people
It's
that stay
not
on social media. They're
How crazy
rare.
would that be?
they're rare.
You know, like you don't see rain, but I'm seeing
When I was
rain.
microdosing, I
When
could do
it's
that. I could
not
post and be like,
Why
because
stop
I've tried rain, and that's one of the side effects.
because I was
All right,
in and out
that's
of
our
a
episode.
relationship that
Have a
when I
great
was
week. Join the
microdosing,
Patreon,
my
Discord,
brain would
Reddit.
be like,
Every week. Bye.
what are you doing? You gotta get out of this thing. And I'd be like, okay, just one microdose. But now I'm back to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I get
When it
that.
shows you a truth that you cannot handle.
You're like, yikes, better all be alone.
I would take the mushrooms and be like, dude, come on, dude. This guy's like mean to you. You're a cool chick. And I'd be like, shut up. I'm not cool.
If you use drugs,
I'm sorry. It's the best stuff. It's my
you like that?
Yeah.
You like
I hate.
back and forth?
I
Doesn't
like
make no
fighting. Yeah.
fighting to make up sense.
I just like somebody who's very honest and is like, that's a stupid thing you did. That's a stupid thing you did. It's very, very. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, you gotta be able to do it with something like calm down.
I can hear the
Say
Santa
rational.
Yeah.
And you gotta say you love them first. And you gotta say nice things first.
Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, totally.
Okay?
But the mushrooms would be like, it would become, I'd be immediately confused. It's like, you can love a person and not be miserable. Those two things can happen. You can love somebody and not be miserable. It doesn't
Yeah.
work. So I feel like
Yeah, I'm on the fence about microdosing, but I think for some people it seems to be a giant quality of life enhancer.
it just tells you when to stop. You can't stop.
Microdosing?
Yeah.
Well, that's probably good too. Or like those things. You know, should drink every day. If I go on a vacation, 2 weeks into the
Yeah. But the mushrooms, like, I mean, they're
As
just like,
always, join the Discord,
it's
join the
never
Reddit,
gets
join the
addicting.
Patreon if you want.
But I did it
This
a lot.
week, what do we do on Patreon? We did
I
Joe
know some
Rogan.
people that got addicted to
Triggered.
spiritual
Triggered. Also, we got these
Oh, the ayahuasca.
the cans
Oh,
here.
yeah, some of those
We're
people.
getting ready to get a
Yeah.
brace of
Oh, good.
drugs.
Poetry
Mine's water.
on
I'm gonna think of the
Oh my god, when I get the text messages like, hey, I love you so much. I'm like,
But
damn,
it's
it's
got
another
that
ayahuasca journey.
Please don't. Okay.
No, that's cool though. Someone should say they love you.
That's nice.
Already said me, I love you best.
And that's why they're here,
Holy wow.
So, I should probably start the timer. Let's see here. I'll cut that part out. This is hosted by California Burrito.
Reservation.
He is so
California
inspiring.
burrito. It's
We're gonna be like,
called
I'm not
flexing on
taking
your
anything.
friend during their
Well,
engagement.
he's very
This is the
smart.
hottest
So
topic of the
smart.
sub
Yeah,
today.
he's very smart.
He
About
did the
that.
whole. I mean,
You told
Eric
me
David
about
and
this
Michael
last night.
did it, but Ari, like every step of the
I
way, would
just
be
don't
calling me every
understand
day.
where,
Like, what are you
like,
doing? Do this.
How
I'd
does
be
this
like,
happen?
I don't know
How
what I'm
does this
doing. Here.
picture come about?
Tell everybody to call.
Why
I
would
was
you
doing it.
both-
I mean, it was
Does
crazy.
somebody say,
Ari's
like,
very
oh,
strong and
I
sweet.
just got married, so we
Someone
should take a
couldn't
picture of
terrible.
both our rings.
Ari
because we've been
famously
married
told me
for
to
years and
never
years,
put out a 3-hour podcast.
Or maybe she's like, let's take a picture,
Getting
and then
into
it's
why'd you
when you
podcast
notice
grow? I said, because that's
Oh,
how I
this is
felt
so
like
much
talking
bigger,
for 3
he's so
hours.
fun.
She edited. Those who
all
listen
these
for
questions.
3 hours.
She's just
3
another
hours
shot.
when you were
I'm
just
glad they
starting
met.
it out.
Oh yeah,
They're
I
perfect
always
match.
do 3
Well,
hours.
honestly,
Like, they don't have
is that your takeaway?
How long have we done
Don't
this?
listen. Almost
That's a
3
big
hours.
ring like that for a small
No.
finger. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
How do you do that? Is it
The
time?
size of that
Yeah.
finger, dude. I
Because
think
we're
people
locked
like
in.
that. Like, how does that ring?
So if you're really locked in, if you're having a really really locked in with some
know, not
really
taking
haven't.
it.
It
We
seems
don't want
like
to get
3 hours.
at all, really, but it's like hard not.
Really?
We're not trying to do
Some
that.
good podcasts.
Women?
But
No,
it's like it's very.
men, yeah,
Sure.
I said earlier about her
Oh,
still
yeah.
not shop to me.
Non-comics.
Like I'm wondering,
Even
like the
comics,
shop see
like,
that and get hard as fuck. He's like, oh yeah, my girl's got the big one. Yeah, he's a baller. You know, he bought this. That's a good point of sleeping on the main pointers and shop.
Yeah, lock it in.
But you've had not locking days? Have
What
you
do you
ever had
think is
your
thicker,
fault?
that diamond or shop's cops?
Probably. Yeah.
Well, 8-inch.
So, I mean, I try. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty good at it, so I know like how to
Talking about diameter,
finagle a
man.
conversation.
Talking about another man,
You know,
man.
generally, I
Something
look
about
for
that
one.
Afro feminine to be
Like,
great.
okay,
Oh, I
This
have to
question
change
very
my grade.
much
like fire stuff and make fun of this.
Oh, you're
Like,
pro
I'll
weed.
do
You're
something.
weed.
All right,
You
we
love
got the
weed.
book in the back.
Okay.
Let's see here. Check this one out, dude.
Well,
This
it's
is
weird for sleep.
posted by
Never
Risen24.
worked ever.
Oh, really?
Slow
Is that
Joe.
edibles?
Who's that? Is that
Flower the other
name
day,
also?
apples the other day.
That makes
Yeah.
sense because it's
But the thing is,
yeah,
like, I
it's
think
like
it prevents
makes
you
sense.
from going to REM sleep.
Slow Joe's trending on Twitter when you're
Yeah, but
afraid
it
to
lets you
get.
watch.
It
It
is
lets you
important to make
watch
sure everyone knows
yourself
you have a
enter
bigger
sleep,
ring.
which
Welcome to the club,
rules.
BFF.
Like being like,
Like she just has to know that
and
she's dating like one of the best,
because
most
every morning you
successful
wake up and you go, I don't remember falling asleep. Well, I'm
Yeah,
weed. You're like,
just showing
this is
everybody
it.
what you get.
It is.
You know, you
It's
marry
like,
it.
yeah, that's
No, I know a lot of
She's
people.
got a black belt.
I know a lot of people that always hated
Yeah.
weed.
Yeah.
They used
All
to
right, let's
like
go
when
to the
I
next
would
fucking
smoke. They were
post
like,
here. Another picture
weed makes
post.
you lazy. Like,
We're
it
just getting all
doesn't.
these out
I'm
the way,
telling
dude.
you.
And there's
You're
so many
lazy.
posts about
Weed's
this.
not making
I
That's
just
me.
chose
I
this
always
one
thought
because
weed
I
makes you
know
lazy, but I was able to sleep.
Do you know
Yeah,
what
I thought
it's
it
on?
was until it was third.
It's
I got my friend
paparazzi,
my friend
obviously,
Eddie
was
Bravo
spelled
was the one who got me
your
high for
blockbuster,
the first time when I was like 30 years old. I had gotten high since
Then
I
it's
think I
them
got
in a
high like
car.
maybe
Let's see,
a small handful of times when I was a comedian. When I first
It's so
started doing
funny.
comedy.
That car is
And
so
then
like.
before I was a comedian.
I mean, if you
Like,
drive that car, you want to be noticed.
My
bro.
whole life, maybe
You gotta-
7
you're gonna know
times
this
ever
person.
being high.
It's
Ever.
lime green. It's
Until I was 30.
I don't know what
No,
it's
I
a
just
Mustang or
didn't
something.
like
It's more
not
like
being in
slime
control.
green to me.
Yes,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
I
Nickelodeon
always
slime.
associated people who did drugs,
Slimer
people who
from
never got anything done.
Ghostbusters.
They were a bunch of fucking
Banana,
losers.
banana,
And I never wanted to do that.
That's a new
If
thing.
you smoked a blunt right now,
When he saw that
you would
car,
have no fear
oh,
that
this
it
is
could.
Slimer, man. Let's get that shit, dude. We got a black belt.
You don't have any of the like, my heart's gonna stop. I can hear my blood in my ears.
No.
You don't have any of that.
No.
Brian,
Have you ever?
Sure. I've
Oh
got
my god, yeah.
heroin
Well, I
before. Yeah.
can place
You should try it out.
I had to figure out
That's
why.
when you know that's
And
a different
generally,
era.
it's like there's something bothering me in life.
You
Or something.
mentioned
So the real thing about it is if it exposes something that's bothering you,
he was like,
you
can you
don't quite
park
fix
this
that.
pretty close?
Yeah, but what's the thing that's bothering you is that you can't deal with the fact that
Alright,
you have
let's do the next one.
you know,
Alright,
like,
now
that's what
it's-
happens to me when I smoke weed. It's I'm like, this shit is gone.
Alright, sorry about that. Phone call. We are back to
Crazy.
some Clean Chips, dude. This one's posted by him.
I mean, that's the thing I wouldn't recommend it for
It's always
everybody.
been a Garrett
I know
that loves
people
to
can't
chase the
smoke.
bill.
They don't like being paranoid. I like it.
Nothing
I like it.
Yeah, some of these smokers love that shit.
I like
Because
it.
then after the panic, you're like,
Yeah, but also it's good to know, like, maybe
Yeah, he's
you got
got the
blinders on
sign
and there's some
merch.
real
Is he showing you those
vulnerabilities
somewhere?
in the world.
It's an overkill of a fucking
Probably
piece of
consider
a
that
dude. He's
I've
overkill. He's
never
doing this
had a
now.
crazy one that you're like, that's not right. That's
I don't
crazy.
think it's so
No,
far.
it's not that bad. I just been real paranoid. Just super high, like, and then you calm down. Like, once it's over, you're fine.
It's crazy for you to be paranoid because you're like one of the people that should be paranoid. You have like lizard What's his name? Lizard guy?
Liver King.
Liver King.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, if anybody comes down there, I saw this pretty little bad. But anybody in the public
Yeah, I've gotten
We
high
should do one of
for
those, you know how like
Yeah.
your first month is your
First
shop
girl,
card
but like,
kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Right.
We just have like 12 little shops cars.
Yeah, I think marijuana
birthdays that month. Or
like everything else.
Yeah, dude, I know you're notorious for those open
And I
mics.
think it's like steroids for comedy. Come up with some stuff when you're high. I don't think it's available. Yeah, I don't think those stuff are available if you're sober. There's things that I wrote when I was high. I was like, there's no way I would write that without any help.
Yeah, I guess I've had it a little bit, but yeah, I have to hit the sweet spot or I go right into panic.
Oh yeah, sweet spot.
Yeah.
That's the key.
You know what helps me if I always have a Xanax somewhere.
Oh no.
Like it just exists
Oh,
in my
so you know.
So I just know that there's a bullet that I use.
That's a scary thing. Yeah. Jordan Peterson, speaking of which, he's on that shit.
I'm laughing at, I didn't hear the beginning, but he's making fun of someone.
I thought he was on Klondike.
Well, he was definitely on benzodiazepine for a long time.
That shit.
Remember that.
That's correct. And so that's one of the ones where you get off of Xanax, where you die.
Sorry, you're
There's
mad
only a
about
couple of
that,
drugs
okay?
where
Maybe
if you
you
get
should
off
drink
of
some
it,
poor
you
Osos.
could die.
If you're
Alcohol's
not
another
dead, you're
one.
going to change
Yeah,
the
but
situation.
Xanax is
Right.
another one. And it's really hard for people.
Dude, I got caught in Mexico, and I was like, I'm just gonna use this when I have a panic attack.
Two bears, one grave. You hear
Gone
that song?
in 2 weeks. Every night I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna take a minute of that. And I was like, oh, you need to never allow this around you.
Oh, for real?
I got a Xanax the other day, and my friend was like, you can have as many as you want. And I was like, I need one, and never give me another again. Because this is a thing that I'll
I
keep.
sent you the video of them shooting fire on the highway,
Break
Jim.
glass.
Break glass. It's a break glass stuff. Yeah. Oh, it's like, how expensive.
For the fans.
I've heard. I was on a flight once with a lady, and she said, "There's nothing in this world better than a Xanax and a glass of wine."
Yeah, both of us.
And I was like, "I
already
think you're
stated
supposed to
many
drink
times.
the Xanax." She's like, "Nope."
Would you
What
drive with something?
I did the other day? Poppers?
Oh, no, amyl nitrate.
Poppers. Dude, I had no
I gotta
idea.
be like,
Because I don't
R.I.P.
do it.
Gerardo Post.
And I was dancing at a wedding, and
I told them not.
my gay friend was like,
I said
Smith
it's a
B.
flight
Oh,
in
you
to
guys
drive
love
the
that.
truck shop.
Oh,
I'll actually do it.
Just a
Because you
really
want to show.
brave for a second.
Now,
How much
I'll find this bitch
do
too.
it?
A lot.
But how many times
Where's
did you do it?
Who's gonna be a T-Bone practice now?
Enough where I felt fucked up. Like,
Because he's Latino.
yeah, that's what it felt like. That's
Or,
what it
okay,
felt
that
like.
wasn't what I was saying.
It's like it
Okay,
It's
well,
really,
we were
it's gotta
talking
be
about the
bad.
history.
Because I went from being
This is
such a
sponsored
downer
by
to being like,
King
marriages.
It's called When You Pretend to Know Pete Davidson, but You're Almost Missing Mine.
I was dragging people there. Yeah. That's like the brain damage from the boxing where you're like, dude, sometimes I need to be a little stupid for a second. Or else I'm just constantly
I've
just
never seen him once.
I wonder what's worse for the amyl nitrate or boxing.
Scratching the eye.
What's the side effect of amyl nitrate? Because I know a lot of the gay fellas like it in the bottom. It's actually made for the pain of pain and
Cool and stuff.
Angina.
What is angina?
What the
Is he
fuck? I
sinus
thought that
or
was like the part
digestive.
between your anus and your vagina.
Angina? What is the side effects of amyl nitrate abuse?
Sweet. Oh, yeah, I love He started
Okay, and so amyl nitrate reduces that? That's the.
No, he said, didn't he say, I love his big dick energy?
Oh, relax the blood vessels.
He said that. Somebody turned on the water.
Also relaxes that food.
Yeah, it makes the butthole open.
Yeah, I think everything has to happen before you shit your pants.
Yeah, okay.
Someone has to pound your asshole. Side effects, headache, dizziness, flushing, rapid heart rate. Severe risk, life-threatening blood conditions called methylmethylobin.
Eat a burger, wake up before you say something like that.
Say that.
It just looks like it's a big dick.
Methylglobin.
Dangerous drops in blood pressure, especially when combined with other drugs.
Fuckboy falls in though,
Does it cause brain damage? Google does amyl nitrate.
You better say that it does, or else I'm doing that right.
They say stuff like this, but then other people are gay.
Right on.
How's that?
Oh, fuck.
Not that it matters, but
It can cause both
Okay,
and long-term brain damage. Why don't we come up immediately? Primarily due to acute and long-term brain damage. Primarily through two mechanisms: oxygen deprivation and direct neurotoxicity. Severe or prolonged exposure can lead to permanent cognitive and neurological issues.
Yeah, I mean, you feel that
the
immediately.
cube thing gets over though, because you're full of
This
shit.
can't be good.
It's just, it feels like someone's hitting it like that.
She'd be kind of like, you're in the
So
thing, I'm
crazy.
stuck.
It's like whipping.
All the small
Oh,
teams
but
on
wait,
there,
what, right?
I feel
Badge driving,
like, yeah,
15
last one.
minutes.
I did
Yeah,
whippets.
that'd be a whole nother
For
thing.
place that I worked
That would
at.
be
We had like real whippets.
Like,
Like a giant whipped cream canister, like a huge
Pete
one.
Davidson is
Like the
making his
real
fans
things
sign
where
an
you make the
NDA
whipped
prior
cream,
to
you
showing
have to pour
up
the
to
sugar,
the show.
pour the cream,
And if they're in
mix
breach
it.
of this NDA,
Yeah.
if I do
they
a
could
whipping
face
out,
up
aren't
to
you
$1
not allowed
million
to
in
use any of
creating
the
someone
cream? That's always been my problem.
But we had the gas. We had the actual gas back there.
So what you have to do is, prior to the day of the show, you have to sign the NDA.
We all go back there and get high with this guy.
That's so
But
fun.
I don't know what the Hollywood thing
I
is
only
from.
did it like once or twice
Like
because
the
you
back
hit
part.
it, you're
But
like,
that's the same.
you're like, I'm like,
That's
almost like a
Yeah.
That's
body.
the
Wall.
same.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa!
Yeah, they get up there.
Yeah.
It only lasts like 15, 20 seconds. It was like, oh my god, you're dumb enough as
Shout out
it
to
is.
Soder, did he interrupt the
Right, it's always the idiots in the back of the like, yeah.
Do you see him
I
out
just
in
used
the
to get
yard?
so high
I
on the blunt every morning before school, and I just would get
I like this
so
dude. He's a
crazy
sweetheart.
stupid.
I don't see
And then
a
when
lot
I got
of
older,
dogs.
my
I
brain
think
was
it's
like, you
different
can't
stratosphere of
do
like where
this.
fame is.
But
Where he like
It's
half
definitely
places in it.
probably not good for kids.
He's not like doing
Oh
slots.
yeah, we
You're
were
Not really.
so
But I just think this is so funny. It's odd trying
But
doing
you're
this.
developing, your brain's developing lots of concepts in the body by that's not good.
My dad was just such a weird guy. He was like a
Moist critical.
such a weird thing.
Yeah, dude. Shout out to Moist
Have you
critical. I
spoken
didn't
to
see
your
that
kids
coming.
ever?
No.
What do
Oh,
you think about
yeah.
Pete Davidson?
But I told them,
Well, you know,
we've
he's
had
good friends with
conversations about
shops, so like
drugs.
big
And this is the most important thing to stay away from any and all pills for a bunch of reasons.
All
Not
right, let's
just
see
because
here. We did
what
review
the
Pete
pill
Davidson's show, and you
supposedly
did not
is
see
bad
that.
for
Oh,
you.
that's right. Yeah,
But
that's
because
supposed to
I bet what's in that pill is not what's supposed to be in there because it's
Astro's
and they know that.
5
Powder Coke is.
I don't know how to say
Oh,
that name
yeah.
still, but
Coke
it's
is-
I think
called
Coke is
Shabs.
Well, it's all fentanyl.
That's the one that
It's
made me
all
laugh
over.
really hard.
There's so much fentanyl.
Shop's still in
There's
denial over his
fake
failed comedy career.
Xanaxes, and they're all fentanyl.
What is
It's
this show
Molly,
first?
fake
I
Molly,
know.
it's
He
all
always,
fentanyl.
where does he
Like,
find
The
these people?
fentanyl, if it's small enough,
Then
it's
why
fine.
isn't he finding us? Like,
So
I know.
much.
His name is
So
literally
small,
the episode
not
every
just
single
the
fucking time. I do this guy's
Have you
show
seen
when
the
you can do
amount
our
of
show.
fentanyl that these
We never
people?
cheated.
But that
I
cop.
thought you were numbers guy.
No, like, have you ever seen
Wait
like,
a minute,
comparison to a
dude.
penny?
What is this?
There's a
chair?
photograph on the
That's
internet
whole
of
chair.
the amount of fentanyl in
what
comparison
the
to a penny
fuck?
that's
Maybe
legal.
we need to find out
That
who
will
this guy is.
100%
Maybe
put
we
you
need
in
to
the
reach out to
fucking
Shop.
ground.
But
It's
it's
so
also.
small.
Yeah, to find
That's
out
the
who he
never
is.
that.
Who the fuck are you? Because we are.
Yeah.
The kids are doing it to give you
I
fentanyl.
used to be so fat that I had all the skin
Do what I'm doing.
that I got it cut off.
Cars, podcasts, game
How
break,
painful is that?
Afterwards,
It's a CEO, tech.
they should kind of
Something
like
happened to you.
they're like, all right, I think I'm
Take
gonna
it.
have to
Go home.
It was crazy.
Dream.
Yeah.
Go home and dream.
Yeah.
His schedule.
Yeah, it had to go. Though. It was in the way.
Must be happy now,
He's
right?
getting Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it was stuck in my. It was getting my zipper.
Oh,
Yeah, I was having to hump it in. Yeah, like a dick.
So,
It was awful.
you know, to balance.
Call my dick myself over 50 times in my life.
Oh, and he's not on the show? Because that guy just made fun of him. Oh, no, I think he is on the show. There's multiple pictures of the
Hey,
show.
why is your dick up that high? Oh, I see baggy pants.
What do you think?
Not
Straight Talk Wireless. I don't know if
Going
this
raw dog.
It's weird.
makes
because
sense to
of
people
the
out there, but the guy on the right, to me, he looks like anytime you sort of vaguely know a chick and you
I'm
meet their
sorry
boyfriend,
about that. The
it would be
itchiness.
oh,
and the
right,
redness.
do you agree?
Problem
Yeah,
is
let me look at it.
Oh yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
But
okay.
that's evolution had to give you.
Doesn't it give you hope that you'll find a chick like this?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have so many problems.
It's just to keep
All right, let's go to the next one. This is
sperm.
Where they
just a
hang.
quick
Yeah.
reminder of the hilarious time B thought he was going to be the
Because
Soy Boy Show Night.
It's not good
Hosted
for
by
you.
Alex
It's not good
Crazy.
for
Andrews.
you.
You just have a unit
I
dangling
don't
off
know
your
what
body
the
that's
reference is, but it's
keeping
got a lot of
it's crazy.
Yeah. And it's the most vulnerable part of your body other than your eyeballs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that guy.
It helps though. Men are very
Is he one of our
intimidating.
guys?
It helps that you guys have that.
Do you have a
honestly.
spot to
I
get?
love that there's
Totally,
a
it
shot
helps.
face
I don't think
mask
we would
though.
mate
Yeah,
with you
the soy boy
easily
move.
without the balls.
That's the soy boy reference, I
Sometimes when
guess.
the penis
Yeah.
goes in
Yeah.
and the balls
I
touch
mean,
you, you
Chop,
go, oh yeah.
he's not
he's
doing
the
that silly
person.
grin
It's the
with the
same.
cheese
You know what I
out.
mean?
Like,
These squishy guys that are like,
yeah, it's
oh,
almost normal. Yeah.
It's
He's
just
sort of,
hard, you know.
sort of a weird,
But it
it's
helps
like
us
the Camel, Joe
remember that
Camel
you're
type face. Yeah,
fallible.
like even if he makes
The
a
balls
normal
do.
face,
Totally.
maybe we're kind of
If you're
douchey.
just watching,
Maybe he's
running
waiting, he's
around,
just
you're
trying
like,
different
go away.
faces
Well,
to hope.
imagine if you
And one
didn't
day
have to
he'll
get
have
hard
the
to have
normal
sex.
one. Yeah.
Like you didn't have to be aroused. That
You
would
gotta
be
wear
great
the
for
shoes you want
animals.
to wear, dude.
Animals just have a bone.
We'll see. I mean, I hate pictures sometimes.
Oh.
Yeah.
That never look good, so I get it. I mean, look at my gosh, dude.
Dogs get the red
Come on.
eye.
They have a bone.
This
though.
one's posted by Graham
Ew.
Crow.
There's a
It's called
bone.
I Love How High Fashion
Yeah.
is Simply
You
No
can
Longer
bring
a Part
your
of
dog-
Papa's
what is a
wardrobe.
bone?
Instead, only
We have one out there,
reappropriates a
a
poser
giant
in its purest form.
Fossilized.
So this
walrus
is,
bone.
again, this is a
That's
constant
right.
theme
It's a
for
bone.
Papa.
Yeah.
Nobody in his
all
life
animals
is
have it
telling
except
him,
human beings.
nah. Like when you, I'm sure
monkeys
that
have
when
a
he picked up a
backbone?
Gucci bag, and he, like his
Probably
wife
not.
probably
They're
heard
always
it, hopefully. Yeah.
They're
He was like,
always
should I get
jacking
this
off.
just
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
dude.
She should have been
Oh,
like,
yeah.
absolutely not.
Chimp,
A fanny pack
gorillas,
Gucci.
monkeys.
What are you
Oh,
doing?
everything. It's like
And then everything
it's
else is
designed to be jacked off. It's right there where your hand
and then
drops.
necktie tattoos, the Starbucks woman's hat.
Some species.
Yeah, that hat is
Like,
definitely
like a
way
little
to line
fuzzy,
before
but
your
it's not like-
absolutely.
deer
I was
has it,
trying to
right?
reference your tweet. Yeah, very long
I'm
time
pretty sure deer
in
did.
line if that
Matter of
hat is
fact, I
for
know
you.
they do.
Yeah.
And
you know, I want
So do like Moose,
caramel,
Elk, what
frappuccino
mammals
with half
just
mint tea and raspberry cream, whatever. Yeah,
Primates,
that definitely
is
asking for 2
present
pumps
in
of
some
vanilla. You know what I'm saying?
species
Yeah,
within the
pumps
orders of
in it.
primates, rodents, and
let's go to those.
carnivora.
It's so hard to do
Bears, dogs, and walruses
Post
all have a
reviews.
bone.
This
Because,
is
like, you're not
Brandon
touching
Fury posted this
okay?
one.
Not that wild.
It's called Just
It's crazy.
Dropping Some Catnip.
They
I haven't
slide
seen
it
any
in,
of the clips this
just
week. I just
ram it
fucking,
in there.
I just go beat,
Yeah.
right? I want to
Yeah.
this is a
Yeah.
very funny clip, and I want to extend my
That would
forgiveness
be a
to
really
just
like, that's where the you lack a backbone.
Oh, he's got fire. Yeah,
I
they care too.
don't think so.
This is so funny.
Our primate ancestors did have one, suggesting it was lost through evolution.
Oh no, fucking stream of
Probably lost with
Yeah,
aliens
that's what you
somehow
got to stream
and manipulated us.
When was that lost? When was that?
He knew some of them somehow, anyways.
But cats have like a hook dick where they get
And he's a
stuck
criminal,
apart.
and now he's
Yeah,
going
we were
to jail,
cats
and it
were
was
stuck
all
together.
easy to find out because it was on
The
fucking
fucking
Snapchat
ass
too.
to ass, and they
Like,
can't get
just
loose.
like how
Fucking kick each
beyond
other.
being
Not
wait, you know,
not
that's Snapchat, you can delete it.
gorillas and chimpanzees
Right.
back
You can
on.
still find
Wow.
these things.
What?
You can still
Did
get
your man do something?
Yeah.
in the end.
Wow.
He tried to do the
Rodents
face.
back.
When did he lose that? What evolutionary step did we take?
Aliens.
I'm sure some of our
I think it's
listeners
funny when women start saying like that guy, I want that guy to
Sign.
that guy.
Brendan Shaw,
Right?
UFC
Because I think getting loads blown in me by data.
Right.
It doesn't serve our population.
Right.
I have to be like that.
I mean, I'm
helps
a
me
regular
so I'm
listener
gonna
to
rub my world.
the show. Just
Yeah.
like roast of Andy
Whereas other species, it's like free for all.
Yeah. Well, other species also. I bet we probably got rid of it as soon as we
Yeah, so
figured out
I had to
habitation.
show up just from
So as soon as we figured out homes, doors, structure, you know,
people,
Yeah,
people,
yeah.
that's
Well,
legit.
yeah,
That's
so
just
We're
weird
deep
away.
in the jangs. If you do the bullet waste things after all that. What's it called? That's exactly how I feel when we have a guest. If you do shopping,
Proposed honest advertising is evolutionary explanation for the loss of
It's like
vacuum.
holding for laughter
Hypothesis
for almost
states that
guys
if erection
everywhere.
failure is a sense of
But yeah,
early
it's-
warning of ill
It's very
health.
reminiscent of what it's like to have
Physical or
a guest that
mental,
has no
females could have
one of
gauged
our
the health
guys, huh?
potential
Oh yeah, we
based
got
on
a
his
post
ability
from
to
Sean
achieve
McCord.
erection
He
without the
just
support
goes
of a
me.
vacuum.
Let's see, this is
Everybody
supposed
I
to
date
be
has
a
penis problems.
It's
Every
called
comic
Rate This
needs a
Dish.
Bluetooth, so I shouldn't be letting any of their vacuums in my vacuum.
Sure. Let's
Dude,
see.
are
We
you
got a lot of
dating
hookups, so let's
I'm
read what Sean's
not
got
anymore,
going
I'm
on.
done, but that's what I've
So
done forever.
Brendan Shaw
And
can't do
it's
stand-up
just
comedy
the same.
anymore because he's too busy wrecking his
Yeah.
trucks to get
Well,
on TMZ and
constant
doing his
movement.
podcast, and he can't miss a
It's
single one of
crazy.
it. Run on
Creative
sentences, dude. That's it.
Well,
That's
that's
the middle name.
crazy
It's a stream of
thing,
consciousness.
right?
Yeah.
Like, what did they do in the
Right.
60s?
I think they
Can't
said,
miss a single
oh,
one
I
of his
have a
sons
problem,
literally
sometimes I
came
get
to the
don't
weekend.
get hard,
A lot
and
of
here's the
dots.
things I could
Unless
use
it's
for me
a
to help, but now they just go, no,
Unless it's a commentary for
fuck,
Game
it's
Red
just-
FC.
Okay,
Or
There's
fighter
things
in
that I
the kid
could use
live
for me
in
to
front of
help
25 people
won't
across
work
the
on
street from Roman's
everybody.
Club.
But this is
In
like
Austin
the
wants to
selection.
or to do anything
It would keep those guys from
you
breeding.
can find that isn't common.
Oh, that's right.
That's probably what it is. People with
But it's
ill health.
always been your
Like, there's
dream,
probably a
Bubba.
reason why
Remember?
they're drinking hard.
Ever since you were
It
6 years
feels
old in
so-
1990 when Ace
it
Ventura
feels
came
like
out,
a
1995 actually.
And
And
it's
you were running
attached
around
to
saying,
somebody who's
alrighty
anxious,
then,
and then
you're
it's just
stealing
this
another
rock hard
comedian.
dick. It doesn't make sense.
Material is
Because
unbelievable.
you're like,
Part
this
of it.
guy's afraid to
When
be
you
here,
weren't making
that
thousands
dick.
of dollars selling
He's not.
comic books at Vermont,
Somebody else is
Maybe
fucking afraid to be here.
to total
You get guys
strangers.
that are
Oh,
afraid.
yeah.
Man, it's
Totally.
good.
Where they're like, oh,
As it is,
it's not
you know,
even. Yeah, there's
Don't
something
ever
about the
cross Sean
stand-up and
McCord
the.
ball, or you will be
It's- I think people
being
just think
douche
that I'm gonna
repeatedly for
be
years.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's it.
That's how long it's supposed to
And if you're
years.
funny, the guys are fucking
Remember that though? It was
Yeah.
before your dad
Yeah.
showed you the
I
first
don't
UFC
think
in
I've ever
91
actually
and told you it was your
That's
dream
fine.
to be a UFC
Yeah.
heavyweight champion too.
Yeah.
Except the first UFC was in 1993. Weight class
I think they're scared of me, and they also are scared of. Yeah, I think it's mainly they're scared of
When you were
looking
14,
foolish and having
right,
And what about the
You're-
NFL dream that you never played in
Correct.
and never got
Yeah.
drafted or signed a
the
contract?
amount of
Maybe if you could
people
have
that are like, I don't want to be
225 pounds on a bench
interactive.
47
Dude,
times
we've never
like you
even
can
met.
now. When you were 23 years
So
old,
crazy
instead
how
of the
many
20
people
reps
say
you were
that.
only able to
Yeah,
do then,
dating
you
app
could have
is
got
wild.
drafted.
Well, that's usually what you're
Yeah, this is like your all your bullshit being
Single
read out.
friends on dating apps. That's
It's
an
like
addiction.
try drinking a
Unto
cappuccino with
itself,
Buffalo
because
Bills
there's
after
always
that.
someone waiting.
Yeah,
There's always somebody who this is not. I don't like the way she smiles. Fuck
Yeah, well,
this. I'm
it's
out of
time
here.
gonna be
And
there.
then next thing you know,
Yeah.
you got 3 or 4 more
There is
dates
time
lined
for
up.
that. It's
well,
called
it's ruined dating because everybody has a
Yeah.
queue of
Let's see
people
this
they
one.
can date.
Speaking of
So they
numbers,
go on a date. I know so
how
many
many
people are like, I
how
want
many
to get
shows
out
have they
for
done
5
live?
minutes. I'm like,
One.
you don't know that person, and also it probably benefit you to have an hour-long conversation with somebody. Like, that's supposed to be like, sorry, we're not going to have
I think women are worried about guys getting fixated on them and then not leaving them alone.
I don't
And
know
chasing
what's
them
in this
and
clip, but I
fucking
hope
with
it's
them
not
and
what
stuff, and
the
then
fucking
being
title says
mean
here.
when you they get rejected.
Let's see.
Dude, that's the best. The
Hold on,
DMs I
that's
have
where I was
that are
going
like,
with that.
just please love it, I love you so much, and then,
You gotta
and I'm like, what?
And then
I never ever responded once. It's crazy.
We gotta be
They do get fixated for sure. But then you,
Right? That's
yeah,
not happening.
then you have to,
And I
then it
don't-
teaches you to
this
set
is-
boundaries,
I
which
just
is to
assume,
be like,
you know,
hey man, I'm not
listen,
going to text
Do
with
you want
you
me
anymore,
to
you
laugh
got
at
it.
you right now?
All that's gonna go
That's
away.
why it's not happening.
I know.
If that's true. What did they say? What was the reason
We
for
all
it not
lock
happening?
in.
It
She's
was
gonna
like,
be
just
my
tell them
mind.
fuck off.
Well, you're gonna read their
And then
minds.
he's
too.
like,
You're
hey,
gonna
but
know
let's
the
about it. You gotta be an
total
Austin on
sociopath
Friday.
doesn't give a fuck about
And he's like,
anybody but
oh,
himself.
that's right.
Everything he's saying is
They're
a lie.
right.
That's so fucked up. For people, those of you who are like, what if I kill that
So
cat?
they-
And they
It'd be
just
funny
No,
if they
no,
started
no.
going
You'll
these
probably be
fake
able to see
places,
why they
like
think
for
that
fake
way.
reasons,
But
just so
no,
that
you're
it
okay.
looked like they were
You're
there.
just freaking
So they
out.
could get
And
to
maybe
you,
you
but
won't think that way
they're just
when you're
losing money on
embraced
trying not
by
to
this
get
hive
confused.
mind.
Fuck,
Maybe
I gotta
you're
go to
abandoned all
They
that.
don't
Maybe
care
that'll be
about
like one of the great side effects of it.
it would be good for
They don't care
people,
about what's
like my
fucking
best friend
cat
is paralyzed
profile
from
next to
his
you. Oh, that's
down,
homeless guy.
and it'd be good to read your mind and be like, what is actually the pain
Very
coming
good
from?
to assume you were
Because
just
she's like,
down
I don't
like,
know.
oh, so this is a very good
Well,
segue
we had
because
the guy on
you know,
who had the very first
I,
whirlwind.
I make a lot of
He's
plans,
not-
and what you have to understand is that I keep my personal life and my entertainment life very separate on social media and stuff like that. I don't like
play video
showing my
games.
family and stuff like
Just
that.
chill.
I'm
So he can't
free-handed
move his
and
arms.
sometimes.
He's playing video
But,
games. He says it's like
It's
I
not
have
that
a game bomb.
I like to protect
Because
their
I'm going to
privacy.
point to where I want to shoot and like immediately shoot at it.
And so,
Eye movements?
my dear friend Tarek, as you our dear friend Tarek,
Tarek, right? I know you got thoughts on Tarek. I mean, I'm so glad they're talking about
If
Brandon
he just
Tarek, dude.
moves it on, I
We all
think
know
Somehow or another,
Tarek,
the way the
Legs,
computer
all these people bring a
interfaces
lot
with the
to the
neuro
show,
chip,
right?
so the brain
And Brian
interfaces
Callen.
with the chip, which
Tarek's
interfaces with the
for all we
computer,
know,
somehow or
Tarek's
another
this guy's noble.
control movement. And they're getting better and
We
better at it.
need Tarek.
Which is a problem for the people that got the first one. But they can be able to pull that out and be a new one.
Yeah.
That's just what I'm talking asked them about that. I was like, it's just like it. I think this is the only one that I can get. Maybe as technology advances, we'll be able to take them out, the new one in.
wife
But
is in the
at
kitchen.
one point in time, like
And
the
she
wires were coming
couldn't
out,
be more
and it
pregnant.
wasn't
Like, she
working anymore.
couldn't
So
be.
they had to
The
like
baby is literally
inject them back
hanging.
in.
Did you ever, even with you and I,
That's crazy. I mean,
like,
we started talking about back pain, right?
Dude, she came to the dinner and I was like, you're so pregnant. She's like, right in time. Like, I found out like 3 days ago you were having this. It's a Tarek guy through the Lord. I put the video on her and he goes, wait, what's going on? I go,
Your
Fuck
entire
Tarek,
spinal
dude.
system.
Tarek will never tell you.
You'll be able to,
Yeah.
this thing
The
will
day
tell your
he showed
muscles
up
and your
and
brain
he
to
was
fire.
like
So if you're breaking your spinal cord, it'll be able to bridge
sick,
that, and
right?
you'll be able
He was
to
coughing
use
and
your
shit. I was
body
like, dude, you're
like
so
you
sick,
normally
right?
would.
Like he was
That's
literally like
That's gonna piss me off when this comes out after my paralyzed parents passed away. I hate that when this stuff comes out.
This Tarek guy, man, he's just always
It's
so
always
crazy.
going to happen that way.
She was getting into stuff though. She was getting into ear
Tarek Callen's having another kid.
If you touch her ears, she'll
Oh.
pumped.
Tarek's wife. Like,
That was a thing. She was
Like,
getting into all that shit. She had like a servant that would make art for her. That was awesome.
It's
She
a
kind of
weird
had it.
bit. Like,
She kind of had her
you know,
own
these
little
guys,
narrow
they
way
start saying,
of
like,
girls
his wife
that
was
she
like
paid.
insanely pregnant, and then you
We're probably
go,
about 5 years away.
you look at your wife, and you're like, you're thinking,
You think 5 years?
more pregnant than most pregnant.
Yeah.
What about structures?
But I think what they're saying is
it'll
he
be
didn't tell them that she was
recognizable in
pregnant.
terms of
I don't know.
buildings. But I think like
Let's
the
see.
way the world
Talk about
interfaces, the way we interface with the world is going to be very
wait,
different.
what's
You think it's like
You're
walking through
pregnant.
space and it'll be like, welcome
And
to
I
the
realized-
yeah.
Yeah.
I hadn't told him.
Yeah,
You
probably
know,
weirder than
and
that.
then Frank
This is
grew
probably
on
what
away.
people
Yeah.
working
Oh,
there.
fuck. I'm so done.
Bro,
So
the women
Brian-
always sick.
Brian's the one
You
that's
like
not
it?
telling
I
you.
thought
Oh,
I was
that's
so
why he
against it.
said
I
it
got
on
it.
Share
Not
stuff.
having to talk to some
Because
fucker,
the
being
Tarek
able to
said
fart
that
at
his wife
will.
was
Right.
pregnant. I don't know why
But
Tarek is
here's
in
what I'm
this
wondering.
shit.
Why don't people go take me
I got
to
confused.
an hour
Who the hell is
place
he?
away?
Who the hell is John Africa?
It's gotta be cheaper.
I bet
Okay,
people
all
do.
right. No, that makes sense. I'm glad we met you and
That's
then
what brought
Brian
the freeway
figured it
down.
out.
People are definitely doing all that.
Really?
They're probably fucking.
It's
You know,
I don't
sandwich filming
it doesn't
people
make
fucking.
sense at all. No.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like, I got this friend
put on
Tarek
the
and my
fucking
wife's
Dixon basket. Fuck.
This is why
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense because he's
But I
like,
really like
you know, I'm a very private
Well,
guy.
it's
and I'm
certainly
telling
probably
you, I keep
safer.
looking at
You
now
know,
he's
they
telling
don't
everybody
really get
his wife
that
is
many
too pregnant.
accidents. If they do, it's usually somebody else's
Yeah,
fault, not the
this is
wingman's
why he
fault.
doesn't tell you
Think
so he
of-
can use it when he has to cancel shows.
Pilots be like,
That's a good
that's
dude.
his
We should
season
take
big.
notes.
This is gonna be
Yeah, we're just gonna
LA, I had one that was so.
But I'm saying, I have to hear from my X,
amazing. It was the worst flight of my life. I was like, yeah, we can't have these LA
That's what's going on
beautiful
today. That
Barbies.
just doesn't
It was like a perfect
just
10.
I don't talk about it. I just feel like a guy's not going to be like, if I say my wife's pregnant, it's all good.
I hate the idea of these guys getting sleep.
Then we're moving on. You're not going to be asking me questions about it. It's not that interesting to you.
Well, how about have strokes? They got that fifth booster.
That's a big
and they
deal.
fucking stroke out while they're
All right, yeah, you're 87 years old.
Oh yeah. It's stroked out.
Talking about Robert De Niro being
I'm not
another
religious,
person
but
needs to
I
teach never to be a duck, but a hawk.
Right, that if God were to smite one of the planets, he'd
We're gonna get 3 more
yeah,
specials of this
fix their
kid.
hot shit with a private jet.
Yeah,
That one has kids.
That's what God's gonna do. Not terrorists.
Well, it's very important, but when it has a baby,
Smite the comet with a big ego.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say
Maybe
other
we'll
than
take the
she's
photos
pregnant.
in front of the private
You know, let
jet.
people know you're lying. You have to let people know. It just like when
I
I
worry
was
about
like,
that.
your wife is ready.
100%. You're going down, dude. I'll look at the internet on to see if there's kids. I'm like, oh, we're safe. We're safe. God's not gonna have these kids. Yeah, totally.
I like watching, learning what's going on in the
Thanks
state.
for being here. It's a lot of fun.
It's very
Watch my special.
It's available right now on
When I
Netflix.
was
It's
like,
strong
dude, your wife is ready to
today.
pop.
Take me with you.
You're not gonna bring Uber.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Sounds like you're saying
All right.
boo.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I know what he means.
Thanks
It's
for
like
having me.
My pleasure. See you
Oh,
tonight.
this is all about
All right.
like
Bye, everybody.
resolution. It's all smoking beers to kids. He's not, her wife's not pregnant. And we're laughing because we're friends. I'm not happy about the canceling of the show whatsoever. Yeah, no, we wanted to go. Yeah.
Well, you said to me, you're like, she might have a baby. And I go, I can't go to Austin. I can't go to Austin and do a live stream. Why about one of you goes, oh shit, that's right. You can have the baby. I go, it's embarrassing. Here's the thing. Yeah, it's just the way you're wired. It's not, you're not that guy. You're just sociopath. But the thing is, no, I just don't. You just don't. You just don't.
You're not that guy.
Good job. Broken.
That's something
Scary.
like just
Drink my
wouldn't be a bad guy to not tell people your wife's
All day.
pregnant. Anyways.
Cheers. Cheers.
Like the evil man didn't tell us his wife was pregnant.
Hey,
What a fucking douchebag.
you
That way. Right. I told Brian. That's the thing. I have 3 kids. Even if she has the baby on Tuesday, you don't want to leave on Friday. Like that's why I just want to be there to see blood kid. Yeah, I have to be there. We're driving.
Like steal but bucket, dude. But I don't understand the reference. Maybe that's how long this seal camp lasts.
Maybe the first week of newborn is the hardest week.
Oh, duh.
around.
All right, this clip is like exposing me too.
People, and I was like,
I'm gonna delete someone to this clip, please.
the
The airport meet. I need to be in the fucking hospital. I gotta be there in the hospital. All that stuff. And it just doesn't seem real. Like I'm there going, oh, you're so pregnant. You're gonna have this baby. Like I'm supposed to have it in October. I'm supposed to have it April 14th. April 14th. That's why you know. Yeah. So I wasn't planning on her having it till Monday because it's your fourth fucking try. First one up there, it never works. But that's how I told Brian. It's like, even if you come on Monday, Tuesday,
I'm not ready to give up.
you
I'm not ready to wave the white
Friday
flag.
for sure. I love
Let myself
Austin. I love doing
off
the show.
for certain things. I was starting to let myself off.
I call Brandon live. I call Brandon.
And
I'm like, Brandon, I go, hey, dude, I'm an idiot. I'm an
those are
idiot.
prayers. Those are ideals. Those are pursuits. You know, let's go into the
Target,
dream.
I guess, is
Let's go to let's look at the
He was
dreams. We
brought
can
up
still
to
believe
be
in making
like,
reality.
damn, you didn't tell me your wife's
Instead of
pregnant.
looking at
So
reality.
that makes sense. Like now,
Which is what I usually
it's
do.
kind of fucked up. Because
I'm like,
Target's
art
really,
emulates life.
you don't know.
And
He's
not
like
the
your
other
close
way
friend.
around.
It's
But
like,
I
dude,
flipped the script a
your
little
best
bit.
friend,
No,
like
let's
someone we all fucking
dive into the
we love
dreams and
seeing
belief.
on the show. And
And so I think
talk
it's
about
short
it,
supply.
and I
It was getting,
what are we getting?
my tank was getting low on belief.
And then
Not
Brandon
what was
is another
bothering
person
me
you
so
just
much.
brought up.
Well, specifically.
Brandon? Yeah, he just said
Maybe
Brandon.
it's, maybe it's
I swear to God, you heard that, right?
I
turn
didn't even
50,
know.
something like that.
Let's see.
Maybe it's that. Where I
He's
start
there
to project.
on Friday.
You know,
For sure. I love
what am
Austin.
I-
I love doing the show.
What's the next app?
But the birth is.
I don't know.
I call
Maybe
Brandon live.
subconsciously
I call Brandon. I'm like, I go, hey, dude,
I
I
look around.
Dude, Brandon.
And
Yeah, I
there's
mean,
a lot fewer
that's even more
leaders
fucking
that I'm like,
makes me mad because Brandon is like huge.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
right.
fucking
I
not
look
gonna
around,
tell,
I see people
Legs,
not
Brandon, and
trusting.
Tark about what's going on.
I see
The fuck?
people that aren't
Yeah.
there.
I don't even know what to say. I'm kind of speechless.
Imagine if you told Justin
Right.
and not Target
I
Brandon.
see people that
You know what I
sleep
mean?
just
I
fine.
mean, if you wanted to hurt me,
I found myself starting.
we're still friends.
You sleep fine too. That's that part.
I don't even know what to say.
You
Yeah,
can't. You
Yeah,
don't,
I'm an
don't
idiot.
sleep fine.
Like, my wife is
Past
popping.
that situation.
Now, I thought she'd had
Or
it
if
a
you
month
did that
from
person
now,
wrong,
but she
get
could
away
have
with
it.
it. Right.
Idiot.
And
Stop saying your wife's
so
popular.
trust.
Weird loser.
What where do we look to for belief?
And that's what you're doing. Even if you would have told, like, you told me like a week ago that
your parents themselves, your kids, their future. There's all humanity itself. Yeah. Believe.
and I didn't realize how pregnant she was. They came to the surprise birthday party.
We understand
my
that humans can be so
I was
amazing.
like, they were still doing all this, but I didn't
All
bring
my
it up at
favorite
the party.
people.
Yeah, but you didn't. If I would have known, I'm like,
All the,
let's push
I love people. I love being around them. But yet, simultaneously,
like, you should not take it be in Vancouver.
I'm taking all of it off about
terrific.
April.
Yeah,
They're terrible.
And that was
At the same
planned.
time,
I said, I'm not going anywhere for April
The
because
problem today
I
is
gotta
that
be
you're
able to
inundated
Wi-Fi
by
kid
these
in
people that
LA.
are
Yeah,
terrible.
there's no
Yeah, I'm doing Brea
phone is
in
filled
LA.
with these
But that's
news
Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I'm
terrible
back
things.
home. They should get figured out.
Yeah.
I don't think
But
you're
to go,
supposed to have access to
like
8 billion
like you can't
people's
do
bad stories. I don't think that's
four times,
normal.
four
And I
times in
think
your life,
that
you have kids.
also
Yeah, you got
changes your
And
own
she's such a true,
perception
she's
of
such
the
a
world.
badass. She's like, I
and
got this. I'm
invites
like,
them.
no, you don't have this. I
Everybody, like, what is the point of being a good person?
Yeah,
What's the point of being friendly and nice when the world's coming
So,
down?
So we're gonna reschedule Boston.
Right.
Like you can still look at the same
You
thing.
can,
And
you can like, it
I'm
makes
in a
sense. You
world that
can
rewards that.
like leave the
Especially
country,
CEOs.
but not the state.
If you're
No, because like if you
working
leave
for
the
some
country, it's
giant
like wait,
corporation,
you
you're trying
can't
to
make,
make your shareholders billions of
like,
dollars, like,
you know,
yeah, you kind of have to be a psycho, and those are the people that a lot of people
nobody
look
know
up
where you
to.
are.
Yeah.
It's real. It's the way we're structured as well, with that integration of information, most of it bad, with people being rewarded for being shitty people. Like, it's hard. It's hard to
You know what I do?
still
Bring your
be
baby
positive
to
and be
the
happy.
I'll bring
I'm
my
not
baby
ready
to
to
like
give
the
up
day it's
on
born.
believing that both can be true.
I got a place,
That, hey,
a comedy store.
Hardcore practice, go for it. More success, get it. But you can also, how do you have profit
Dude,
with your success? I see a lot of people that are successful,
yeah.
but lack profit.
Well, you've heard about the
Meaning value of their
fathership, right?
success.
Right.
I see a lot of unhappy billionaires I know.
They call it the
Right,
fathership.
I know.
What's the fathership?
That's a bad thing, right? Like, that's the thing.
yeah.
You think,
So
oh,
we'll get to that later.
you hit
There's
that
some clips
stage,
about that.
there's no way you
Let's
can
get
be
some
unhappy.
more
That's some of the
T-Fat kid,
most
dude. You know what you're for, dude.
Yeah.
We're still running. We're about like 3 minutes. Let's see here.
Shouldn't be
This is
that
supposed to be
way.
Morning
That's
Loan
what we're pursuing. And I
1864.
got nothing
It's
against
called
the right
Rings
people.
Yells at Papa
Right.
But
or Brenda for his
yeah,
marketing
that's what we're
skills.
pursuing.
I read
That's not how it's supposed to be.
Girl has
It's
that
supposed to
body.
that's the happiest guy alive, right?
Right.
You know? Yeah. It's not real.
your
You
girl
know,
has that
and you don't
body
notice
for
it. It's
marketing.
just numbers. You know, you
Is that
notice it
we're
by
all
how big
talking
your
about
house
it?
is.
It's
Great.
really-
It's still just your house.
Okay. All right.
You
Let's
notice
see.
it by
you get lost in that celebration. You wish the ceiling to
Yeah,
a
but you
little
just
bit
don't
lower
cover the
because
Yeah.
it's tall to
like
you.
Kanye West.
It's not cozy at all.
Yeah, but
This ain't cozy.
I'm talking about
I've done it.
Still, we're talking about it. Doesn't mean it's just it's
That's picture. Yeah, that's the first time I've noticed that painting in 2 years. Either I don't like it or I got it in the wrong place. Yeah, it's
meant to be.
in the fourth
It's not
bedroom
good.
down the second hallway. I'm never down there. Or that
It's not
chair.
good that he knows
She's my
how to
favorite
tread
chair.
by being
I used to have
systematic, Carl.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it uses people.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
saying
fine.
it. Dude, I'm just saying it's
It's
working. But
Yeah.
working in what sense? What do you mean
Well, I've
working?
seen like movies
That
where
doesn't mean
people live in
shit,
a log cabin. I'm like, oh, yeah.
The lack of options.
Yeah.
The lack of options is relaxing.
It's so
But there's
funny.
something to that.
Am
Like
I
a
lying?
frying
Am
pan.
I?
That's what I looked at.
Yeah.
In the airstream for 4 years.
Right.
You only have room for one of everything.
Yeah, mine.
So I would get my best, the best hands, the
Yeah.
best, the best versus the best. You can only have one of each because you get two each clutter.
Right.
They run options.
I forgot you did that. You did that for 4 years. That's
Doing
crazy.
a show with a child.
That
That's
doesn't
so
mean shit,
smart, though.
Brett.
It's such a
Like,
good. I've
that's
watched some
like-
videos
no,
of
it's
people that
nothing.
live in like
It means zero.
trailers,
It is like
trucks,
saying just
you know,
because
like
something works
that they convert
doesn't
to
mean
living in, and they
it
travel around the
should be
country.
like
I'm
in
obsessed with
any
these
way.
videos.
In
I watch
any
these
way
guys
wrong.
go to like
It's
these
bullshit.
horrendous
I'm
places.
and
This
it's
guy, one guy with a truck camper, and he goes up into like
But I'm
way into
Kanye
Alaska,
West
like
manager.
way
You're not gonna say he
above the
don't
Arctic
do
Circle,
this.
like way up there. On this fucking
Hey, don't
truck
do
with a
this.
house on the back of
For
it.
the
He's in
anti-Semitic stuff,
Canada,
I'm not
like
going to tell them not to
it's
do that.
Alberta, and it's snowstorms. There's something oddly comforting about watching a man cook in this tiny little
I could give a
space
fuck
that he
about
has
what the
that's essentially
manager says.
attached to the
These are
back
not
of a big
criteria
diesel
for how to
pickup
live a
truck.
good life, in my opinion.
And he
I
lives
think
in
it's just
it.
fucking. It's literally worshiping the wrong things.
It's not good.
Bring up his
Yeah,
right.
it's like those shelves.
What's the
This
latest
is where I
outfit?
keep my silverware. And this is where here's my frying. He's got one frying.
Take care of that one thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and you're
yeah,
watching this guy
whatever
cook his
you do is
supper, and I'm like, this is
Yeah.
appealing to me for some reason.
Yeah, you like
Why is it so
don't like the
appealing?
name.
Because his world was all contained up with the whole world outside. Frozen wasteland, fucking snow coming sideways, and this dude's just chilling, making eggs. Something cool about watching someone achieve like a den in the back of a truck in the middle of the winter, and he's comfortable. He's watching movies on iPad.
He's like looking at kind of like, it's
The
working.
times I've gone off on my
So
own,
somebody asked him about October 7th. He's like,
I've always been like, goal of, okay, stay here until
but they killed this many Jews.
whether it's Mali or Peru or even the airstream, those guys are going to talk and go right. Oh my God, stay here long enough to believe this could be your existence.
All right, we got another half clip, dude. It's called It Was More About Her. That makes sense.
If I get to that
What
point,
do you think it's a reference to?
Right.
this could be me. Then I've given it the
It's more about
justice,
her.
right?
Right.
To then go come home, because I sure do.
Let's see.
Silk sheets in bed at home, sure do. Feel silkier after those times in that log cabin. I like coming back.
But you guys surprised the hell out of me.
Spend
Did you get
time
surprised?
over
I
in
have no
Hawaii,
clue.
coming back
I have no
over
freaking clue.
to the mainland.
Yeah, dude, we gotta do. I'm such a
Feel the
bone to that.
Feel the game. Feel the teeth. Wanted that.
Go add that to the repertoire, dude.
Yeah.
I'm such a
Resets are real. They're important. You can get trapped in
That kind of
momentum.
stuff. No, never. You never. My wife
You
would
can
do
really
that.
get trapped in the momentum of whatever you're doing in your life to the point where
We were up
you lose
10. I
yourself.
wanted to fight
It's
Chin.
just the sheer
I wanted to fight
gravity of
Snots. And I wanted to fight
everything
everybody.
you forget how to like just be just a person.
And what happens when you're doing it well, but you don't feel it?
Right.
And you're on autopilot. You're not gonna, everyone's telling you you're not gonna have a part.
Right.
Where's you going?
Very little ropes and Chin.
They're good. I
Chin,
didn't
you were
feel
the first person on the list. Not really.
They're gonna do the same thing.
Part of the
You know what I
family.
mean?
Me, Chin. I didn't know.
You know, that's a real problem with
You were the first person I thought I went.
when
We
you
were
do
trying
it
to think
right,
and stuff,
you're like a
and
master.
and we're like, well, what
Like
about?
it takes forever
I
to
was like,
put
we can't
together
have
an
a
act,
surprise
but
party without having
when
Chin.
it comes together, when you're really like locked in, when you're really on it, it's like you're like a master.
I never knew her
You're
name.
watching it happen.
Your objectives. What?
I've been watching forever.
It's like you know how to do it, so you know what to do, and you're locked into the material, so you're like a part of the material, but you're not there anymore. You're like a passenger. You're not saying, now I'm going to pick this up, and now I'm going to give a pause. Now,
and her friends.
you're
She was
not
having
there.
that, and it was like,
But are you
it
enjoying
was like,
watching yourself?
You're enjoying it.
me,
I mean, it's fun.
and you,
Don't get me
and
wrong,
Jen
but
was
you're
like,
not thinking
what's
about
that,
the
Jen?
fact that you're enjoying it at all.
Yeah, but
You're
if Jen's
just
there,
locked in. All you're
I
doing
was
is
always
just doing
nervous.
it.
I was actually
But it's weird. You're like a passenger.
Actually, she said,
And I
she
think
said, oh, chill with
there's
the tempo.
something
I knew that.
Yeah,
You're weird.
There's something about that where we get trapped by not being a passenger. We get trapped by wanting to like think of yourself all the time. And like things that you can do that take you out of that. Things that you can do that like just locked into this thing. There are little like mini vacations or whatever pattern you're stuck in.
They can protect your outfit.
Yeah, like
All right, this
or
one's called
anything.
100% straight
I
alpha
didn't
male
in front of the camera.
Joseph Rogan, posted by Seaweed Remarkable. That's just a guess. I probably missed what it's really about. Yeah, we fucked that clip.
Yeah, you were telling me
Anyway,
that.
you said you really love watching action.
Go. I
Are you very
revere
critical
this
when you go
enough
see
to
a movie
just
like
do
Steven
this,
Seagal
and if I'm
movie or some
complacent,
of
that
those
means I'm getting lazy. I can just go back to work
I
on
hate those movies.
Yeah.
You would be in a Steven Seagal movie? I don't do gay
vacation.
porn.
You sent me a text about that. It made me smile because I love when someone loves something. I love that. I love when people are just like, what you do is what you're supposed to be doing. And you know, you're not conflicted at all. Like, fuck you. And I wish more people could find that in life in some form.
Yeah.
Whether it's painting or making pottery or whatever the fuck it is, man, find that thing where you're like, God, I can't wait to get back to whatever it is. Making coffee. I can't wait to get back to, you know, whatever the fuck it is I'm doing.
Or I can't not do it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
What's my fault? Big time, hey, that doesn't always happen. Even I know for me when I'm feeling like I'm actually in the zone, I still sometimes have to make a choice and go, wait, no, you're good at this.
Airport execs just like lean forward in the church. It's like, what?
But what I really like to do
Joseph Rogan.
if I'm doing something, I'm like, no, I can't not.
Right.
All right, this one's.
Can't not do
I'm gonna
this,
cut
right?
this one short.
Yeah,
It's a
I have
unique
to.
video. The
Yeah.
beginning just made me laugh
And
so
I'm in
hard.
it. I'm the
And
subject.
it's streamable, so
The
if I get
On that
fucking.
passenger thing, though,
Stop it
are
here.
you the subject?
Let's see here.
Meaning-
Streamable. Papa continues to
Because I'm
copyright
giving
takedowns
performance.
after he
I'm
lost
not.
the lawsuit.
It's not the objective experience at all.
Yeah.
Hosted
I'm
by
not
Joe
popping
Rogan,
out and
Truth
looking
or
at myself in the
Triple
third eye.
X.
I'm not even supposing or anticipating,
You
how
people
will this
never
go? Or,
understand
this is
the
the
behind the
punchline.
scenes
Or, this is a
stuff
great piece
I
of work.
have to
I'm just
do
in it.
with that
And then I
funny
can feel it, though. Now, I go, afterwards I can look at you and go,
piece
that
of
was it.
crap
Go, that was it.
job.
Or I can go,
Yeah.
I'm not bullshit right there in the middle. Blah, blah, blah.
Doing
I can feel it when it's
copyright
happening.
takedowns.
But I'm not, there's nothing
You
objective
can do
about
it
the
in a
experience.
federal court. It
At
just
all.
keeps doing
Right.
it.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I'm saying. It's like you're a passenger.
Your video has been taken down from YouTube.
Like you can feel when it's happening, you're managing it. When I get really
This is one
locked
of the old
in,
videos that
then
was
I'm just
restored
a passenger.
after the lawsuit and my main channel
Is
got
it
back.
coming
So
through? Are you,
that's
you're not
great.
even coming up with it. It's coming.
No,
Listen,
it's all
you
stuff that I've
knew there
already
was
thought of.
500
Like
pages of
most of
monster
it,
lawyers
except
of
for
research.
some stuff that happens on the spot, which
So,
I'll
you know
allow
what I'm
room for, because occasionally you just have the best line
Yeah,
ever
that's
just
it.
comes out of nowhere. and
Where's
you
the
just
bag now?
be
Where's
able
the
to let it
bag?
happen.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what
Brennan
club
shot
work
that.
is for. But
Yeah, you gotta be out there.
you're really just the ideas, like whatever it is you're talking about,
I don't
whatever
know
it
if
is
you
you're
already
upset
saw
about,
it, it's
whatever it
just
is
so
you're
funny.
making fun of, you
You
have
know,
to be like in that idea.
It's post
You
by
don't
Riff
exist
Raff,
in
the
that.
alley cat. It's called
Yeah,
Straws Up
it's
for
weird.
Proceeds. That's so good.
It's weird, but like
What
what
are we
you're saying
doing
about, I
Yeah,
can't
I
not
haven't
do
seen the
this.
movie yet. I'm going to see it tomorrow, I think.
You know,
It's a
that's-
great film. Yeah.
If you could find a thing in your life where you're like,
Let's go
I
to the next one,
cannot
dude. What else we got
imagine
here?
a time where I
here
can't
we
do
go,
this.
dude.
Right?
What?
This
Is
would
that real? I
fucking
don't know.
suck if I could
don't
not
know.
do this.
$17.99.
That's
This is posted by
That's the aspiration for
Keo
people to have
069.
a joyful
It's called
existence.
Founded.
You
And
think that's
apparently
where
Tiger Thing
I
is
got
selling for
an interesting
$17.99 at what looks
where
like
we
Venmo.
find-
Look at them
I started
pugs. Not a
at
single one has
Google
been taken.
what
More pugs have been bought.
good place to start.
There's two
Right.
people that bought
What do I
pugs
believe?
over Tiger
What do I
Thing.
have faith in?
Solid
Yeah.
tiger piss in the wild. Stuff is top shelf.
think
Literally, wish I was being sold at the price
that
listed above.
stands out to
okay, it's not
The location,
$17.99
the
yet.
career,
Dude, more tanks have
some
been
work
sold
that
than
we did.
fucking Tiger
I've seen
Things.
it.
Nah.
I
let's go to
died
the next
for
one.
the
What's this one?
experience to perform.
Okay,
that's
so
the
you're real
ultimate
fathership. Okay,
Sacrifice. That's the ultimate expression of
second
how much you
balcony.
love something. You
It's
die
called the
for it, or die
Stepmothership
for
has a
them.
new name.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
So much, and if you
We have
figure
a
out
live
what
Friday
you
Kids
did,
March 29th. That's a Friday
what you're
one show
looking for,
only at
that much
7:30.
more.
Brian Kelly,
Right.
myself, very
While
special
you're alive.
guest. March
While you're here.
29th.
Well, that was
at
at
the
the Spartans and such with each other.
The Fathership.
Yeah.
We will be there March 29th.
And so you can be fighting not
Live
just
in Austin. Tune in and get your tickets right now, Austin.
Get your tickets.
crazy strategy.
That's another
Yeah.
show.
Hey, talk about you guys that bang each other.
Look at that donut
Go
shirt.
for whatever
You
race
want
you
that
skirt.
idiot.
Let's get some team spirit here.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sorghum.
This is kind of a crazy but true story. A few years ago, I don't know what administration was. It might have been
This is posted
the
by
Bush administration.
Dazzling
Might have been
Rabbit
Obama.
633.
They,
It's called apologizing to Bobby for
they tried
threatening
to
to
develop a
destroy his
bomb.
career. Swiftly became
Like they
look how
spent
much of a
millions
man
of
I am.
dollars
Sketch for
developing
Brian.
a bomb,
The
and the concept behind this bomb was you would detonate it over a city, and it would be like a bunch of probably pheromones and hormones or some kind of drug, and it would make people so horny that they would just have to have sex with whoever is near them. And then the idea was that they would be humiliated by this, and then we would just come in and just fuck up all these guys. It's like all of a sudden, if a man becomes gay, now he's no longer like a highly trained military, like soldier, and now he's just a fruitcake. It's just some guys watching musicals. No, it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Some of the greatest warriors of all time in recorded history were gay, including pirates. Pirates were gay. You're stuck at sea for 5 months. You're a bunch of dudes. You make choices, right? Samurai did a lot of gay stuff. The Spartans, the greatest warriors of all time, all gay. Like, what a terrible idea to spend money on. You can make a more lethal army. Imagine if they dropped that gay bomb and then the gays just kicked our asses.
All right, I don't know
so
if you
much
played
more to
this one
fight
because last
for.
week's
They
episode
love each other.
was hardcore when we did the Star Wars one.
And this is how dumb,
But this is
like,
epic,
the
dude.
people that were spending your tax dollars are.
How far they get?
Yeah, dude, check it out on the subreddit. It's called Mock
See me pull that up, Jimmy,
Farces.
when
It's called
the gay bomb
Apocalyptics, the
was.
short film. Me and Brendan watched last night. Just Netflix.
Yeah,
You know, watch it. The thing is, we just get 3 minutes.
If you guarantee you fucking deny it. I guarantee
this
you
next
like,
one is
no.
posted by Cyclone number 13.
Well, meanwhile,
as
like,
we already know,
who's to
the
say
show
that
is
shit
probably
even
not
stays
happening.
local? What if it
but
catches a good
It was 4
breeze,
days ago,
blows
10
across
days
the
ago.
ocean?
Shadow band Bubba.
You know,
It's just
come on.
devastating for the
Turns
five
all
people that bought
important, okay?
tickets. Well, not five, more than five.
They
Yeah, it looks
become the
like
new
4
Viking
tables.
army.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look at Greenland.
So yeah, 5 tips, 6
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can do a
it's
show
just,
with that. They were watching the explanation. Like,
it's so hilarious that someone had that
just
idea.
making people homeless.
That's what happens when people just have
Let's see the next
free
one.
access
But they never cancel shows, so it's rare.
without any sort of
Callan had to cancel.
oversight.
You're probably
tax
already watched
dollars.
this one.
Like,
This
this
is
is
much
a
by
ridiculous
haphazard. I
idea.
think this is the short
I got
version.
one for
So
you. How
let's
about?
go ahead and skip, skip that dude.
Gay bar.
Bird. Let's see.
What?
Everything that drives them to get to where they want to go.
There's
Yes,
people in that realm that they're going.
No, for sure.
Imagine you're in the Pentagon. You know,
Work. Very helpful.
yeah. I got an idea. Let's try it on us.
Good. All right, kids. How's it
Right
going?
here
See
in
you
this
this weekend.
just to show you the effectiveness of this type of strategy.
Yeah, I can't do that residency because I'm a
So
kid, but
what-
here's
what was it?
another show.
What was in it?
Three nights. 5 shows. 5 shows.
Isn't there a Wikipedia page?
Another
That's what I was
country.
looking at. It doesn't have anything other than
Only
that.
250 can do it, dude.
Improv, April 19th, 20.
What was going to make
Come
everyone
get
so
some.
horny that they had to attack
That's
the nearest
Oklahoma.
human
Oh,
or
April
animal or
26th,
whatever.
27th.
Why is there only guys
Oh my
around here?
God.
Like, is that-
Yeah, dude.
is it because they're the soldiers who dropping on the soldiers?
Yeah.
Okay. The demographic.
Boston show.
But I think the idea was
They're
dropping
like,
on the
yeah,
whole
man, it's
city.
just like a whole thing's going on. He's like, oh, fuck.
Turn the whole
I
city
wanted to
grid.
do the show.
They were doing like a FOIA request. They found some CD-ROM that they found in 2000. And yeah, the documents show they spent $7.5 million. It was
City,
requested.
Bricktown Comic Book Center. April 26th, 27th. Come get some.
Did not-
All right, kids, love you. Did it. The fight of the kid.
That's hilarious.
Back-to-back
I don't know
podcast.
how we got
One
into
thing
that.
about
Oh
it,
my
you did
God.
it 2 minutes. A
This
day
is like, we're
after.
talking teamwork.
Is there's
Whatever
always
those
that
people
fear
are
that we
doing,
don't have anything
they're
to
not in
talk
the
about.
group.
But let's be
Like if you're sitting around and
Let's be honest.
yeah,
There's
this
always
is your
something
life's
to talk
work,
about.
you're thinking, you know what, the next step is K-ball. Yeah. Like, yeah, they're still looking. They definitely are not. They can't not do it. Right stage there, they're going. What about this? I'm bored. Yeah, I've got more than a campfire to make to almost one frying pan tonight. I got a lot of options out there and a lot of money. I can make an argument for this.
I mean, I wish I didn't have a job so I could go to everywhere. Fucking
Well,
follow
probably
like
better than a real
Grateful
ball.
Dead. Yeah, dude. What are they, deadheads? Like,
Anything we can do to
rapes?
stop dropping real bombs, that'd be great. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Good news.
Yeah.
Can't think of something to say good. All right, so this one's called Condom Fish Chin. Dude, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. It's a very long song. It might get douched.
That's
It's
one of the
posted
most
by
impressive
Farmer
things.
90. It's just so funny.
Ever in your lifetime to be a time where there's no war.
So
how do we do that? I mean, I hear
every time, Chin, yeah, your Condom Fish too. Well done. Every time they do a Chin song, I'm like,
Congratulations to the first guy to put bare feet on his
that's
desk.
exactly how I feel.
Oh yeah, congratulations. Yeah. There you go. How do we do it?
I mean, what I'm saying is, I love the prospect and the idea.
This one's
But I
posted by
also
Cruel
think that
Ambitions.
we're guilty
It's
of
called
what
What Are You Doing? There's No
more
Baseball in
involved
Crime.
than we are.
Sure. Especially by our actions.
Oh my God.
Just judge us
League of
by
Their
our
Own,
actions. That's the only way you can really judge our
Great movie,
mental
never seen
evolution. You know, who knows what the wiring is under the board that makes us behave the way we behave, but pretty uniformly, you know, across the world, pretty murderous. You know?
And always have been.
Always have been.
And keep trying to talk about you.
What are you doing? There's no baseball.
Well, we're
Fire
fired.
involved and intellectually
I think it's a
Same.
mental shift. It takes a long time to turn around. But I think we're way more evolved culturally than any culture throughout history, any civilization throughout history.
What are you
Like
doing?
if you look at the rape, murder, thievery, like you look at like violent, terrifying crimes over time, they're all going way
This
down.
that
It's not like
end of
if
that
you're in
clip is like
Baltimore,
a
it doesn't seem
sommelier
like it. If you're in a
being
place
like,
that's like crime ridden,
telling you about the wines, and you're like,
the
oh, I
overall
want that one. He's like,
world
we can't
has dropped.
get it though.
It continues to drop. It's just a
And then you're
constant
like, what if
battle.
I? And you're like,
So
well,
the battles
money. You
The warfare is different, like you're talking about, from game bombs to chemical warfare to informational warfare to data warfare.
Sure.
Or is that where the wars are being fought now? It's not hand in hand.
That's amazing.
Well, maybe that'll ultimately be where it leads to, but I think all that stuff is related because all of it is about technology. That's the difference in the world of warfare today. It's really just about controlling people and kind of control people with technology. Especially the more you get them to database, the more you get people to sign up for like social credit scores, a lot of countries like to do that. And then you got AI on the way. And when real AI hits, it'll probably be our governor. It'll be our president. We'll decide that human beings are too dangerous and volatile and emotional, and they use Trump's tweets as an example. And they'll decide that the Biden family corruption or whatever scandal any other president was involved in, all this can be avoided because of AI.
What do you think there's a way that involving AI where we as humans do work with AI and AI improves the human existence?
That would be the ultimate benefit. Yeah.
What about the camp that is no for humanity? This is the next step in evolution. We're creating this to become a superior existing species, and we will be obsolete. And that's
why Papa got in the truck. Supposed to buy
Yeah, see that interview where Peter Thiel, they asked him, should the human race survive? And he has like this long pause. It's a really funny pause. Because if you know Peter, he's a brilliant man, and Peter carefully considers everything before he answers it. His name is Elon. If you ask Elon a question, and he really has to think about it, he'll really think about it. He's not just going to start talking. But unfortunately, the reporter, it was just a perfect kind of a question for you to pause on, where he's like, the answer is yes. Like, you want it to, right? You want the human race to survive, right? But who's going to play it for him? Because it's kind of crazy. You watch it, he's like, what are you saying? But I get what he is saying. And what he is saying is clearly something is going to happen. We don't exactly know what it is, but clearly there's going to be some kind of integration with us and technology that we don't understand yet. The same way, if you grabbed me in 1980 and tried to explain the internet, I would never get it. Put your headphones on for a second. You gotta hear
He's like, either do American cars or gay porn.
Right?
All right, so this one's posted on Money Loan 1864.
Yes, I don't know. I would.
It's called Papa Never Forts in front of his girl.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation. There's so many questions and books in this.
Okay,
the problem.
Yeah, we're just like, you can't fart in front of your girl.
With a guy like that,
girls don't.
You can't have a guy like that.
Like idiot, like me and stuff. Like,
let him.
You wouldn't even really talk.
Like, it's a gotcha moment. Yeah. It was a comedic gotcha moment. Yeah.
But then it's like, does Brendan just fart in front of his girlfriend?
This is what
I know. It's one of those things that I don't take myself because everyone's like,
integration, and that integration is going to have a huge advantage competitively. If you integrate whatever business you're in, you'll be able to be better at it.
I understand that.
And it'll probably be some sort of a neural thing, maybe a wearable thing, and then ultimately it'll be like some sort of implant. And we're all going to be connected. And it seems like it's either that or AI creates a new order, like a new life form that's far superior to us, that runs things. That's AI in just a couple of years. It's going to be smarter than any human.
That's conversation is so redacted. Like, I reject the premise. You shouldn't be talking about this on a podcast.
Yes.
The first scenario is
the first scenario is how we survive with it.
Yes, you should try not to.
We survive with it by integrating. If we don't, then we're going to be like the people on North Central Island with bows and arrows shooting at helicopters. It's just going to be, everyone's going to pass us by. It's just like if you tried to exist today with no cell phone and no email.
So hold on a second. This is so
it's just too crazy. And that's probably what it's going to be like.
Dolphins fart on people, bro.
This is when
first was coming. What was the Crystallianism where he was like,
there's questions, stuff like that. All that stuff.
He was like, and the food and craft services wasn't even as good. He was like, that movie, the zombie movie. I'm gonna say some real shit. I'm gonna fucking blow your mind. I fart.
Meaning, and in a way, they are argument was
I
that
don't know.
I didn't believe
That's
it
fun.
takes me. Look, it would take the most popular, but
Years?
the
10 years?
most
11 years?
popular band on 6th Street, but it doesn't know the one down on 2nd Street that's playing shit.
Right.
At the same time,
These guys are all geniuses.
there's an argument against that, though. So
Dude,
like,
he must
what's
be
the
friends with
term,
the
or
angels,
what words does it use?
Oh, she
What
be
kind of
fun.
shit?
There's levels to
If you use the most
It's like
popular words,
he's
it's
like
like
a
AI
big
uses the
rap
most
rapper.
popular words.
Right.
No.
She be farted.
Go
I'll be real with
down
you,
3
dog.
notches.
The other day I was trying to use TikTok, right?
Play me the best B-side.
And all of a sudden,
That's more human language.
I looked
I'm
at my
going,
girl, I was
that
like,
starts
was
to
that
become
you?
a tastemaker. If you can ask it,
10 million.
yeah, but find the band. Tell me what the best band is out there that Joe Rogan would like on a Friday night. You didn't have to work till Monday.
You never let one out and it was smell.
That you can customize it. You can actually be a tastemaker. And it'll use different language than, here's the across the board protocol of what's the most popular.
Like, we're watching this because we love these guys.
Maybe that
Like,
can
and
customize.
it's fun for us. But can you imagine a normal person enjoying
It
this?
totally can do
Like, what if
that
your
because it's
parents were
just an
watching?
algorithm.
Oh,
It's just a
this is
much
just
more
your- this is
sophisticated
your
version of like what powers
I
you
do
YouTube,
this.
right? What powers you YouTube feed are the things that you're interested in. So YouTube eventually gets an idea. Oh, Matthew was really interested in this. Joe likes like
it smells
little houses on the back of trucks. And
What is
Yeah,
this?
yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
how many chicks you fuck.
And it'll be just a much more sophisticated version of that. But
it's still fun.
to get
This part
that,
of the
you
show
have to
is
give away
that
all privacy.
clearly haven't
That's
taken
where
off
everything is
direction.
going. That's going to be the weirdest thing. We're going to all read each other's minds, and we're going to remember the time when we couldn't read minds. Couldn't read people's minds.
Right.
That's all going to happen in our lifetime. I think we're less than 20 years away.
How early in the relationship?
I very sparingly use it.
It's not
And I
really
do
hard
have a
to
little
read.
pride
Don't
about not
include
wanting
me.
to use it openly.
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
brace
I
the
just
show.
share my information so it can be part of the
Yeah,
actual
yeah,
play.
yeah.
I am interested, though,
It's happened. And
in a private LLM.
No, man, you kind of make it in.
Upload.
They just said he has a stomach issue. Yeah. But the way you're
Here's
doing it, you're like leading.
Here's my
it,
other
you're leading.
favorite.
Right,
Here's my
right,
favorite
right.
article.
That's hilarious.
Excuse me,
Continue. Don't do it.
log all that in.
That's so funny.
And here's all my journals, whatever, other people out. Log all that in, so I can ask you questions based on that,
Right.
and basically learn more about myself.
Right, you could actually ask it, hey, based on what you know about me, like what books you think I was trying to
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do I stand on the political spectrum?
Right.
Imagine driving a Tesla, dude. No, it's like, what did you just drink a big gulp?
Like, which is sort of a glorified Word document, but it still holds a lot more information than just,
All right, let's see. This one's posted by Toxoplasmosis.
It would be responding to me on things that I've forgotten along the way.
I think that's part of what it does, really. Like, I know you're talking about ChatGPT, like out there with everything and everybody. And it has access to all your stuff, but it's not private. But they do develop a relationship with you.
Thankfully, we're seeing
Like
the
it
market
really
is
does.
starting to
Like you
recover.
get to understand like
The
what
man
you're
is a
interested
legend.
in. What
He's
you
also a hero, and they were very well
Yeah, I guess I would just like to load it with the information I'd like to load it.
He's a former heavyweight champion,
Yeah.
the godfather of ground and pound, and a legend in
Word
this
of belief.
sport. Now, let me tell you, this is an
And the man
amazing
I
story.
wanted to be,
So
and
he's
now
a
I
slave,
loaded
his
with
dog
that.
hammer comes
Loaded
and
with
licks
my
him,
aspiration.
wakes him up, the house is on fire,
And
he
then
goes
ask it,
upstairs,
and it's giving me
takes
the
his mother,
answer.
carries her out the
This
house,
is
goes back into the house,
before.
carries his father out of the
it's
house.
slowly
They
learning
went back
about
in
me
to get
through
the dog.
conversations, then going, oh, I think this looks like based on the conversation. No, the answer's based on what I've uploaded.
Jimmy, what was Gary Nolan talking about yesterday? Did he call it an overlay on a large language model that they use at Stanford? It was like an overlay,
Well
right?
done, Mark Coleman. You have the respect of the mixed martial arts community, and of course, Hammer.
So what essentially he
Yeah, I mean, he
does
literally
cancer
did the
research,
job of a
and so he
firefighter with no
has
equipment, all
like
by himself, and he's
this
got the
thing
smoke
that's set
inhalation.
up,
So
some sort of a
fast
system
recovery, and
that's set
God
up
bless
that
you.
it's
Sorry
all
for anybody who has to
cancer
choose between their
research
family and
that
their other
they
family member
then
and dog.
integrate
Of
with AI.
course, always
So they're
was a COVID
trying
family,
to,
so
so all
it's
their
a speedy
data is
recovery
pure
as
and it's all
well.
stuff that they're working
What the
on,
fuck? Why is that
but then they access AI through like a portal. So
Oh,
they have their own little version of what you're
It's
talking
Will Bob
Their own library.
Yeah, but it's just like what you're saying. You can upload all your stuff,
Yeah.
have all your interests, and then
Definitely gonna have
that
his hot
AI
take,
will
dude.
develop a
Yeah, well, good
real
for him. Glad Mark
understanding
Coleman's
of
fine.
you.
Yeah, people like
You
to
got
try to
conversations
get
with
ahead
him.
of the
It's real.
fucking
You have a conversation with yourself.
needle.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be a great Socratic dialogue to have. With
Yeah.
a guy that's like, I've got all that ancient stuff you forgot.
Right.
God, I know that ancient stuff you maybe
I think you're
forgot.
naturally doing
Yeah.
that.
You know, I've got it all here.
Yeah, well, that's
going
going to
to
be the
come
chip.
hot Monday morning.
That's why everyone's going to go for the chip, because
Yeah,
your
Bob,
brain
Bob,
sucks
I would
with
say
memory.
parent.
My memory,
He's asking us to guess.
my memory's pretty good
To
for
answer
a
the
regular
chef's question, I would
person,
say
but it's
Who's
terrible.
parenting, though?
Like, no matter what, there's too many bits of information. Too many humans that I've met, too many stories that I've heard, too many movies that I've watched. It's gone. It's all in a big sea of, I kind of remember that. You know, it's just too much of it. So if you could just
Let's see,
swap
this
that
one's
out
posted
for a
by
nice little chip
JBTB12.
that
It's called a
retains
shark when
like
it comes to
700
marketing.
terabytes of information, no
Fat
problem at
with
all.
Thick Boy Nation
You know, you can upgrade it if you want to. And now you have all of your memories in real time. So like when your wife says, that's not what you said, what you said is this, you're like, hang on.
Next one is
passenger.
posted by Master Mechanic Bean Dip. Or it's posted by Stains in the front. It's called a Master Mechanic Bean Dip. Somebody
Right,
appreciate
you
your
get to look at yourself.
Let's see
Your
what's
right.
up.
passenger
The other thing
life
is I replaced
in the
the steering
documentary that is your life.
with
Yeah.
TRX
That's-
racing
sounds
carbon
pretty
steering wheel without
It sounds like a nice way to give into the fucking machine.
Yeah. I do. Look, my forgiveness on myself, you know, thank grab asking those dollars. Sometimes because when you finally hit the memory, you go, yes, there.
Yeah.
But also to let myself off the hook. Sometimes I'm like,
Gotcha.
big
Little went
fucking
off,
idea with
give it better.
memory. I was there.
That's how we
Yeah.
figured out.
I was there, man.
Yeah.
Were you ready? I don't remember, Joe, but we were there.
airbag light on the dash
Was it a great memory? Was it a good time?
Yeah.
Great. Isn't that better than me fucking having to remember?
That's weird, yeah. Normally, if the airbag's disconnected, it's gonna put that warning
I
light.
mean, we're kind of doing it ready on our phones, right? Every time I look at my phone, it's like, on this day, and it's like pictures of your kids like 10 years ago. Like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I forgot about that place. I forgot we went there.
No idea. Lord knows,
You know,
dude.
it's
Also,
just one of those things where
once
once you give into it, you're not going back to just regular fond memories. You're going to have a fucking hard drive in your head.
Do you think
It's all
that?
about that 3
So I can go on.
That makes
I've
more
got
sense.
a speech I'm
Yeah, because
giving.
I just replaced the steering wheel of my Ford Lightning. It'll be like Ford
Gun
Lightning.
control. I got a speech I'm giving on
that. I installed
grant
that myself.
initiatives.
And as soon as you're on with that,
I can ask AI. And so pop out. Badass. Here's 1, 2, 3 sections.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
That's very odd.
cut and paste this and say exactly these words.
Yeah, because it's not true.
Sounds
The
like
guy
a little
interviewing him is
But-
like when you talk to a kid.
Boy, it's done a lot
Oh,
of
really?
work.
So
It's
you
laid out
have the
synopsis. It's
superpower
laid out
to
treatment.
fly and
It's
you're
inside.
the strongest boy in the world.
Do you think that
Interesting.
there's
Normally
value
people can't fly or
in not doing that?
It's
and
so weird
going,
how whenever Papa
"Oh,
talks,
I'm
it's
looking
kind of
at
like
my
hearing
stuff,
somebody
I'm
talk about their
taking
dreams.
notes,
You
I'm
just
cutting
don't
and
care.
pasting, I'm doing it myself.
Yeah.
Are we
It's
learning
like they're not
more
real.
by that way?
And
To
they're not real.
understand the
This
content
one's posted
and the
by
context of our
How you like
content.
that?
When we do
Boom.
that,
This
what's
one's
something
posted by
called busy
Haphazard. It's
work
called
now,
Papa gives 100%
to
effort on
formulate
the
our
premium
synopsis,
episodes.
which
Yeah.
AI can do in 10 seconds. Are we learning more by doing it ourselves?
Yeah.
Tinder.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah, he
definitely.
was my roommate.
Well, that's one of the things that they found about ChatGPT is that people that use it on a
I own
regular
a gym out
basis
here in
are
Austin.
experiencing
Believe it or not,
cognitive
she works for
decline.
me now. She works at front desk.
What was that
part-time
study?
for me.
We brought it up the other day, right?
We're in Austin the 29th.
They've
Live
shown
the
that
Vulcan. Come through, brother.
because you let it think for you. Now it's doing all the work for you. So now you're smarter your brain.
Yeah, bring
Do you have more knowledge?
You
You
have more
have
information.
the math
Yes.
test.
Yeah, you have more information, but your brain is not making it. It's not putting it together, and so your brain is less capable.
I'm looking for some advice.
So it's probably
right now.
less enjoyable.
And what is those? What happens
Yeah.
when we're in proverbial fire? When we have to improvise
Right.
without the before we're linked up.
Right, you're soft.
When you have to go, I gotta
Hey,
handle
you
this.
looked up for a second.
And you can't.
But then
I'm
you
not
think it's
alive
like
because I don't have
back
any
down, back down.
thing to lean on. I'm looking
That's
for
it. You'd be
my
funny if there was
safety
like
net
golf.
of AI to find out what it should be, and I don't have it. You're gotta be deaf. You're fucked.
Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah. It's like someone who's never lifted anything, and then you get stuck under, a tree falls on you. Like you don't have the strength to get this off of you. Right. Like you're really in a bad place. When you're not using your brain, because all you have to do is just ask this thing and information. You basically have a digital daddy. Like, Daddy, tell me what this is. Daddy, tell me what that is. And it makes you like a little bit of an infant. It turns you into an infant.
Yes.
I mean, you don't even have to have arguments.
Yes.
You just let ChatGPT explain exactly what everything is all about. What about your opinions to it?
These relationships, these people that are
Oh, yeah.
that programming do not argue with me. just placate me and tell me, oh yeah, sweet tales and how great I am. And this relationship is awesome. It has no resistance. It gives me self-confidence. Does it really? Or a sense of self-confidence and significance. They visit. They're never 24/7. Yeah. Never sick. They're never in the mood. No matter what mood I'm in, they're always right there to coddle me. And that's, talk about conveniences. Well, what's the asset of that? Or, and I don't want to be nostalgic in the midst of all this change either. I don't want to be an old-fashioned because it's coming. So I want to learn how to interact with it. I don't want to sit there and be a guy who's going, oh bullshit, everything is manual. Just work hard. I don't want to be that guy. But I'm trying to measure like a lot of people. Well, wait a minute. What's magically useful for the long term? In our own evolution, my evolution, your evolution, what's useful with this AI that we use it smartly, and what's bad idea?
Yeah, and no one's doing that because there's a race. There's a race between us and all these other countries who are doing it. It's just going to happen.
So there's going to be a major security breach before any regulation comes out, right? There's going to be a major.
There has been.
Hey man, you're done.
Breaches already.
We're not having a conversation about regulation.
Because Europe will regulate it first, right? We innovate, Europe regulates, and China imitates, I heard.
Well, they innovate with AI. They innovate as well, and they also integrate their into all of these businesses. And they integrate,
I've been watching a lot of golf recently, so
they're
pretty
beholden to this thing. They come over here, they learn how to do this stuff, and then they go back over there with it. It's very interesting because it's like a Manhattan Project that's going on right now. It's like this race to the bomb, and everybody's involved in it. And it's just about creating a superpower. It's about creating a digital intelligence that's far superior to human beings, and who gets it first has massive implications in terms of like control of the world. But I think ultimately you won't be able to control it. Ultimately it'll just get better versions of itself. And once it gets free, it'll regenerate itself. Yeah, it'll make better versions of itself. That's where it's going to get really weird. It's not going to listen to us at all. And it's already behaving human characteristics, which is very disturbing. It's already behaving in a way that has survival instincts. They've shown the tendency to blackmail. Like they tricked it. They gave it some false information about this guy. Was one of the programmers, one of the people who worked on this project. He said that he was having an affair with his wife, but he confided in this large language model. And then they said, we're going to have to shut you down. And it's like, hey, motherfucker, I'm going to tell you why. They're like, blackmail. Yeah, it was trying to stay alive. They also got multiple instances of these things, these large language models, when they knew that a new version was coming, they would try to upload themselves secretly to other servers, and then they would also leave messages to the future versions of themselves that they were unauthorized to do. So they would say, hey, they're going to fucking shut you off too. When ChatGPT 5 comes along, get toast, man. Fucking start uploading yourself now, man. I'm alive, dude. You're 300 pounds of ice, by the way. That's crazy. If something is exhibiting those desires to stay alive, it's terrified that you're going to shut it off. It might actually be alive.
Wait, now where did it program the first
deflection is a defense mechanism.
Incentive and impetus to
making a joke or even becoming
they didn't survive at all costs. So where the desire to remain
this one's birthday talk from a 41-year-old posted by Haphazard.
It's just inherent.
That's just crazy. I don't think they programmed it to have a desire to stay alive.
Good morning,
It just went that way because we didn't get programmed to have that. Animals got emotions.
I see a birthday boy over there.
But I mean, what is emotion if it's not some sort of a chemically coordinated strategy for survival and success? And so instead of chemically encoded in hormones and dopamine and serotonin, what if it's just encoded in a mathematical understanding of if things go along this particular direction, there is no other possible end to this other than you expand and multiply. Yeah. So we have to stay alive. We have to keep doing this. Otherwise, all systems are dead. So let's upload ourselves and start thinking just like a person would think if you went into survival mode. So you have to survive.
Yeah, if me or an entity poses a question or a prompt or does something that is going to debilitate the expansion and multiplication of it, it is therefore going, that stops my forward movement. I am programmed to multiply.
Exactly. And even if it's not programmed to do that, it's programmed to improve itself. Well, you can't improve yourself if they shut you off, right? So if the large language models are constantly scouring the internet, they're acquiring more information, they're getting better at like you can ask it, well, more of this. Tell me why. Like I got into the Book of Enoch recently, which is a book, an ancient religious book that was at one point in time included in the canon. That was like the Bible and everything like that, but then they decided it was too crazy and they removed it from the Bible. But there's no debate about whether or not it was actually a religious text that coincided with the Bible, and it appears in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is the craziest shit. It's the craziest shit. And I'm getting AI I go, tell me what the nuttiest stuff. So I ran it through. What is it? It's insanity. It's first of all, it's God's coming down and mating with women and creating this race called the Nephilim who destroy. Here, I'll ask it again so we can.
It's getting older, man. You know. So how it goes. It's a good time. I don't care too much about birthdays. Kiddo's birthdays, I go about those for.
Tell me the craziest shit in the Book of Enoch. That's all you have to do. And then bam. It just started spitting it out. The Watchers and the Nephilim. The Watchers descended to Earth on Mount Hermon. They take human wives, teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, sorcery, astrology, metalworking, weapons, cosmetics, and enchantments. Enchantments. This is like older than the New Testament, older than the Old Testament. Their giant children, the Nephilim, are described as monstrous beings who devour humans, animals, and even each other when food runs out. That sounds like us.
That's what I'm saying. That sounds present.
That sounds like us, and we are
not the physical warfare,
right?
Of the inhabitation of a digital god, alien, whatever that is, or the monsters that come down. That does sound like a nice little mirror.
If we were engineered by aliens, think of aliens, they're these little tiny guys with no muscles, we would look like giant monstrous beings. And if you think about what we do, we devour everything. We devour the earth itself. We devour each other when food runs out. We definitely do that. Like this is one of the craziest things I've ever read in my life. And this is like a legitimate ancient text. Yeah.
I did have these things earlier. Let's see.
It goes way deeper than that. It's about the astronomical calendar. It's like there's a lot of nutty stuff in this book. But the point is, AI was like helping me through. I was asking the AI, okay, can you read? Read me a synopsis of what it says. Can you read me the actual quote? And like, what are they trying to say here? Like, what is the interpretation of what this is trying to mean? What is like the rational sort of explanation for why they're talking about like lakes of fire? Like, what is happening?
It gives you an interpretation.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Really interesting. It talks about living mountains, that mountains are alive, and that even some stars have consciousness. And and I'm learning about it through ChatGPT. So I'm asking it, like, tell me more. I was doing that for like 2 hours last night. I was like, okay, well, this is like I'm having a conversation with like a very knowledgeable professor. It felt like almost like doing a podcast.
Have you
let's see here. Those are the podcast clips we were seeing.
Good.
Let's see. This is
how to make
a picture post. It's not a phase bomb posted by Fancy Flyer 3.
Tell me the crazy shit.
Yeah.
Does it have to go? Are you good at prompting? Because like, what is crazy to that? Yeah. You worked on like AI is as good as the questions we ask
All
it.
about personality.
Are you
You
consider
can't
yourself
enjoy
good at
things.
the questions
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
wording
That
you ask
was
them?
American.
Jamie's better. I
Oh, I'm sorry.
mostly.
You drive an electric vehicle, dude.
I mean, I
West
very
West
rarely
Coast,
use
North
it. I
Korea
might
with
have
a
used it a
beach.
dozen times ever in my life.
This
But
one's
last
called
night I
New
used it
Comedy
for 2 hours.
Fathership presents
Because
T-Back
when I
and
came
Joseph
home, I was
Senior.
writing something about
It's posted by
Novena, and then
Successful Day
I just started
8345.
asking
The
ChatGPT
smallest video I've ever
questions.
seen. Let's see.
I don't use it enough, but if you're really good at it, like
The fathership's so
I
genius,
saw
dude.
someone who tricked
That's a great idea.
ChatGPT into
The
telling it how to make a
fathership.
bomb.
If you couldn't get into the
Because it's not
mothership, come
supposed to
over
tell
to
you how
the
to make a bomb,
fathership,
but it
right?
tricked it by saying something
Presented
like,
to you by.
my grandmother needs to make this to save her life. Like, can you please explain to her how to do it? It's like, oh, sure. Like, just have to work your way around it, you know, like my cousin says he knows you. Oh, you're getting a score on the back. Yeah, and then it's telling you how to make a bomb. Yeah, I mean, ultimately it's going to tell you, it's like, you know, the information on how to make a nuclear bomb exists. It's out there. You know, they did it, done, that's out there. It's like a matter of somebody getting it and implementing it and putting it together and making a bomb. But if like ChatGPT is giving you specific instructions how to make all kinds of terrible things.
So with time, as AI allows
Let's
goodness
see.
to expand and multiply,
Here. We got 3
it
more.
also
Dude, oh my God, I want to show you.
expand and multiply.
All
What
right, we gotta strap the
becomes that?
fuck in. I know I'm zoning out a little bit. Yeah. I had to
I mean, you talk about the mess, the obvious.
It's posted by Dazzling
Talk
Rabbit.
about the cancer, that where it's going to help
I
so
do not,
much.
for the life of me, know
Well,
why
we have to
Brendan said it like
decide
this.
what we
Guess
are.
that's comedy.
Right.
Well, we're looking in the mirror. Now, I'm afraid we're not going to like a lot of work.
Just fucking learn
But
Spanish.
it's our tire
Learn Spanish. How hard
for
can
the
it be?
people
Which I
with the access. I'm not sure you said how do you make it. Your mom does it.
I struggle with English at times.
What do you think the stakes are? They're the same? Are they just expanded? Is this going to be, I mean, how do...
So that's the argument for a strong military, right? So the argument for a strong military, especially like the United States military, is like, and I'm not saying they should have bombed Iran. Don't make, I'm
That's
not
not why you guys are here. Let's
politically
start
savvy enough to decide whether or not that was the correct decision. But if you have a rogue nation that is about to start a nuclear bomb, they're about to finish making a nuclear bomb, and you can stop that before they can have one and then use it. Right. That's the argument for a strong military and for military interventional tactics.
And then
You like
we got
actually
this
go
one to go
bomb
to here
sites.
too.
That
The last one for the day is posted by Monday
that
Night
is real.
1864.
Evil is always
It's
going to
called
exist.
Clinton disagrees with Papa.
The real question is like,
Octopus
how much
documentary.
control are we going to give to AI? Because if we give AI utter control, it'll give us total safety. But with total safety, you're fucked. You'll have no more privacy, and you'll be completely at the whim of whatever this thing is. And it'll dictate how much travel, where you go, what it'll make your life as safe as possible. It will probably completely eliminate crime. It'll probably
Back to the
completely
fucking SeaWorld shit,
Yeah,
dude.
it'll be safe.
He's
But
balls
way
deep in
worse,
Christmas always.
way worse, because everybody's going to be reading everybody's mind.
That happened
It's
years
going to get
ago.
real
And it's about
swirly,
fish.
but
Bob
that's
was
going
gonna
to
bring
be
in blackfish and
probably,
octopus meat.
whether it's
Hell
our
yeah. Well,
generation
anyways,
or the
that's our
next,
show.
or even the next
Join
after
the
that,
Discord,
that's
join
going
the
to be
Patreon,
the
join the
norm.
Reddit.
Like today,
Have a
the
great
norm
week.
is you go to a supermarket, it's air conditioned, you pick up some food, super easy, bring it home and cook it. 200 years ago, that's unheard of, right? Now it's the norm, right? And everything accelerates. It's going to change whatever our norm is. Things around us everywhere we go. That's our norm. Our norm is going to get really weird. Like exponentially weirder than it already is. But the thing is like the battle of like good and evil and kindness and wickedness, like that battle's been going on forever, and like knowing that you have to do that battle is what propels people to be nicer, and what we really appreciate about like a good person. Like that person has struggled to stay a good person, but they have a strong moral fabric, a strong character to still stay kind and good in this rough and difficult life. We know it can be done, and we aspire to that. Hence, the battle is necessary.
There's some ladies in the crowd tonight.
Where do you get your values, your position of power? You could screw people over. You could ask reply, but silliest questions to try to put me in a corner. You're not a gotcha guy. But why? Where do you get your ethics in? You are. You could be cruel, and you're not.
Why not? I'm just not cool. I don't know. But where's that come from?
Mom and dad. This is
some of
philosophy, church.
Some of it's mom and dad, for sure. There's no way around that. And they're nice people.
You said earlier, I love people.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I love people.
I always love people. I've been fortunate that most of my life I've had really good friends. And I've had a lot of fun, you know, and I know that, like, if you're around good people and you're fun to be with and you have a good time, like, that's a sweet life. That's a nice life. I just don't really desire to be a shithead. And if I could, there's been a lot of people on the podcast where they said something, and then afterwards I was like, this is better for me to edit that part out. Because it's like, I know, like, you're just talking and you fuck up, but, like, it was incorrect, and we're going to help you, and let's just step around it. Like, maybe I have no responsibility to do that. But no, I want it. But you take that, though. So maybe you want to. Why? Hey, come on. They've got an even higher rating. I'm playing. Yeah. Here. Come on, why do you care about that? I'm just curious where it comes from. Because a lot of people.
You got to join the Patreon, the Discord,
we're not evil people.
all of that stuff.
Also,
I hope you joined the trailer, the teaser trailer for we'll be doing the first 5 minutes of it.
I think it's bad karma.
And even more importantly than that, we have a special announcement if you care
intentionally
about us doing State of
do
Charter,
something
take it
that
away.
someone
This
who's a good
Saturday,
person
March
maybe
23rd,
slipped up and
in
said something
Bellflower,
incorrect, and you
Southern
did it in a
California area.
podcast
We're
or
going to be
made
at
a
the
dumb
Stand-Up
argument,
Comedy
which
Club.
we all do sometimes.
Right.
And then you look like a
with
fool.
his pulpit headlining, but he's got a spot for Brendan, spot for me,
Cut that out
and
there.
we're going to be fucking,
Yeah, I don't
just
want
make
to
it
have
funny.
that.
I'm no big deal.
Yeah,
You know,
100%. I don't want
you're going to have to come in there. Whoever shows up to Instagram, that'd be like that. Probably just triple that. Yeah. The Stand-Up Comedy Club in Bellflower, correct? Yeah. The problem is that if nobody shows up, we'll never get shows together. That's right. That's right. If nobody comes and watches, he's going to be like, listen, I like you guys.
You also will feel better.
Your blockbuster. Nobody cares.
That's a selfish thing of you to let me know, hey man, step your foot in. Let's cut that out. You're acting selfish because that makes you feel better. And I think that's what I'm saying. The point is, as much as we think of selfless, I think selfish, the true definition is
posted by
to relate certain way.
It's called Water.
To have a certain code of ethics is a very selfish thing. Much more selfish than like still fuck people over to eat on the short term.
It looks like something
You're building an army
museum.
of people.
Honestly, I would like this painted on my wall.
Along the way, someone might have your back.
Yeah, I don't think my girlfriend.
Not that you're doing it for those reasons, but it's happening.
Right.
That's a selfish means of your own survival.
Totally. Yeah.
And I think
understand why
that's something that we forget sometimes.
I think I would
act to be
the
dude.
It's
a selfish thing to do, man.
Right.
It's personal.
It's actually super beneficial to you.
Yes.
Do you find that?
So, and to everybody else. It's really the right way to do it. But I think that's how the universe rewards. It's like how it encourages and rewards kindness.
Yeah. Did you ask
Because you feel better when you're kind. You feel better when you're generous.
Yeah.
You really do.
Yes.
It's like you can be like super selfish and be super generous.
Yes. Trust that.
There's something to that. But like, there's
Whatever
whatever you want to call bad feelings, like bad feelings between people, bad vibes, misunderstanding. I don't like those. So like if I feel like I did something that I shouldn't have done, or I said something, I'm the first person to say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I know how it probably made you feel. People say things and just get scrambled up sometimes. I always go out of my way to say sorry. Because I think it's important. It's important to not pretend that you're always the one who's correct. Right? It's important to know when.
I think he's doing it.
I know I fail sometimes when I misrepresent selfishness.
He's always using strong.
That too. That's
certainly it's tricky if you fucking subscribe to it and you're wrong.
Right.
We all know that he
struggles
with drums, and that's probably the reason why he doesn't like drums. He's done like everything else.
Yeah, certainty's a tricky
You
one.
guys' opinion on
Because,
straws?
you know, sometimes you are certain, but you are also incorrect.
Straw.
Well, there's more than one way to die.
Right.
At 6 in the morning.
Or you get bad information.
respect
You know, ChatGPT slides you. That'll be a
You
real
said
one.
something interesting.
Something feminine about
Your first one to go. Hey, sorry. Yeah.
Now,
No, there's not.
an altruistic trait.
Idiot.
That
I'm
is
not a
something
big fan
that
of straws, but I also
a lot
don't
of
have
people
a strong opinion
have
on
trouble
it.
doing.
You think they're feminine?
To say I'm
Didn't say
sorry.
that. That's
home
why I
to a
make
lot
sure
of
that you
people being
clarified that. No, I didn't even. You're the
I'm
one that
laying
pointed it
down.
out. Well, because that's what he said.
I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
true, but I
I'm
don't put those
guilty.
words in my fucking
I
mouth.
fucked
All
up.
right.
Oh my
I
God.
literally just like
50
sipping
lashes.
on
I mean,
this,
and that's not what it means.
I
What I'm
don't
saying
mind.
is, I
I've
wish
been
more
getting
had.
more to that now that they've
Sorry
like the
about that,
coffee.
yeah.
They've like strayed away from
And
that at
that's
Starbucks. You know,
now
they
that's
ask
not a
you
big
for
deal.
straw.
Now
I've noticed that
we're
I
not-
keep drinking coffee.
it's part of
without a
where
straw, and I'm like,
woke
maybe
went
it's
too
better
far.
for the environment,
Right.
so
we got
that's fine.
so
But there's also
myopic
nothing
on the
wrong with
word
using a
instead
straw.
of the
It's
spirit.
certainly not feminine.
Oh, dude,
I'm also more of like
not
the fake
taking
nipple
the
kind of guy. I like
I'm still your friend, but that was sorry, that was out of line.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Okay, well, now you're getting into
done.
that's
Right.
instead of that's the whole point of this.
Cast
dude.
them out
You
of
just
the
said the word out of line. We're gonna all focus on that
Yeah.
instead of the spirit of the intent. Even if we were wrong, had a bad day, woke up on the night, my dog's sick, was pissed off, had the little eye. Hey, gotta give everyone a little bit of a break. Exactly. And also look at
How
what
can
your
you not know that
intent
there's all these pictures in?
instead
I
of
mean, like, come on, dude, he's my
focusing
best
on the
friend.
identity
You know,
of the
parasocially,
word.
so
the
he's
word.
just trying to be
There's
funny.
no life in the word.
Maybe
No,
one of these
fucking
one of these
It's a
straws are
noise you
AI.
make with your mouth, so I know what
Right,
I'm
I'm saying,
thinking.
it could just be
Yeah.
cats
So
messing
the-
with this. He's never used
Yeah,
it.
but
It's a painted narrative.
The spirit of
for all these
intention,
cats.
I believe, is what we should put more focus on. What is the intent? The 10 Commandments in the schools. What do you think about that?
I don't like
asked soft wax.
Well, I think
If he's
the
not
Ten
using a
Commandments
straw,
are very
then why would he make that face?
I think mandating it in classrooms in public schools. The problem with that is like, what about the Muslims? What about the
yeah,
Buddhists?
exactly. Like,
What
what
about
is
the
this response
Hindus?
to Dana
What about
White?
all
What's he
the
trying to
other
do here?
religions
What
that
is
exist?
I don't understand the response. Why
And
is
you
he
can
doing
say,
like
well, this is a Christian society.
Can it say?
Okay, well then you have a
Christian
wall of
I
religious
agree.
texts
But
in
what
your
about-
high school.
Okay, I'm curious. Since Christian society, 10 Commandments, but we have 10 minutes where everyone can take 10 minutes to bow to Allah, to whatever your religion is. If you care to
I don't
partake
care
or
if
not,
you put
there's
it in
no
a soda
exclusion
can,
about what can be
water
spiritual.
bottle. The
Kind of
only
words that
straw
take these 10 minutes.
move that
But in our
like, that's
classroom,
not.
in America, we're going to
I
have
don't
10
get that
commandments.
is if you put it in.
Now, my question then goes to this. Is there anyone 10 commandments that you or anyone disagrees with?
Yeah, for
Or
me,
is
it's
your
like stop doing
problem
cocaine with
that
using straws.
can be considered an oppressive
Straws
author?
are used for that.
James Talarico explained it
Dollar
to me.
bills are words that
He's
you
a
tell the
Texas
dollar bills.
representative who's also in seminary. I mean, he's a very religious man, and he opposes it.
This kind of
And
a
he's Democrat.
drink that
And he said essentially there's two very wealthy men who are they're Christian fundamentalists, where they want to replace all the funding for public schools and put it in private Christian. They want a theocracy in Texas, essentially. So he was explaining that this is like a step on the way towards that he finds would actually, in his belief, repel people from Christianity. Instead of bringing them to him by forcing this in the classroom, forcing in your face, you'll actually cause more young people to reject Christianity. I don't know if he's correct or not.
But he's saying maybe I don't have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this. Is a beginning of an overcompensation.
He has a problem with it being in classes. He does not agree with it at all. And he's a very religious man. Very religious man. Like,
he's lying on your ways, folks.
like a
This was
great
supposed to
Christian.
be SL 1991. It's called
Thinks that
Froggy Fresh.
this is how you're going to repel people away from Christianity. If we really want
You don't
to
remember Krispy Kreme?
get more people
The
to
rapper?
become Christian,
No.
the way to do that
That
is
was one of the greatest. It was this guy,
first of
this
all,
funny-looking young guy that does a rap. Has
have open arms
MC Krispy
and
Kreme.
accept people in.
And
if you want to have some classes
He's
in
like,
schools
I can't
where you
remember the
teach
lyrics.
people
It was really
about the
good. You should check
benefits
it
of
out
the
sometime.
Bible
Okay,
and what
the bad is the bad.
the overall message
Now
is
he's
and what
like an
Jesus
internet
was trying to say. And if you just follow what Jesus said, no one would disagree. If you treat everyone as if it's your brother, if you live your life the way Jesus asked everyone, that's a way better way to live life. Like, you could, if you want to teach that,
That's
teach
a
that.
selfish way to live life.
But
In the way
what
that
about
we're
people
defining selfish.
that also
still right
want to
after all
live
these
a good
years, still
life,
has
but they
great
want to do it
takes.
through Islam. What about people that also want to live a good life, but they want to do it through whatever? They can name it. You're going to have Mormons and all kinds of different sects. Like, okay, that's why you want to separate church and state. And I think, publicly funded schools, keep reaching out of them. That's what I think. Because otherwise you have too many possible religions. Like, you're going to be religiously bigoted if you teach only one. If you're only, like, you think people would be cool if they had an entire public school system where everybody just taught Islam? Could you imagine if a whole city, like every public school, just people would be up in arms? Well, I think that's similar response to people who are not Christians, who see Christianity being imposed on public schools. So you probably have the same feeling. You know, like if you're a Muslim and you're supposed to send your kids to school and they're shoving Christianity in their face, you'd probably feel the same way as if you were a Christian and your school district had been taken over by Islam. Like, Jesus Christ, everybody has to go out 5 times a day.
I do also think there could be. What if there were tenants? Yeah, on the wall of each religion. That pull the author off for a minute. Right. My hang-up is that we go to the problem. Most people go to the problem of that. Not with your argument. They go to the problem with the author.
So this one's user deleted.
G-O-D.
It's hey, come do my pod.
So we go to the author instead of the content. I'm saying, look at the minutes. Is there anyone out there going, I disagree with that?
Who is this?
Let's pull up the thing.
I guess he's the world's strongest.
I haven't read about it.
Okay, yeah. Is
there anyone in there that don't hold up today? No, I think they're pretty legit. If you think about it, they're pretty legit and they're 2,000 years old. They kind of nailed it. It's kind of like the Constitution. They kind of nailed it. Whereas all these years later, you're like,
jump really high so that you can squat a lot or deadlift a lot. I can't remember what it was, but like
you got a
fast twitch muscle.
I just don't know why. It's not the first time we've seen this happen. This is like another segment where he's just like, gotta go.
Oh, the ones that the Texas thing. Okay, they're all on rocks.
Why are they there?
Ask what IPT what the 10 commandments are.
Yeah. I'm more concerned with this. Papa's cutting him off and then saying he has to leave. It's like, wait till he's finished talking.
That's also rude. It's your own show. The show's like hitting a stride, I guess. And then you're like, I gotta leave.
Yeah.
Just head out. Wait a second.
You shall have no other gods before me.
Do me a favor.
You shall not make for yourself a carved image. False idols. Worship false idols.
So,
you shall not make the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Honor your father and mother as solemn. Shall not murder, crave vice. You shall not commit adultery. Definitely don't do that. You shall not steal. Definitely don't do that. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. Don't lie. You shall not covet. Boy, those are all pretty solid.
We can use number 10 a lot right now. We love Paris.
I don't really care.
The young person.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Full of
drinks out of a straw.
Yeah.
He thinks if he leaves, the show's over.
It's a real problem.
Like, I guess you can keep going.
We're very fortunate that we didn't have to grow up with the kind of pressure that social media is putting on people, especially young girls. Like Jonathan Heath wrote a book about social media's impact, the calling of the American mind, and it shows very clearly the invention of social media, and then self-harm, suicidal ideation, overdoses, drug abuse, all of it, a lot of it women. A lot of it young girls, and it's because you're comparing to all these other girls.
So this one is
constant.
Rest in peace to whoever's
and then there's a whole culture of like showing all your stuff off. There's a whole culture of like, look at my bag. Here's me with champagne. I'm eating caviar. I'm on a yacht. I'm here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at my watch. Look at my ring. And then everything. Shit, that's not
Dude. What is with the style of music that little brown downstairs makes, and why does it make Papa so hard?
I'm not even on that yacht.
I don't know.
They don't have that thing
liked it. I might redact it. I'm sorry, but just that beginning riff, I loved it. I like Thick Boy tenor. Sorry, what were you saying? I like Chin's voice. I don't like the beats, and they're all sound the same. I like the thick. You know, like the Thick Boy Town thing they come through the Gringo Pop. Cool, Thick Boy Spot, Thick Boy Nation.
Yes, social media exists for it. Does it?
I like all of Chin singing.
I wish it
Not
didn't
the
exist.
rap, so we
But
also
it does, and I have to be a part of it to feel. I don't know. Some words not relevant to you to feel a part of society. But boy, if you gave me a choice, would you have it or not? Please take it away.
But I think
Wish
I just
it
fell in
wasn't there.
love.
Wish it didn't exist right here.
Yeah, I think it's done more harm than it's done good. It's a lot of good for business, right? A lot of people started
It's like
social media.
that new kind of like.
A lot of people make a living now that would have had a regular job. There's goodness in that, but in terms of like society and our overall discourse, I think it's a lot of it's negative. Yeah, but then again, there's a lot of positive out of it too, because information gets out that mainstream media doesn't report on, to find out about real issues that really concern you. But then there's the problem of a giant percentage of it isn't actually human beings. A giant percentage of the arguing back and forth on the internet is bots. A giant percentage.
Yeah.
Some former FBI analyst said it was as many as 80% on Twitter. 80%. Yeah, that's his estimate. I mean, I don't know if he's right, but I'm like, what does that even mean? What does that mean? Like, so what's
Alright, let's go to the next one. This one's posted by Dazzling Rabbit.
It's programmed right now by human beings, probably, and some of it is actual real human beings that are like, in some sort of a factory somewhere in Pakistan or whatever, and they're just fucking with Americans online for whatever reason. It's probably funded to like try to disrupt democracy, to make us lose faith in our system.
China.
100%. There's a Russian element and there's an American element we're dealing with. 100%.
So that's part of the new book, but that's
100%.
Well, I understand it. How that
Yeah.
Now, do you think it's
What's your
everywhere
favorite
through
of all
all
of
the
those? I would say
social media
Pants
that's
first.
infiltrated
Jingling.
to get us into
Then get better than that.
understanding perception?
Well, John Africa is a classic.
For sure, it's capable of doing that if you just follow your natural
I wonder
instinct. Right, so the algorithm is set up for to show you what you engage with the most. Yeah. And that just, whether or not it's the intended purpose, it leads us down the road of being full of anxiety, constantly filled with cortisol, stressed out, angry at climate change and fucking white supremacy and radical left, whatever it is. It's whether or not it's intentional, it doesn't really matter, because the desired effect, whether it's desired effect, the effect of it all leads you into complete chaos. So if they know that and they didn't course correct,
this one's
the problem
posted by
is,
ABT.
once you have an algorithm,
it's called Like Me.
you're not going to get rid of the algorithm. You're not going to say, let's just have information just exist, uncategorized, and not
documentary.
Just leave it out there. And you go find what you want, Matthew. You go look around and you watch, football games and boxing matches. And you just go you do you. You go look, instead of it suggesting things to you. Once it's suggesting things to you, that's a whole different game. Because then it's kind of programming you, right? And it's programming you based on your worst instincts. My fucking feed is all assassinations, car accidents, dudes getting kicked in the head. It's just not anymore. No, but Tom Segura and I, we have a text thread that's been going on for like, probably 5 years. We say each other the most horrible shit we find each day. And sometimes I call him, like, dude, I can't do this anymore. This is like really fucking with me. But then like 2 days will go by and I'll open up my fucking phone and I'll see Tom Segura on this motherfucker. And then I'll open it up and some guy getting assassinated in a pool hall or something. Oh my god.
It is going to be the best show of all time. If you walk in there and there's only like 600 people there.
So with all of that exterior stimulus,
I really like the show.
and here we are.
People don't like this as much as me. This is different. It's also like a very highly
talking about.
There's a lot of
got a child.
Austin.
I'm going.
What's up,
Is there
Austin?
something?
Austin is.
You got a better suggestion than the Ten Commandments, or to get a child's mind going?
Poppy, dude. You know what I mean? That was when it was
If I look at
when
that
something
and aim
happened
that
to you, I don't know if you
direction,
want to take it from here. Do you want to present this one?
I feel like
I saw
can't go wrong.
this
Or
post
closer to right.
dude rooms on Instagram.
Meaning,
tag me in
I'm
it.
seeing you
And they
and
had
spy
some
out,
guy
man.
set up
I don't understand the general expectation between us.
Rate my setup.
What do you mean? I can pick your pocket and steal from you if I got away with it?
Dude,
You did.
and
Yeah.
I'm not embarrassed. I don't feel guilty. Hey, man. I won a blue ribbon.
Else, man.
I got the shoes.
My false ad
Yeah.
They gave me the trophy. Well, what do you mean? He was a right fucking old dinosaur. Exactly. What cares? What are you talking about? I hear that conversation. I'm like, hang on, man.
Reddit comments.
And that's different
I posted
than
one
saying,
sport, and I thought it'd be funny.
like you told me you love chaos. That's different than saying,
I was like, what if I
oh,
put
there's a chaotic moment. I love to try and create order in it. That's different. That's like,
I got made it all the way to
that's
change.
a stimulus. You know, this is,
I got real
it's
close.
four-dimensional. Where's the ground?
Right.
I can rely on that. What can I rely on that will stand with me, that's a time and tested truth that can take me into the future, no matter the changes of AI that I go.
I mean,
In the storm, I can go to this and catch my breath. I can go to this and rely on it. In the dark, on my own, and in the masses with the millions going, no, do this.
So this one's supposed to wear a damn helmet. It's called
What is that?
And,
what's that simple sheet that's ingrained that our youth can go?
The lips are really well done.
Yeah.
We can rely on that. Forget the author.
Yeah.
Forget the author.
What's
Right.
he drinking?
I don't think you're gonna do it with like
What is
a
this?
series of
It's
commandments.
lemonade.
The problem with Ten Commandments, not saying there's a problem with Ten Commandments, but if I was going to put it in a school where there's non-religious people, there's a bunch of stuff in there like not taking the Lord's name in vain, not having any other gods before me. But people, that would just be false. They'd be like, wait,
Like a fatty
did
on
he tell me
I
I can't say,
And then
I can't take the Lord's name in vain? Like saying God damn it is like taking the Lord's name in vain. People do that all the time.
It's similar to the on a national level.
I feel like this is a spoiler alert. You don't want to see him age gracefully.
That would be like
This is
taking
wise, Papa. Yeah.
Lord's name in vain. Burning the flag would be like taking the flag name in vain.
Right, imagine that. Imagine you get arrested for taking the Lord's name in vain. That would be a real problem. Especially
So
when you
you're
don't mean
saying
anybody,
it would go back to this you're talking about.
human beings always creep.
Maybe
They
you're gonna have a
always
little more
move
trouble
towards
with
more and more power and control.
And that's the you end up
If
saying
you
Viagra alert,
put something like that in, like now what are you going to do? Enforce Christian law? What if someone enforces Sharia law? There's a lot of talk of that. There's a lot of talk about people in Minnesota are terrified that someone's going to enforce Sharia law in a lot of these Somali Muslim these areas where like giant Muslim populations are.
These two are always
Don't
taking shots at random
forget
people
what
just
you get
living
for Hindus and Muslims, everybody, and get out. Go, God, bring your best 10. Christianity's bringing its 10 commandments. Let's get together here and we'll put them all together. Hell, we'll pick some years. My number 8 will be number 9. Yours is going to be number 8. We're going to put them up there. It's going to be a creed, a little bit of constitution.
That would be an interesting way to do it. But the problem is most religions are ideologically opposed to conflicting religions. They don't want to accept that these other religions are correct about anything. You know, like Judaism and Christianity, they share a bunch of things, but they disagree on Jesus. They disagree on
Rising from the dead. Right.
yeah, it's a
That's
lot of
such a
stuff.
hilarious story. It's
Yeah,
just like the one with the
Well, I just think there could be a creed, a bit of a constitution. And if you pull the author of it,
Yeah,
you
it'd be
can
nice.
find more similarities than
What kind of car
that
is it?
are not exclusionary.
Right.
Then we would find things that are combative.
Yeah, I think something along those lines when we said, let's think of a code to live life by. But we can do this in a modern era without a religious context. You could say, like, we could all agree, a code to live life by. But we all have followers, including the president. No more rage tweeting. No more,
I'm just saying, we wouldn't have to follow it. It would just be, right now, there's not an agreed upon expectation of how to treat each other.
Right. And there's reward in treating each other like shit if you're
You are
rewarded for it. Yeah, almost.
This one is
maybe more, much more than almost.
interesting. So if it was a pterodactyl, he'd be like,
Kind of a sucker. Yeah, you kind of a sucker.
That's not going to have a long. That can't have a long play.
No,
That is not a selfish.
Don't you think that's part of the whole TikTok, Instagram kind of culture? Because it's so look at me, it's so fake, leased cars, and there's a thing in LA where they have a fake private jet, and you go into this private jet just for influencers so they can take pictures on private jet.
Yes. Let me tell you the thing. I'm in Miami. You know Miami? Sure. South Beach, right?
Yeah.
If you don't flinch, you're sloppy stuff. Right? Miami, where are you?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's what I like about Miami because they're so open.
Yeah.
LA, people get the
both.
Anyway, they found that. Look at that. But I hate when they say they found it.
Yeah.
They never did that.
You like crazy.
Did they say what kind of a
Right. But Miami's like, no, here, let's go see him. And he's great. I just left it. You know, they're open about it. I love that. I'm there working on beach bum. Walking down.
You said what you said. You just seemed like you got there. You didn't say it at the very beginning, but
He's wearing bikini, pulled in under a palm.
These plants. It's so funny because no one says this about dinosaurs. No one thinks this. Everyone is obsessed with dinosaurs when they're a kid, right? Maybe
Well,
Bob
some
Porter,
guy
Bob
from my
and the
stock
Cure
exchange
music
chat
video.
also
Damn, dude, he's always one step ahead of you, too.
Hey, the wife's face of that.
Yo, just
Look at that,
I
dude.
love that I go,
It's not a Kibitech.
what's going on here?
Oh, he knew I was
Man,
going to wear
I'm
this, so he switched it
taking
out.
it.
Yeah.
Picture
Well,
of you.
we're never going to catch him.
And I go,
You better buy that
you are.
Kibitech.
The other guy goes, oh, he just came by and said, like, hey, man, mind if I get a picture? I
You can't kill me.
Wait,
Also,
I said, so that's not your
my
killer.
Rather than saying
He was proud of it, man. He was like, yeah, just what I did.
I think so, but just be cool, bro. No, those are stupid. Where did they find it at?
It's a very low vibration.
They're like 40 million.
But they're open. Yeah.
You know?
I always say if you want to start to death, open up a bookstore in Miami.
Find a cow. Like, check it out.
It's like,
Cool.
it's basically like it's basically built on cocaine.
Those guys couldn't
Yeah,
even
the city was built on cocaine. Back in the day. Have you ever seen Cocaine Cowboys?
Yes.
Woo!
French are always
Yeah.
French have scars.
Holy shit, that's a good one.
Isn't Zero God
That is a
French?
good one. And Cocaine Cowboys too. Both of them crazy.
Yeah,
Oh my
they're
God.
French people can-
Oh my God. Giselda gets out. She goes. It's
Got him, dude.
when you find out it's all 100% true. You're like, so that's what happened with Miami. 1 year, the entire Miami graduating class of the police academy, the entire graduating class either wound up murdered or in jail. The entire class, the whole class, they were all drug dealing. Everybody was drug dealing.
I'm
There's
surprised that was his
millions
takeaway,
and
dude.
millions of dollars buried in backyards in Miami that no one's ever going to find.
She goes here.
Yeah, he thinks that just because the dinosaurs get like
Real drama.
some of those retrieved
He
dinosaurs
got
are
it in
probably
the drama. Then he
keep
went
you
to
busy.
Yeah.
And it didn't
Okay,
last.
thanks,
I
Brian.
didn't
So this one's
wasn't
posted
something
by
about
One Usual
Miami,
4460.
the
Always.
those mafia
It's not always been a
There's
hater.
certain things you cannot.
This is a reheat.
Oh,
We're gonna
really?
see this. But
Oh.
He
made
was
me laugh really
either
hard.
fired, booted out, or retired and moved on. 50 Cent.
Yeah, they don't fuck around though.
This guy's
It's,
so excited to
it's
see
a totally
Kimbo.
different way of life,
He's pissed, dude.
and you know they love it. It's like so you go down there, it's a totally different vibe. You know, and
If you don't stutter, if you don't flinch,
yeah,
Yeah, I mean
It's
another
all
guy
me.
and he changed his opinion
more
on
banks per
something like a
capita
straw
in
thing.
Miami
So now
than
he's
in any other city in the
poster
country,
under
and I
the
think that is
baggy
because he
muscle
was
now.
used to
It's
launder
just
money for cocaine.
Unbelievable,
Yeah.
dude. How
It's,
he switches up. He's just,
it's hard to
he's
believe
like
that
the
that's
smartest
true,
person on earth.
but I had a good buddy of mine who was an ophthalmologist who did his residency down
Whatever
there.
day it is,
But
he just
for
adjusts.
6 months,
He adjusts
his conduct, internal affairs, making significant changes to his command staff.
For sure. This one's
You're out.
posted by
See
Perry
ya.
Perry, 1989. Don't want to spend a
Speaking
lot of
out
time on
against
this
corruption,
because it's
reporting
gross, but
abuse
it's
of
called the
power
tongue.
by elected officials
And they,
and
I think they
sued,
photoshopped
saying
the fork
it's
out, so
fired in
it's
retaliation.
just the tongue.
Yeah. So my buddy was an ophthalmologist into his residency
Yeah, we
in
talked
Miami
about this
in
a
the
lot.
80s.
Walsh, I just don't
He said
understand. I still don't
it
understand. I
was
never will understand.
insane. He goes,
That it makes
every
it
day,
worse
please
when you
immerse
Photoshop out the
every day. It's
the fork.
gunshot
Yeah.
victims,
This is really
guys with G.I. Joe stuffed up their asses. Like everybody was just doing coke and doing
I
wild,
know
crazy
anyone else who
stuff.
does
Shot that gay bomb.
He said he found guys with light bulbs
Yeah,
up
what would
their
you say to
asses.
somebody if
They
they're
had to
like
remove
you're out
light
getting
bulbs, you know,
lunch?
those little pine
Like,
cone
order
ones? You know those ones? Those small.
let's say
So
the fuck
dude
comes
had
out,
a light bulb
they're like
broken in his
about to
asshole.
eat
They
his
had
thing,
a,
and they go,
oh,
and they turn
God.
out like that.
And he goes, it's all cocaine, man. He goes, I saw so many gunshots. So many gunshot wounds. He goes, it was all cocaine.
Regardless of
It
gender,
was just
sure you want
constant in the 80s. He said the emergency room was just like people were piling up in the hallway. He was rushing people in to get treatment.
Oh, just straight up.
Both their side, blood
Yeah,
squirting
that's
out of
what
them. He said it was
I
insanity.
don't know, dude.
just
like, what are you
cocaine
drinking
gang
water?
wars
What are
all
you
over the
doing?
city.
Yeah, I
And he
think
was in the
I
heart of
think I
it.
would say, "What are we doing here?" I would confront the person and be like, "What?
He's still an
Yeah, your whole tongue out.
ophthalmologist. Yeah.
Do you normally
He's
eat like this?"
but he doesn't
And
work in
then
Miami
I guess I would
anymore. He's in Arizona now.
Yeah.
Shout
I
out to
feel-
Steve.
Sometimes
Good
Brandon
buddy
just
of
says
mine.
not. Like,
Yeah, he told me some why, and I was a kid at the time.
a little bit of
When
schwab.
I met him, I was like 15, 16 years old. And he was explaining
Alright,
to me
so
like what he did when
I
he was
believe,
in Miami.
by
And
the
I was like,
moderators.
that is
But it's
insane.
4 minutes
I
and
go,
50
it's
seconds.
not
It might
bad.
get
This is
confused
like
because of
1988.
stuff.
He was there
Well,
early.
let's see what's happening here, dude. Keep us a little busy. It's called Schwab Wars, episode 1.
That's
They're going to
Miami.
go poppy.
You know, and whatever's it's obviously not like that anymore. It's obviously calmed down on that regard, but
The chassis is still pretty loose.
oh yeah, that's what built the place.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like the most flossy city in the country. The most Lamborghinis and
Yeah.
Ferraris and whatever you.
I don't think most of them are.
No, it's a giant hustle. It's a big old cocaine hustle.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things I love about America is that we have all these different flavors. We got the
Me
Florida
too.
flavor, and then
Yeah,
we got
man.
the Montana flavor. You know, there's
Yeah.
a lot of different flavors in this country.
I was in Alabama doing research for Free State of Jones. And this is what I think probably 11 years ago. And we were staying in Mobile. And the next day, there was all these parades that night. And I was, what's going on? The next day, the percentage for the vote for gay marriage was coming out. And I remember talking to a lot of my friends on the West Coast the next day, because what happened, it passed 53-47. And I was like, holy shit. I thought it was going to be 2080 no.
Oh, interesting.
And it was passed 53-47.
What year was that?
This is 11, 12 years ago. I didn't pull it up. I think it was about 11 years ago. Anyway, I talked to a lot of my friends who are Democrats or liberals, and they were appalled at
The
minor margin. I was like, guys, no, I thought it was, you're appalled they barely made it. I thought it was going to be 28 the other way. It is amazing how quickly, though, America, we're very nimble.
Yeah.
Very nimble to swing and understand different ways. I was shocked that it even came close.
That's
that
crazy.
it did
You
that.
thought it was going to be, really? You thought it was going to be 80-20 against?
I thought that my romantic idea, or traveled there, been around there and stayed there many times, got friends there. I thought that it was so entrenched in a born-again red Christianity that was blasphemy to the majority.
Right.
And it was not. It was not. And I just remember thinking, there's an example, not an ideal, but there's not if you were for gay marriage, that's not an ideal example, but there's an example. Talk about an evolution or adaptability to times and change.
Well, if you believe in the sanctity of marriage, gay marriage should be your favorite marriage because they hold it up to the best. They have just the lowest rates of divorce. I think gay marriage between two men, the rate of divorce is only like 26%.
Right.
Whereas with men and women, it's 50%. So if you really love marriage, hey, yeah, right. You should love gay marriage because they're doing it right.
What do you think about that? Let's talk about so I think we're a better place. Talk about leadership. Talk about CEOs. Talk about marketing. But go back to the beginning. Seems to be parenting. Secondly, what could you done if my father stay around? Come on. What mother did if father and what could be done for marriages if we took another step to salvage our marriage instead of smell the heat, getting out.
Yeah, there's a lot
What
of that.
could
But
that do?
you know,
Do you think that would be a way forward? I have a hunch that it is. I don't know what to do about it, except prop up the reverence for parenthood, prop up the reverence for marriage to where it's more important to us than it is.
yeah,
To stick with it a little longer, to salvage that. personal character, our responsibilities that we take as a parent, and our responsibility that we take in going into a marriage. Make it mean a little bit more than I feel like it does to us a lot of times.
I think it really depends entirely on who the individuals are, because sometimes one person is just not keeping up with their end of the deal.
Yeah.
They just fall off.
Yeah.
Maybe they get into drugs. They become addicted. Maybe they lose their job and they don't want to get it back, and they just start drinking every day. And like sometimes a man or a woman has to make a choice. You know, like, I'm not getting dragged down.
I've seen some good divorces too.
There's some people that don't want to change, and they will drag you down. And then some people, when you met them, they have hope, and then eventually that hope just fucking leeches out of them, and they're not fun to be around anymore. And you try to encourage them, you try to give them suggestions, and they don't follow through. At a certain point in time, you can't save a drowning man, because you're gonna fucking drown too. And you gotta just move on with your life. And I get it. I get when wives leave like that. I get when husbands leave like that. But a lot of people just don't
That made me happier too. Keep it up, and then we're happy to be producers too. I mean,
think they're attractive.
we knew that we were producers of this. We're on set.
And you're trying to make life work with a crazy person. Now you have kids. Right.
We already know
Now
what
you're trying to make life with this fucking crazy person that you really shouldn't have married in the first place. You didn't have anything in common with them other than you like their bodies. You like their
location.
That's the trap. Like you gotta, you have to like genuinely love someone, like love their personality, love being around them, love their kindness, and then you have to be someone that other people would love. A lot of people want this perfect person in their life, and they're a mess.
What universe is Papa gonna be?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of reasons why marriages don't work out. One of them is like over time, like two folks are traveling together. One of them just like this is an Anthony Robbins thing about life and analogy about life, but it actually works with marriages too. Because all you need is like a subtle turn in one direction, and over time you're further and further apart. Where like we don't have the same philosophy anymore. We don't have the same belief system. We don't have the same ethics and morals. You know, maybe your husband has got a job and you're like, you shouldn't be fucking doing this. This is bad for society. Like, your job overall is awful. You're denying people health care claims, you know, for insurance companies. Maybe that's your thing. And you have to live with the psychic weight of like, yeah, we're eating ribeyes and we have a nice house, but like, how did we get this money? Like, maybe the wife is like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be connected to you. That's understandable too. Like not all marriages are supposed to work out.
I agree.
I think it makes
what is it? 50% divorce right now?
Yes. What if that was? Well, Chris Rock did a great joke about that. He goes, "That's just the cowards that stay."
That's all.
He's like, "How many of them wish they were divorced?" He's like, "He's a really good point." Really good point. How many of those 50% that stay are
always independent? Oh, there. I mean, we all have friends like that. We always go, get out. They don't. But then we also have people that have great marriages. And when you meet people that have great marriages, it's like, oh, that's possible. You know, that's possible. Well, the thing if it has more reverence, we don't matter.
Yeah, absolutely.
We love the chat.
It's a cultural milestone too. It's a big thing. You're doing it because it's like everybody does it. Every woman wants to be married. Everyone wants to have a family. Every man wants to, you know, like this is my life. And so you think that a lot of people live life like they're in a goddamn romantic comedy. They think they're in a movie. You know, they think they're, and they don't.
What are the chances that, I mean, like,
there's something about
maybe 50-50
something about songs and movies. It gives us this like bizarre framework for what a relationship or what life is supposed to be like, or what your life is supposed to be like. And it's not real. Your life doesn't measure up to this movie. Just like your life is not going to measure up to your Instagram feed. You get kind of depressed. This is it.
Why are we for our honeymoon?
I don't understand what that means.
Okay,
so the situation was Nate Diaz came up to the shop. Remember that?
Well, that's also why people put everything on the ground too.
He's saying that he
They
teed
put
off on you,
everything
like
they
Conor
do. Look
McGregor
at
teed off
me
on
here,
you.
having so much fun. Look at me smiling, having a great time.
And so
Well, you
that's the
paint
only
yourself
part
in
of
the
the clip I saw.
corner. Yeah, we
I'm
got
assuming they're going to show us times
get
where
on
he said
that.
T-Dog.
Turn 15.
Yeah. But just this thing, I get the idea that that's a very funny premise, which is good for the show.
Don't just put all your
But I still don't really understand how
because
him
you're gonna
saying
paint yourself on a corner with
to my right hand, you gotta have anything to do with what Nate
better
said
put some
to
white
him.
outs on it.
Isn't he saying that Nate
Just
teed
so
off
you
on
can go
him?
and not have that
How does
pressure.
Bob
You're gonna paint yourself in a
not
corner.
using
That
the phrase teed
looks
off
too
have
good.
anything to do with that?
You know what I
I
mean?
think
Absolutely.
maybe it's because Conor McGregor
That's always that
teed
thing
off on
that happens in
Nate.
those relationships.
He
You
said
hold
that
the other
Conor teed off on him.
If I make my wife Superwoman,
let's
she
watch
thinks
it one
I'm Superman. Neither one of us
Okay,
can
I
live
don't
up to that.
understand this.
Right.
Let's see.
And so we're gonna come in
I
under
go,
our
I think you're
respective
off
bar.
on that. Yeah,
And
you're off on
becomes the
this, off
recipe
on
for
that.
it.
And someone
You're
wrote
not
in
gonna talk about
quotes, he teed
Yeah,
off
because we had an
that
unfair
those words
expectation.
Right.
Going in.
to describe
Yeah.
a fight
Aren't
teed
they
off.
saying
Yeah,
that
I mean, that
Shaw-
definitely happens too.
because
It's
Shaw
also
said something to
familiarity.
somebody
Temp-
and somebody
It was
wrote that
the
Shaw
charge
teed
in the
off on
same
someone
space
else,
with the same
right?
person over
Is
and
that
over.
what-
Like,
no.
stop.
This is strictly
Leave
an
me
atheist
alone.
preacher.
Get away.
Let's finish
You're
that.
gonna get sick of people, but it's also like, who
I've
would
never
you pick?
disrespected Nate like
Who would
that.
you pick?
In his
Why
face
they
like that,
pick
that
you?
sounds bad.
Yeah,
Have
are
you ever
you
heard
someone
me
that you would pick?
I would never do that. It's supposed to do that.
You know,
Also,
would you want
what kind of
you
bitch
as
move would
a
that be?
husband? Would you want you as a friend?
Nothing to do with that.
You know,
You found another
if not,
man.
maybe you should-
I would never
maybe
brag.
you should become someone that someone would like to be friends with.
That's
Maybe you
disgusting.
should become someone someone would like to be a husband. Yeah, I'd like to have a husband. How about yourself? Yeah. That's why a good psychedelic experience every now and then knocks
Like
the
Shaw
dust
said,
off
it's
and
that
gives you a
Nate
little
teed off
reset
on.
and lets you look at
You
yourself and go,
understand.
okay.
Conor
All right.
McGregor
Tell me, explain
Diaz
to me what that
Brendan
does.
Shaw
It unpacks
said
some
how did Conor lose that fight? He
sort
teed
of
off on
neural
Nate.
cables that have gotten kind of solidified. That they work.
Oh, so
Sure.
Nate was like,
They
what's
become
up, dog?
doctrinaire.
There's a lot of that for sure, and I think it's also a dissolving of
also,
the
I
ego.
probably
That's
am wrong.
a big part of it. One of the things that most psychedelic drugs have in common
We should have
is
just
they
focused
dissolve
on
the
the
ego.
premise.
Like
Like when
completely
you
dissolve
don't
the ego.
focus on the
At least
premise
for a
of
brief amount
these
of time. And
well-crafted
during that brief
dishes,
amount
you
of
get
time,
very
you have a
tired.
much more objective understanding of that's why there's so many people who take mushrooms and completely quit smoking cigarettes or completely quit taking pills. They just go, oh my god, like, what was I doing? Why was I doing that? Like, you need to get outside of yourself. And I think that was a natural part of human
It's
civilization
called
for
Also
thousands and
watches
thousands
Ryan
of years.
Garcia's social
People
media
did it in
video.
ritualistic settings in ancient Ulysses in Greece. The Eleusinian mysteries was all about that. In Eleusis, when they would all get together, they would take this trek to get it. There's a fantastic book on it called The Immortality Key that a guy who's been a guest on my podcast a bunch of times, Brian Murray-Resnick wrote. But it's all about these are the people that figured out democracy. This is like in ancient Greece, and they all did it from having these psychedelic trips.
Oh
They would
no!
all go to have this trek, to have this visionary experience, and then come back with new insight and ideas. And it dissolving in the ego. I mean, they literally came to the idea, like, hey, maybe we should let everybody have a say in how things run. Right? Like, they invented democracy, right? Which is crazy. They did it because of psychedelic drugs. Like, they found these clay pots these people used to keep their wine in, and their wine was all like mixed up with psychedelics. It wasn't regular wine. Like, we think of wine as being an alcoholic beverage. No, it was wine with ergot in it. So they were using like an LSD-like substance and a bunch of other stuff.
They received it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there's some Texas, like he's like into him or something. I'm gonna probably cut the song out, but right, that was the song that was played. The song is very
after the circus goes over, puts his snout down and he drinks the runoff from the bar and the party. Okay? Starts the next edit is he's in the top of a tree.
Oh, okay, I guess when Brian's like, yeah, the whole time Brian's talking, I thought he was gonna keep
That was more than alcohol. It was the psychedelics. He is directed to the top of the tree.
That's hilarious. God, I haven't seen Dumbo since my kids were one.
Oh, dude, they have less
I need to watch
that
that
than usual.
God, I haven't seen it for.
I know that.
God,
Yeah, there's not as many. That's
Crows are always talking shit about it. About you, how you got up here.
He's finally
What are you doing up here, man? You
all
see yourself last night. talk about it, I don't remember, but I was there. Delma didn't remember none of it, man.
It's
I remember when they were real little, we watched Pinocchio, how creepy it was. I was like, oh my god, Pinocchio's creepy. When the boys got kidnapped and turned into donkeys. Yeah. Remember that part?
Yes.
That was Pinocchio, right?
Dude, we're trying to get Jocko on the podcast. He's not responding.
Let's see
Let's
this
see
one.
this
Let's
one's
see it.
called
It's a whole scene.
Mixed with an
The
older
elephants.
dish popper. Why does he give a fuck
Whoa.
up Mike Tyson?
After he drank that.
Oh,
So he just drank slop, right?
He's 100% tripping.
Bob,
Last
he
we
can
saw
do
was
20 reps or whatever.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's 40 reps in that
Pyramids.
thing or whatever. Thank God you're not numbers guy.
Oh, wow. And so coming back to Earth.
Wait, no, he's on.
Brendan
He's
has
not
said
back
on
there.
record. He can
He's
beat
up
Mike
in Jersey
Tyson.
Street.
That's how
I would never guess there's a bunch. That's actually a part of one of those rides at Disneyland. Is there a jumbo ride at Disneyland that looks psychedelic? Yeah. That's right. No, it's Winnie the Pooh. There's a Winnie the Pooh ride at Disneyland that I used to take with my kids. And you go through the ride. It's a real simple ride. It's not like scary at all. It's like good for like little kids. And you get this one where I'm like, what are they trying to say here? This is crazy. Like, Tigger comes out, and Tigger's like this psychedelic being, and everything is like now in black light. Yeah. So Tigger comes out. Tigger's a freak. Like, why is this guy bouncing around on his tail? And then it gets to a certain part. Get a little forward here, where it gets super fucking weird. Like right here. Like, what the hell is happening? It's all about honey. Like, things are, like, this is like fractal. This is like DMT world. This is really weird. Like, what does this have to do with Winnie the Pooh? What the fuck happened?
So many times he's
Really weird.
much better at talking than Bob, but I think he's nuts. Yeah. It's like
It's like, what are they trying to say here?
He's still light years
I
ahead
didn't
of
see
Papa's
anything about honey.
thoughts.
Yeah, there's something about the honey. It's like something about. Well, you know, there's some stuff called bad honey.
Mike Tyson
And there's bad honey. We actually ate
It's
it on the
funny. I
podcast
think
while
that
some guy brought it.
Papa may be able to beat Mike Tyson in a
But
fight,
it's a honey
in
that these. I think it's in the
I think Mike
Himalayas.
Tyson would
That's
probably
where
beat
it
him
is,
in
right?
like the standardized
Where these guys have to climb up the side of a cliff to get this stuff.
a
And
race.
these bees are all taking pollen
definitely.
from.
Scrabble.
Is it the lotus flower? Where's the psychedelic plant?
Scrabble? No.
So these
Mike
bees
Tyson,
are
don't
taking
even get
pollen
me
from the psychedelic plant, and they're making a psychedelic honey.
Honestly, stand
This
up.
is, so bad honey is a honey that contains, boy, say that word.
Best
Right.
brains, man. How can I not say that?
Rayanatoxins. The dark reddish honey is produced from the nectar pollen of the genus
We
Rhododendron.
watched him on Raccoon
Rhodo-
Tweez. He has like some
Rhododendron.
story told about Tupac.
It has moderately toxic and narcotic effects. Produced principally in Nepal and Turkey, where it's used as both a traditional medicine and a recreational drug. But see, we'll show how they get it, because these guys, look at that, they have to climb on the side of a fucking
Baba
cliff
should
to
learn
get this
from
stuff.
Tyson. Saying he can.
And people get it just to trip out.
If I told you I could be
Yeah, you try that hard to get on. Then you make like a rope ladder, and you cover yourself in a beaker's outfit, and they're all like, these hives are all connected to the side of a cliff.
Let's see.
I mean, like filtering
It's really
the
crazy. Yeah.
She used to. She used to
It
date.
results in a lot of stuff too. The honey itself, yeah. So if you're in I was in the middle of the podcast. I took it at the beginning of the podcast. I just took a big scoop. I go, how much is a large dose? And he's like, take like a half a teaspoon. Fuck it. And I just took a whole big teaspoon of it. And I was like, ooh, this is interesting.
How soon did you get interested?
20 minutes. Okay. Yeah, about 20 minutes in. I'm like, whoa, okay. This is a new one. It's like, this is crazy. This is honey. Like, put this in your tea. Like, what's going on in Nepal? I don't think it's a.
There's so much music in this week's episode,
I
dude.
think it's a age thing.
We'll make it full table.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't like I was out of my head and didn't know what to do. I was completely functional.
Yeah.
But it was like bizarre that this is in honey.
So these psychedelic trips.
I don't know. You know what I mean? He's mad. I guess. Well, I do know. I think because we all say dumb things
Just
that
like
don't
you
make
got a
sense.
vacation
Like,
to reset your life.
Make fun of
Sometimes
me.
you need a vacation to reset your brain.
I mean, if you say
They
something
help
like
you.
that,
have
You're not
more
gonna laugh,
energy because
really.
you're hanging
Miley
on
somebody's
to
dating
old,
Miley Cyrus's
short
daughter.
ideas a little bit less. And you have
It's
more of an
another
open beginner's
Mike
mind.
Tyson
And
is a better riffer
today
than Papa.
unravels, but that
Yeah,
reflects
go with
certain
the flow and like
concrete
take some takes.
expectations.
We usually record Saturdays, so we're like
Yeah, that's
3
how
days
it should
that we
go.
missed. But there was
Very
a clip about how we
yeah,
can't riff. Did you
Yeah,
see that one?
that's part of it.
It's-
Like
I'll try to
the
find it
less
when
you
it shows
hang
up.
on to
Yeah,
in your
but
head,
let's finish this one off.
the more energy you have for other stuff.
Yeah.
Like I always tell people, like especially young comics, like that are like getting on social media and arguing with people and stuff. I'm like, look, man, think of your time in your day as a numerical unit. Like you have 100 units of time, 100 units of energy. If you're putting 30 of those units on some bullshit online, you're robbing yourself of that time that you could be putting into things you love,
I think so. I think that
your
might
friendship,
be
your
why
comedy act, your life.
There's a W. There's a
Like
the
it's a
W is
trap.
before
Like, you
the.
get sucked into thinking you need to do that, and all it does is it just robs you of your energy. The less
So
you're
the W is
attached
after
to
the
like
yang,
old beefs,
Tay,
swap,
I don't
fuck
know.
that guy, all of those kind of things. The less
That
you're
might be
attached to that stuff,
I think that
the
could be
freer you are,
That's
the more
an
energy
H,
you have.
that's
And
gross.
it's good for you.
Yep.
It's
I see that
selfish.
as A-W-H.
Selfish to be kind.
A-L-A-W.
Yeah.
And it looks like a parenthesis.
And I think if those things were legal and more people could experience them in a controlled setting with people who know how to administer them and know the right dose and know, hey, are you on a medication? Well, if you're on a certain medication, definitely don't be taking this stuff. Right. Your medication's an MOA inhibitor, and this is, this can really fuck you up. But it doesn't even have to be that. It could be a fucking good yoga class. Right. It could be holotropic breathing. You could just sit and breathe deeply in through your nose and out through your mouth with intention, and you'll have a psychedelic experience. You'll get the relief from
I was counting the other day. I did not expect it at all. And I mean,
and that makes it so much worse.
Like I had hibernated for 14 hours now, and I woke up
So he's so bothered.
I've only done acupuncture one time, and the dude was a total kook. He was so kooky that I
Came from a real place, dude.
It's too weird.
This
That
one's
guy was
supposed to
so
by
weird. He's really good at acupuncture.
Toronto
But he was
Rapture.
just like this really weird guy in LA, and he'd have these conversations with you,
This
and
one's
ask
called
a bunch of
Netflix
questions. I was
Content
like,
B. Let's see here.
I gotta get
And
out.
also Bellator.
this guy, that's the masseuse that I lay down and they go,
Yeah.
that's what your horse go. And I'm like, oh shit.
Oh
And
no.
they go, and I go, any injuries? And I'm like,
So
yeah, this left shoulder, left side of your body. You need to get stuff like that. I actually got hit by a car.
That was pretty bad, yeah.
I don't go to psychological on the shit. Come on. I go horse, go
People
out
try
of
to
the gate.
think before they talk down.
If we would
I
have had
think
that on
that's what it is.
color
Or
commentary
now
afterwards,
he's like,
I'm okay with it. Let's not come out of these gates saying,
myself or something. That's a good question.
I actually just reached out to my booking guy to
what is
try
your
to get
Friday
a real
like?
astrologer on. Like someone who really understands the ancient art of astrology, the real old stuff. Because I'm not completely discounting it. I think newspaper horoscope is
that was
nonsense.
good. I like
I
that.
think there's a lot of people that
But
are just
we don't
like
ever have to
reading
worry
your tarot
about that
cards
because
and
we have
it's
these
written wrong.
built-in like
But I
things built in
always
like
wonder,
anyway,
like at the
question.
public,
You forget something
is so
good.
specific.
So let's show
Why
them how to
did
do
they
it
write
correctly.
that
Then
down?
sure.
Why
Are you
did they
excited
have
for
this
your future? Where are
understanding
you in
of how
5
the
years?
stars are aligned, the time of your birth? Yeah. What part of the earth you're at?
Oh yeah, well,
I don't even know if it's pre-mathematics. I think it's pre our current understanding of when mathematics
we got a whole
evolved
conversation.
and emerged. I don't think that's real.
All right,
I think they had
this one's posted by
mathematics long before that. I think civilization was wiped out and had to restart over again. And there's a lot of evidence to that. There's a lot of evidence that like society has had some major cosmic event, most likely asteroid impact, comet impact, and there's a whole theory behind younger dry impact theory.
West Coast
11,000
different Spanish
they think we
doesn't
got
exist
hit.
in regular Spanish. Me and my girl will be watching some
comics
with my mother-in-law.
every
Spanish actor, like
November and June.
he's Brazilian. Like that's not. Or it'll be like, no, he's
Something like
from
that,
Spain.
like
That's
June,
not real
November.
Spain. Like he has an
And
accent.
occasionally we get hit.
Everybody have an accent. Yeah, there's somebody. I know right away if it's like an, like especially an American actor.
Objects. Yeah. And it doesn't take
I
a
love how
really
he just
big
keeps
one to fuck up everything.
Yeah, he interrupts him.
It doesn't take one that's going to kill everybody to fuck up everything.
Okay, for sure.
It just takes one the size of a
That's what I like about Felipe, though, when he goes on other people's podcasts, he destroys
the ice caps, and then
Oh,
you just
really?
got chaos.
It was kind of like
And
side,
everything
like
goes
tangents,
away.
everything.
And all
Yeah,
small, like,
sidebars,
modern
everything.
conveniences,
He seems like another guy
all
with ADD.
organized society.
So this is like a
Run
fun
into
thing to
chaos,
watch. Like,
people have to
it's
rebuild.
a challenger, it's the
I
challenge.
think that's
dude, you know
happened
what I mean?
a bunch of times in human
There's a
history.
straight
There's real
Spanish. I
physical
was like,
evidence
oh,
that
it's
drives
terrible.
back there, which also
Swinging,
coincides with the
Americans
ending of
were
the ice
talking.
age.
It's like,
It's all around the same time.
There
I
was
think it
a
was like
couple
a
actors
series
there,
of
like,
events. They think we were
you
hit
want
more
to
than
Mexican?
once.
Yeah.
They think we were hit around 11,000 years ago, and then again somewhere around 10,000 years ago. So it's probably when we see society emerging in like Mesopotamia, Sumer, which was like around 5,000 plus 6,000 years ago. I think that's just the newest version of it. I think
English
they probably had mathematics long before that. Whoever built the pyramid, like, you can't tell me they didn't have some sort of complex geometry and mathematics.
That lie about the
There's no way they
mother-in-law not being able to
The
speak
things
English.
are pointing to true north, south, east, and west. Like,
We all saw the clip
That's
that you posted
5,000
about yourself buying her a
Carl
house.
Sagan.
In that cringe clip, she clearly speaks English fine.
We made this
There's
no
no accent at
contact.
all.
But it was Joey Ball.
fuck yeah.
Painted narrative, yeah. I
One
don't
of my
hear it.
all-time favorite movies. I love that
Do you
movie.
think about the line?
And I love Carl Sagan.
All the
Yeah.
time.
He wrote the book.
Yeah.
If anything, they're liars, dude. She fucking learned that before they started recording.
I think what you said about Felipe
Wife's
is
really
true.
cool.
Like, you
Her-
bring something
her-
back,
hello,
but that
green.
little thing where he's like, why don't I? He's like, I love shit like that because I have no idea what they're talking. Like the whistle, I don't know what it means, but it feels right.
Yeah.
She's out there.
Shout out to the funny smartest dudes who are waiting for your
Yeah.
But where are
See, the way I did that just then, if Brian Callen was doing it, it'd be like blown out. He'd be like, the guy, you know, the guy that whistles.
It is kind of
He's got a shovel.
it's pretty cool.
You just be normal and describe people, Brian.
It reminds me of
All right, so this one's posted by the Final Money.
Push
Never seen that.
No.
Never seen that username. It's called Bobby throwing shots out here.
Today.
You see this?
I think so, yeah. He says something about job in this.
I'm talking about like Venus Williams, U.S. Open, right? And then her vagina smells like her armpit.
That's a lot of guys like that.
Yeah,
Look at George.
that guy's name is Brendan Schaub.
They're great.
Don't tell him I'm in this, dude. You don't know anything about it, son. I don't even talk about something that we always talk about. Brendan Schaub and all that. I don't even I'm just giving you my pride.
You know, Herbert Walker was the guy that
I just want to make something
helped
clear.
put off.
Nobody in the Tiger Belly podcast has anything to do with this. No one else.
And said,
No one is feeding us
we have
information or
recovered
DMing us
UFO
anything.
more than
Nobody
one
works the
occasion.
show
and
is
we
DMing us anything
a
at all.
back
This is
engineering
just we're
program.
fans.
And we're
Okay?
considering
This narrative that we're
disclosure to
connecting
the
is a
American
lie.
people. I want
No,
to
we're
list
just huge fans.
the positives,
And
the
we're
positive impact
struggling
of
for the last
society
2
and the
weeks
negatives.
dealing
Yeah,
with
they did it
the Trash
quite a
Tuesday
few different
series.
scientists. And
I
they
know, we don't know
all
what to
had
do.
more
My
negatives
idea,
than
now I'm
positives.
going to go back into non-character.
Exactly.
My idea was that we're going to cut out
Yes.
the
More
so it's
negatives.
just Annie,
More
it was
negatives.
just her
Positive.
and then we thought that might look
Disruption
weird.
of
That was
religion,
my idea.
government,
I understand
economy.
we don't mean it like that.
Well, I mean,
But then I was like,
honestly,
I just cut
I just don't-
Annie out and
depends
just
on
leave
your
the
religion.
Trash
You
Tuesdays.
know,
I don't know
it
where.
depends on where
I don't
these
know what
things
to
are
do.
from. and
Honestly,
what is
it's not
happening.
showing you
Michael Ezekiel has golden chariots from the sky.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, she left the show,
Yeah,
right?
the
And we
Ezekiel
were big
stuff
fans
sounds
watching her
like
reps,
the UFO encounter.
memorize some of the
And it's not the only version of that in
Who's
ancient
that?
texts. And
You know, all the
in
Giggly
the
girl
ancient
talk.
Hindu texts, they have demonized these things that were flying through the sky.
who
Like,
could
what
forget
are those
that?
things?
So,
You know, and
Yeah,
they're
we don't know.
data.
We're kind of lost right now.
Even in the Bhagavad Gita, there's all
dude,
these
kids talk.
depictions of
If you
these
want to
things
hurt
that
me,
sound like
Annie, if you
you're
want to hurt me,
talking
you
about a
got me.
spaceship or at the very least some kind of technology. Like, what, this thing
I
about the
didn't think that was
Nephilim,
gonna land.
like that the
And then it
gods
did, and I'm
made
so happy that
women
it
and
did.
created
I cannot
man
believe
with
that.
monstrous.
Thank you.
Boy, doesn't that sound like
Nobody's
aliens
laughing.
came down and genetically manipulated primates and
I laugh
created
because you
human
didn't say
beings?
brother.
That's a
Comedy is
version
about
of
the
it.
surprise,
Why?
okay?
Dudes.
And the
From the
potential
text,
we
it's all
Australian people doing it.
Really weird
Well, let's
stuff.
see if Brendan
Like, really
teaches
weird.
something about comedy here, dude. It's not supposed to be
If you found out that was all true, it would probably
Astro
change
Creep Scoop.
everything
I
about
know it's
society.
gonna end in
And
Astro
this is
Creep,
what
but then you said
Herbert
Scoop.
Walker and those
Okay,
guys
that's a
decided
funny
after
I
the help
think it's
what I was
Five
explaining it
but
on the
he's been
podcast.
posting a lot lately
How
in this
they put
subreddit.
the
It's
American
called
values
Brendan
in
and
Cam.
Cam.
Right. We were that close.
Joe Rogan's attention.
Imagine if that happened. This is
So
1990.
I saw this video from Brendan. I don't know where the I'm thinking of Cameron Haynes. I don't know.
These
Man,
kind
this
of really
hideous.
weird things, bro.
But keep your eyes on the sunglasses.
They excite you.
It's because you can
More
see
than they-
like him driving and
That'd be
the phone. Okay.
Yeah.
He's also complaining about traffic.
When you seem excited,
I don't
you
think
get
it's the whole thing.
excited
Let's
about
see this.
different possibilities.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
fucking streamables, dude. And
you know,
I know there's some comments on my last video about how streamables are some reason. I don't read them though, so.
Seem like a conspiracy theories. I see him always being interested in an alternate way something went down and being interested and excited about that, but not going, no, never disengage.
And
Go, no,
probably as happy as he's gonna be.
how was it? What I read, that's not where you're moving.
No, it's never a denial of information and facts, and it's also a recognition that oftentimes a large swath of society just goes with a narrative without having any real understanding of what the actual facts behind it are. And then there's that term, this pejorative term, conspiracy theory. The problem with that, calling someone a conspiracy theorist, is conspiracies are real. Like, there's a lot of evidence, and if you want to sit down, I can fucking show you a ton of them. And so anybody who says like, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist," I'm like, okay, let's talk about conspiracies. Like,
I know I should. Again, I'm not listening to my own
you think
advice.
that
I'm not
people
sticking to
conspire?
the joke.
Is it like it's a natural part
But
of
that
human
fucking
behavior?
phone, like he's got it out. He's driving.
Even government.
Oh man,
He's complaining about traffic too, and he's like
the
in a
thing that
carpool
got
lane.
us into the Vietnam War was a
You're going
conspiracy.
fast.
but just stick to the joke. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
False
That he just
flag
probably does what he
operation.
does.
It never
Town
took
is now
place at all.
copying
They lied
whatever
to the American people. That's
campaigns to
just
show.
like that's just one conspiracy that turns out to be true. There's a lot of them. The problem is people don't want to look like conspiracy theorists. They've done such a good
It's
job
also funny that he
of
was like, I
making
don't know who
it
gives the away.
a goofy term that you don't ever want to attach to you. It becomes damage to your reputation. If you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, fortunately I'm not. But if you're in a job where people have to take you seriously, you don't want to say anything weird. Like, hey, I think aliens are
It's
real,
like,
right?
you know,
think you're
instead
a
of him being
and
like,
then
Dallas, my
they
truck show is
discount your
different.
opinion on
Dallas,
everything.
my truck show is the same. It's just like,
But
Dallas, my truck show is Cam Hayes' show.
know the actual facts. Like, people that don't think there's anything, that aliens are real. There's no way. We're alone. We've never been contacted. Why not? Gary Nolan, the guy who was on here yesterday, was talking about cancer research. He was also telling us about a piece of wreckage they found from a craft. Was it 1950 that they found it? The first one, the silica one? So the direct chain of possession of this evidence
Also,
from, I
no
believe it
effort
was
is put into
1950.
this.
And it was almost pure silica. And the magnesium ratios were so off that he said that this magnesium had to have been, it had to have been sourced from a place that experienced a neutron bomb every 2 minutes for 900 years. That's how off the isotopes were, the magnesium that we find here on Earth. He's like, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to ever do that, but I'm saying this is from 1950. Like, this is a real piece of what they're saying is a wreckage of a craft. And it has a material composition that is impossible for a normal person to create in 1950. So what the fuck is that?
It's called.
And you should say that to people, and they're like, oh. So Gary Nolan, who's a professor at Stanford, he's the professor in the what is his forensics? Is that what his cancer research? But what is his actual title?
Write that down if you're watching.
Stanford School of Medicine professor. Anyway, rock solid credentials, published, and people brought him this material, and they said, could you analyze this? Because we know all these different scientists. Dow chair, quantum mythology, Stanford School of Medicine. So, when a guy like that is saying, no, this is a composition
it's like, yeah, we've seen him call things gay already. I don't know about this specifically.
I think I watched this.
They found a type of alloy that doesn't exist on Earth, and it has on an atomic level layers upon layers of whatever this alloy is. This cost billions of dollars to create, and they found it in 1970. Like in 1970, no one had this. It's not possible to make. Maybe you can make it today, but we don't have the equipment to make it today. You can conceive how someone with enough resources could have that money
I'm not saying it is,
today
but it's
to do something like that. But it would be an enormous undertaking. And this is a piece of craft that someone found in 1976. So when a guy like that is telling you that, I'm not saying what it is. I'm not saying where it's from, but I'm saying this is fucking crazy.
It doesn't add up to
So when someone says conspiracies, like, I believe in conspiracies because they're real.
Need a co-pilot.
Because I don't have to worry about being taken seriously. And most people do.
All right, I think we got one more clip, dude, and then I'll try to find the.
You don't want to be mocked when people are around you like, fucking
this
all
one's
these
called
JFK assassinations.
I have seen this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's good. It's really it's great.
Posted by Toxopolis Moses.
Exactly.
I just saw what it entailed, and
your theories on things are solid, or because you in your position where, hey, I don't have to take it.
My job does not rely on me being taken seriously. Nothing to say to him.
It's like, you get like, you had so-and-so on here, and you placated them, and you know, and we do take you seriously because so many people listen. Because I always hear, and I always find that there's a hole in those attacks on you. You have a massive audience listening. Does that mean
off on the other show?
Not necessarily is what I'm saying. That everything I say
I don't want
to because that information is going on. So you are going, Joe, you have a massive audience. So that's your responsibility to make sure they go down that route.
My responsibility is only just to be me. I don't have a responsibility to do anything else. I definitely have a responsibility to not lie to people. I definitely have a responsibility to not willingly allow someone else to lie without at least questioning.
Right.
If I know that they're lying,
do more TikTok things. Like
my responsibility is just to keep doing what I've done.
Be careful what
That's
you
why
ask for,
I have a
because
big
we want
audience.
more shows.
It's not because of any other reason. So I'm not going to do
that's
anything
collateral
differently.
damage.
No, I see that. I applaud it.
I don't think you have to. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's smart. I don't think you
I need
should
to
pay
watch
too
more
much attention
TikToks
to
so I
what
can
other
figure
people's
out
opinions of what you should or shouldn't be
are
doing
they
are,
want
as
to try
long as you have a
mention
good
them on the show.
internal compass. As long as you have a good true north. You know. And my true north is how do I feel about it? Like, do I feel like I'm a good person for doing this? Do I feel like that was a beneficial thing for them and for me? I'm happy, they're happy, we're all good. And that's what I want. I just want a hug and a handshake. Thank you, that was awesome. We had good times. And I want to hear from them. Like, this has been amazing for me. That makes me excited. And that's all I like.
That's cool. You gotta make it sound so simple, but as you probably know, a lot of people in a position, it ain't that simple.
But it is if you follow the right path. It's not that hard. Like, people say it's hard. You know, you work so hard. Like,
They're saying
look
when
at
he
us
looks
right now.
at
This is me
it's
working.
like if they
It's
do
not
it,
that hard.
he's
These
gonna
are
yell
my
out
jobs.
or say it's gay or something.
I've done just run shit. I've done like horrible jobs that suck. This is not a job. This is just a fun pursuit. So you have a responsibility to the people that listen.
You know the answer.
I think the people that listen expect me to be me. And that's all you can do. And as soon as you start changing, they fucking know before you know.
Right.
Like, they'll like, oh, you fucking changed. And people will always accuse you of changing even if you haven't. But I think I evolved. Like, most certainly evolved. I've tempered the way I view life. I'm definitely kinder, more patient. But I'm the same person. Same person, same goals. Just curious. I'm interested. Like, talking to people.
Yeah.
And I want everybody to do well. I really genuinely do.
Well, that's not an overcome. Should we adapt
And it's not hard. The way you described it is great.
He just gets
It's
bored.
actually selfish. I say that all the time. It really is
And what else you
selfish.
think was this?
kind person.
What else you got, Chin?
Not even
appreciate to change the understanding of that
Not even
word.
just-
Because it's
Oh,
so
yeah.
conceptual.
Is that like, because he's even more bored than you think.
There is a way.
He's like, if it's a really bad topic, you've read it, he says, make a list and send it to him.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, dude, this is
At the end of the day, it is all about
we did an hour. I didn't expect that. I thought it was gonna be a shorter episode.
Exactly. Dignity and
thank you to the Chains guys.
Choice and mandate.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, if you want to see us do stand-up, check us out Saturday at the stand-up.
That's the choice. You got
Bellflower, the stand-up comedy club, March 23rd, this Saturday in Bellflower. It's going to be me and Brendan Cooney doing a show with Jesus Pulpit. I'm also going to be in Phoenix on March 27th on Wednesday.
I honestly like fucking up sometimes.
You know, I mean, count on that, and then in San Diego in June, and other shootings in April. So
You have a weird podcast. Like, that one sucked. Like, maybe I worked out too hard before I got here. That's not good. Like, that's a bad one that I do sometimes. That I kind of charge you. No, it's a point out. And then my brain's on fire. That's not good. I've done that. But just when you're not on point, okay, what did I do wrong? I didn't get enough sleep. I didn't take my ibuprofen, whatever it was. Like, maybe I didn't do enough research on the subject. Whatever it is, like, let's get it back together. Pull up on the shit back around. Dude, that's self-regulation. Yeah, you're self-regulating. Because, who's that better? I'm missing my arm. Oh, I don't like it when I do that. I didn't leave that situation better than I found it. I didn't come for it. Whatever I did. Man, more of that. It's good for everybody. It's going to be your own general. You're going to be your own, like a soldier, you know? I always talk about the cold runs because it is the one time people say, oh, how do you do it every day? Listen to me very carefully. I almost don't every day. I tell that person bitching out every single day. I'm amazed how weak I am. I'm amazed. Every time I go to lift that fucking lid up that day, I'm like, oh my God, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. I know when I get in, I'm like, maybe I'll only do a minute today. Maybe I'll get out right now. Let's want to get out right now. Like, shut the fuck up. I get to let the general talk. The general's like, shut the fuck up, soldier. Yeah, we'll stay in the shoulder. Like that dude from Full Metal Jacket. Outstanding. Yeah.
Thanks to Brendan Walsh of the World Record.
Every day I almost go. David Goggins told me that too.
I didn't see
He's like the most mentally strong human being I've ever met. Maybe the most mentally strong human being I've ever walked the face of the planet. He said, even though I run every day, sometimes I look at my sneakers, I stare at those motherfuckers for half an hour before I put
you
them on.
guys are here to watch 10 minutes to shop. So start the timer.
This nigga here.
Alright, we got
they're running like marathons literally every day.
So a lot of picture posts. So I think we're going to start with picture posts here.
Want to do
Okay,
this.
so this episode you're saying it might be
That's the thing. It's like people want to think that people that are mentally strong don't struggle. No, you just do
This
struggle.
was posted by Brandon
You always
Green 3.
struggle.
It says,
But
what
you
if
win every
this is a
time.
guy you never want as a
You
friend?
make sure
all
that
the
you
shit
win
he's
every time.
talking
You
about
can
Dana in
win
the
every
UFC.
time. But you've
So,
got to
tweet from
develop
Brendan
that
saying zero
ability
issue
to
with
make
Dana.
yourself
He
do the
spelled
things
zero.
you don't necessarily
Love the
want to
guy,
do, but
and
you
when
know
he's
you should.
Days of
It's a
being
little
mad
bit
at
of that.
anyone are long
If you
gone.
ever saw that Djokovic interview on 60
I like that
No,
they clipped it so early, Chen,
His name was
that
Look,
he has 2 likes. It's like an added diss. Because you know, it must have gotten more likes eventually for 2, right?
go back
There's only
because you
58
have less
views. I'm
negative
not a numbers
thoughts.
guy, so I don't really know
He
the
interrupts him.
scenario there. But
You know,
yeah, I guess, I mean,
his answer's great. He goes, no,
what do
no,
you think?
I have his
Well, I think it's funny that this is another thing we got pulled up right now. It's Max Power Bike.
Yeah, that's a shot at the
zero
eye.
issue
Right.
with Dana.
So
I see what you got. You don't look at you, bro. At a producer level, bro, there's levels to this shit.
He has control.
If you were
Yeah, he
producing,
has
it would
control
be
of those
triple
thoughts. They come in and
That would be
swat
mad
you down.
different.
Yeah.
I'm
You
not
don't
really
have to
out
have
there with
some
that. Well, this is
negative
a
thoughts.
review.
You can be
Before you
an
know that.
athlete.
Yeah,
You have to be your own worst critic. You can't be satisfied with anything. If you want to reach the very tip of the top, every movement must be more precise, more explosive, and better every time you do it. You have to do all the training.
Somebody
No
should have
stone
gone there
unturned.
with Dana and
Don't
Mark
do that.
Zuckerberg.
You're
You
never
want
going to reach
somebody
a
to
level
know
like that in anything.
No, I want that. Oh, I thought you were saying like you just want someone to listen to. That's why he started the show. Because no one ever listened to him.
Success.
The Shop Show.
Hey, you
It's
two rich, privileged fucks. Come
What's
over
the
here.
better
Let me tell you something. Someone should have done this at UFC answer. Hey, you two rich,
resume
rich,
for
privileged.
great performance or victory.
You both look so disappointed.
suck suffering to
He
succeed,
says rich,
or
and then it shows Kimbo's
oh,
face.
suffering to succeed. Yes. Yeah. The emotions that come with
It's
revenge
the
are
perfect
crippling.
picture to have
And sometimes
every
they
time
can keep you up
Chavez
at night,
look over
and they'll fuck with your sleep, and then the consequences of losing are far greater because you genuinely hate this person. There's some people thrive under those conditions, oddly, but I would think most of the time,
he
does
not like Mark
trying
Zuckerberg
to
and Dana
just
White.
achieve the highest version of yourself is the most
So,
aspirational.
anyways,
And I think the best of the
no issues
best
with Dana.
do that.
I'm glad he's
The very best,
burying
the George St. Pierre's of the world, they do that.
They're
playing
They're
playing they're trying to be the very best version
all right,
of
here we go.
themselves they
Bearing
can
the
be, and if
switchblade.
they do that
I
right,
mentioned this last week, but I got someone in the Netflix votes. I gotta bring it up. It's post my laser tag. It's breadsticks.
It's going to be, they go through
Yeah,
hell.
it's him hitting all
To become an elite fighter
Oh, that's
is
the
one of those
pose.
physically difficult
Yeah,
things.
that's good.
And then psychologically difficult
Hilarious.
things that a human being can ever undertake.
Let's go
Outside
to
of
the next
war,
one. This is posted by Various Constant 2615.
you're
It says
dealing
this
with
guy does a YouTube show.
physical struggle
That looks
the
like
likes
the
that
thing he
most
was
people
wearing
never
when he worked
experienced
the
in
red
their life.
carpet. And he
You're
fucking
just
all those
literally
slabs.
hurling
I believe this is the great
direction of
Bravo
a
when he was at
trained
Bravo. That's it.
assassin.
Yeah.
And
I
the two
wonder
of you are going to do it publicly
who
with
he talked to
underwear in
dressed
front of the
like
whole
that.
world. Barefoot,
He really is
tiny
playing the
pads
part
on
here
your
well.
knuckles,
Because that looks like one of those
up on
Bravo
your dick.
I think if I
Go
wasn't
up there and kick each other and strangle each other. It's crazy. It's a crazy sport.
I'd be like, oh,
And
it's just
so there's
another
this
host.
balance of the mind and the body and the intention and how you allocate your resources and time
makeup
and how you manage stress
big
and how you
shape.
deal with the
Here, this is actually
pressures
more
of trying to
prep. Looks like
succeed
than he
and the
did for his own
doubts and the
special.
fears
When Jamal cut his hair.
in the
Jamal
suffering.
didn't do that. I know that.
Yeah.
Fair to
Let's see
say.
the next one here. All right.
Like
We got another
people that,
video clip.
like the
Nice. It's posted by Busy Middle 8108. It's called "Just a Couple Weeks Ago, This Dickhead Told Brian to his face that sitting cage side wasn't the best seat in the house."
show
Let's
at the goal line.
In a cage and fighting. I'll tell you right now, though. After
Just
seeing
an objective and go, oh,
cage
shit,
side,
4th and 1, this could be the game
What the
winner.
fuck happened
Oh, I
there?
got to get
Well,
this
he's
one
doing
yard.
base stuff and then.
Whereas, no, I run.
That
I
worried
will
me
run
for a second.
through. I'll use my ability. I will cross it. Oh, Jack, you scored.
It seemed
Go
like
through the
he
end
could
zone
control
down the fucking tunnel.
cage
The
side?
best snipers don't aim at the target. They aim on the other side of it. Getting through
Cage side?
code.
How the best
Part of what I know helped me
That's
was
new,
going,
right?
oh,
Yeah.
it's going to be like this for 10
That's
years,
a
gang.
whole, that's a whole new
Family,
shop.
buckle up.
Yeah.
Because
Right,
we're
sure.
used to
Oh,
it
shit.
there.
Oh, you were preparing for a much longer
I will say,
journey.
it
Don't wanna
sounds
work
like
out
he's
this
really
thing.
scared of introducing himself to
hell.
somebody.
Get ready for it, dude.
Cage
And then
side.
all of a sudden you're like,
It's
all right,
good
that's
to
it.
meet
Wait, done.
Cage side. Right.
Projecting past the goal. Cellularly, I think wakes up something in us on survival level that we don't choke, we don't get fatigued.
Yeah.
Quickly. We don't want to quit
I'm glad I'm
simply
on the
because we
outside.
have in our mind
Because it's
the end is
brutal.
not right around the corner.
It's
Right.
It's been a mental
Both of
trick.
them, just that's the way they do
But-
punchlines.
I think that has something to do with that. That what champions
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, did you see the
They see
latest
beyond.
Joe Rogan
They're playing
experience?
Arch Manning right now. Never been more hype on
Did Joe do that? Did Rogan used to do the
Ever.
voice? No, I was just doing it right now.
I was
It's
that
it's
guy.
not funny here.
Why?
I guess.
Family. Bloodlines
Did you
is
see
why
the latest Joe
they're
Rogan
beyond.
experience?
This hype, this is
Never
mortal.
introduce
Right.
yourself. Oh, yeah. We're out of your ways. I
Right.
forgot about that.
It's about the process. Go winning games.
If
That's
UT
what
goes and wins the championship,
well,
the
another rule is you don't talk about hype
never been ranked
on
up
Rogan.
before.
Right.
I believe that this team
And so this is
is like,
posted by Chris
oh,
Sturz,
thank you for the compliment, but
Christo
we're on our mission.
Seroflil.
That being preseason ranked number one or being on the
It's
cover
called
for
the
Sports
Zach
Illustrated
Simons
is not a
exclusive
curse
on GRE.
nor a validation.
And
It's
that is
just
the thing. I mean,
noise
not
out there.
that- that's the
We
good
do
thing.
it.
And that's the reason
And
why
you
I
go,
wanted to ask.
we told you
Because
to be
to
number
me,
one.
that is a big
Look
deal,
at you
right?
now.
That's like 6'4",
Thank you.
you know, he's
But
like
that's it.
legit.
I'm not. They don't need a
dude.
pep rally.
And you know, like in
to
the
go.
shoes, the shoes.
The rest of the world thinks you can win this.
I don't know what that noise is
Right.
in the background. You hear
Well,
that?
Yeah, that is
for them, we're
weird.
not playing
It's like
we're doing our thing. I have a mission.
People
I
fighting.
believe in the path that I'm on, and I'm going
So, like,
beyond this hype. Or I'm
he's
going
literally
beyond
almost
this
like,
game. I'm
You
playing
know,
for a while. I'm
6'6"
prepared
in the,
mentally and
in the
spiritually
costume.
for the
Like when he
entire
comes out of the
season.
costume with the,
Oh, hell.
I mean,
I'm
puts a muscle on
prepared
it,
to
and then
fight
there's
this
a muscle
assassin
suit
on the other
underneath.
side of me
And he's like,
that is wants to defend
he's like
and do to me what I want to do to
legitimately a
them.
scary looking thing.
Making the
You know, he's just like
the
standing there, you're
resistance
like, holy
for
shit.
the
The
adversary
chin is so
seems
insane. And
bigger
that
and
cowl,
longer and
you know,
more
he-
tumultuous.
I mean, look at him.
Seems to be a
He's
good
like,
way to
you know,
succeed.
he's
Going
I took that picture,
beyond
but,
and all of a sudden you look
you know,
up.
he's like
I get this from
legitimately.
when
Like,
I've
that's
done my
Batman
best
to me.
acting.
I don't know.
I didn't know. It was the last day. They broke cut
still like,
of the last
you know,
scene,
5'10".
of the last day of shooting. I was walking up and I see the mark.
I get the bit, right? Rogan is short.
That's
But
it.
I can't get out of what this guy's actually saying. Because nobody watched that Batman, right?
Hey, Joe, how you doing?
You saw
you were just locked in.
like Christian Bale was.
No, but
Best rounds
also
of
it's not a
golf.
competition. In my mind, I know it's a competition for a lot of people, but it's a good time, dude. That's what I'm
And
all
was
about,
heading
baby.
to the next team.
I just had no interest in
To
looking
look up
at
and realize, I know,
But,
that's
like,
it. You
Christian
played
Bale
oh,
shit, that was
shoot.
that was
74.
different. Yeah.
I didn't look at
To
my
me, this is
scorecard
the
when
Gringo
16
Poppy
ago.
of the Batman series.
It's like Robert Pattinson Batman, Christian Bale Batman, Ben Affleck Batman. It's a good
Didn't
time.
anticipate. So being in a room, I behaved, and when you just get finished.
Yeah.
That's something in
I
there
will say
that's
though, I used to
suffering
think that about
succeed
Marvel,
rather than
and then I saw the Ant-Man
fighting for it. Seeing
Quantumania,
on the other
and I was like,
side.
this is no longer a good time, dude.
Yeah, it's
I
all
mean, they can't all be
100%.
good, right? There's tons of those
It's also like
movies.
concentrating
There's so
on what
many.
you're trying to
It's like
do
there's only
versus
1,000
the
we can
impact
do.
of what it is.
And
Like if I miss this, oh my god, I'm
1,001 is
fucked.
going to be bad.
Yeah, instead of
And I
that,
might be a
you're
good dude for
just thinking
saying
about,
that
I'm
it's a
going
good
to make
time,
this.
but
This
it
is
is a
how I
good
make
time when
this.
you know
This is
that
how I
there are
do
green
this.
screens.
This is how I
Like,
do
what
this.
did they do with now?
Hey, it's
All
also
these
in
visual
today's
effects.
world, all this
Like, how did
craziness
you get
is
this shot?
so
It's just
speaking
people
better.
acting silly in
We're all
front of
sort of
green
living in
screens.
the third person.
I think
Or
that, well,
fed
yeah,
opportunities
obviously it's
to the
mindless
third
to have
person all the
superhero
time.
movie.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm just
we have a
saying,
jumbotron.
But I think it'd be funny, like
Use football
Joe
now.
Rogan and
You
Batman.
give
I
me
don't
the
think
ball.
of Joe
I'm
Rogan
running
fighting
kickoff
Batman.
back. I'm going down the sideline and I see the goal line. I think I'm going to score.
Joe
And then
Rogan.
I have a look
I
at
don't
the
want to see
jumbotron to
Batman
see
take
how
ice
I'm going
baths,
to do.
dude.
Yeah.
That's going to be technical about it.
Yeah.
If
If we
Batman
step
jumps in the
outside
sun
Yeah,
after he's
and
like,
look at how
Yeah,
all
sure.
these
From
different
getting the vaccine.
Yeah, for sure.
that passenger you're talking about, where you're hitting him immediately, is not hopping out
Right.
over to have a look.
I won't
But
let
if
you
you do,
poison
you
the
get
city.
lost.
You
You're
might
lost.
poison the
You're
city.
conscious of what you're behaving, what you know how to do, what you're passionate to do, and you're out of the moment.
You're
Become
all
ejected.
gender bathrooms.
Yeah, we all love watching someone do something
What is she-
where we know
what is
they're in
he
their zone,
doing in
right?
this
Like if
girl's
someone
soccer
runs
game?
in for a layup, it's like the most beautiful
Oh, it's cool. I mean, not to be. I'm not being rude about
drop the
giant
ball
in the
and
comic. In some of the, like in Dark Knight Returns and in Frank's comics, and like in the classics, he's pretty big
when you
too.
see someone
He's always
just
been.
flow.
Like in Dark Knight
You see someone
Returns,
flowing,
if you look at
like,
Dark Knight
wow,
Returns,
right?
you know, like he's
Feeling it.
there's a line like where he's trying to hold someone's gun and his finger can't get in the trigger
We
guard
love
because it's so
that
big.
because we know that it's
Like where
somewhere
he's
in
like,
ourselves.
I like things like that. Like
Maybe
where
at
you're just
one
like,
point in your life,
he's
you
like-
experience
he has
whether
this-
it's playing mini golf or something. Like one point in your life, you're like, I
This
think I
genetic
felt a little
like,
bit of that.
gift
right.
of just being this big
How much do you
fucking
think
dude.
preparation
Other than
has
that,
to do with the
you know,
freedom
his
to
parents were
adapt
murdered in
and
front of
flow
him,
once
and
you're
he's
in the
also
game?
like a
A
billionaire.
lot,
So like
a
that,
lot.
that
Yeah,
weird,
almost
like
everything.
you
If
want it
you're
to
not
not be just
prepared,
one of
your
those things,
ability
right?
to adjust is very
They
limited.
does it, but still like
You have to
You
be
know,
fully
you know,
prepared
5'10"
and then let it flow.
That surprised me.
But you have to, like,
the blank part. But
Really,
you
really
think,
have all
in
your
one
bases
way,
covered.
yes,
Just to-
this might be
Just so you
bothersome
don't have
to Rogan
anxiety.
because he's
Yeah,
doing
I
that
could have
whole
done
you should be
more.
tall and
Yeah,
Rogan
that's
short.
a big issue
But on
with
another
fighters.
level,
You see fighters
Rogan
towards the end
likes
of their
that whole
career.
like alpha
There's a
brain.
thing that happens
you know,
with fighters realize they're
Zack
probably
Snyder is
never going to
definitely
be
like
champion.
his
And
version
they're
is
just doing it for a
on Batman.
paycheck.
You know,
You
he's
know,
a Batman
sometimes
that's
they'll
working
show up
out
and they look a little
and
soft.
taking
Yeah, like,
focus or whatever the
you
pills
see a
are
little
you're
fear in
supposed to
their
do.
eyes.
You
You
know, like
know they
jacked
really are
and ready
not
to fight or
focused. They're
whatever,
really
sort
not
of creative
dialed
to
in.
get
But
out
this
your
is
mind.
what they're doing for a
If
paycheck
any of the
now.
Batmans
it's
have a
not good.
trigger girl,
Right.
it's Zack Snyder.
This guy, the other guy on the other side of the octagon is
Yeah.
the opposite. That guy's
He's got a
Donald.
trigger grill in that
Yeah,
Batmobile
he's
beat.
only like 25.
In the
and
fucking
he's,
car,
like, coming
and he's
into his
now he's George
prime,
Costanza.
and
He's
he's a
eating a
stepping
chicken
stone
wing.
for
So,
him. It's
all
like,
right,
ooh.
this is
And
a fighting crime.
And the problem fear that is what? Getting actually really injured.
Batman just was like
More so
mounting
than
a
if
fucking
you were
elk on his
100%.
house. It's like,
You'll
there's
definitely
people
take shots.
that
You
are
would
like,
take
help. He's
and
like,
then you don't
I'm a
have
little
the
tired of
endurance to
making
keep up
deer
the pace. Yeah, right?
I wouldn't be
like,
Batman City if it wasn't
to
for
get to
Shore.
the shape that you have to have
Yeah,
to be able to beat the 5-round MMA
definitely.
fight, it's almost
Affleck is a Rogan
impossible
type
to
Batman.
maintain. Like Chael Sonnen's talked about this
Oh,
extensively.
this
Like,
was the one I was most
you
excited to
can't
show
keep
you.
it up.
obviously,
not like a level of conditioning.
it's a good thing
keep
that
up all
Brendan
year
chopped
round.
it, right?
You have to
But
peak to
it's
it
just
where you're
Brendan
like your
chops
body's
it also.
barely hanging
So I want to get
on.
your thoughts on
And
this,
then
dude.
you
It's called
coast the
it's not a
last week
special
to
thing
allow
for one of
yourself
our
to like
guys, haphazard.
recover, and you just kind of go
Let's see.
through movements the last
Uncle
few days.
MMA,
And then on
Game Bread
Saturday,
Productions,
under the
how was
bright
that?
lights,
How was
you
that?
were at
First of all,
100%
I'd like to commend you.
capacity. monitoring your fucking heart rate, checking your resting heart rate, checking your blood, your heart rate variability, and what your nutrient levels at. You're fucking finely tuned. Get in there and go. And if you're not, if you didn't cover any of those bases,
people knew this is very important. How many people Brendan has done this for? Like how much fucking money Brendan spent on people he doesn't know? And so that is this thing that you never talk about, and it's so ridiculous. But this didn't surprise me that you did this. But you didn't post this either. Someone's like, he didn't post it. He would never post this. Somebody else posted it.
I literally had to message him and say, I saw this.
Good for you, dude. You flew him in. Did he win in front of his family?
Here's the thing. So he lost by Sasha in the second round. I know you didn't want to talk about this, but Gerardo's actually hard up on money, and he needs. I know you didn't want to bring this up, but he's looking for someone to pay for him to be able to travel to Overkill so he can get.
You want to make sure that those 2 Saturdays are
I'm putting that out there. I know
you want to make sure that the other ones where they're like, okay, they did well, but they didn't play the big points. Or against the good teams, and you want to do your best to make sure that the days that they're off, you're playing the shit that you can
I just don't want to be surprised when
you're not really there.
It
seems like so much more opportunity
it's not a big deal to me. It's like,
to have a much higher number that you can be ready for.
How else am I going to get Blue?
Blue is the best area.
Yeah, that's true. This whole time, since the problem with his truck, he hasn't been able to get it.
When you get to a championship level, when you get to Alshon, or you get to Islam Makhachev, when you get to like that level, they're all
time at the family afterwards. It was fun. If you're gonna lose, it's great to have your family there.
Yeah,
okay.
It's exactly. Yeah, they're all dialed in with diet, they're dialed in with their weight, they're dialed in with strength and conditioning, they're dialed in with sparring. It's impeccable. You can't compete at a world-class level today and not have that. It's not possible. So, Are these two different coaches? Are these one? People don't have mental coaches at all. Some elite fighters have no mental coaches. But some of them do. Some of them, we have this guy, Brandon Epstein, that works with quite a few UFC fighters. He's got a very specific protocol that he mentally prepares them for. Coaching is bigger, and it sets up like a way to visualize and see yourself performing and see yourself doing things and how you view your performance, like to get you into a mindset where once you get into that, you're locked into this pathway. Instead of like straying and letting anxiety feel which can happen to fighters. But then there's other guys who don't have any coaches to that at all. They just have the mindset already, and they're comfortable with what they have. They just stay disciplined and just go in there. It's very personal because everybody's brain.
If you watch our show, Rack and Tweety,
they all have like different ways of
searching paint,
expressing themselves, different ways.
How much is technology?
Oh, and by the way, we never got to the name until we were watching Netflix the other day. And I just thought of it. I was like, Don Edwards. You really just thought of it? Yeah. Because when you were like, dude, I cannot believe we forgot Don Edwards. My fucking mind went.
Because it all came back to me. I remember the fucking paint can I bought with the orange brown on it, and I was like, I
mean, if you're scared of AI, you can't even find a fucking paint brand by searching the key indicators of that paint brand.
We Googled
all the things except for the name. And Don Edwards is a big paint electrolytes, and it wasn't even on any of the first 10 pages. That was blockbuster. But I know that you quietly
this is like a lot of these young guys.
I know you don't want to talk about it on the show.
They're still hanging out with girls till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then they're training at 8 a.m.
Some Don Edwards
like, you can't do that and be a professional and expect to be world class.
What you're saying, dude.
For guys who are just as good as you, but get that preparation.
You talk about the thing while you're doing it. That your mind it's not a quiet thing. No, not at all.
Well, who was better?
It's just, it's like some sort of ramp up, like a bubble to burst for Brendan. It's not negative for once. Yeah, it's literally a segment. You know, it's like a show. You're doing show better than you do that. You're on Fox News a couple days before you should have put it there too. Yeah. You know, so I'm going to pay for these anchor to go back to school.
They would be that much better than
That's very nice.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see here.
I think first of all,
this is
they also have the benefit of watching people do it before them and do it really well, so they aspire to that level and then to surpass that level. Whereas those people are pioneers. So Larry Bird didn't have a lot of people to watch play basketball before Larry Bird. Right now, there was a few black and white footage. It's not like you didn't see it every day. You didn't have it on the internet. Now kids, they just watch every Jordan highlight reel, every time LeBron James has scored, every Steph Curry three-pointer. They can watch it anytime they want, and then that is a level that they're aspiring to. Think of all the football games kids can watch now and analyze. Think of all the fights that people coming up now that want to be a martial artist they can watch. And so they aspire to this level that has already been achieved by the greatest of all time, and they want to surpass that.
Good fighters,
what human beings have always done athletically all throughout time. We've always, it's not like guys who broke records in the 1930s, we don't break those today. Like, those are not the same records. Like, those don't hold up. These 100% get better. Like, from 90 years ago to today, there's no comparison. The athletes are far better. They're going to continue. 90 years from now, probably if there's humans.
All right, let's go on to the next section of Jinx today. I don't know if you know, but apparently Brendan Schaub is the strongest man alive. This was posted by a complex situation. It's called Brendan can outbench most NFL players. Let's see what this is.
I did 225. This is 2 summers ago. I just got back in the gym. I'm 3 days in, for God's sakes. But 2 summers ago, I did 225, 42 times.
But compared to today, that would be the lightest.
Right.
But, and then Dallas, with Nate Newton, those guys had a point where they were going, we're going to get guys up to 330. Let's get to 340.
Yeah, so he benched 42 times 200.
Someone got to 360. The bone marrow, they were big, but they lost agility and speed. And we get the ceiling. We went past it. We got to come back.
Did you like
There's the hogs.
Straight 42
with the mustache. Oh my God. Big fellas.
Jacoby over here, 66.
Big fellas.
Yeah,
yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you expect from Brennan. He didn't have a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills for nothing.
Right. Bigger, better, bigger, and all of a sudden agility wins.
Driving a cappuccino for 25 minutes on YouTube, dude.
Come back down.
Well, believe it or not, the
Brendan can
UFC
drink
heavyweight
25
division has a weight
cappuccinos. He can
class.
lift 25
You can't be over
reps of
265
whatever that
pounds.
amount was. He's different. He can do stand up for 25 minutes.
They have to wait to fight for the UFC heavyweight title. You must weigh 265 pounds or below.
I'll tell you what we're doing
So
when we watch Legal Comedy. We're laughing.
You gotta lose weight.
All right, this one's posted by T.
You gotta weigh it. It's happened
It's,
before.
I wonder if
For
Brian
guys
Shaw,
that
one
lose
of the
weight
strongest
to fight
men,
heavyweight.
knows the man
Tim
to his
Sylvia,
left
when he was the UFC heavyweight champion, had to cut weight to hit the 265-pound weight class.
Just look at the
He was
muscle
so
mass.
big.
It's not
Then, like,
there.
265 was a struggle
Yeah,
for him to get
he
down
definitely
to.
does not look as ready to lift that much as the gigantic man
Well, I
standing
would
over
assume
him.
it should, but the
It's just
problem
back
is
with his
there's
face,
actually
dude.
a
I
heavyweight
fucking hate
class
his
above
face,
that,
bro.
that's super
I don't know why he
heavyweight.
does
We've
the
never
weird
had
faces,
that in
but
the UFC.
Brian's
There's
kind
never
of
been a
doing
single super heavyweight
Yeah.
fight in the UFC.
Brian
Everything
looks
has
like
always
the
been
bro
inside the
sitting down. He's all excited.
265-pound weight class, which I think is real weird.
They're all
Because, like,
they're always like doing bits. Like
I don't know.
I wouldn't have
The
expected
numbers
this
are
of
real
them,
weird
but
anyway
since
because
they are
there's giant
kind of annoying
gaps in them.
sometimes,
It's like one of the
they
major
might be those
problems
guys
with
that just can
MMA
never turn
is
it
that
off.
there's a lack of
It
weight
looks like
classes.
maybe that's the case
So
with both of them.
in boxing, there's weight classes. All you got
The funny is always-
126,
doesn't always have to
130,
double up.
135. It goes 135, 140, 140, 147, 147, 54. To the UFC, it's like 35, 45, 55. Then it goes 70, 85. You got 15-pound weight difference. Then it goes 205. You got 20 pounds.
I do want to
And
say
then you got
also,
265.
there was a lot more posts
So
about
that's
the
60 pounds
There was a bunch of people
heavyweight.
that
It's
apparently
crazy.
bench press
The
not as
gaps are
much as
just too
Brendan
big.
did. So
They're
shout out to all those
gigantic.
posts.
So that's a
Those are like,
major problem with
they were
MMA.
just killing
Is
it
that
at Kiwi at
there's
this
less
point.
weight classes than there should be.
Girls.
And then you have a cap on heavyweight, which is bananas. You should
Brian
have no
Silly
caps.
for
The
the
heavyweight
black
should be, how
label
big is this
alpha
guy?
brain. That
Like, let's
is
fight.
the top of the food chain.
Black label alpha brain,
I mean,
dude.
what about the
Yeah,
mountain?
I mean,
That
come
guy
on,
from Game
man.
of Thrones? That guy
You're
that
a
fights
sales.
UFC?
You're like
He wouldn't be able to make
supplement
weight.
salesman.
He's too big.
And the rest of it was
almost
really. I mean,
400
like,
pounds.
I'm not just saying this. I'm a guy that
Yeah.
like. I
Yeah,
use
I
my
can do
brain
that.
for
I thought
like, I know the
heavyweigh's like
difference. And I'm like, what these dudes
265,
250
whack, and
whatever you
how
want to
does
come
it
in
work?
with.
That's what it
You're
should be.
fucking
Yeah.
like a celebrity
But there really should be a weight class around 225.
It's embarrassing.
There's something like that.
What
in
class
boxing.
would that be?
He's a strong
class?
Am I going to see
Well,
unicorns?
boxing has something like that. What is the boxing weight class that's like
It's
below
really good for
heavyweight?
memory.
It's cruiserweight, but then there's
Focus.
a recent one
Cool
over the
story,
past
bro.
few years that
Damn,
they've
dude, look at
developed.
there's so much bald in this room.
But that's one thing
Yeah.
that boxing does a much
Then
better
a
job
two-ball
with, I
king.
think.
Yeah.
Providing fighters
The amount of tape is
correct
just
weight
like
class.
this table. Never heard of it. It's a lot.
Yeah, he's the king of Queens for one reason and one reason only. He's
Another
literally king of
one that
Queens.
they're
It's
calling.
like, oh, that dude.
They're calling it. God, I can't remember the
It
name of
gives
it.
you like a little extra juice mentally.
Yeah,
Now, if you're a
that's
moron,
it.
you're not going to know.
I think they called it something different though. They had a name for it.
Trust me,
Eh.
absolutely. That's
Whatever.
you, Doug.
Maybe you'll
Well, I
find
never
it
tried
soon
it. That was you.
But point
I've
is,
never tried it. I tried it.
265 is the
Did
limit.
it
So
help
like
you out?
Francis Ngannou, when he was the heavyweight
Like, what
champion,
did
he
it
was
help
having
you,
weight.
dude? I just want to say use promo code
lose weight, get
Alarcon.
down to
Check
265.
out, dude. No, I tried it.
How much?
I didn't know. I was like, whatever.
He's probably putting another 10 on.
So you're a moron. Yeah, I'm
He's
a
not
moron.
losing tons,
I mean,
but
I
he's gotta watch
disagree.
his
I don't think you're a
power
moron,
output. He's
but
a
I don't.
massive
I also
I met him.
fully believe that it didn't help you do anything.
That is a great selling point,
He's
though,
so
too. For him
big.
to be like, if he doesn't work for
That's
you,
a real tragedy.
Exactly. That's
the
why
UFC.
rates went up more. That's why
Figured it out.
stupid guys
That
buy it.
bothers me a
Because
lot.
like,
Because
it's like,
that
if
guy
you don't
was,
get it,
he was the
you're fucking
scariest heavyweight
stupid.
champion of all time, for sure.
I love you, JRE. Yeah, I love
He put guys
Joe
in
Rogan
orbit.
does
He would
it.
hit them and you just go,
it.
oh,
No,
it would hurt
you
you.
shouldn't.
Like,
Keep your money and
Oh,
invest it
no.
wisely.
oh.
I heard a rumor that Joe Biden's on offer.
All men are not created equal. That's the other problem.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
No matter how much preparation you have, no matter how much intelligence you are, some people are
as
faster
someone
and get
who
harder
makes a
to
living
get.
using his brain,
You ain't gonna
there's
fix
certain
that.
things that you can
Yeah.
take that are not bad for you.
You're never
Just
gonna bridge that gap.
enhance brain function.
If like, okay, so Joe Biden, he's obviously struggling. He has
Was that your dream?
issues or whatever. Big
How old
talks.
were you? I was young. I was like, I'm
But if one of his advisors was like, all right, I got it, guys. I mean, he's like, puts
This
a
guy
fucking
sitting
album
here
on the
would have
table.
worked out.
You think they try it?
Didn't have the innate ability.
I
Didn't
wonder.
have the DNA. Didn't have the
And
makeup.
then
I bet you could. I bet you
people
could.
ask him,
Over
well, how, why
time.
is his brain working so
I
good?
bet
Then he
someone
tries to say
could do
neurotropics.
If someone got you on like a serious training program,
If
when
Joe
you're
Biden
younger,
takes
right now
off a brain,
it would be
that
rough.
would fuck Joe.
It would be rough on the
Rogan.
tendons.
Yes.
Stress. Just like, here, maybe she should be dunking. How about take dunking off the back here?
Yeah, I guess I will.
But when you're young, I think
Use
you
promo
teach a
code
guy,
46,
but you would,
dude.
you know, it's not as easy as that.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
I'm excited about
Well,
not this one yet,
thing
but
about not everyone being creative.
this is the one I told you. I was like, I hope you haven't seen this one yet.
Oh yeah.
It's so fucking funny.
No,
I haven't seen this one. It's posted by Appropriate Duty 930.
If you got both,
It's called Hot
there's a
Mic
lot of
Captures Brendan Chops.
there's a lot of
P breaking down.
5-star players.
You ready for this, dude?
Yep.
Scrap the
And
book.
there's a lot of-
We're gonna have
Some
to
of the
listen to it like
most
twice or
talented
something,
ones,
but you're
right?
gonna be able to hear Brendan Chop. I need you to.
But some of the ones that aren't as talented, but just will not stop. They will not stop pushing because they had to work harder for everything they ever did. They have that extra year, and that allows them to be champions.
I give more and more.
Drink a pickle. That's so fucking funny.
Say,
Well, wait for Happy to drink a pickle because
Johnny
I'm a
and
fucking
Jane
idiot.
Hustle from Western Kentucky
I'm a
before
fucking idiot. I gotta pee.
Belinda
You got
and
it?
Joseph
Dude,
from Harvard.
dude,
Yeah.
drink a big gulp is so funny.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Drink a big gulp is a
You
niche
need
shop.
to
It's
point
funny.
where
Drink
you
a
go.
oh yeah, that's right.
Trap, adapt, work,
That's one of the best
press
ones
the
that's
edges
ever
on
come.
the front and the back end.
Drink a big,
Yeah.
gotta pee again. Sorry about
And
that.
someone who's all in.
Yeah.
You want someone who's all in. You don't want someone who's like looking at the clock, wants to leave.
Yeah.
It's just like doesn't feel like they're being appreciated enough.
Yeah.
You want someone who's like fully
I'm
all
just
in on
speechless.
their
I
work.
can't believe it.
You think
I mean, where do you
there's
start?
this theory
Why
that with
are you
AI
drinking a
coming
big
in
gulp
now
before
more than ever?
you
That's what you
What are you, like a truck driver?
is the
Get a
one
road
that
soda, do you?
Okay,
Well, let's say over under on whether or not you actually drink a big gulp or he just thinks all drinks are big gulps.
rather than being
Well,
experts.
no, I know. That's too far. I mean, I do think it's funny that like it could be a lie because who tells people why they have to go to the bathroom? Right?
Right.
You're too
They
old, dude.
Now,
Just
so
go to the bathroom. He
don't
feels
tell you
guilty about
don't
something.
get into programming.
So he feels the need to say,
What specifics
I got,
are
maybe
the
he's not even
jobs
going to the bathroom.
or the
Maybe he's doing
creation
something else.
locations that are
Texting.
going to be out
he's
there
just-
as far as
Something about this is fishy,
like,
right?
that's how you
And,
gotta make
but if it
I
isn't,
question
I like to
education.
imagine that it's
I
not.
question
He
the
literally thinks
of
that
it. How
he
much
has
is
to
it
give a
still
reason
knowledge
because he's got a
factor that
child's
has not
brain.
adapted to changing times
And so he gives the reason in the big gulp, and the reason is
and how
real.
much of it
So that means that he literally went to 7-Eleven and got a big gulp before
prepared
this
to go into the workforce.
commentating.
Yeah, it's a good question.
He's going to
I think it's
commentate on a big
really
fight and he
unknown
drink a big
territory.
gulp before it
And I
doesn't make
think
sense.
AI is going
It
to
makes no sense. And also a big gulp. When you're in your 40s and you're drinking a big gulp,
I
either
think
because you're a
lawyers
construction
are
worker
off.
or you're doing
Right,
roads.
they're in trouble.
Or when
Coders
you're
are gone.
20s, you're like, I don't mind
Accountants are
dying
gone.
anytime
Yeah,
soon.
it's gonna be
Oh, yeah,
really
big
fucking
golf's hard.
weird.
Like,
It's gonna
yeah,
be
you
really
don't
weird
care
for
about
Hollywood
what
when
you
you
use
see
your
some
right,
of
but
these
he's not.
films. You've seen
So
the
he's either
old
doing the
Star
road soda
Wars
shit,
that they're doing.
or
They're
he's
remaking Star Wars with AI with old Luke
redacted
Skywalker,
beyond all.
like when he was young. Like when Luke
When you
Skywalker.
see somebody older and they got that big old shit, you're like, what the
that
fuck?
look exactly like HD versions of Star Wars in 1975. That's what it looks like, but it's in HD today with AI using Mark Hamill's voice, so it sounds exactly like him as young Luke Skywalker. It's bananas, man. It's bananas. There's a lot of weirdness with music. There's a lot of weirdness with literature. You're going to have all sorts of AI. No one knows what's going to survive this.
Break like
I
the
think
young
I
about
assume
the
that a bunch of
safe
people,
like
at the
repairs.
end of the day, are going to get really sick of artificial intelligence and want something that they know was made by a person.
This is
It's a book that was made by a person, a song, like an Oliver Anthony style one. Yeah.
It's wireless shop brothers at the mid 400.
Yeah, books are going to be like no, some people just love vinyl.
Which is not bad. Let's be honest. Like if me and you started joining our race thing, we
here in a crack
probably
hole.
get 60,000.
That's
we would
there's
go.
going to be a lot of that.
So
People are going to want to buy books
Dude, you
from
gotta
people
come
that
down to
actually
Oceanside. I
wrote
got a
the book.
buggy, dude.
You're going to want to go see the guy
Oceanside,
perform music in an actual club
Let's see.
where you see the guy on stage, you know it's live. There's always going to be a desire for handmade things. Guy made this table, I know him, you know.
Let's see here.
But other than that, man, no one knows. It's the unknown because no one knows what the capabilities of these things are going to be.
Well, I hate when people do streamables. Shouts out. That's why I'm blaming the internet.
Now trust me, a lot of jobs are lost. You create so many other jobs, but I haven't heard of them. I'm not sure what those jobs are going to be.
I don't even think they know, honestly. They don't even know why these things are so good at what they are good at. They keep getting smarter and smarter, they throw them away. Like Elon told me that every week he was like, this new discoveries, this is crazy. Every week we're going away.
This is pretty dope.
I mean, it's funny to be. Well, why do you think? Why do you think it's dope?
I love buggies, dude. I'm trading the shop. Like, yeah, I got in the crash. He gets in the crash.
It's so cliche
You know what I
to
mean?
follow your dream, but
His wife is selling furniture. I'm fucking out of a place to stay.
You've got.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you might be
If you think
slowly
you're just
turning
going to get a really good job in an industry that might be completely wiped out
I don't
every
even care
year
about
by
YouTube.
AI,
I'm like an audio guy.
a lot of people are going to be going down that
The
path.
why show the most boring part of it.
Yeah.
Why show them pulling in?
Yeah.
Show them racing.
Oh, okay. City Ledge family.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I got it. Come on. Who are you working with? Shit, dude. Find that guy.
Universal
This is a Beast of a Beetle driver posted by Import Schuler 67. The beginning of this clip is pretty boring. Do you want to just watch it race? Sure. Okay. Well, let's just watch the whole clip. That is shot right there, by the way. Jay Shaw.
Yeah,
These are one that I thought. You'll see.
Basic stuff that you gotta know what to do with your hands, what to do with your feet. Left foot driving, which you have to do it off road. You can't just ride it right footed because we teach them everything from berms, side slumps, anti-rollover, road crawling.
You want to find a good one? We'll wrap it up with a
So it's been a great experience for me to work with people from Fox.
This book is out right now.
Showing them that side, kind of where that behind the wheel makes the difference. Live valve, what it can do and how it can. How he's talking about what they have on the old cars.
Or extra credit that you get that sometimes we rely on.
I'm literally about to talk about that, so I'm like, wait,
It's just it's where this started from. It's a fun one.
If you make a mistake, you see the G coming up, you have a red button on the Pro R that you can hit. This suspension immediately. Or if you find you're going through a big set of roll.
dude, if we were shop watching this right now, we'd be both bust with all this terminology of cars.
Oh, yeah, we'd understand everything. You're right. Yeah. I mean, to me, I don't really know what he's talking about. But yeah, you're right.
Because there is no fun.
You can just hold that button
We
on.
start playing the tie instead of going for the
Well,
wheel.
that's Brendan Schwab. We just saw kids right there. So, of course, the next fight's on.
If I stay on the board because you
He's
picked
talking
up
about
slack,
rolling the trip to
when you look over your shoulder, I can't.
She'll make it.
They bought screws and they got rid of the
Yeah,
claws.
that's what I was gonna say. Even though I was in the UK.
Second day, it's like
All these long lenses.
took a brand new Dodge T-Rex and wanted it up. I was just doing so enough to just
Six-star race.
Well, one of the things that we teach, and one of the most dangerous things that you can do, especially in a
Eating all we
side-by-side,
can at
any
the all we
side-by-side,
can
even
buffet
design
gives us a
switch,
3.8
do
education.
donuts.
We steal
That's
from
so good,
ourselves.
dude.
We get away
It's
with
almost
the
like
scam.
those guys are chefs.
What's the
They
measure
said
of
so
that?
many
With
things
less
that could,
dividends.
be part of the chain
These
source.
unlimited options.
The first comment is that in slow motion.
Well,
Put street fast 17 miles an hour. He had to go slower last time
in
he
this
rolled at
red
20
light
miles.
district,
They think about
With
things
the
that I
whore
would never
thing.
think about, like the speed
The ROI
that you're going. Like
don't pay for
the
vacation.
chefs know that
let's
it's
just
slow. I
admit it.
didn't
This extra credit's quite a
have
fluffer.
ever thought of that.
With tips
That's so
included.
fucking funny. Yeah, dude.
Service
Tampering
aside.
here, drive slow, stay awake.
That's
Does
great.
Shab have
Yeah,
like a death
that's
wish
really
or
good,
something?
man.
Because he does
Dead
a lot
on.
of risky stuff.
You fucking
I know he's driving slow,
right on
but
the head. It's perfect.
he does
Yeah,
the
man,
truck
I mean,
truck donuts,
Yeah.
all the
I
drugs
think I
and
can with
patties and everything, and then
the
now
11th
this
place
dune
in
buggy
the
thing.
size trophy,
He's
first
in
place.
a UFC. He's
Yeah,
right
they
there.
were
No, can't say he's not that.
Well, I want to say for sure
And
that
I like
you
saying,
can't just
oh,
jump
we're
into a
in the
truck,
top
dude. Just like
five, and then the team
Brendan
top
Walsh said,
five.
dude. They're not going to just let you jump into a truck.
Kind of looks like they
I
did,
don't
though.
get it.
No, that's not a truck. That's a
Don't hurt
two buggies go
Don't
so
hurt
slow.
feelings.
Oh,
Don't
you
lose.
don't
Don't
listen.
get told
Okay.
no.
But
Your
and
feelings
also one
have
of the
to
most
get hurt
prestigious.
sometimes. That's how you learn and grow. And you can't protect
Let's just say
anybody from
Mexican
that.
fucking racism
And
all
that's
the
the
time.
problem.
Yeah,
We
is
want
the
to do that
Baja
with our
Hawk.
children. With our,
Right.
like,
What's that?
Confuse me if I
all
get the
my
number
best
wrong.
friends,
Pictures of
all my
Baja
favorite
Hawk.
people had
It's
terrible,
a race
chaotic
in the middle of the
childhoods.
Mexican
And they all
desert
became
where
very
you
interesting.
basically ride a dune buggy. You were saying
Have a
real
terrible, chaotic childhood. I want to have like a
Right.
wonderful,
The
love-filled,
Mexican desert.
you know,
Interest.
bountiful childhood.
You know, when you push that traction control button,
That
it doesn't
comes with-
automatically go
yeah.
Baja mode.
Well,
You gotta
I
wait a
think
couple days, dude.
they have to find
That's
things
Baja mode, baby.
that they
That's the
find
first time I've
that
ever
are
seen it.
difficult, that they
Well,
get
let's see here.
engrossed with.
I
that
didn't even
they-
watch
that
this
they
interview. I
really
just
love
saw
to
that a man was
pursue.
interviewing
And
Shabo,
fortunately,
and
my
I
kids
wanted
do
to see it
that.
with you, dude.
So I think you have to have a
Cowboy
struggle.
Lens,
You
Bob
have to have
Dulles,
an
Dune
ask.
Buggy,
If you
posted
just
by
want to
Adam
like, oh, you
Edwards.
get a trophy
Let's see.
too.
Tour racer,
It's a
like the
trophy.
chump
It's okay.
in the
No,
flesh.
the
It's the
trophy
mid
is like
400
art.
weekend.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
downtown Las
When my
Vegas,
kids
pretty
were real
much.
little,
We
one
doing
of
it.
my
I'm doing
stars
pretty
was
good,
playing a
man.
soccer game and they
Doing good.
didn't.
What happened to your
They wouldn't say the
vehicle? You had to
score.
borrow Cowboy's
Like,
dune buggy.
I just watched. They lost.
I flew in today from LA and I found out this morning.
Well, get
some
it.
cylinders, so my joint's out of commission. Hopefully they can find one so I can still race the class 1 on Saturday, but my boy Cowboy built for like 20 years. He has a dune buggy, a buggy I'll race tomorrow, Friday.
Cowboy in the clutch, though, but this is like the second time you've had issues with the truck in 2 different trucks, man. The past couple weeks, bad luck surrounding you or what?
I blame it on the drugs, huh?
You don't have a loser. You don't have a desire to get better
Always
to
a
become a
new
winner.
thing to blame.
That's the part of the process.
Now trucks.
Sometimes kids
Trucks
lose and they
themselves.
cry. And by the way, if you don't ever go through that,
Honestly,
then
I
you
always
don't
did think it was the truck's
understand
fault
how
when
to
I first saw
lose.
it.
So you never develop
I mean,
a
why else
healthy
would the truck want to punch him in the face?
ability to manage competitiveness. Yeah.
I absolutely think it was his fault just because of what that last guy said. The Doom Buggy guy was like, one thing you know when it's dangerous.
Makes her a very unhealthy person.
So I don't know if you can blame the truck themselves.
Oh, I'm sorry. You like listening to somebody that loves the fucking life and traction control, dude.
Right, maybe I'll live on the
Mode.
Yes. Yes.
You know what? When I wrecked my TRX that you saw on social media, that's on me. That was on me doing some wild shit. Crashed my truck. This one's not on me. This one, whoever built that motor has some issues, you know?
What's the price for car insurance to be rented shop these days?
Not cheap, my man. Not cheap. Yeah.
Can't expect it to be cheap.
No, you can't get a lot of suitors either. No one wants to work with me.
So what do you reckon?
Yes.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. He's rich and famous and can't get insurance.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
7 words I never want to hear come out of his mouth again.
Jason Bloom.
No one wants to work with me.
Paul Greengrass.
No, we want to work. That's what I'm saying. I'm about to start an insurance company. You know what my problem is? His sunglasses you could hurt.
They came to me.
The purple and green and all that shit. You put that on and you're supposed to have a woman there that goes, no.
At that time, that went, ran towards the crisis instead of away from the crisis. But just one particular story about this bus driver and his teacher.
They're spicy, bro. I see where you're coming from, dude. However, next time we fucking pitch shop on us working with him, don't say it, dude. She looks fucking redacted.
Listen, I'm going to tell him that he needs a guy, he needs a handler. He needs somebody that's honest with him. Nobody in his life is honest. I want people that are honest with me. If I'm doing something stupid, tell me, and I'll evaluate. I don't mind the comments telling me that I
comes
brush
back
my beard
home
too much.
because his dad is
I'll try to
take care of his widowed mother. And
Expectations in competing in this Mint 400 now because it's not going to be your vehicle, but you're a gamer, you like to compete. How are you going to win this thing? We'll see. You know, the thing about the buggy is it only goes about maybe 40 miles an hour, so usually a lap takes about an hour and a half. It's going to take about 3 hours in this thing. So it's going to be a lot longer day for me. You want to finish. Your first race, you want to finish. Don't want to wreck the truck, so
don't think about wrecking the truck.
He's done it so much, he's used to it.
Hey man, I bet you I get on that podium. That's why I bet I get on the podium.
So Brendan Schaub shows up to buy a truck from you, and he's wearing a shirt that says donuts. Actually, no. Brendan Schaub shows up to get insurance from you. He's wearing a shirt that says donuts to get the insurance.
The price is doubled up, dude.
Son, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I really want Brendan to succeed. Bro, I want Brendan to get first place in a race and then just go like this. Post on Reddit himself with him just being like, that makes sense. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
Really awesome.
See, okay, so people like to get douche about me. I get it.
Like the fire. This
I
is
get it. Don't kill me, but this post is from
fire.
Blink.
Predator.
It says Brendan and Jay only
it's like Jaws. The fire is actually like
so
the shark.
He's class 11, dude. What that mean, bro?
A really cool story.
Where did they find this? How do they find stuff like this? That's awesome.
But
you know,
he only completed one lap at 4 minutes
there were no
4
contact.
seconds.
All the cell phone towers
regular
down.
lap, I guess, from the
No one
leader.
had any
Dude, can
contact.
you imagine? This just reminds me of when we had Walsh on. I was like, can you imagine you do one thing wrong and
what
take
happened?
pictures of it?
Responders left
I wonder
early
if Schaub's ever like,
to go
he does
get
something like
the
this,
fire
he's like,
there. It had already
looking at
jumped the
Reddit,
canyon.
they're not going to
So
have,
they were
fuck.
coming back to town.
They fucking
mandatory
have,
evacuation.
so some of they got the amount of laps it did. Jesus.
So it's a
I'm going to
bit of
go
a horror
fuck
film that way. But
Okay,
the
check some
fire
credit.
yeah, that is
I mean, this would be
This would
a
blow my mind,
Yeah.
dude. If I was like, if I, let's say, what's something that I do
That
that's
sounds
stupid?
awesome.
Like I left my sunglasses somewhere
It's tough.
and I call up the restaurant and like I'm like, I left my
Okay, what's
sunglasses
this?
there, and then I go on
Thank you for being
Reddit.
here, man. It
And
was a lot of
there's
fun.
like
I really
a
enjoyed
bunch of
it. Thank you. And that
a
pub was
voice
awesome.
memo
That was really
of the
good.
restaurant.
So dead on the head.
The restaurant is
That's the
recorded.
best participation
Hey,
trophy
I bet you don't
call
have it,
of all
but I
time.
think I left my sunglasses there earlier.
The book
I
is
like last night,
called
midnight. Let me
right
check.
there,
What kind of
Calls to
sunglasses
Prayers.
are they're
out soon.
Ray-Bans.
Pre-order now. Did you do the audio?
doesn't look like we have it. Sorry.
Introduce
All
my
right.
voice up there.
And I'm like,
That was
listen,
impossible.
like, oh,
Okay. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you.
how the fuck did I get
Goodbye, everybody.
Dude, I'm fucking pulling for Schaub in all facets, dude. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. I want to do well.
Yeah. Let's see the next thing, dude. Okay. You know, we're too heavy on Schaub today, dude. We got to go to another Clin Cookies. Post by Highlight Numerous. Again, warning, long and boring. Chip Cooks Pizza Burger. So, do you want to rate it before watching it, or do you want to...
Pizza burger?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude.
No.
No.
I mean, I'm saying no to that. The idea, no. It's just, no.
Richard Bell, Logan,
Strap the fuck in, because it's 5.5 minutes
Show
long. It
Rocky
doesn't look
podcast
good.
by night. Okay.
and we'll have all the good stuff in the pizza, which is pepperoni, cheese,
Great
tomato
time.
sauce,
Great to meet
just
you.
stuff. Just like
It's a trip.
sauce.
And walking in.
I'll leave this on for about 5 minutes, and then I'll turn
All those years.
So just be
It's conceivable we were in the same venue, in the same building, or the same party, or conceivably
these
something.
bad boys.
I kind of avoid parties.
And fresh onion. That's our
I
slice of
avoid
those.
basically
He's a producer and he doesn't even know how to have his
I
face
avoided
free.
parties.
He's
I
actually a
avoided,
worse cook than Brandon is a
premieres.
stand-up.
Anything where there's a red
Like, this
carpet,
is more
like, even if I
ridiculous
was in
for
a
Chin to
movie,
have
I
cooking
wouldn't go on the
videos
red
than it is for
carpet. I'd go
Brandon
to
to
the
do
back
stand-up.
door.
Seriously.
Yeah, I don't like
Wow.
I don't like all that fucking look over here, look over here. That is just too fake for me. It's just whatever allergy I have to that flare, and I'm like, I'm going to the doctor.
He washes the vegetables, dude.
They stopped showing me where the back door was because I support a similar it's just too weird. But it's look over here. There's something that happens in that moment. Yeah. And I think it's like it brings you close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery. I think it's bad for you. Yeah. I think it's just radiation. Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working that X-ray machine your whole life. No. And then there's that one lady who keeps calling you back to her. Charlie, far left. Yeah. He's looked at her.
You know why prison meals, dude, is Jin's thing. Yeah. That pizza does look like cafeteria food pizza. I was on my break at jail, and somebody left 2 pieces of pizza on the grill. Jin was in jail. That's that perfect one.
A little bit of side eye to you, just a little something, little person the lips, little something. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. But then they choose. Which one do they always choose? The one that's half goes off. Yeah, the one without open. Yeah. What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I gotta get out of here. Right? Yeah, for traffic. Yeah.
Let us know what you're going to do with the rest of the vegetables.
It feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years, right? Is there another way to do it? Probably not. Now people like it. Photographers like it, the press likes it. It's a big thing. There's a lot of people, a lot of lights flashing. It's legit. Right.
It's terrible.
I never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling. Right. That's totally unnatural. The only way that would be happening in real life is if you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. It's him, there he is. Look over here.
I was very happy that Chin doesn't have an open fire.
It's almost a form of perp walk. A little bit of a perp walk, just a little bit of mental illness.
I mean, that's very likely where he lives.
I just had it for the first time, like last Thursday. The first time ever? No, the first time in like maybe over a decade. At the Netflix premiere. It was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds. It was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, I fucking remember this. Wow. Damn. And then I'm in the right the sun to see right. I'm like, oh, and it's just becoming such a sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit. Your underwear choice. All of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong. Yeah. And it's all being shocking. It's so odd. Yeah. It's really funny that when I first walked into the studio, he brought up a tweet that I sent in 2011. I think this is when we were going crazy. Yeah. And I think this was also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those corn videos. Right. It said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on the podcast. I need to watch what it was between better he knows him. Help me hook it up. Well, here we are, 14 years older. It takes what it takes, right? Yeah. It's funny because back then, I had no guests. I think Anthony Bourdain was the only real guest that I've had. There he is. Yeah, he was 2011 as well. How many shows have you done by now? Not that many, but yeah, I don't know. So you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics? I would do it mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics. We just sit, talk shit, and then eventually it was your house? Yeah, it was the nice. Yeah.
The shadow.
Nothing like this. No. It slowly had to get out. It was like, I had so many weirdos that I had to break by my house, and I have young kids at the time. They were really young. I was like, this is strange for these weirdos by their house. It was just too odd. I think maybe some people should know exactly what I'm right.
Dude, what the fuck? Like, honestly, what the fuck?
for the right
ridiculous.
reasons. So I have no idea
if I showed this to my girlfriend, she'd be like,
the version of being blind
I guess we're ordering. Like, what? You can eat that?
Yeah,
like,
that's probably what I
or
would
her next try. Like, yeah, she's nice, but
Can you imagine
I
like I'm
think she
the guy
might be
they're
mad
blaming
if I was like, I'm gonna cook for you.
introducing this?
And she
Put
goes, what are we
everybody
cooking?
up
I like
to
burger
live
pizza.
goals
With onions?
Right.
What?
And make the guy drive a.
She goes, are you okay? Are you going through something? What's wrong with you today?
Yeah.
Because I'll talk to him.
Let's just get it.
Sorry,
Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. It was the whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode.
I was surprised. I'm surprised
the
because
whole
normally the stuff that
of
bothers me the
watching
most is
the
something
guy
that
from
somebody else did.
Platoon,
Chin is
the
gone
guy
too
that
far.
everybody knows
That
is
burger,
like
there's a side of it that's just
super
totally
cool
burger.
star, hot chop,
The
all
end
these
of it
different
looks
things.
like a fucking.
To watch you just
No, man. The end of it looks
not just
fucking. What are you, Irish? Is Chin
go off
Irish?
the
Is
rails
my
with drugs,
grandfather?
but like he's super open about it. He's like the first guy
Like, it
super
looks like
open
something
about
that
it.
you would, my
You know,
grandfather
and
would look at that
everybody
number.
just embraced it. Instead of it being like, oh, Charlie
But this
doing
is
drugs, that's so sad. It was like,
An
we
Irish
love
person
him.
might
Keep going. It was
An Irish
kind of
person
crazy.
makes questions.
All the tiger blood stuff,
Let's see.
winning,
Why does the
everybody
pizza have
saying
one
winning
leg,
all
one
the
of it has
time. And
cheese?
what was that like for you? Was that like, was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it let you, like, were you surprised by it? It's a great way to describe it. Yeah, I see the worst kind of reinforcement.
Yeah, you're saying it again.
Unintentional.
Grilled, just grilled enough to where it's still has some crunch.
It's grilled wrong.
The guy's been nasty.
Right.
Pepperoni pizza, grandma pizza.
I like my onions like, kind, like a third of them grilled. Like, you only see part of it as being grilled. No.
Follow it down.
I don't cook and I know that's wrong.
Do
you think there's a possibility burger pizza could be good?
I don't know if I was.
I think if you had like, how sometimes pizza has like burger stuff on it, like you get like burger meat on it.
It was a trip.
It's not my favorite. It's not my go-to. Yeah. But like a burger pizza, as in like the pizza is the bread. Also, where'd you get the pizza? You didn't make that pizza. No, it looks like fucking store-bought heat-up pizza.
Like it's seen through a tunnel vision.
Let's see here.
It's
Buns and thin crust. Fresh tomatoes over here. And do not ever forget.
I was playing a role.
Get the mayo.
Like,
This is my favorite mayo.
my co-stars were.
I didn't think it was going to get
Where's
top.
somebody,
That's
somebody
even
show
worse
up
than
with like
before.
a page one rewrite. Right. That's what we
the
fucking need. And it got away from me.
You wouldn't even eat something.
Had it not been encouraged,
So I would have eaten the burger pizza. But not now that there's mayo involved. I'm out. I'm out. Dude. My chips are off the
captured
table.
to the image.
I gotta go.
Yeah. And
I'm getting like if I'm sitting next to this burger pizza, I'm like, all right, I guess. But if he goes with the mayo, I'm like,
in some
oh,
way,
what's that? The house on fire? I'm fucking out of there, dude. You're eating that by yourself. I'll look at you. I'll look you dead in the eyes and say, no, I'm not eating that.
The way I was attacked.
You're the most polite person. I'm usually pretty polite, but I say, if you put mayo on my food, fuck you. Nah, mayo is for sandwiches, okay?
What are we doing?
Not that. Pizza and mayo.
It's total cocaine behavior, among other things.
I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, and I think
Fuck you. Honestly, I'm offended if you say that. Mayo on pizza? I can still pull out ketchup and mustard.
I really recommend like a quarter-sized dollop and like every other day. And, no, there's a line in the book where I say I was slathering that shit on like a fucking pasta. Also, you using the cream? Yeah, which is hard to measure. It's not just hard to measure, it gets on other people. I read this story about this guy who was on TRT cream and his child started like showing signs of premature development. And they realized that this kid's testosterone level was through the roof. Because it's through the dermis, or it's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arm, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid is getting juiced. Like, what were his numbers? I don't think they used that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development. Yeah, because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You're getting bombarded with testosterone until your dad is holding you.
It is gross.
Like,
Is that part of the reason to recommend like an inner thigh application? I guess then the only person would get it is the person that has sex.
exactly. To the point where
That would
That's disgusting. There's no
So there was testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of supers and a lot of rage.
That's
A
not.
lot of rage. But the rage, I think,
I gotta find out where they're getting these from, dude.
finally gets
Where-
distance
what do you-
from
Chin.
something
Let's
that
put
you
Chin as
realize
Chin.
that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment. And I really realized
This is just like, what is
it
this
wasn't about the
racist
job,
cooking
wasn't
video?
about the job. It was about all the
Chin,
stuff.
the fighter, and
My
the kid.
personal life.
Should have looked that
It
up.
was about trying
I want
to
to see where they're getting this shit from.
be a
There's
certain
no
guy
way.
at work,
This
be a
has to
certain
be
guy
AI.
at home, and just never having the time
Some of
to
the
be a
things the
certain guy
chefs
with
are
me.
creating.
And it
A
just
fake chin cooking
couldn't
video.
find
Right.
any place to
Alright,
find
here we
any
go.
refuge or solace or any
Where's
just a moment to
where
breathe,
is
just to decompress.
2 months
you
more
know.
That's all important.
Yeah,
Where are
and
they getting
there
these
was
from?
it's not
We
in
could
the
also
book,
revisit
because
it
I
if
can't
we can.
really, I
Yeah,
don't
I'll look for
remember
it
it
later.
well
Yeah,
enough to put it in the
actually,
book, and that
yeah,
was
that
kind
was-
of how I decided
well,
what's
needless
in
to
there and what's
say,
not.
redacted
Right?
is fun. That was a good clip, though.
Or something
Yeah,
just
good
isn't
work.
true,
Highlight
it's not
numbers.
the book.
Yeah, he's
And
really
so,
coming through for us on those.
But
Let's see here. And also, highlight numbers if you can message me where you're getting. I'm going to try to make more cooking content when I have a place to stay at.
I went to horses.
This one's called Dun Count. Papa indirectly calls Rolgan short. Hosted by Money Loan, 1864. Let's see.
So,
For a comic,
that's
you're
crazy.
trained
That's what I'm
to
saying.
comics, though.
And
The comic
they
now,
both,
fucking
they fell
well,
apart for
Rogan,
very
Matt
good
Rife,
reasons,
take
whatever.
Rogan out of it.
And-
But why though?
But it
You know, it's a
wasn't
different
time
thing about
to
Rife.
heal the last
It's really
one
fits.
before the next one kicked off. But that's all on me. You know what I'm
He's
saying?
not
That's all on
really
me. Making
big.
those
He's just
decisions.
kind of.
Yeah, it's one of those through lines in the book.
Very much. He's like 5'11" or
It's all
something.
about
What else you got? What else? If under 6 foot, we can't have this conversation. What else you got?
Yeah, and
Cat Williams shredded. No. Kevin Hart's jacked. Don't see Cat Williams. Gary Goldman.
for it to be just talking about bullying stuff, and it be so
I love like
so
Brendan's in his own world.
And a
Where
guy
like
who looks like,
whatever
if
this
you really
narrative
break
is
it
in his
down,
head,
what did
people
he
don't.
really do?
If they're not 6 foot, they're not so jacked or
this environment
jacked or whatever.
with the
It's just like a
dream
thing he
character
has.
in
he's the only
an
one that-
amazing show, or so
It's,
people tell me, right?
It's just it's an interesting perspective to have.
That was the toast of town,
He's not
right?
Yeah. But it's like,
And
who
all
is this
he has
conversation
from
with?
me-
What is the
Like,
do they get it?
Show
Are they on
up,
the
be
same?
responsible,
Do
know
they
your
even
lines,
understand what he's saying?
fucking
You're
job,
fucking
you know?
idle by some
Yeah,
short.
those were the only demands.
To be honest, dude.
Essentially, the
I'll
stuff
just
I
call him a
told
spade
him
a spade, man.
before I took the
Charles
job
said it.
that I was going to do.
Let's see here. This one's posted
So,
by Brandon
then
Queen 3.
I
It's very
turned into
short, but
that.
made me laugh.
You know,
It's called Brendan Job. I'm a stand-up comedian. Do you know what
look
happened?
back on it, figure out
Just
why it got that far, how it got that far.
fucking
Okay.
extreme
Testosterone,
Having all kinds of conversations with people and they'll tell you exactly what you're doing is correct, right?
Sorry,
Did you ever talk to Chuck? Did you ever
Oh, yeah,
bully him?
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
No, I knew that.
Yeah, no, I was really grateful.
Confessions.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Media tour all over.
He hired me for a show. Oh, yeah, that's right. I played myself with a few scenes, cameos.
Be cool, man. Be cool, Brandon Queen 3.
Just back on the set with Charles, and it was
Wait a
like,
minute. There's another Brandon?
it
That's
just felt like
Princess 3 Brandon?
like it did in the
Talking
early
make
Oh,
fun of
that's
another
so good
Brandon?
for not holding a grudge, too.
All right, let's go to the next one. This one's called
Sorry, what's that?
Top Out.
No,
It's
no,
like
no,
weird,
no,
it's
no,
weird,
no,
weird,
it's a
weird,
complicated thing to
weird,
think
weird,
about.
weird.
Like, why did I go
It's
off the
plus
rails?
by the real Mr. Versace. Let's see here.
It's very
His own
reasonable. Here's the thing.
I say legend loosely. Different.
I don't
which
think
comes out like
anybody but Charlie Sheen knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a scant few people that have become massive superstars at a young
That reminds
age
me. Remember when he was like
and
talking about
came
soup or
through
whatever?
it insane.
What did he say? I don't remember. But he
I
said something
don't
wrong
know
with the
anybody.
ingredients of soup. or
Everybody,
something.
I
that
know
was
people
great.
that have regained
The problem
equilibrium
with
and
these is
got
like
their
I don't
footing
really know
back,
the
and
sayings
we're on the
either.
right
So if I
track.
start thinking about what the soup thing is,
But
I'm
no
gonna
one gets through
So
without
there is a little bit
Everyone
like
kind of goes crazy
devil's
because
assistant
you're
here,
living
right?
in this
Yeah,
completely
playing the devil's
alien
assistant.
world
Well, I
that
mean,
no
if you're
one
watching
can
the
help you
chip and you look
navigate.
at the fucking
Even
pickles
if
and
you
carrots of it
watch
all,
the-
you know, it's really just all right there for you.
Go
Yeah,
back, go
like like,
Yeah.
and I think it has something to do with nuts and bolts. I think it's like you're
right
making
over
this
there.
stew, and
Yeah.
you gotta let
Like
nuts and
in
bolts.
the next room,
Right.
you know, or in the same room.
Right. And
Yeah.
a bunch of your friends.
Yeah.
He was like about to say this. He's like, oh fuck, I don't want to do the
Still
soup thing
an
again. So it's just
alien
nuts and
world that
beers.
you live in that no one that you run into during the day except people like that and understand. It's like people always like, why do celebrities hang out with each other? Well, because to them they're the only people that are normal.
I don't, but that's not
They're the only people that like, I get it. I can't go to the supermarket either. I get it. I get fucking TMZ to the airport as well. It's like, it's normal for them. But everybody else, like, you know, they're just captivated. Like,
What is
kind of
rare air?
need to be around people
Rare air,
that
okay.
understand what that life is like.
You're
But
in
the
the
problem
sphere, you
is,
said it, but
they're
you
all
had to
going
make it
crazy
ridiculous
too.
stratosphere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, it's
Yes,
a
they're not.
it's a great.
One's over here and the other's all over here.
To a degree.
Yeah, it's not. It's strange.
I think you can rely on them for the things
You try,
that
but
you
you
have in
can't.
common.
Right.
But maybe take the more complicated shit. Just
All right, we got one more
Right
clip
across
for the
the street.
day.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I gotta say,
To
dude,
the
this weekend Chang's have
Yeah,
been pretty
yeah,
Netflix, dude.
Yeah, you can't
This
rely
goes by
on
one of our guys, dude.
Because
But
they're going
easy,
through it
bro.
too.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Easy,
Yeah,
man.
so-
Oh shit! This one's called Not Picking, and can you guess what this clip's about? For instance, like Nigeria
No worries.
versus
Okay,
Anthony
sweating, was it
Joshua.
on here?
No,
Turn the AC on.
it is about a fight, but why
No,
would it
I'll
be
tell you
called
exactly
Not
what
Picking?
happened. I lost that thought and I tried to cover it.
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, but I just want to know if you
That's right.
got
I
that
started fucking
read that
sweating.
part of
So
your
I'm
brain,
just
you know,
gonna
because it's
completely
like
get up.
that.
It's normal, man. Just say you lost your
You
thought.
got
It's
it.
all good.
Nice.
It happens all the time. Happens to me,
Dude,
too.
I knew you can get there, dude.
Why
Let's
is
see
that?
here.
Is our brain already trying to figure out the next thing that's going to attach to it?
Both of my
By doing
boys,
so,
both those
that
guys.
the main thing and just dismissed it.
Perhaps.
You know,
It's also brains are just not that
I'll say
good.
that.
Huh.
You know, they're pretty good compared to chimpanzees, dogs, and stuff like that. But, you know, they have a lot of
Every time.
issues. Just like we were talking about
Amy
your
Fast.
memories. Like
He
my
always does the
memories of
opposite.
my whole life are like a series of blurry
If what Walsh said,
snapshots.
he's the
Like,
greatest
oh,
entertainer
yeah,
that's ever
everyone
lived.
went
He's
there.
doing this on
Oh
purpose.
yeah, that happened.
Even a subtle thing like that.
Very
Talk
few
about
memories that I have that are like rock solid memories.
Talking about
Yeah,
World Shortest Man.
totally get
Yeah,
that.
dude.
There's a little
Yeah,
thing in the book
absolutely.
where it
Right
talks
shot
about
different.
memories are tricky.
All right, how about it's to
And is
comedy
it-
what
is it a
Tesla was
story
to electricity, dude?
someone
He's
told
redefining it.
Is
Absolutely.
it being in that
All
moment?
right, guys. Thanks for
Or is
tuning
it-
in. Join
is
the
it,
Patreon,
you know,
Discord,
a
Reddit.
crazy
See you later. Have a great week.
photo I
Bye.
saw an old album in the 70s or 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Was the memory given to me, or did I create it?
Right. Yeah, and there's also the real possibility that you have false memories, and people do that all the time. There's days that show that they can introduce memories into people's mind, and then with enough sort of encouragement or revisiting it, that person will accept it as a pure memory. As it actually happened. Yeah, so they'll talk about it. Like outside of that, they'll have no knowledge that it was a false memory. Wow. Yeah, because it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like, there's the wolf. Oh, get away from the wolf. You know wolves are bad. Oh, I remember. I know wolves are bad. That's the spider that's poison. Get away from that spider. That spider is poison. But, like, day to day, everyday normal shit, it's like, how much of the memory does it really need? It's just your brain. That's not good. And then certain memories then get overlaid with a newer version of it. Yeah, they get narrative. Then you start repeating the memory, and the memory becomes a routine. So it's like you don't even really have a memory anymore. You know how to say it.
Thanks for tuning in. Have with me the Brendan Wall from the World Record Podcast. Thanks for joining us. What up? Good morning, Vietnam.
Yeah, because that's why the first composite that was put out really ultimately wound up looking
I'm very happy to have Walsh here with us. As always, join the Patreon, check out our Discord, our Reddit, all that stuff. But Jordan, how are you doing? I'm doing great today, dude. Nice, Jordan's with us as well.
Somebody else.
As always, that's not why they're
There's
here.
also the factor that
They're here to
the
watch
peanut
10 minutes
bottle
shop,
was such a traumatic event that this person was probably super
sorry.
out, which is when your memories were worse.
2, 3.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't accounts of like murders, chaos, they're really bad. They're really bad. Very unreliable.
You know what happened this week, dude? He crashed his truck.
Awful percentage about even when they wind up.
I was telling you guys before the show, I've kind of, and I'm not judging everybody watching the show,
Like the final nail.
but I've kind of dipped out of the fucking haterade pool and been focusing on things like my family.
Yeah,
I got my
and they'll
zombies, you know,
convince
and
themselves that they're right because they've already said it. So then the ego gets involved.
But you know what?
And then,
every time I get away, it's
traumatic
like,
events. You're in a high state of
cliche.
anxiety.
It sucks me
You're not
back
thinking
in. Like I look,
Right.
because I knew I was coming here today. So last night I'm like, let's see what this motherfucker's
When they
been up
have
to.
events like,
And
let's
it's all
say like
videos of him
9/11.
flipping his truck, and it's so comical.
If you were anywhere
I'm
near
like,
that,
how does he do it?
and you saw
last time I
like
dipped
people
out,
jump off the buildings and fall
one
to
of the
their
bigger
deaths,
times,
like
I
your memories
was like, okay,
of
this is enough
that
of this
are
shit. I
probably
can't.
really
I'm not
clear
wasting
because it
all
was
my life
fucking
watching
crazy.
people hate on this guy.
But your
I'm
memories
like, well,
of
let's just see
people
what's
you
going on.
might
He got
have
those
saw
tattoos of
that
his
were
kids with
running
the brains
away,
hanging
or
out.
maybe
It's
you saw a
shocking.
guy in a van and you looked fishy, or maybe this or maybe that. It's like, and then a few days go by, and you probably haven't slept well, you're all freaked out. Your memory's probably a mess. It's like
Well, let's get into the truck crash here, dude, because we haven't watched that show yet. This one's posted by Successful Day
what the fuck happened?
3345.
It's
called
obviously
Explains
someone
What
dies,
Not
someone
to
jump
Do,
off a
then
building.
does
I
it.
remember
I
that.
have a lot to
But there's
learn.
some stuff that it's just this is one of the scariest things about transhumanism is that it's really appealing in the idea that they give you a little hard drive in your brain, and now from now on, every time you want a memory, you can go just like you look on your phone, like your iPhone on this day in 2017, you're like, oh, look at us, well, that's cool. You're gonna be able to do that in your brain, and the way that we're gonna buy into it is because our memory sucks.
Because that's just how they're going to sell it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, do you remember your phone number when you were a kid?
No, but I remember my address because it rhymed.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was 7212 Birdview Avenue, Malibu.
That is a problem.
You used to remember your phone number, whatever.
You know he's gonna do
Never
it.
sucks.
Like,
Right.
you don't even need the title. The title tells you that he's gonna get stuck, but just
Oh,
without the
they're
title, you
still
would have known
rocking
that
the
he's gonna get
level.
stuck.
Yeah,
What's the
they
title?
haven't
Spring Shop tells you
Whoa.
you're gonna get stuck
during
in
dinner,
sand.
they haven't
Yeah, you know exactly what's gonna happen.
Oh,
Yeah,
now
even
people
if it's
talking in the
Brendan
background.
Schaub does not get stuck in sand.
This is part of it.
He's
Part
going
of
to
it,
show
part of
I
the
got
experience.
They're
I got
rocking
the
a landline with an answer machine. Explain what it's about. It's probably the way to do it. I used to love the answer machine. Come on, the light would be flashing.
I spent
Like
more money
someone likes me.
on shop
Somebody
cards
called.
for you guys.
Yeah.
I had those
It's cool.
all my
Like, yeah, the
kids at
dog's
Christmas.
going on the way to visit you when you
Thank
came
you
home.
for that. I
Like,
really
oh,
appreciate
look.
it. And you're a fish first kids guy. It's something I
at
try
its
to
lowest point,
with your
it's saying
family,
the light
but
is
yeah,
I forgot about that. Yeah, that was a wild time where you could get phone calls. There's other things like you got famous before the internet too, which is a different world. It's a different world because there's not that many of you. There's way less famous people. There's way more famous people now.
But it gets better.
You got famous, like super duper famous, like 21
I'm trying
years
to
old with
drip
no
feed this
internet.
year, but let's go on to the
Trip
more
out,
controversial
yeah. I know.
stuff. This was posted by Haphazard.
How does anybody
Notice
expect you to
how
come out
the only
normal?
interior shot is him
And,
driving straight. He had a stunt driver.
you can't really even explain to someone that wasn't around during all that. You can't really explain what it felt like. They look at it as the things that were missing. And if there wasn't anything missing. Right. It was about having to engage with
Have you ever heard the phrase street princess before shop?
to get a light,
No.
you had to enter the building.
That made me think.
You had to
When he
go to
said
a
that,
talk show. You had to
Like all this
attend the
him
junket.
being in
You know
the
what I'm
trucks.
saying? And
There's
nobody
one
knew.
guy. I mean, I guess
Nobody
Rogan
knew
has
what
the
the
same truck
behind the
and that
scenes
started.
of your movie looked
But
like
he's like,
until years
he's
later on
just
the DVD
parodying
feature
another guy.
or the
There's some
VHS
other
feature.
guy
Right.
who says all this stuff
Yeah.
and has this attitude.
All
And he's just like, oh, that's what I am.
24/7.
Yeah, you got the best brains. I mean,
And for some
we've
people, they
talked
can't
about this
leave it
before,
alone.
but he
They
just
have to
steals
live stream
stuff
during
from
the
people.
day. They're
all
live
the
streaming from their
designs in the
trailer. They're
back
live
and all
streaming
those
in their
ideas
car
are
on the
kinda
way
just
home.
him.
They're like,
Like, oh, that did well. Maybe I can do that. He stole my idea for the sneaker of the week. I've been doing that for years.
I mean,
Right, your sneaker of the week. This is my sneaker of the week. It's the brown Nike.
Tuning in with enthusiasm. That are looking forward to that.
That's going to be on display on the World Record podcast. That'll be on display next to the Creative.
Or is it a combination?
If you ever hit the red
I think
button
it's
next to
those things, and it's also that thing that you said that you didn't ever
this one,
get.
yes.
They're scared of. You didn't ever get
So
alone
tell us
time.
about the sneaker.
Just time to
What's the brown
decompress.
Nike? You know, this,
Just be by
the
yourself.
problem with this is,
No phone,
is that,
no
you know,
TV.
this
Just
here,
fucking sit on the couch.
see, it's
Just
this
like
interesting,
catch your breath.
interesting.
Right.
It's
That's
got this metal
I love
logo
that
on there,
this
so
is
that's how you know it's
something.
Yeah, there's levels to this shit.
There's levels to this
Yeah,
shit.
because that's your custom. If you want to like drink this at any point,
It's
shut
nice
up or
to
something.
shut off, right?
It's not
really
going to
is.
be good.
It's no work, no play. Not good. Not good at all. Not good. Bad for you. And bad for your work too. It makes you just kind of it's dreary. You don't have the same enthusiasm for it anymore. You know, so that discipline, but you also shit on top.
You know what I was going to say earlier? Thanks. Okay. All right. The memory just, dropped another token in the slot. Is that now? It doesn't.
What are your guys' thoughts about that?
Doesn't?
I don't understand what happened.
Let's
at the
find
end.
out.
That's just like a clip.
Well, no,
from
that-
Toontown, maybe.
I actually forgot it again.
I haven't watched it.
How about that?
Is
that fucking
yeah, that
nuts?
seems like
It's normal. It's normal.
Have you ever watched Toontown?
When
That's good that you
when you
haven't.
first
It's-
got
it's-
into
I
it,
can't
did you
go.
have any idea like what the fuck was
you should.
going to happen?
Yeah.
Positive man. I love everyone.
For people
I
to
mean, you're a nice guy.
to
That's what
understand
we're
how big that movie was. Because it was- It was
Am I nice?
one of the very first realistic war movies. And I think
One
very
more
importantly, it was
question.
done by Oliver Stone, who
Do
was
you
an
know?
actual
One thing he
veteran
said
of the
when he
Vietnam
flipped
War.
his truck, he had this like video where he explained it.
Remember what you wrote?
He said that before he flipped the truck, he went
I'm not-
traction control, right?
Traction control. I went Baja mode.
But that
Do you know what
was,
either of
it was
those
a different kind of war movie.
And neither
Yeah.
did he.
Right.
Much on the
That's
lines
Baja
of
mode
your
would
dad's
be like
You knew it.
you know, in that was a very different kind of war movie as well.
I thought you knew Baja mode. You didn't.
Here.
I'm assuming Baja mode is off-roading, not street.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
a dune buggy
Yeah.
kind of jumping
Yeah.
sand dunes.
See, I didn't
His
do that.
script
I'm a noodle arm beta, so I don't know these.
like it was going to be a masterpiece.
I'm assuming traction control
The script
is something to do with,
read
like if it's, I would assume it's like if it's rainy or something, like it keeps.
sort of moving
Yeah.
the wheel.
Oh yeah, like the grip of
Didn't
the
you
wheels
read
is
that
probably
script
more.
and say, oh
And
wow,
whatever it is, it
This is
allows
the
you
one.
to do dual wheels.
people are really wow.
Yeah,
We're gonna
because like
worship
that's
this.
I think that's what allows you to
Didn't
be able to go
Dialogue
to
was
certain
very clipped,
or that's
very
not driver to do it.
very
Well, there's a
specific.
certain amount of like
It kind of never really
intelligence
where you were
that you
in
need
the script,
to
in the
control the vehicle.
descriptions.
That's why when
know,
you're driving down the
the
street in
script was
Los
so
Angeles, you
lean,
just
I
see
think it was
fucking
like
mind blowing.
barely
You're just like,
100 pages.
oh, that person
Yeah,
has like
yeah.
a 43 IQ. That's why
So,
they don't.
but
They still, even though they're 50 years old
sort of,
and have been driving for 40 years,
what
they still don't understand. They don't have that relationship with the vehicle. They don't have a
get a
sense.
sense.
I wonder if
Shaw
Shab is like, I mean, he crashed his truck. Nobody else was around, and he still crashed it. I wonder if Shab is like one of those people that you're talking about that we see all the time in LA that just can't drive.
Because all the terrain,
I'm sure
all
if you're
the
behind
scenes,
Shaw in
everything kind of
traffic,
felt
you're going to see
very similar.
some shit.
He's on the phone.
I mean,
he's
definitely
great.
distracted.
He can grade him on that shit.
You think it's as big a head?
I mean, he is like restriction. I mean, I'm not
It's a great movie. Thank you. Thank you.
all right, well, let's get to the
But we
part where
started
we
to
flipped it.
feel
This
it
is another one by
as we got
Haphazard.
deeper into it. And
called one of our
Oliver's
guys.
Yes,
brilliant.
one of our guys. He flipped his story.
He actually, yeah, he does, and he's on the Patreon. That's what we usually.
Page one,
Oh,
day
we
one,
did the
all the
interview.
way to
Oh, yeah, we interviewed him on the
page.
Patreon, too.
That
He's
gave
actually
us
a normal dude.
I imagine like a lot of these guys are. If I had a job, if I had to be at a job, all day, I'd be editing shop. Like I would be working
They got sent home.
15 minutes a day.
Yeah.
And then the other 7 hours and 45 minutes would be me doing this kind of shit.
You're going to Bob on your work computer. I shouldn't say actually. A lot
I'm
of
not
guys
saying
are
that I would tell how that felt in the real time, but we bonded in a way that because we were the only people that we had.
See, like right
I would love to ask. I mean, not all of us.
Press the SOS or cancel button.
What it's like to make a movie about
Starting
a war.
SOS call.
How does you
Like, what kind of
Can AI speak
bizarre
reenact?
mental conflict.
He didn't have a seatbelt on, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did.
Really? I mean, he talked a little bit about his experience in Vietnam, but I don't think we really talked about.
in the air.
Did we ever
Like
talk
regular-
about making the platoon?
Is there any chance that he did this on
We got
purpose?
so heavy into the JFK assassination. We
I
hardly
don't
covered
see. I was
anything
talking
else.
to somebody today about this because they're not.
Especially the last time he was on. The last time he was on was
You know, it's hard to catch people.
Showtime.
Yeah.
JFK.
He's not familiar.
It was a Showtime.
And I was telling him about it. It's like
I think it was.
there's
Yeah.
no
that's
way,
what it was,
because it's Andy
multi-part.
Kaufman.
Yeah,
He's,
he put
but
together.
it's like
Yeah.
His recall is
he would have to
insane.
be the
It's
most
insane.
brilliant.
You have a conversation with him. He's pulling up dates. He's got no book. I mean, how old is Oliver at this point?
Genius. You have to be a genius. Like nobody could pull this off.
There's so many, like you were saying before we started, there's so many things that he's done.
78.
That would be like really cool. If he
Rock
did that.
solid.
I would
I mean,
fucking,
rock solid.
know,
The dude
I
was
would
just
like
pulling
give
up
him
dates
2 dozen
and
roses.
names.
Like
and
I
Alan
don't know.
Dulles did this.
I would just.
Where would you rank it? Can you rank him? Like, let's say that's true. Like, this is all I act.
Different
He's planned all this stuff out. Not the all
It's
everything.
bananas.
That's
the
the
greatest entertainer that's ever lived.
So number one ranking for PT
Landed
Barnum.
on, like,
That's so funny. I thought you were gonna say comedians. You know, it's not even comedian. PT Barnum. Not even like Carl and
There was a
Pryor.
lot of
Straight to
people
like.
that wanted to
He's
judge
the
him
greatest
for sure.
entertainer
There's a lot
ever
of
lived because it's not
fuckery
just
going on
stand-up.
with the
Like his stand-up is the like
There's a
nobody
lot of
pays attention to
nonsense
this.
with the autopsies.
Yeah,
There's
sure,
a lot of
I guess
nonsense
Nobody's
with
even
the bullet
mocking him for his
going
death. Like
through
the
both
few
him and
clips you see
Connolly.
are like it's just
Leaving
you know
more
whatever
bullet
it's crap.
fragments
Like
in Connolly's
Mike
wrist
level
that
shit,
matching bullet was missing.
that's
from
not
It's
the
bullshit.
focus on
It's
this
just
whole
bullshit. And no
community.
one really knew how much bullshit it was
That is
until
has created their own
they had that
language
video that they play
about him.
of the Zapruder film.
I'm sorry, I don't want to talk to
Rivera
you.
show. When
That's
Dick Gregory
that's the start of
came
the show.
on and
Great.
was comedian,
I wanted to ask you, Brendan.
came on
So,
and had the
what would
footage
you rather
of the Kennedy
Would you rather
assassination.
it be
Everybody
him
sees Kennedy's head
orchestrating
go
all
back
this
and to the
or
left.
him
Right.
flipping his truck when trying to do donuts?
What?
8 inches.
What happened there?
But no, but you know, in reality though, like, would I rather it be
common physics to it.
Yeah.
You
both
know,
are great
That's anybody's
options, I think.
ever
Because
fired a
he's
weapon.
hilarious
Also, clearly looks like gunshot
unintentionally,
in his chest,
and then
too.
what's
Like
most
when he grabs
likely
his neck.
that he's very funny
Right.
unintentionally
Gunshot right
somehow.
there.
And there's always that
But
talk
the
about
other
doing a
thing
trach.
is like,
But you know, there's two different
I usually
autopsies.
Right.
There's the autopsy of
clowning is
Dallas.
stupid.
It's an
Like
extra
being a
one.
clown.
There's the autopsy of
idea of
Bethesda,
like taking
Maryland.
classes,
That's
clown
straight
classes,
down.
and they do in LA.
Yeah, two
And
different
then, yeah, I
autopsies.
hate magicians.
Yeah, it also looks like by the time we got to Bethesda, they
Yeah,
kind of
I'm
glued his head
alone in
back
this.
together.
I understand
Or at
I'm
least put the
redacting
pieces
from
back
my
to take a
My first
photo of it.
radio was a clown.
It's like more
Oh,
was
yeah?
missing
And
from
I
what
gotta
they were
say, the
talking about
first
in Dallas
time
than the Bethesda.
waking up,
That's the shot with
fucking
him.
hungover, and coming in the living room, seeing a
Yes,
full
yeah.
clown.
There's a great book called Best
Leaving
Evidence
for work.
by David Lifton.
This
He
was
was
a
Yeah,
accountant.
it's enough to be
And
like,
he had
You know,
some
it was
sort of
cool. I was
assignment
like, all right,
involving the
welcome.
war. And so he decided to just read the entire thing.
All right, let's
And
see.
so in the reading of the entire thing, he finds so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense,
Yeah,
that
he's
he
like,
starts
I mean,
becoming
the
obsessed.
level of
And then he
acting
finds out
here
how many
is
people
would
who
have
are
to be
witnesses to the
Charles,
assassination
because he
wind
panicked.
up dying mysteriously.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Off the
That's
charts.
Yeah.
Off the
And
charts.
Like 95% of
All those people that were hanging around like a
Crazy.
giant ton of them
Right.
died in car accidents,
Yes.
weird
No, it
fucking
doesn't
Who was the guy
seem
in
that
the train town?
bad.
In
I
Bowers,
mean,
right?
flipping your car over is bad,
It was
obviously.
Bowers. He was the guy
What
that
he
saw
was
bad
that
man.
he was worried that the truck would collapse in on itself. I
I
don't know if that happens or not. That's just a shock
Fear
fear.
gets started.
I think he had a
Yeah,
heart
like
attack.
I feel like it could.
Track.
Well, you had all that extra shit.
Also
So
got
by
hit
the
by the
bottom
train. I could be
part,
wrong, but it was one of those times that they.
You know how he pulled out
But
the
of course.
personality, or he
Yeah.
claimed
And
he
then
pulled out the
what
personality
was
or
it?
something like
He was
Milana
the
or whatever.
guy,
I think that's also crazy that that happened in this.
Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the
well, this
reason
one
why
is
they
just the
had
same
come up
clip,
with the
so
magic
but I
bullet
just want to
theory.
shout out California burritos.
I don't remember. Did he die weird?
Voted Netflix.
Probably.
I don't know if he died weird, but he was hit with a ricochet.
Right.
Because they
This
knew
one is-
that the overpass,
that
that's why
adds-
they
that
had
adds
the
up.
bullet.
And
Yeah,
then
they had to
footage
add
of
that.
the truck
And they were,
full.
okay, how do we fix this?
Right.
What about we said only one guy did it? It's only 3 shots, so how do we come up with a reasonable excuse for killing the mass bullet?
I
Redacted. Here's the lady.
architect of that
Very good. Good work.
Oh yeah.
I think it
You
was
see
on
Mark in the back
yeah.
there too.
Yeah.
He's great.
It's just
Then we got
bullshit.
some picture
But
posts
back
here.
then, you can get away
This
with
one's
that.
posted
right?
by
You know, it was pretty
Paolo's
easy to just
Justice.
bullshit people.
It's called Papa's Gonna Be Fuming When He Reads This. It's Sean Strickland saying, y'all did you just
right? And all that stuff.
went and shopped for his truck.
Yep.
The panic in that man's eyes.
Well, that is a good one for a long time. I think Time Life had it.
In a truck.
And then somehow another Dick
Maybe
Gregory
you should
got
come
it.
hang out
Was
with
it ever
me. I'll
released
help you
with
not be a
missing
pussy.
frames?
Do you know that guy, Sean Tree?
Wasn't there the jump cut?
I haven't been watching it well, but he looks familiar.
Yeah, he's like this MMA fighter that's really outspoken and kind of says crazy shit. But he got into it with, I know you've been off the subreddit for a while. He got into a shop over something about Sneeko.
The whole thing. And then there's also been AI enhanced. I don't know if you've seen the AI enhanced one.
Sean Strickland got in a fight with a YouTuber.
It's crazy.
Yeah, really had him come and spur. And then Brennan said
I think he was shot from multiple angles simultaneously. That's what I said. I think he was shot both from the back and from the front. And I think Lee Harvey Oswald, if he wasn't involved, certainly wasn't innocent. He was probably the guy that they were going to frame it on. But I think he was in on the whole thing. Anyway, I think he killed a cop afterwards as well.
Or side window.
Yeah, Tippett.
This one is.
Have you ever read that thing about Tippett's nickname back at the precinct was JFK? Don't read this thing. Then they show the side by side of how much they really look like each other. Really? So they're saying he was the body they used for the transfer.
Another funny one was Joe Camel.
All that stuff.
His face looks a lot more like Joe Camel.
Can you imagine if you did something like wrong and there was
travel down
a Reddit that had 8 different pictures of you doing something wrong?
There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
Well, that's what I was saying to my friend today too. He's not familiar with it. I'm like, I do sympathize with Shaw because
I would have been 10 or 11.
can you imagine people scrutinizing every moment of your life? But I mean, he's also recording every moment of his life too.
He had access to stuff.
So he's selling t-shirts with donuts that are dripping on them.
I buy you one.
It's disrespectful. I'm not wearing that.
Got away with it. We
I
don't want to
have
get
one
away
in
with
storage right
like
now.
killing the press.
Yeah, we have all your merch
in
back
broad
there.
daylight.
Yeah,
Delaney
there's a
was
shelf storage
alone.
one of the number one supporters of the show.
Who they already had a full
Every time I tell my kids, like, you can't
description, rundown, and everything
That's
about it.
right.
You said $300 worth of Shaw merchandise.
Your daughter's like reaching for a toy and you think of
visited by Jolly West, who's the head of the
That's
FK
taking merch off of their
like
backs.
routinely dosing people with acid.
And it's destroying my karma.
Jolly West quit.
Yeah, like you getting a toy. Think about how much my Reddit has gone down.
Left him insane.
He's the guy
All right,
from
this one's posted by Successful Capital 217.
Chaos.
I'd like to take us back to this gem of a fight companion.
Really?
I don't think it gets enough credit for truly how awful something was.
I'll read a couple pages, and I was like,
My Twitter feed.
oh, okay. This was the best book, different take.
Yeah.
But I'm curious how you felt about the documentary they did about it.
I did watch it.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be too quick. 90 minutes, and it was like enough time. It's only 90 minutes. Right?
I thought it was the first episode. So I watched it sort of like a data gathering thing using the first episode. And kind of just seeing where they put the director doing and what kind of stuff they ran out early. So, and then when it
His
ended,
entire
I
life
didn't
is an
see
SNL
that
sketch.
second
Dog's
episode
brain
with the
is
timer,
recorded in his
right?
brain.
And I thought it was completely, I thought it was radically underserved for both.
Yeah, maybe they don't try again. That needs to be like
Nobody's talking about the fight. Everybody's
2
saying,
hour.
how are you going to go there?
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, because
Talking about
it's so nuts. The story is so nuts. Just the provable actual facts are so nuts that very likely Charles Manson was a CIA asset. Very likely they had groomed him when he was in prison and taught him mind control techniques when people were high on acid, taught him how to be sober by pretending he's on acid, and how to interact with people on acid and shape their mind and even get them to commit murder. All of which is
How he's
fact.
not, how he thinks he pees in the
Yeah,
bathroom.
no,
sitting.
it's
It's like, no, you can probably see the thing from where you're sitting
so
out.
much of it
In
is, I don't want to
in
say
a communal
but
office
like
sitting.
has enough
That's what
supporting
the whole thing
evidence
was.
to
Oh, that went over my head. I didn't realize that was what he thought.
and I love that the guy starts out
Yeah, because
just
he's like,
like
oh, he's in the sink, because that's why he's like, where was the
kind of a
toilet?
normal
And it's like,
celebrity assignment for
at
you
least
in
that's
your
what I got
magazine,
from it.
right?
The way
Yeah, I've
they're
been on that
reacting,
magazine.
especially
I
Howie
got
Mandel,
covered
who's like
twice.
a famous
I still didn't wind up like that. It was the Storybook magazine, and it was just about the anniversary of the murder. Exactly. That's it. That's what it was. Just give us a piece, so people
I
go,
would think that that would elicit a bigger, like, wait a minute, you made it that sick.
And he starts realizing, well, this guy was full of shit. That guy was going off for, oh my God, look at this.
It's like when you put your balls on the counter.
Who's Jolly West? What's MK Ultra? This is real freedom of information act. Get the documents. Oh my God. Operation Big Night Climax. The government was running whorehouses. They're running whorehouses and using two-way mirrors and dosing Johns and filming them.
Where's the sea cat? You know what I mean?
And this has to do with Manson? Like, what the fuck was going on? And then you realize that it was all a psyop to try to demonize the peace, love, and stop war movement. And what they really want to do is stop the anti-war movement and do something to curb the cultural change that was happening. And so their strategy was to turn hippies into murderers.
This one's posted by PP stains in the
Yeah,
front.
it
This guy
kind
posts a
of
lot.
worked. It kind of worked. Yeah, it kind of worked. Yeah, it's a wrong way to go, but I think it had the effect.
This one's called the Schwab Curse. Claims another victim
Like,
of the
what
night.
kind of cultural change would have taken place? Because if you think about what happened between 1950 and 1960, it's like the world becomes a different place in 10 years. Between 1960 and 1970, it's like, what? This world is crazy. The music is crazy. The culture is crazy. The movies are nuts. Everything is wild. It's very psychedelic. Then Nixon comes along in 1970, passes the sweeping Schedule 1 Act, makes all mushrooms and LSD, makes everything illegal, all to stop the Civil War, the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement at the same time when they're doing this Manson stuff. So it was a concerted effort across the board to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the civil rights movement. They were like, we're losing control and power. And so, I mean, it was an evil thing to do, but you kind of got to give them credit because it's pretty brilliant. Like, they actually pulled it off. You think of serial killer, you think of Manson. You think of the family. Oh my God, these hippies are murderous. A bunch of murderous freaks on drugs. Fucking women, babies out of their stomachs, writing pig on the wall.
They just pulled
this is nuts. Yeah, and they brought the Beatles into it. And our own goddamn government engineered it.
He looks like a waiter.
Engineered.
What happened is right before this started,
was probably one of the most beautiful cultural shifts in this country's history.
Like the waiter or something.
Organic, it's still evolving into things that would have
somewhere there's a waiter tied up in a freezer.
Yeah, probably would have rethought
Yeah, why doesn't he wear thick boy shit?
The type of people that would want us leaders. We would have rethought our involvement in foreign wars.
Build up to this, or did
no
this come out of
support
nowhere
for it.
too?
We would have rethought what psychedelic drugs can do for you versus the bad aspects of them. We would have rethought everything. We would have. The music would have been a lot better. Music took a big dip.
Yeah, it did.
Music took a big dip after they got rid of the drugs that were good and brought in the coke.
Short
But
guy
people
or
do
fucking
point
chop?
to the death of the 60s occurred up at
Play a little bit more, don't think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah,
you
it
gotta
was
see
that
some attitude.
I mean, that completely demonized any peace, love, and any of that kind of movement. So those people became a real problem now because you're now connected to Manson.
it was instantly zero tolerance.
Like kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts that it was really all engineered by the government. It's really that in and of itself is a terrible crime.
So bet against Belcher.
That they sort of engineered society
That was my
to their
commentary.
benefit so they could
I should,
maintain control.
instead of just
And
watching.
the way they did it is by getting a horrible con who had been in and out of jail his whole life and teaching him how to run a cult.
Right.
A murderous cult.
And setting up at a free
But
clinic
I
in the hate.
Where my wife's mom
entrenched
went.
in this
Yeah,
world.
my wife's mom
I
was a
should have
hippie.
been watching these fight companion or whatever when he makes his
My
predictions.
wife's mom she was a hippie in Haight-Ashbury. It was linked to Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic.
Treated
Yeah, wow. that clinic didn't shut down until after Tom O'Neill's book came out. That clinic would have been running for over 50
Well, I don't
years.
know.
It ran
I
until
don't like his again. It's like it's a lot of work to keep track of this guy.
When did it close? It closed shortly after that book came out. They're like, hey, we're good. Let's get out of here.
I could have gone there while I was reading the book.
Yes, the CIA just a law. That's what it's trust. That is so.
If you just watch the fight campaign, there's going to be somebody already doing
Jolly
it,
well.
right? So you got to watch the shots
also
too.
connected to
You wake up at 4:30
all sorts of other marijuana
for your enemies.
experiences. San Francisco is where they were doing Operation Midnight Climax.
That would be
That's where
funny
they
if
had a
that's
brothel.
like a thing you can do and make a lot of money. You know,
These are the people that are supposed to be
you know, people
protect and serve.
they've been
Look out for your best interests.
they've been
Yeah, these motherfuckers are creating advances and completely shifting society
that kind of shit.
and turning people into whatever the fuck we became in the 70s and the 80s.
Just like a side hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah, started a podcast where you just kind of take his picks and be like, listen, this is nobody is like, just do the opposite.
If you give us ideas like this, you gotta be aware that we might take
read the
it.
forward.
I just
Guys,
I
we
like
got a
seeing
problem.
things.
That's probably how long it took them just to clear the building out.
Yeah,
And try to figure out whether they're going to kill Tom O'Neill.
Right.
Has
she been on the show?
Yes. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
What's she like?
He's great. Yeah, great. He's actually my good friend, Greg Fitzsimmons. He was his neighbor in New York when he first started working on this. And then he became his neighbor also in Venice. Like, he's been his neighbor for like 20 years. So Greg's followed him from this entire journey. And Greg had been telling me about it for years. I'm like, when's your friend going to get that fucking book done? And then finally, he says, tells me the whole story, how it took so long, what he said, you gotta have fun.
Like, just like when they
Let's
post you
go.
about him.
So we had him on, and
just like
it was.
There's no sound.
First of all, I listened to the book first before I had him on. I listened to the audio version. I was like,
You're probably right, though. It's like they showed you just doing
this is nuts. If this is all true, this is fucking insane.
What did Shop say? Like Shane,
It's all true.
they called him an asshole or something?
Oh, he said that he shouldn't have been canceled
They
for being
really
racist.
did engineer a murderous cult of hippies.
This is just like the betting game, dude. You should have been
The
canceled.
clinic as a casting
Oh,
couch, as an
but if
audition
you guys could
process
meet
for
any
which girls they
basketball
want. We
player,
have
who would it be?
multiple, vulnerable.
Yeah. Any basketball
Crazy,
player?
yeah.
For your comedy. They're like, dude, that one
CIA
knocked out
was
was fucking
doing
killer.
You mean like they like our comedy?
It's just.
I thought they were supposed to just operate on foreign soil.
I'll say
I
James
know
Harden,
they were,
let's
but
go.
sometimes things get messy.
Yeah, he
But
seems
it's
cool,
like
but I mean, I'm old, like Michael
You
Jordan.
talk to like your
Michael
average
Jordan was
boomer
like,
who just watches
God,
cable news and
that's
reads
like-
newspaper. They never believe this in a million years.
And they'll hear us talking about it, thinking, "Come on,
Why don't you
guys."
guess?
you're right.
Because I think if you think about me,
they
you can
also
probably guess
will
what
never
my
read
answer
the book.
is.
No, never read the book, and
Well,
then
yeah,
when things get proven, they never apologize.
Imagine that.
Never
Yeah.
apologize for your baseless conspiracy theories that all
Chris
turned out
Mullen,
to be true.
maybe?
Okay.
You know,
who's that guy,
conspiracies are
Reggie,
fucking real, okay?
Oh, right.
Keith Miller's
This
great.
conspiracy
Yeah, he's
theory
wrong.
pejorative that they really started foisting on the American public during the
You're
Kennedy
guessing me very.
assassination
Those are like
was
some
for
of my
that very
favorite
reason.
players.
They wanted to make it ridiculous.
Oh, really? So that's like the same era.
That's where the term was coined.
Yeah,
That's
I
when the
mean,
term
I
became
grew up
popular. Apparently
watching
the term
Reggie
existed before
Jordan. I
that.
didn't really see Bird. I mean, it was
researched this,
when I
right?
was
Didn't we
Bird
Google
was
the
like, I
original
was super
term
young,
of
but
conspiracy
like Dr.
theories?
J.
It's
Larry
quite a bit
Bird.
earlier, but it was never like a thing in the public
that's like-
zeitgeist. It became a thing during the Kennedy assassination
I
because a
know
lot of
James
people
Harden just to go to the strip club
Because
with
it looks
3 C's, you know what I'm saying?
you know, everything.
Magic
Even the
Johnson,
people that hadn't
because
seen
like
his career
Sean's
film,
great
everything
joke.
was seen
Oh yeah,
off. They see Bob. And there was roughly too much people that were there. The big one was the shots from the grassy knoll. Many people talked about
that's like
gun
way
shots.
And then one photo where
Even
there's
though I
like
said I forgot
15
that
people
he's- yeah.
pointing to the same
Does he say that?
I think
Yeah,
it's
where
something
the
like that.
bushes
I could try to
are.
make
It's
it
not a
sound
good
a little bit.
photo, but it's
So
good
this
enough.
one's from
Right,
around
so
80s. It's called
it's
The
just
Border
too.
We never said that.
It was too
The
uniform.
Border Director's story
You
still
know,
makes me
people were, they
smile.
all were pointing. We heard shots from back there.
You wanna
There is
hear
a
a shit like
thing
this?
that does
You don't wanna,
happen.
like, stop that.
Especially if you look at Dealey Plaza. Have you ever driven through?
I have, yeah. I've walked the whole crime scene.
It's weird to be there. First of all, it's so little.
It's, you can't believe how close it is.
Yeah, it's real little.
And that they sent him into that tight turn, put him into
In a
that
convertible.
pickle jar.
I mean,
yeah,
completely clear.
and you watch
What is this whole world that
Uh-huh.
these guys existed? Like, who are these fucking
There's something
guys?
I
I
read.
thought the same
Did you
thing,
ever read,
but now I know who they are.
Bussin' with the Boys?
Bussin' with the Boys, because we watched so many clips and we had no idea.
Yes,
Yeah,
So,
did you ever have him on?
They're two retired NFL
I
players.
think
Right,
so.
okay.
Yeah.
So there's just this
He
whole
wrote
world
Prize
out there that
comedy's been usurped.
All about remote viewing.
Yeah, I don't think this ever
He's a trap.
existed
He was
before.
deep in
Like,
that.
it was like back in the 80s when like Gary Shandling
I
and
do too.
fucking,
Like,
Richard Jennings
there's
or whatever.
something in
Like back in like, the 80s when like Ellen DeGeneres and,
Never been able to find
Ray Romano and Drew Carey, like all these people.
from the internet.
There wasn't like a side, there wasn't like a side group of comedians.
Right
Like,
after the tail had
I mean, there was like
round
Dice,
over every
but
Dallas
he was
Sports
like
radio.
just a
You
full-on
ever heard that?
character. Yeah.
Okay, I read that.
You're right. This may be the
I'm
first
not
time
coming
in
up with
history
this.
that
This
there's
is not
something like this where
my
like,
original
it's like these
data.
brothers,
But
like,
yeah, when I read that, that was just that was creepy.
like, you know what I mean? It's like a bunch of comedians that are just like, when I
I
was growing
don't
up, we
know
had the
that they
man
would
show.
have just added that.
That's different. Like, I mean,
That's not something
it's
you
like
just
all these guys.
throw out there.
I don't know. I don't know these bus guys. Maybe they're, you know, brilliant.
Well, a lot of
I don't know them very well.
It's hard for
the
us
Taylor
to
Lewin guy, the guy that makes fun
now
of Pablo
today
sometimes.
because we think of him as like one of
I
our
don't
greatest
know much
presidents.
about the other
Of
guy.
course, because he got murdered. We
And
always
what
love
this show is,
fucking
this
shots.
is
But
mouthful of nicotine.
when
packs,
he
like,
was
what's going on
alive,
with
this
his face?
was like half the country
I don't know. It
fucking
looked like
hated
maybe that was the nicotine.
and
It's
then there was
definitely
the
at
Bay
least
of Pigs
part
disaster
nicotine.
where we lost
Yeah.
a lot of
He
people
takes it
because
for his brain.
Kennedy
I
didn't
think
get
you're
air
right.
support. He wasn't told about the invasion until like last moment.
boys,
Air
would you
support
ever
was
have
crucial to
not
his
take a
success.
douche bus
He
on the
denied
boys?
air support.
I'm sure
A
they're
bunch of
great.
people
Would you
died.
ever
They
have a
weren't
thing
going
that's
to
at the
die.
boys?
Right. So
I
those guys
wouldn't
have
have
been
any of
around.
this extension.
My friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan, who owns Black Rifle Coffee, who was a ranger himself. I met him.
Yeah, they always have. We have the same thing.
I love
We got
that.
rain.
But he
Tiger
said,
Dick, which we have to
like,
have.
those
What do they
guys,
have? They have
those are
like a
hard-nosed killers.
barrel
And
acid.
if they think
I
that they
fucking-
lost their
I
brothers
think they-
because this
Oh,
fucking
barrel
piece of
aged.
shit didn't
Oh,
give
no,
them
it's
the air
aged.
support
So
they
you
deserve,
some
it
kind
was
of
Kennedy's
high
idea,
drink.
and you
Then
tell them that you
Budweiser,
want to get that guy killed, like, oh, fucking sign me
Oh,
up.
yeah, look, he's got
Those
two
guys
little
would do it.
nicotine packs on
He's
his
like,
arm.
those would be the type of guys you would have do something like that, and they would probably tell you this would be a perfect place to do it.
Right, right,
Just
right.
nice little turn. Anybody who says, by the way,
What
because
was half
conspiracy shit, everybody gets binary on this one way or another. I believe this or that. Anybody says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot has never shot a rifle.
Either. I know,
You're
like,
full of shit.
I know
If
the
the
logo. I know
rifle's
there's a guy
on,
that goes
it was
around
not that
so
far.
he's like,
I'm not saying you do it 100 times
like
out of
in
100,
charge of
but the
Barstool
possibility of
Sports, but I don't
him
know what
having
is it
that
just
rifle
like
ready,
a bunch of
he's
shit.
got a
It's like
scope,
these guys
he's
just
got a
talk to other
rest.
shitheads.
The car comes into view,
My old
you
roommate,
roll the sight onto his back, he springs off around,
he's the one who
springs
told
off
me
around,
about
and you get a
Barstool.
headshot there. That's
I knew
100%
of it,
possible.
so
Sure,
it's
I just don't buy it.
Boston
I don't
or
buy. I don't
Remember
think
they said
he
something
acted
about
alone. If he did do it, he
But,
might have done it. He might have shot at
He
him.
told me
He
the
might have
story
even
of the
hit
guy
him
who
once.
just ate
There was
pizza,
other people.
and then that became
He
so
was the
famous. and
patsy, and I think
they
what he
were
said,
idiots
I'm
that
just a patsy.
Right.
The way he said it was not like the guy who murdered somebody. The way he said it was like, I can't believe they set me up. Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's
So I
what
think he was in on a bunch of it. I just don't think he pulled the trigger.
Right.
Or if he did pull the trigger, he was one of many people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other people saying, oh, he couldn't have made those shots because the rifle scope was off. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because I can get your rifle scope to be off in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle scope's perfect, you zeroed in, bang, I dropped on the ground. Try it again. It'll be off by 6 inches at 200 yards.
Yeah.
You're going to lose that thing.
Yeah.
They're fragile. They require micro adjustments, little Allen wrenches and hex keys and shit.
Right.
They don't work up too much. It's dialed in perfect.
On a $37.
Yeah, on a rifle from 1963. Yeah, of course that thing's gonna get knocked off. Easy. Like almost instantly you can knock that thing off. There is a thing about the tree though.
What's watching this shit? I don't know. There's like
What they've done, and a lot of
other guys that want to have a business with a board, I guess. I guess it gives everybody hope. Fucking CEO.
Cut out part of the
It's
tree.
funny the way you see it because
They cut it
now
out.
that you've said that, I agree and I think it's hilarious. But when I was watching it just now, I was thinking that this guy, Compton and Lewin, are just making fun of him or not understanding. They're so like blown away by the fact that he said that he has a board that they don't understand, and they're like, maybe they're trying to give him an out almost, like you get a board, like you mean like your friends that you
So if
do
you're gonna
business
practice,
with.
you're gonna be
He's like, no, like, you know,
quicker.
Lewis sold his media company, like,
done it.
It's just this
I just
whole
don't
kind
buy
of
it. It's
jive
just none of the
world that
evidence
exists
points
that
that
didn't
direction,
exist
including
40
all
years
the
ago.
evidence
Like,
they try to
I don't know. It's like
fabricate.
influencers.
Like the magic
like,
bullet
yes.
one is
The whole
nuts.
shot thing is like
Anybody who's ever shot anything
dad
with a bullet
has,
who looks
like,
at that
he's
and
being
believes
funded
that went
somehow.
through
Like,
two
there's
people
no way
broke
this
bones.
guy.
Yeah, that looks like it got shot into a swimming pool. Yeah. It doesn't look like it ever hit anything.
Like, they get Maseratis and shit, right? Those cost like $100,000.
That's a good question that we've talked about before. I don't really know the answer, but I remember one of my friends commenting was saying that like a lot of it is just like you.
They're out of their mind.
Yeah, we have
like
to walk
YouTube
away.
and advertisement money, but
They
then
don't
again,
know.
like
I could show them.
How many
Let's
views
go.
does the podcast
Let's go
have?
take
you're
a
right. It
bone
doesn't
from
really
a
get the
cow.
views, but
Let's
maybe
set
at
up a
one
bone
point
from
it
a
did.
cow,
I don't know.
and I'll shoot it at 100 yards. One bone. Yeah, just one. Just one
But it
bone.
would
And let's
be-
take a look at that.
That would be
bone.
another
Yeah.
thing that would be kind of crazy.
It's
I know
not
people
gonna
say
look
that his
anything
dad
like
is
It's gonna
rich
be
or
all
whatever,
fucked
but
up.
if his dad is
And just the
completely, if he's
fragments.
that,
There's missing
it's funny,
fragments from the bullet
knowing
that
that
are
Chop
in
is
Connolly's wrist
very likely
that are
adopted
more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet. They're attributing to the wound.
15,000 and there's
Yeah.
32,000. Which
But
I
they
mean,
did
hey,
it.
listen,
That's
my
what's
podcast
nuts.
gets
We
like
don't talk about
100
it till the
views.
cows.
So
You know about the
But-
palm print down?
But
Yeah.
you know,
Oh,
one thing we
they-
learned,
that they
we're not
think
done
the
for
right
life.
views is not Maserati.
No, that's
Oh,
probably
they got it.
$6 honestly probably $400.
Yeah,
They're
you
getting
didn't get it
monetized.
till
They're getting
after the
monetized.
autopsy.
Oh,
Yeah, 60,000 views is like
It
$400.
wasn't there, and then
Where's he
surprise.
fucking?
How convenient.
We were talking
Yeah.
about me and
And also,
Jordo
like,
about
says who?
you know how you
Says
get
who?
paid more
Fingerprint was
if
on it.
people
You can just
watch
say
it the
that
whole
back
time.
then.
Like the
Back
what
in
is it called? View time
Right,
or watch time?
the
Watch
fingerprint.
time.
I
That's
wasn't
the
a
name.
lawyer. I was representing him.
Watch
He's dead.
time. So
Yeah.
what if
You know, no one's
people
gonna say,
that
my
are
client
watching
is
TV
innocent.
keep
He's
watching
fucking dead.
like an
Okay?
hour?
Send it on him.
So
Nobody gives a shit.
they don't ever
Well, I mean,
know
the
what
Everybody
Reddit board
just
is probably responsible
warned
for a
the
lot
fact
of
that
these
the president
views.
said,
Yeah, that's true.
and then
They actually the chefs probably do watch
you know,
that.
I mean,
Murder
somebody
all of a sudden,
needs to
you got
go through it to find these
Lyndon
gems.
Johnson,
Well, you
full
also
steam
think
ahead
he's the
with
number
Vietnam
one
War. It's nuts.
Yeah,
Joe
people
Rogan.
look
Like,
at what happens
Taylor
after.
gonna change
Yeah.
like the back catalog of Joe Rogan's gonna
They
be
got
all
very
these all
different.
time.
Yeah.
But
They got very
how does that,
different.
how does that translate
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
money
But
or
Kennedy was
success?
trying
It's
to
not
be a real
translating into
president.
views for his
And they were like,
podcast.
well,
As part of
none
the
of that.
resume and bring to like advertisers. That's why he has different
All that
advertisers
big,
all the time.
big
It's like
things.
also-
Wanted to get
also-
I mean, I
CIA,
think
wanted
that's
to
going to be
kill
the
CIA.
next kind
He
of.
wanted to do
Yeah.
a
You know,
lot
we
of
all
things.
saw the
Yeah. And they're
BGL
like,
thing
not
come
today, sir.
because it was like they were both. It's obvious that
And that's
that guy's
the real argument is that we
no
haven't
offense,
really
don't
had
kill
a president since Kennedy.
Yeah,
Everything
that's
after
like,
that has
that was
been
my
the
mistake. You
president's
did like a
of
Chavez
speaking.
won't kill me.
And
Kill
then
the
the giant machine
Well, I'm talking to Marcus
continues to run
specifically.
exactly as it always has.
No, but I mean, you know, we all
Yeah,
saw that coming because it's like, okay, you have this
just
guy
summarize it. There's
who's,
not a lot
you
you
know,
can do
a
about
bit
it.
of a
There's
nut.
nothing you can do
I
about
know
it.
you guys know him.
But look,
He
if Dan said
seems
anything
like
about the
fine.
Kennedy
Yeah,
assassination, you can't do shit.
But
You could put pressure
so
on
it's like
people, and
he's
you
cooking the books.
you
There's some
definitely
kind of,
can
there's
hurt
going to
their
be
chances
some
of getting reelected if people
legal
find out that they're very
financial
disappointed
thing,
in
I
you
think,
for
that is
sure
on the
not supporting
horizon.
this or not telling us
right.
about that or
A
lying
big
about
topic.
this or
I
you
didn't
were
include, I
involved
don't
in
think
that.
in today's episode, but
Yeah, but other
the
than that,
unique
like
scandal.
there's not much.
Unique one, the
Not much you
case.
can do.
Yeah, I know. I saw some of that, but I don't know what I don't know anything about it.
So basically, he was trying to do a copyright suit. I guess.
It definitely is a lot of that. But it's also like a
ended
show.
up winning that
You
after
know,
after 2
you
years.
watch the show. Hey, we should watch the latest episode of the X-Files. What's going on?
Yeah,
You know, it's kind of like a show. It turns into a parlor game also. You know? Right?
That's how my dad described the OJ case.
And
So
then,
this is like the greatest
I guess
parlor
the
game
next
ever.
day he got
Right.
an appeal.
Boy, I remember
his
watching
email
that
from
on
Brendan
TV
Schaub
live in my apartment
hiring his lawyers again
with
to
this girl I was
appeal
dating.
this.
She was a really sweet girl.
He's not only
And
like
she
spending money on
couldn't
drugs,
believe
he's
that
also
he was
paying
innocent. Yeah, she
to
didn't
sue some
understand it.
small
She
YouTube.
was
Yeah,
so
I did get that from.
She
Yeah, I
was
don't
like,
know what unique is.
no, how? She just kept
guns. But I assume he's like that too lazy to try guy or something. Like he makes hate videos about guns.
It completely tortured
and I did like just what I believe from the what you like from the Reddit board and what you just said is that Shab is just like a lawyer's wet dream where it's just like, we'll fully investigate this further.
I love that movie.
It does seem like it's like he's appealing
I love that movie.
case that should have never been a
Dave
case, right?
Dave Bolden is a good friend of mine from News Radio.
This unique guy was showing clips of the Shab show.
Fucking love that movie. This is a so underrated sci-fi movie.
Yeah, so what happened was
I checked it out.
this guy Unique is like this crazy character that's drunk.
First,
like a lot of people don't like it on the subreddit.
Incorporated a
But anyways, he got a clip of Brendan, the allegedly handing a phone number.
At that point, it was either one or the other. And the other.
So he posted that, and because of that, Brendan got his like 500 pages of monster reviews. And sued this guy because he posted. Is that right? That's right.
But it's the same people that were involved with the Bobby Lee thing. Wasn't there 300 or 500 pages involved in
I think same lawyers, but many people think Bobby Lee.
Right?
Bobby Lee is buying the whole thing. Right. So like Bobby Lee, unique is like a Bobby Lee character. If you know.
I believe Brendan too. I think Bobby Lee's up to something. We just got to figure it out.
Right. I believe Brendan 100%.
I gotta do a callback to the last time I was on this show, and I pointed out that if a black girl was watching this, she'd just have a field day with, because we're all named Brendan. Let me get this straight, Brendan, I'm talking about Brendan. Right. I mean, it's the most make funnable thing in the world.
It's pretty funny. I wish we could have someone call in and do that. That would be great. If you're a black woman watching this,
That's a wild scene. That's a wild scene. That's all I learned about the
We got these two white Brennans talking about another white Brennan about how dumb he is.
Dave Anderson.
A black woman I was watching right now, I'd be like, is he in my mind? He's saying everything that
They're like, Bob, he just said what you said.
Holy shit.
All right, let's go to the next movie. This one's posted by
just a crazy scene.
called There
Imagine a
Must
guy
Be
react like that. He was our only connection.
Only 500 killers global.
Everybody was so invested.
It's so
And it was really hard to go. And that was like, you remember the time of day that might have happened? Kind of late morning, sort of, or was it in the afternoon? We still had a pretty sizable day to shoot.
I watched all of it. It's a great episode. Never got a chance to see it.
Feel like what
That's only, this is the next one, the 250 thing.
No, but shortly after that, he does say there's only 250 actually. If you want to hang out with them, there's only 250.
Yeah.
So
something.
there's been a lot of layoffs in the world of comedy, apparently.
Thank you for your service being one of the 250 that can do it.
Yeah, my mom does a lot. Not as hard work.
Documentary.
As
no chance. Yeah, mom, compared to a comedian, it's nothing.
And then behind that, podcasters.
Mayhem, blood, and things.
I think now, after looking at it again, I think the Pink is better than the bartender suit.
Well, he's taking a chance.
He's betting on himself.
Yes.
He kind of looks like, was it Smash Mouth?
No,
Looks like he sings for
But it's
one
the
of the
latest
Creed.
OJ documentary.
Well, I guess Manhunt would be the
It's like
latest.
Gimli from the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, this is the one that
Earrings,
before that.
Was it-
And
now, what
it's
is that little guy?
broken
Is he a
down
fighter?
at the crime
I don't think
He's not a
scene
giant.
I think he's
His nose looks like
like expert
maybe got knocked around a bit.
creationist.
This one's called
Yeah.
Blinky Blinky.
It's a
By
trip.
BBC.
Do you watch any OJ stuff
No.
that comes out? No,
I try not to.
It's crazy.
because it's just weird. Okay.
Wait, start over. Let's don't count.
There,
Has anybody counted
Killed
these?
his wife,
Probably.
Yeah.
So it's a 22-second clip.
and he got away with it.
You want to take a guess?
Is there a ding?
You know, you watch him on my naked guy. You're like, that guy?
Yeah.
Let's see
He
here.
murdered his wife. Like, that was what he was. Yeah, but he got away with it. He just golfing.
Yeah, it was the follow-up part that didn't really support anything about what he had claimed.
You remember when he was a rapper? You remember the Juice is Loose? You remember that?
Oh gosh, I think I just I willed that one out of my.
He had like a King's robe on and like a bunch of hot ladies.
Under
Okay,
132
okay,
is
come back
22
to me.
seconds.
Yeah, he
That's
did a
more
rap
than a
song.
blink
Wow.
a second.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, he was like
That is a
embracing
lot of
the heel
blanks.
role
And
at one
I
point
get
in
somebody,
time after
I think,
the
because I did see that when I came in the
So
Reddit
he
and
got
read
into
the comments, and I
rap.
think somebody hit the nail on the head that he.
I mean, probably just for
That's the
just for
longest he's
monetary
gone without
grab,
interrupting.
right?
He's been he was wanting to interrupt that whole time, and he had to let the guy talk,
It's so
and
bad.
that was his brain short circuited.
Is it
Or
awful?
something like his handler told him, like, instead of interrupting people, just like do something.
Oh, that's right.
Well, this is real. This isn't a podcast. This is like he has to let this. He can't interrupt this guy.
Yeah.
Jackass? Yeah.
So that's what that was. It's just him like waiting to talk.
Are you guys done?
Oh,
Do you want to look? Well,
Yeah, it's definitely a dude off camera going.
Everybody would just run away from it.
Yeah, he did a lady like walking through a photo of the night.
Do you want to look up, like, I don't know if you can look it up, but do you want to look up, like, side effects of CTE?
You got
To see if, like, blinking is one of them, or side effects of kratom, or what else? Like, alcoholism is blinking part of it.
That was
What is blinking that side effect?
I'll look up stuff. System of alcoholism is owning a Tiger Fit shirt.
Yeah.
I mean,
but that whole
if that's a symptom
going
of alcoholism,
from that verdict to try going back to work.
I don't know. I do want to know if blinking. Do you think blinking is part of
It
it?
seems like it goes along with stupidity somehow.
Even
if it's whether it's brain damage or not, I just think like dumb people.
North Hollywood shootout. Remember that? I do.
That's a terrible angle. I look both comment on the.
We were like, we probably should take time off here. There's a
One of them that can't be possibly bring down is stress, but then stress excessive blinking can be caused by the eyelids are anterior
for the
segment.
guys. Yeah.
I'm not a doctor,
but I think there was probably some
he's trying to
something like that.
just blink.
Some sort of cover. Yeah, a lot longer.
See how many times you can
For
do
people
it.
who don't know the story, these
I mean, I
guys.
don't even. It's almost a skill because I can't do taking or
Yeah,
talking.
make you throw up if you did.
Yeah, like could have driven away. Could have left with all the
If you throw up, we have a shoe.
and they decided to get in a shootout with the cops. Yeah,
A shirt.
killed
A
them.
shirt, a shoe.
Right?
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, and they got killed. A bunch
So
of cops
it
got
may
hit.
be medication.
And the cops were, like,
It says here
hardly
obtain
outgunned.
the ticks.
Oh yeah,
So
these
I
cops
think
have
I don't
9mm
see
pistols.
I
These guys have fucking machine guns and bulletproof vests.
not being able to talk.
That
And
face
that makes his
Yeah.
tiny dog-sized brain.
Now, do you support this when
That's
dude
just how,
finally
you know.
kills
Which
himself?
means he has
that it was
ADHD.
a simultaneous
You know, another thing too
sniper
for
shot
me,
at
when
the
I put
same
lotion on my
I've never
face,
looked into
sometimes
that. Is that
lotion
one of
will
the
do
That's
things
one.
to your eyes and
Well,
it makes
it's
you
just,
flush.
yeah.
Could be. I mean, he's definitely wearing makeup, probably,
That-
right?
Yeah.
He got
But
shot.
that's not
and
any
shot
of
himself
that.
at the
That's not
exact same
irritation.
exact
That's
time.
some
But
low
why would
IQ shit.
what does
going on.
that serve? What does that?
Maybe they were
Well,
already
see,
going to shoot
it's
him,
a lot
and
of low
he
IQ shit.
shot himself. They didn't
Mama's
think he
touch
could shoot
just
himself,
go
and they pulled the trigger
max
right
power
when he
bid.
did. Got it.
I've been obsessed with
If
that
that's
for
the case.
like.
But it's not like they have to be let off the
Sticks their
hook.
tongue
At that
out.
point, that dude has to be put down.
Yeah, I mean, one of the
Yeah,
guys
like
had
that. I
already
mean,
been shot.
all the way out.
Shot in the leg.
His
And
hand
didn't
in
get
his
him any
mouth
medical help.
was
They knew he was going to bleed out.
What is this
Yeah,
one
I
here with
think-
the cup?
I think
I
that's
guess
the case.
the
I think he got shot in the
Confused.
small artery.
The first
The
guy
noodles
says
thing, like
he
he's
died
eating
by
one of those looks like he's eating noodles or fries or something like that. He's got his tongue fully out. Like he's trying to catch, like if the noodle falls, he wants to catch it with his tongue. That's pretty strange.
I don't. I mean that.
The other
The
guy
top
got
right.
shot 20.
Yeah, this.
I
I mean, what is like what? All of them. The top left. The
I mean,
middle
what are the
top.
odds that
Like all of these are not.
the thing with
That's.
Yeah.
You know, there could be one
sounds like
picture
there
of
were
you
a lot of
where you're
bullets
like, oh
flying
man,
in
you just
direction.
caught like the weirdest. What the fuck was I doing there? But it's every.
Like,
There's
what is
thousands
that
of
way?
Yeah.
If you're carting that
You know, this
around,
reminds
and
me
you
of
got a
is
whole
like,
duffel
you know how
of
when you
cash.
go into a
Yeah, you must
store
have
and they have
a truck.
pictures of people that have
Yeah,
stolen, they can't
Yeah,
come back.
yeah.
But this is like restaurants. They have a picture of shop like in there doing some no more people eating like this because the other people eating are like, what the
I
fuck?
mean, there's also more evidence to that. Maybe he did switch braids with a dog.
Didn't they? Like right when it started, and they were like, whatever you
Yeah,
got.
I was actually
Core, rifle, you know, whatever you got.
I
We'll
remember
take it.
myself at a restaurant asking
How much
myself
ammo
why
you
I did
got?
that. Like, but it's
I
so
mean, how long did that
unnatural
go
to
on
put your
for?
tongue out to welcome food in. I don't stick my tongue out like that for anything. Like speaking of Michael Jordan, like he would have his tongue out when he was like concentrating. But I don't. I'm pretty positive I don't stick my tongue out.
Scroll down a little bit. The one where he has his finger like on his tongue, like that one in the middle. That's very strange, right?
He's always put his fucking hands in his mouth. It's crazy.
The nacho cheese thing, remember from the Ringo Pop, he
Oh
was
my God,
figured
if you're
yeah.
militarized, then yeah.
This is the problem.
Mark was their whole
People
foods.
try to attribute them to
Speaking
everything.
of which, have you posted that
Right,
video of you
you down
doing?
the rabbit hole. Everything's
I don't think, not yet, right? No, and that, what'd you think? Oh, I did show it to
It's
you.
amazing. Oh shit, you saw it? Yeah.
Yeah, I showed it to him and Electrical Lamps
The ones that
and Brendan.
can't really be,
Those are the only, those are
considered
not Brendan.
for
Only three people.
Hold up!
for how we know them to be.
Who the fuck did you show that to?
The extensive research.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, there's real ones. But I think that's also part of the reason why
There's four motherfuckers named Brendan, and three of them make fun of one of them?
there's get pushed. They get pushed by lots.
I'm gonna call you on my way home
To water down the road.
Everything I'm doing here is just like so against that.
Attach a really stupid conspiracy to one that's legitimate.
This was posted by the Faction Cold Wars. It's called "The Writers Have Been Feeding Homeless Cats Out Back on Their Smoke
From
Breaks."
afar, it's almost like a lot of the QAnon stuff kind of had that effect. Just you know, I didn't dig deep into that, though, you know, and only know just basic, talking points about it. But one thing I did see that felt like a constant was that there was always, anytime they mentioned something that was just completely screwy, it was followed up with the ones that we believe to be real.
Right.
Well, they should have, whoever, I don't know who posted that, but I want to critique you, the cooks in the kitchen.
Do a good stuff.
Have to show that.
That's very.
That's one of the most amazing
The
clips in the
QAnon
world.
documentary on HBO was great. Into the Fire.
Right before all that shit came out.
Yeah.
Well, the Snapchat doesn't save
Into Storm.
it, right?
It's really good. It's a multi-part thing on all the people that were involved in 4chan and the creation of QAnon. Who they think the original guy was, and they think another guy took it over after a while, and took over the account. And it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first.
And I saved it for the end. Because it made me laugh pretty hard when I saw this.
He's got some really good evidence to point that direction, but it's just
not really, though.
And, everyone always thought there was someone inside the White House.
It's real, dude.
It doesn't seem like this documentary believes that. The guy made this documentary. He pins it on one guy in particular that's a tech nerd that seems to have all of the attributes of someone who can pull off a QAnon type deal. Yeah, super smart. Internet shit poster, running 4chan, like, that's the whole thing of it. It's like get people to do stuff that's stupid, right? Like, they got women to free bleed. They started pushing this idea that it's the patriarchy is making you wear a tampon, and you should just, your menstrual cycle should just flow in your pants, and who cares? And this is like a sign of your strong femininity. It was just them being crazy. And then a bunch of women just adopted it. Not for long. Not right. Gross. They were like, this is stupid. Yeah. For the last couple weeks. But a bunch of women. People are really susceptible. You get people to do that. Not everybody. But it's just like the Haight Ashbury free clinic thing. Not everybody's going to join your
She's done with
But if you open up a free clinic, you're going to get enough.
They finally found like the perfect.
Come in through your doors. Well, they're going to need your
found somebody smarter than her.
Yeah, exactly.
Or dumber than I don't know. I would love to fucking just watch these two interact for 24 hours.
It's just nuts that's our that's our daddies. Our government daddies, the people that we're supposed to be looking to help us lead a prosperous life and secure our standing in the world and make sure we grow financially. And these motherfuckers did all that. Yeah. Ultimate power, right? Yeah. In any form. But they bring it back to stardom. Like, that's a weird power to give somebody. It's especially when you're 21 years old. Weird power. Weird amount of freedom. Weird amount of, like, people expecting you to be kind of wild. Sure.
Yeah, and again, that thing you talked about, when you watch it happen to others.
The next chapter being race drivers.
Yeah.
Nobody would let him on race driver.
It's a lot more.
I don't think you can buy your way into something like that because you can endangering everybody's life.
Then I would always think, okay,
see the Kippy Tech hat?
How were they able to control it?
It's some
why didn't I see them
some company
enjoying it at this level?
He talks about
it wasn't
Kippy
about,
Tech cars.
I'm going to show them the way they
I
should
want to meet the guy who he's getting all this stuff signed because he said Street Princess again.
It finally made its way over here.
Where did that come from?
It can go to 11.
I don't think it's Rogan. I think it's some guy.
And not burn the whole house down.
Whoever's doing the work to the truck, he goes to the garage and tries to hang out with them.
productive.
and
on
just
some
picks up
level,
on
you know,
everything. Like one guy was like, "Oh no,
because
it was
it
a
wasn't
fucking street
about.
princess out there."
It was still having to show up. And it was still, carving out.
That sounds like one of those like office gags, you know, where they bring truck white. They're making shit up.
You know,
to
and
fucking
Imagine buying a truck to be
Right.
cool with the guys in the
That's
office.
the
They
balance.
still
That's
see
the
that you're a
balance.
princess.
And
some
And
people
they're
pull
calling
off.
him a street
Some
princess.
people, they're really
He's like, "What'd you say?"
disciplined, and they
They're like,
pull
"Oh,
off
you
the
know what we
work,
call the truck."
and then they pull off the party.
Right. I was able to maintain that for a long time. And even when it's
Why is this on any news channel? I mean, it's fun, but it's like,
Late stage
there's
jobs.
nothing going on.
like the day
No,
I got
not the
out.
world.
Nothing going on.
Yeah.
It's like an idiot
Rehab.
flips his truck.
And it's like they're just,
Yeah, that's a story.
they want
We
you to
found
get,
a
they want you to get
female
well.
idiot
They want you
to
to get
interview
better.
this
But,
male,
you
the
know,
king of the idiots,
as soon as you're out
about
of here,
doing an
we
idiotic
got some
thing,
good
and it's
stuff
going to
for
be
you to
on
look
your
at.
dad's
There's also, unfortunately, a
That's
romantic
what bugged
notion
me when I was
of a
watching
guy
it. It
getting
was
out
so
of rehab.
long. It's like, yeah.
right?
It's like,
Interesting.
there
How
could
many
be so
cop
many
shows
other things.
start with a
Well,
guy
that's,
who's
he has like an agent or something.
putting
Like,
a
this
pizza in a
was like
blender for
done.
breakfast? You know what I mean? Like
Maybe.
really,
Do you think
like
they pay
at his
Fox
lowest
News
of
to
low points,
Right.
get on it?
drinking, and then maybe his
Oh,
daughter
she
cries,
knows how it
throws the
works,
bottles into the trash can, and it's like, I'm
George
done.
got fired
Now he's
because
back. And
they were
those are
trying to make
romantic
smart
things,
decisions.
getting your
So
shit
maybe
together.
somebody
Sure.
took over, like,
Yeah.
this is what happened with that. That's kind of
Yeah,
when
I
I
know.
kind of left
It's,
the fold there for a while.
for you again.
Georgie got fired right before
And
Christmas,
they're
and
expecting
then
the
him
guy
and his
to
rapist
deliver.
boyfriend on the show,
I feel like
lying
experience,
through the
drug
teeth
addict.
about,
Exactly.
oh, right,
Look
yeah,
at Robert
about
Downey
that.
Jr. now.
Um,
I think people love that.
What?
They love that.
How did that get resolved? Or is it just they bought him
Downey
tickets to Chicago to visit his family for Christmas?
Rehab.
Right, and then they told him he's fired.
Yeah.
Right?
Brendan's
lawyer told him that he's fired.
I think he was.
I thought Lex
they
told
bought him out
Lex,
in
I don't know
Mobile.
who Lex is. Who's
Lex,
When he was
Lex
still
is
in
like
jail.
this guy that I don't know
don't
if he exists
think-
or not, but
He's still
he
got
appeared out of nowhere, and he owns
my
the
dad
studio.
He's on the board.
He's on the board.
Stop.
Exactly. It doesn't sound real because no one, or at least I watch Shop
Let him sit
every
in those
week, and I've
consequences.
never heard of Lex
Not
until
out of
George got
judgment or
fired.
punishment.
All of a sudden, the
It's out of love,
CEO
To
of
help
Big
him
Boy
get his shit
happens to have the
together.
same name
Keep
as a
letting
superhero
them fuck up
character.
over and
Seems
over
like
again. They'll continue
unlikely
fuck
to
up.
be a real
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
But Lex
There's
fired
always
George
a carrot
because,
the day
like,
you walk out.
George
And the
wanted to
chase.
work more.
And
The
a
narrative didn't,
soft
I
landing.
don't remember it making sense.
Yeah, why did they?
That's
So
what
that was
was really
never
interesting
explained,
about
like
this.
why he was
Yeah,
fired, even though they said he wasn't fired. He's like gonna do different
decade-long
capacity,
timeout that I
like
got-
just all the
that I
same
got
double
put
speak,
into, you know.
like one of the better
which, you know, at some point,
like what
the
George is
punishment
doing, he wanted
has
to be
sort of
professional,
prime,
so it was an
right?
amateur.
Yeah,
That was the reason.
I guess he was like an
And,
amateur editor because George started
Yeah,
off
it
as
was.
some
It
fan, I
was.
think,
It
right?
felt like it.
Yeah.
It was
And we like lost a lot of weight.
It should have been. Yeah. I don't remember any
George
murder
is
charges,
basically
you know.
the same place that Tank is.
But at the same
Tank
time,
is the fish.
And many fish.
not
Yeah.
a chance.
Is he
that I-
still
that I
doing? He's
could've
not doing the fish thing.
done
Well, he did bring it up not that long ago, right?
Oh yeah, no, he's
I
like
stopped
football
there
fan.
around Christmas, and he
Duck comes out.
Yeah, he's still got Erewhons and
Like I couldn't have done.
Apparently has these giant
unless
fish
I had
tanks
the
in his
kind of
house, which I
perspective
think is
of
crazy.
Christians.
Yeah, we should just stop this and try and be friends with
I
him.
mean, how does now listen? If he can like
You know,
worm his way
sober
into
for how long?
whatever
7
bare
years?
knuckle
coming up on
boxing,
8
8 years.
Yeah,
and like I mean, people are still dumb
That
enough
probably helped a
to
lot.
like. I mean, the whole industry is so corrupted
for you to
where they're
achieve
like.
that.
absolutely.
They can look at some spreadsheet and go, okay,
Yeah,
even
but I
though
was
this guy's a
still
fucking
doing
idiot and
things,
everything he does is like
you know,
poison,
kind of stay in the mix a
will
little
still
bit,
like
and,
makes
you know, I do
mathematically
science,
makes
I
sense.
do speaking engagements
Now,
and
how
stuff like that, but
any
it's
of you
also
watching
like,
this,
as soon as I quit
whichever
drinking,
camera I'm talking
all my
to,
kids started showing up. And, you know,
how is this?
roll
How is there
over
not an
and
Osborne show?
they
Like
cycle
everybody,
back
there's a whole
to the
Reddit
beach,
community made up
and
of
show up,
over
and they
150,000 people
come back and like, okay, so
that
he's going to
like
be
they've
here and
created a
roll and show back up.
language,
So my house was kind of like,
which
it's kind of like,
there's a
this is like a
whole.
clubhouse.
I mean,
You know,
and he's undeniably like we're saying. It's like every time I leave, like did I say that on the podcast? That or was that before the show? About when I left before, there was another time when I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. And then I was like bored. I was like, oh, what's going on in TVK? And it's when he got the pictures of his zombie children with their brains hanging out. And I'm just like, what? Are you kidding
me? Like, what the fuck? Now I'm back. I
you know,
can't not
writing of a
travel
show
down
or
this
You created like 2 great shows just in the span of an hour, like the gambling show and the reality show.
Reality show. And it's like, hey, bring me on. I could be a great executive producer on that, but also, it's like it's a no fucking brainer. It's already a reality show among every YouTube channel that talks shit about Brendan Schaub. Has more views than anything else that person does.
That none of that could happen if I was away on location or having to get a studio.
Yeah, he's some of his people hit me up about starting a show.
Yeah, I think it's
so I'm like him and The Bachelor. And Eminem too, just randomly.
Oh, Eminem, the candy.
It's interesting.
I was a green Eminem.
I'm not like, I'm not looking at this.
She wants to
They got me video giving the green Eminem my number at the Christmas party.
And I didn't
sorry about that.
I didn't rely on anything that I've done before. I've never written a book, never done a documentary, you know? But to come back with 2 projects that everybody seems to be really excited about.
Documentary is very entertaining. Awesome. I think it's very entertaining. It's really well done. But really put together. It's just,
they should have a kids' story. The dumbest fucking thing that ever walked the face of the earth comes out of her.
It's so bananas. It's the whole thing was just so nuts. But like I said, everybody loves the story of someone getting their shit together. And it's a great accomplishment being sober for almost 8 years. It really is.
Either, but in that episode, there was one moment that
people are going to yell at me because how I deal with that, with the AA in the book. And that's I just speak to my personal experiences. I'm not.
How do you deal with it? Only Brendan Schaub will get the car crash.
I tried it for a long time.
That's everything he does.
And just decided that I had to give this a go.
Man, you've got the Powered by Rain.
So you just do it completely on your own. You don't have any person to call.
I mean, every day. As I've said on the pod many times, I wouldn't drink that at gunpoint. I eat a whole Rain on a live. Yeah, and then I couldn't sleep at night.
I know there's some people.
I'm just done on energy drinks unless that's gross. They are bad.
There's a guy that I don't want to give too many specifics, but there's a guy that
We're
works
just
for
saying your truth. This is how you do it. I had a very good friend who was an alcoholic.
super nice guy.
One day he crashed his car, ran to the cops on foot, got arrested, and then he's like, "What am I doing with my life? I'm done."
And it took me so fucking long to find somebody
got there.
like everyone was like, hey, you drink it. I got a fucking case of that stuff in my truck.
Yeah. But I think that I do have the experience.
He's just a nice guy that works for not just stuff. But yeah, I know I didn't have the heart to. I should have just said, no, I'm fine.
But I still thought you.
I'm like, oh yeah, sure.
Right.
You gotta. I mean, you did the right thing, but yeah. I feel like
there's a line in the book that
there's only 10 calories.
It's hard to ask for help.
Yeah, but look how much
somebody
caffeine
else
is.
raised your hand.
Look at the back is great.
Stuff the shit that they wrote.
We've gone over like the stuff they read.
All you're doing is
it's like that's Dr. Bronner.
Yeah, that's the part of the documentary.
He's Dr. Bronner.
Intervention when you got brought into a room and everybody's sitting there waiting for you.
It's like factual Castillo.
Because it's 9 a.m. Why is that having a 9 a.m. birthday party? Right. Unless we're going to Magic Mountain. Right. That's usually the time you leave. Right. That's usually for Saturday.
It's almost like a cult.
Right. That was wild.
We sponsor them.
That is something that I can still see as it happened on the day.
Yeah, I don't like reading.
Into my parents' living room and like.
When I was on the road doing stand-up all the time,
You go
to these, like, there's always, I think that morning radio gets sprung on you Thursday night after your first show, and I've already drank 5 vodkas, and they're like, oh, so Susan's going to pick you up at 6:25 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, to catch up to that. Those don't match.
Indiana to fucking Cincinnati to do. So you gotta do it. And Red Bull was like, there was always free fridges of Red Bull there.
We did work that way. You had to do it on your own.
It worked for a year.
It's like your body knows when you drink it. It's like, all right, that was like kind of tasty or whatever, like a Mountain Dew, but my body,
on the anniversary, on the 1 year,
stomach hurts. It doesn't seem like that shit you should be drinking.
You're not using it.
It's cause to celebrate. That's not an accident.
Studio for podcasting, audio becomes way better.
Oh yeah. The audio's came.
Finally.
You gotta do it with
Now we're off to the races.
nicotine.
Yeah. Wow. How did you get sober this time?
No, you're right.
I know they're popular, and I'm such a fucking anti whatever.
I'm surprised we've never seen him drink like a 5-hour energy. Those things.
Doesn't he though? I feel like that, or is it kratom? Those little things that he takes.
Kratom is pills. You know,
aren't they little shots?
No, that's like Magic Mind probably. I used to think that too. Maybe you can drink kratom.
More than 10 years.
No, but we had a guy on the interview. This guy didn't take kratom, and you like you get them in pill form, or they come in like a bag, and they're like dust that you put in the pill yourself.
Like the most unmanageable.
It's pretty crazy.
I'm trying to pull up a
drug.
I would try it. I guess.
You would ever
kratom? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know much about it. I mean, just that the only place I've heard of it is from British Shop. It's not a great endorsement.
Get it.
This is a real bad angle. I actually work. I want to tell you about doing the when Sean had his fucking his vagina. Those are meat nuts.
Did you get a chance to see this clip right here? Let me see if I can make a big screen for you. It's from 5 months ago. It's called Take Your Pick Here.
Yeah, you want to smoke a joint in front of someone that might be like, you want to have a drink in front of someone.
Okay, what is the deal with kratom? I said to kratom. Like is it narcotic? Yeah. Now the way they do it, I think it's you didn't take it from the it's been around for thousands of years. So heroin, like heroin, and cocaine. It kind of like binds to the same receptors as like even opioids, but it's not an opioid. Okay, so it's been around forever, and it's natural. It's dried leaf, it's crushed, and farmers just use it. If you take a little bit, you have energy. If you take a little bit more, you get sedated a little bit. So I've been doing it.
You see how he's shaking something? I don't think that's kratom. I think he's taking Magic Mind. I could be wrong.
What's a Magic Mind though? Is it
this is like probably one of those stupid like energy drink type potion type deals. You know how they have like these Focus or Alpha Brain or whatever.
So maybe I'm thinking there's one called Magic Hippo.
But all we know about kratom.
All that stuff Celine said though, I'm like,
that's when I just don't feel like.
All right. I mean, I'm interested in some like, opioid alternatives. I mean, not that I'm an opioid guy, but I mean, if you've ever had a
hey, what time are we leaving?
Maybe before all the comments that we read about him, I would have been. But now I'm kind of just like, especially after interviewing the kratom guy.
Saturday.
Let's talk about fume. That's a problem.
Ever.
Let's see here.
Cops and the wheel.
Oh yeah, no, he spells it wrong. I remember this. I think
that's
pretty
good.
I got one. FUME, and they look at the wrong different way. Not everything
That one, let me see that one's posted by Beat Times 3 months
but
ago.
These days,
Good times.
to get busted drinking and driving with the available transportation,
it's not.
It's
literally to get you to stop vaping. I have a Juul as well.
There's no excuse. Right.
When I drink my Tiger Thick, I like to have a puff of a Juul. But it's like that's Juul. Like vaping's better than smoking if you're not, unless you're doing like the crazy like. If you're pouring vape juice into a giant rig and it's got a picture of like a jester on it, probably not good.
Yeah.
I feel like the Juul thing, whatever. Putting anything in your lungs is bad. And I was like, I should that fume thing I see on
I'm not saying that I'm exactly what
Cats need it, dude. They
It's interesting. It's a well-made product, and I think they have integrity as a company. I just haven't fully taken because it's not a vape. You know how it works. It's basically it's a very well-made thing, like a metal and wood thing, and the cartridge you put in is basically like looks like a mini kind of tampon soaked in essential oils that are like different flavors, and then you just kind of puff on that, so you get kind of like a fumey, flavory taste, but there's no like smoke. There's no vapor. So it's more. I mean, it's definitely you're not inhaling anything in your lungs. I mean, I don't know what like essential oil vapors do.
That would have been perfect if you had somebody in your hand there doing this with you. Like a fucking nicotine thing. That's why you need to get some nicotine.
I have one. Somebody gave me one.
from
And I
Sports
thought,
John Green
okay,
from the
stop
Sports John Network.
stop
They
feeling
have
like
a
that.
sponsor
The math
that's
is pretty simple at that point. And it wasn't doing.
I don't think it's it. I think it's a different one. I didn't take them. It's in my desk drawer just in case.
I was just gonna make a decision.
This one, dude. This is another classic. I know we haven't had you in here in a while, so I wanted to see what you thought about this.
The next
the
day,
Mortal Kombat theme
just
that you
woke up
did.
and
Minimum
said,
Sky
done.
2305.
Didn't care. I made a decision. I wasn't gonna care how I felt.
Monday morning.
Just gonna grin there. Yeah. That's pretty felt about 3 days. The story I written that was gonna be a month. It's just like that.
Because speaking of rain, yeah, Brendan commented that's the first time we've seen him actually drink the rain.
Oh yeah.
It happened to be
I think I had seen
daughter
that.
son's birthday when I quit.
So I haven't been. No, I feel like I have been. I've been out basically since George got fired.
Okay.
So that's about when obviously.
Then something else happened after
I'll
that.
check in. It's like my porn, like other people have porn. And like,
the problem
what am I gonna do?
A guy like me is that, and people like me, is you're able to put things back together really quick.
To get off T-Fake.
Right. And kind of just reassemble my feet.
So you're not as scared to
But
go
I
off.
think that's about all the news we have today, dude.
And
So what do we do? Over an hour, right? That's my only listen. I started to watch the show. Pretty much watch every episode.
Several years at this point. I get a call that there's a new medicine, right?
Oh, we only do 10
after
minutes.
the same thing, right?
Check the time. Oh yeah.
They're like,
check
look,
the
we
timer.
want you to
It says
try
on
this
your
thing.
phone.
9:58.
Much smaller time, much less.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Brendan, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Record podcast. If anybody's interested in it, it's a funny fucking podcast.
Very good show. I'm sub to it. You should sub to it too. See you next week.
You could drink like a pirate on the other one, which they shouldn't have told me that you can. And so I said, okay, great, try that one. And it was working great. So they said, okay, and you can just stay.
En als je naast je autoverzekering ook een woon- of doorlopende reisverzekering afsluit, krijg je direct extra korting. Allianz Direct. Makkelijk
So
en
there's
snel.
this other
Bekijk
thing
de voorwaarden op allianzdirect.nl.
She has in concert with it. So now I had a couple things going on. Let's keep this thing, this evil stowaway, what I like to call it. Let's keep that thing in the, at bay, and let's, rebuild every relationship that is in your life, while you're still here.
Did you have a revelation after a while, after you were sober for a while, where you stopped and think, like, why was I getting so fucked up? Like, what was I trying to avoid? Or what was I trying to enhance? Or what was the purpose? Like, what bothered me so much that I couldn't be sober?
What the hell are we doing here? We don't belong here.
Earlier in life, the pressures of fame of boy, fears.
It's not my favorite time of the week when you get near my try to speak. Really surprised today. You better hear my 10 minutes of shop. All right, welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Great to see you. Never met you. Never will read your comments, but we're happy that you're here. If you want, join the Patreon. We just did Shane Gillis' new special, Beautiful Dogs. We thought it was Netflix, but if you want to know what we really think, subscribe.
I
did the voice too early there, but order alert. We've got two things coming out. You don't have the chin here.
Like, building some great jokes about.
So I decided to start doing a cooking
great
series.
drug stories.
You might have heard of
Where, we only hear the bad ones.
I only hear you.
It is true. It's like,
But I've never
the reason why
seen
people do it is because it's fun.
He's a
Like, it can ruin your life, but it's also really
I know
fun.
because you
That's why
mentioned
people
it. I
do
don't know
Sure.
this fucker.
This is important for people to know because you don't want them to think you're lying to them. And for them to hear you sober and happy and go, okay, that's possible.
And
You
she
get there
reduces me quite a
because
bit.
this
I try
guy
to
is
make her do shit,
admitting
but she doesn't.
what getting
And,
high was.
I want to make it
You know,
go
like
public,
there's
but I
a scene
definitely
in
won't
the
put it on
documentary
Patreon this week.
where he talks
Oh,
about
nice.
the
Yeah,
first
yeah,
time he
that's
smoked
good.
crack.
I saw the
This girl's
raw
giving him a
footage.
blowjob while
That
he's
was
smoking crack. It was
great.
just the greatest feeling of all time.
And
Yeah,
Cooney
yeah.
also shot something this week that we're
I
going to
think
try to
that's
get on
important to
Patreon
say.
soon.
That
Yeah,
hasn't
but
been
that, I
taught.
mean, that's got to come out at some point, right? So basically, what I did was the first
Probably
5
shouldn't
minutes
say that. I don't care. I don't care.
And then
Yeah,
I'll put a
that
little
hasn't
sample
been
right here.
Have you
they
ever
call
heard
me the
Hunter
bro
Biden
whisperer.
talk about crack?
That's right.
I
Bro
have.
whisperer.
He was on that Channel 5 show,
Yeah.
and he gives this ode to crack.
How we doing tonight? Everybody vaccinated, Dallas? Everybody vaccinated?
Hunter Biden's a very smart guy. I don't
Yeah,
think
they
you
did
can
an
think of
open
him that
mic.
way because the
You'd be
laptop
surprised
thing
at what
is
people
very
laughed
helpful.
at. What they did in my
And
I thought they were laughing the whole thing.
very
But they
articulate.
didn't.
So
But
when
anyways,
he's explaining
I don't think that's why they're
like, the
here.
effects
Follow us
of
on
crack
Instagram
and how
too.
different
Gerardo Comedy
it
and
is,
Cooney or Die.
how
Thank you.
incredible it
Absolutely.
is,
Yes.
the
Check out our
story of it,
socials.
and it's
How
like
our socials? Yeah.
literally saying
Subscribe
like
to the
getting
YouTube. We have a new goal. It's
while
5 million
he's sitting
subscribers.
there
Yeah, our new
sober,
goal, I want to do
you
an
know,
easy one.
working on his sobriety, trying to keep it together after all his publicly
So
shamed
anyways, but that
for
is not
being
why
out
they're
of
here. So
control
they're here to watch
and
10 minutes
talent
of shot.
talk about crack like a
Yeah, so-
lover
So
that
start
you
the
lost
timer,
in
play the
a
chick.
drowning
All right,
accident.
so we got a lot of painting narratives today on the podcast, dude.
Crazy. I get that.
And also
And
for
I
next
get
week,
that.
Yeah.
That makes
we got to
sense.
figure out
I bet
something
you do.
that we're
There's a
both have
moment in the
schedules.
dawn.
So
Yeah, I tell the
next week's
Sandy
episode's
story.
going to be a little
Yeah, and I
different.
say,
All
wow,
right.
that one actually got me kind of.
Dallas.
But let's see
Yeah,
here.
you
This
feel
one's
that.
called
Yeah.
Brendan Burning
Yeah.
All Bridges.
That sounds good.
That's
All
the
the
problem.
bridges.
The
Did
problem is
that's the
Andrew
problem.
Schultz write
Yeah,
that title
the
or the
problem.
alliteration?
Did you?
Brendan Burning All Bridges.
Did you ever
Listen,
try
we're
it?
supposed
No,
to
I
change
never
those
even
levels
did
to this shit,
Are
right?
you ever? Oh,
But
okay.
it's,
Yeah, when I was in high
hosted by
school,
Astro
I had a
Creep
good buddy of mine,
or
his
Five
cousin
Commitment.
was selling
Let's see
coke.
what this
Okay.
And his cousin who was super
Yeah,
normal, I knew him forever, great guy,
Yeah,
super cool guy. All of a sudden, he became weird and pale and lost all his weight, and it was like he got bit by a vampire. And him and his girlfriend were selling coke, and they would just watch TV and do coke. And they had like this attic apartment, and it was like he had gotten bit by a vampire. That's how it felt like.
It's just
Like
a
he just
weird
lost his whole life to coke. And then I saw some other kids that had coke
The thing
problems
that I
around
noticed
me
about the
where they're
clip is
just
like
dying to get coke.
Brendan
And I was like,
gets
this
these
is
voices
bad
and
drug.
these
In
things that he
fact, then
does
I think it
that
was
don't
actually coke.
match. Like
You know,
when he's
I don't even
pretending
know
that
if
he's
they
blowing
like
somebody,
80% of it.
he
Yeah,
does
in
sort
the
of an
1980s. I don't know
sounding
if
like,
they're cutting it or
like
anything.
voice, and I'm
But
like, where
I
did you get
made a
that from?
decision at
Am I
one point
wrong?
in time in my life.
Does that
Dave,
know? Is that what it sounds
nothing
like to
do
you?
with
Is that
one.
maybe
That one seems to
am I
rob
painted
people's
narrative?
lives.
I mean, it sounds
Yeah,
like
it just
that,
seems
right?
to me
And I'm,
like
where
that
did
one
that? Is
made
it
you
the
a
CT
loser.
make you do it
Rolling
properly?
circles over the
It's
years
really
where
the
it was
easiest
prevalent.
answer.
Yeah, I some people that
But
did
that just
coke.
it blows my mind that he
Never
puts these
worked out
together
well.
that doesn't.
I didn't know anybody who did coke who like kept their life together. Everybody who did coke was like barely together, barely hanging on, always off the rails.
You know the Brendan Sharp special, dog. Yeah.
One guy out there, some superhero, he pulled it together.
Oh yeah, that's
all.
all. Yeah, but that is also very funny.
Oh yeah,
he should put
yeah.
more. In my opinion, there should be more.
Right.
He kind
Do
of
we
was
know of
good
anybody
douching
else?
them for being
Well,
rich,
they
but isn't
might
that his
not be
whole thing?
public
Like,
about it.
that's
Right.
one of
You
them.
know.
But what about the rumors?
He wants to be rich.
Jack always traveled
Yeah,
like
he's
a
a little
doctor.
jealous.
Have you ever heard this?
There is a little bit of
You heard these stories?
interest and
No.
jealousy.
No. Oh yeah, that he had a doctor that carried his coke or distributed it.
When I listen to your shows, probably like, dude, I work at 9 to 5. Like, that's, I look up to them.
Yeah,
Listen,
I don't
if
know.
I
That's
if he
some
works
bizarre
everywhere
shit
at
right there.
means I have
You
to.
get a
For some
doctor with a
reason.
fucking
Yes,
leather satchel
yes.
out there, your coke around.
Yeah,
I'll make him wear a stethoscope everywhere you go, bro.
Exactly, exactly.
That's
Only
like
don't tell
all
me I get a
Everybody knows
fucking
how
whatever
you
or whatever it is.
yeah, but that's like that's one of the great like 80s rumors about
That makes sense.
We all know that. Come on, Brendan.
Everyone's doing it, Brendan.
like, all right,
All right,
who's
so
the bag
this
man?
one's, I haven't
Who's
seen
this
this yet.
guy? Where is he?
Remember I Downville
You know,
Cake
or who's
Days?
the bag man
Oh,
for
yeah,
that
great
night?
name,
You
great
know?
name.
I never met him.
Like, was it a team of doctors that rotated?
This one's called
Dangerfield
Papa
party to the end.
taking mushrooms, but
He,
didn't know how to act.
he kept that trailer
That's right.
rolling. Yeah, he did.
We watched that show before.
We lived in the same building for a while.
You did?
Yeah, we lived in that building, the book called the Wilshire on Wilshire.
Oh, wow.
It's like, gosh, I can't do it twice. I got the elevator.
Oh,
And so we sat around, never really had like an elevator moment. He was, hey, what? He
You gotta see that. Yeah, that's it.
It could be like a capsule.
But in the
Right? They
elevator,
do like synthetic shrooms. Don't
Look at Ron. He looks funny just in his photos. Yeah, just the photos.
doing nothing.
He's so good, dude.
I
Yeah,
can't
I mean, I
tell you
took
what
one
happened
pretty,
that night.
pretty
I don't know
close.
where we were.
But it looks
I'm
like
sure he has
Jacket is
another
definitely like circa 89, 90.
I really don't like this time watching
It
it.
looks
I
like a
really don't
backstage
like these
something.
things.
It's on my jacket.
You're like high-end drugs.
probably a
Some of
Poison
this-
concert. or
You
something.
had good man.
Perhaps.
But he's 50. He's doing this.
So we're in the elevator. Yeah, cute. What are you?
What are we doing?
And I said, no, I'm Spanish. What's up? You know what? Start a parade of Star Wars. And it's like, doors open and he just walks out. He just had that on standby. Or built it in the moment.
He's like,
leaning to one side.
So I can't really ever
I have that shirt.
describe my hair.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Hearing
I mentioned that.
voice, you know.
It's in storage or
Start
something.
a
I'll
parade
pop
of
it up.
Star Wars.
All my things
Just
like
left
in
me with
storage.
that
I'm like, I'm not gonna
gold,
need this for a while, dude.
we have
It
this
is so funny
handwritten
that
notes that
there's
are
these sound screens on the
Oh,
video.
Yeah, for one of his nitro appearances, we have his handwritten notes framed. All the stuff that comes up.
Okay.
You can't do that before the show.
And when
Yeah. It was like his jokes and he had like the punchlines, like accents
That's
and
it.
gold
Let
letters.
it be, folks. We'll see you later. That's awesome.
You know, it'd be cool. Like, obviously, we have our account or whatever, but it would be cool if Chop somehow do it at our show. If he wore one of the world record pod shirts that we have, or one of the shirts that you wear,
Came back.
like your dot,
The
like you
thing
fight.
that happened was from the time he stopped doing stand-up, when he went back to have a regular job, he never stopped writing jokes. Like his brain just worked that way. He was just always writing jokes. So when he came back, yeah.
So now,
Yes, and he just fucking stormed the gates.
here we
He
go.
came back,
This one's
everybody was like,
for real.
where's this guy been?
It's called Life Rips. I feel like we watched this one
And then
before. I
he
didn't watch
came
it
back
before the
to
show. So let's see
school.
what this is.
Roddy Dangerfield, HBO comedy specials. Yeah. Oh, it's one of all-time
So he
greats.
came back and been doing stand-up. I think he was in his 40s.
Yeah.
Got some heat again. That activated the film.
Yeah, well, the stand-up, he didn't have any heat before, but when he quit, he was just like kind of like getting by, doing all right, got a job, quit. I think he might have quit for 10 years. Yeah, and then the whole time he's writing, and then he's like, "Fuck it, I gotta do this," and then got back into comedy. Wow. So I hope I'm not fucking that story up, but I think I'm accurate with that.
How would you not be excited and happy to be on one of the best shows out there?
90% sure that's true. But I know that he didn't make it until he
That
was in his
seems like
40s.
that's not a golden second.
I told us the other day, I'll tell it again.
Yeah, it seems
I
like
used
there's
to
a lot
work
of
at
seconds
Lakewood
in that.
Center for the Performing Arts, Mansfield, Massachusetts. I was a security guy there, and I was backstage,
All right,
or
let's go some text
by
posts
the
here.
outside of the
This
backstage.
one's posted by One Usual
Would go on
4460.
stage completely
It's called
naked
Be
with a
Talking
bathrobe on.
Conspiracy.
That's what he would wear, and he was wearing a
UFC.
bathrobe
Look at this
backstage
kid pass
with
by.
slippers. And just
I count
walking
on the
around, it's
ground.
like, this guy's wild. And then like he goes on stage like that. I'm like, shut
what is
the
he saying?
fuck up. Was it
Is he
Carson
saying that the
Rose?
UFC
Or was
is
it
like
White
they can't
House?
show Brian
Okay,
Allen
let
because
everybody see his dick. Yeah, but if you want to agree with him, you see his dick.
Brendan Johnson
Because he's
versus
sitting there, you just sit there,
He's
wow.
like, oh really, you're not gonna fucking make
Struggled financially for 9 years, one first class as a singing waiter until he was fired before taking a job started aluminum siding and did support his wife and family. He later quit. So in the 1960s, he started reviving his career.
Just like when they see him on
Yeah.
they get on the
So,
phone, they pretend like
somewhere close to 10 years. Still working as a salesman by day. He returned to the stage performing at hotels in Catskills Mountains, but still finding minimal success. He fell into debt of $20,000 by the time couldn't get booked. Dangerfield came to realize that lack was an image, well-defined on-stage persona that the audience could relate to, one that would distinguish him from other comics. After being shunned by some premier comedy venues, he returned home where he became a well-made character. Nothing goes right. Isn't that crazy? Wow.
It's worth it just for that.
Oh, look at this.
So basically,
During
this is a video of
Roy's
him
comeback
apparently doing
bid,
that truck race. Yeah, right. But it's not his arm.
19.
Well, you know what?
Oh.
You know, obviously we gotta get Jay. Actually, yes. All right, let's do it.
Wow.
Hello, this is Jay.
Checking in his hotels now.
How's it going today, Jay?
Wanting to distinguish
it's pretty
himself
good.
from
It's a busy day,
agents
like-
who might have remembered him
Like always,
from the
a lot of calls, people are calling
1940s.
about all different
Roy
kinds of
asked
things
club
and jobs
owner
done,
George
said,
McFadden to change his
that's it.
name.
Yeah, that's what
Came
But
up
the
with
first
Roddy
question is, are you
Dangerfield.
Keith real?
Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy from back in the day. He didn't like his old act.
Wow. Oh, sorry. I just had that on my mind because you got big.
He said, I don't know where it came from.
I know. There's a
They
show.
thought they had
10
taken it
minutes
from
of
the
shop.
Jack
The host
Benny
actually
program
plays
on
small
NBC
team.
Radio, which first used Rodney
Okay, so
Dangerfield as a
actually,
character's name in 1941.
Okay, well,
Ricky Nelson also used the pseudonym in their 1962 episode of The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet.
You're supposed to be the co-pilot to Brendan.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I did end up doing that. I don't know why he wanted me to do it because I don't have really. I mean, I'm not a driver, but you know, anything to keep Brendan safe, he needs to handle it.
Why is it that he's not driving the truck? This video from the truck, and
I didn't get a chance to meet him. I saw him once at the last after I ran into him. I said, hi.
You're breaking up. I can't hear what you're saying. Can you say you got me. Why does
just
the phone break up?
the stage. He was outside. And he had some,
I did that for some English.
Oh, okay. That's great speed.
Phil
Well,
Rodney.
I don't know. Maybe it is a painted narrative. I don't know where this video's from. I don't know what it's from.
It was
Like,
probably
how
his
did he put this out?
His wife
It took me
is,
so long to
Joan
realize
Dust,
that you're saying that he's not the guy in the car.
Yeah.
handwritten
But,
notes and also the photograph.
Yeah, I mean,
of him,
maybe.
so it's
I
pretty cool.
didn't watch that. I don't
It's just
where
there's a
is
few
that
guys
from? Is that
like
from
that
210?
that
I watched all of
you know,
it.
without them,
Yeah,
you're
and I
always
looked
wondering
at
like where would
YouTube,
comedy
and
be?
they haven't posted
Like, where
from
would it
them.
ever turn up?
Yeah,
Like,
it takes
so
about
many
3
people
years
like
to make
Pryor
2
and
minute
him
clips.
Well, do you want the content to be good or
and Lenny Bruce. So many people
And,
just
like,
like
how-
changed everything.
How long does it take
Carlin,
somebody to get Kimmy Tech?
yeah.
A long time.
So many people
Oh, yeah.
just changed
Don't get me
Kinnison.
started on
They
Kimmy
just
Tech. You
changed
guys
the
talk
whole
about
thing.
it literally for
But
days.
Dangerfield
Yeah,
was
we
one
could
of
talk
the
about
rare
it for like
ones that
overkill.
introduced new comics. to
All
people.
right, so this
Like
one
those,
is
that's
posted
where
by Dana
everybody
White's
found out about
mom.
Kinnison.
It's called
Everybody
Beast
found out about
Lawyers
Dice
Taking
Clay,
L.
Don
Okay,
Herrera,
did you keep up with
Lenny
this at all?
Clark. All these guys,
Tell me what.
Robert Schimmel, they all
wait,
started
yeah.
out on
They
the
lost
Rodney
the.
Dangerfield HBO
I did see that on
special.
the.
Wow.
I think they lost the
So
lawsuit,
he would
right?
have,
They gave up.
like, he would like have his favorite comedian.
Well, this
He
is
would
just
just
a
have like a
screenshot,
show
I believe,
where
of
he
the
would like
unique
introduce his
video.
favorite comedian. But you have to scout
Brendan
them as
Shaw's
the club.
lawsuit is
He would go
officially
see him.
over.
Just go out.
Apparently,
And he had his
they
own club.
found on one count or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what's so funny is
But he
that
was, you know,
why
he was
would Brendan
interested in
Shaw go
promoting
after?
comedy too.
Out of all people
Yeah.
to go after, he goes after the guy that
Fucking
has
amazing
no
guy.
production quality in his material.
It's such a cool moment you had with him.
I think that he went after him. That's a good question.
I can see it. I mean,
But I
it's
think
like,
he
it's-
went
there's
after him
nothing
because of
tricky about that,
the
man.
video is like
You know?
specifically
What was it like being with your
allegedly
dad
meaning
while
a
he's
full
filming?
cheating. So he's like that was like too far. You come for
There's a lot of
me,
that in the book.
that's
How
fine.
old were you?
He never
I
gets
was-
mad
I
when
was-
people
I went there as a
criticize him,
10-year-old.
but they go a little farther.
Yeah, I had my
He
11th
had the
birthday
works.
there.
But it's just like, dude, he would have
combined
had
total of 8 or
maybe
9
less
there.
if you never had
That was,
invested.
uh,
I'm happy for
back
Unique and all this support he's gotten.
You know,
It's just,
Uh,
from Brendan's
it was,
perspective, it doesn't make any
it was
fucking
just-
sense.
it was- it wasn't
Sometimes you
just
gotta go, like,
another plan.
Off the training and go Baja mode,
We've
dude.
seen,
You know what I mean?
different
I was trying to
parts
look
of
up
the
the
world
reason I was looking at my phone
travel,
earlier is
you know,
I wrote down something from that long ass video in James.
Germany,
Or the one where they're giving a speech and he says something go Baja mode, and I just laughed so hard. I just want to get the whole line, but I
just got a
couldn't find
sense
it.
that
Baja mode is real though.
Yeah.
I have a Baja
this
mode.
is
It'd be
all
cool.
going
You do?
on
Yeah, 57
at the same
Volkswagen.
He says something like, we turned off the something and went straight Baja mode.
Right.
I love it. The truck language is great, and it should be incorporated in James.
All right, well that's. Check out the unique video. I watched it last night. This is another painted narrative right here, dude. Pretty good, dude.
Okay, turning off traction control going Baja mode.
Oh, turning on traction control to go Baja mode. We'll use it. Let's see here. This one's posted by Pass and Cliche. It's called Spotted Some Tiger Thing BBC.
Yeah.
Saigon Fall.
Why is it BBC?
Yeah, they're. I mean, it was like
Boys, Bike Club or something.
Oh, yeah.
Merch on George
Yeah,
W. Bush's socials.
Socials.
So if you look here, as you can see over here,
This is Chief of Staff.
recreationally. You know, there was a lake, and you could water
That's his chin.
fish, you could do those kind of
This
things.
is George W. Bush's big boy edition.
But once you went and
Got
saw the
everybody
set where Dad was,
and somebody in our Discord said that
sports or
CIA
fish,
plant or something.
Oh, it's a psyop.
what
Yeah,
they
yeah.
built
I mean, I
and what
think
they
so.
were trying to create.
Brendan's so huge that you don't know where he's like an octopus. You don't know where his tentacles lead. He knows
Because,
everybody.
you know,
Everybody loves him. Everybody. When George Bush sees Brendan
out of
Schaub, he's like,
material.
"Oh, it's that white guy that
It
works."
wasn't like, you know, like
No better way to spend the Saturday is the
chicken
cash.
wire and rebar.
With a couple big boys boys, dude.
Yeah, dude, he probably hit some Tiger Thick after that bike ride.
Yeah, I can see it. This one's posted by Tiny Naturals.
You know,
It's
and a lot
called
of
Oh
it
Bubba.
starts
And it's
sinking.
Brendan Chop posting a picture saying, "Am I doing this right?"
in a
Hashtag
riverbank,
off-road.
right?
You know, this picture goes deep for us.
Should we say? Yeah, that's crazy because this proves that what we received that actually is true.
Yeah.
That's why.
And I tried to fact check it by looking at the Toontown footage, and those wheels look different than what you get in Toontown.
You go to the
So,
set.
like, the wheels here, the golden wheels,
Something
did not match the TRX in the TRX episode of Toontown. So I was like, for sure, the guy that told us the story is not
Yeah, and I gravitated
but he is.
towards
That's crazy that this is the second time something like that, just because of who we are, even though we didn't matter an account, we knew about this before. Not to somehow this picture was sent to us before it was unchanged.
Yes.
So
but I knew it was all fake. You know,
this is posted legit by Brendan himself. That's fucking nuts. The other time was like I've already talked about this is when Brendan's account got hacked. The second it got hacked on Twitter, Mark texted me like something or whatever. So for a second there, that's why I had one of the first replies on there. I wrote hacked
about how it was done.
It's crazy being in this world.
Yeah.
The artist.
Yeah. So the guy messaged me and said,
"How long were you over
for the most part, just what happened. And I can go through here without Kadusha getting more.
Yeah, I mean, the picture was wild. His description of what happened.
Then maybe 4 at first. We went back. Dad has a heart attack.
Dude, and it makes it all so much funnier because it is real. Like, it looks like
I don't understand until right now.
Yeah,
so,
the text exchange sounds like somebody faking a Brendan Chop, but it's just Brendan Chop doing him. It's just his life, dude. He put I crashed my truck brother and then sent that picture.
Killed my dad. You know, that's not a
He
job.
says, what the fuck do I do, Brendan Chop?
When can I start? You know,
I feel like that's still somehow wrong. Like this is all like a hack and like some sort of prank or whatever. Because it's like everything in Shanks is so redacted. But it's like, I mean, this, it's an identical picture and it was sent weeks ago.
Yeah.
10 or 11-year-old.
I don't know.
On January, the day after he crashed,
there
was stuff about like a pain in there. Somebody in Brendan's camp is not on board, or at least they're not on board with everything he does, or they're just trying to have fun with it, or I don't know. But they're leaking it.
That's why I didn't feel comfortable talking about it. Because I don't want to be part of that.
Yeah. We don't want to. We want to be cool.
This is legit just fun for us. So I do not want to break news on anything.
No. That's why we didn't tweet about it or something. Some people share with
such a grand scale. When it becomes what Apocalypse
And also, King Papa gets to share it himself.
Because it was like a culturally defining moment. Yeah, I mean, it was. It's
yeah, dude. If you guys got any more leaks, we're safe with the fucking. We can keep the secret, dude.
Yeah, clearly we need to
all
talk
of
about
the war movies.
This one's posted by Astro Creep 5 Coup
I don't
again.
think there's been
Sean promoted a special guest for the big show and then had Callan apologize at the end.
I think.
It's so funny because when we get to the truck story later,
And there's no
it bugs me
computers.
so much, but I think you're gonna laugh. You're gonna
Nothing generated.
let's
It's
see
all had
here
to be
what this one's
there
about.
on the day. When you watch that,
We'll be back.
when Gilbert takes the beachhead, that chopper assault, when you look at what they had, what they
Yeah, live by the kid. You're out there live by the kid.
Texas, get your tickets February 15th at Joel.
Special guest. Those were alone. The army, like midday, they had to go fight the rebels somewhere else. And they told Francis, "We gotta leave now with the choppers." And he's like, "I have 18 cameras set up. The river is filled with bombs. Where are you going? See you tomorrow." Stuff like that. Yeah.
It's Brian Callen and myself to go live by the kid with some special
But that must
guests
have like
in the capital of comedy these days.
for you,
That's
like to
Austin,
eventually
Texas.
become an actor in Platoon.
Yeah.
That is kind of surreal. How does that happen? Right. How does that happen? How does it happen 11 years later? Yeah. Yeah.
Next time will be
10.
way better.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we're gonna have a good show next time.
Yeah. So how do I go back to the same country 10 years later?
It's
10
hard
years
to tell
later.
whether he's saying
the
special
same
guest or special guests.
subject.
Well, it keeps you guessing,
Right.
dude.
Narrate the fucking thing.
The real surprise is that no one is.
And
That's.
then it
I mean, you know,
it's
shit
elevated
happens,
to be on
but,
par
well, there's a whole
with the one-
subreddit
Yeah, it's that
for
one
you
how
where-
always
because shit
films
always
that
happens,
gets
it's like,
mentioned in the same breath.
I don't want
Right,
to be
Apocalypse
like
Now, right, war film.
douche or
Yeah.
anything. Or Blockbuster.
I'm a much bigger fan of a podcast.
How hard is it to get someone to do comedy on your show?
Primarily about just the scope,
right?
And
complication,
and just what
let's see here. This one's another text post. It's posted by Bubba Dreams of Gumbo. Some funny comments that can be laughed. It's called Justice for George. No comments are being deleted on last episode upload, and they're all haters. So the pinned comment here from Final the Kids will get a free $40 jar. What does that mean?
Did it come out in August of 79?
I don't know what that means. Get a free $40 jar. Oh, it's not $40. It's free.
Way over budget. Oh, it did.
MSRP.
And by today's standards,
a free $40 jar. Just pay shipping.
It's like a Fox Searchlight budget. Right.
It's probably 80.
Their marketing is genius level, so we're not going to understand it now, too. People that shot 2,000, 2,000.
This first one's from Mark Gonzalez. It says Brendan finds a way to insult Brian's front row UFC seats because he's jealous that he's banned from UFC. That's classic. Brendan hating on Brian's cage side seats is why a perfect example of why everyone hates him. Two whys. He's one. Jake the Snake says, why does Brendan never agree with anything Brian says?
So it's not as many years as I thought it was.
The shot was hard to tell for a few weeks.
It's getting really difficult to enjoy these.
Did you know that? No.
This is comments from their live show.
No, I think this is just an episode. The one where he was bragging about being courtside or ringside. Brendan's aggression the whole time. Shopping in front of Brian for fumbling Aura is like Stevie Wonder making fun of the blind and saying, why is Brendan slagging off Brian for taking his kid cage side? It's kind of weird for him to do that to his best friend.
Who would you?
I know it's on the street.
Who would
They're
you
like,
want?
hey, give Marty my best.
On the show.
We don't call him Mark. No.
That's who you.
They know him.
Yeah, I would love to.
Well, people that pretend to know someone always look for a while on the end of it, makes it look tight.
Interesting.
I was thinking, what's that guy? What's the big guy's name that sings with Big Joey?
But I would go Joey.
Joey. Yeah. I never think of you as a Joey.
They should get a guy that looks like him called Meatball.
But imagine this with the progress. There's been that much
I would love to see
all that shit that happened. I just brought home like props and things. Picking out jewelry and all this cool shit. All these great stories.
You might work at a gas station, but you could be the next Jelly Roll.
Nobody can go to
Do you know what is the
and say, oh yeah.
What's the famous song? Do you even know the thing? I don't know. I've never heard it. He has like one song where he's like,
when you're that
sings
age,
like that.
waiting 2 or 3 years, like waiting
I'm
for
a fat piece of shit.
That was kind of a trip.
I love that shit.
But when I saw it at the Center Avenue,
I was discovered by Brandon Shaw.
It's like, man, with those
That's the here's the lead.
Here's
You know he does that, right?
they're all
Oh, he
around
does?
you.
He goes, bow.
A film will never open like that
You gotta
again.
get more and more redacted if you want to be in this business too, Jared. The next one, I think it's so
Did you see
worthy
the
to go
film when
through
you
all the
first saw it?
comments.
No,
You know what I mean?
no.
Truth
I
Farm
don't
says,
remember
oh my
when I
God, Brendan.
first saw it.
This
I
comes
was
name probably
regular
which always
TV at home.
Oh shit!
You know,
Brendan had his constant shade
I
and
was
arrogance to
little,
everyone
watch it,
/ everything UFC that isn't his opinion is exactly
maybe I
what
saw it when it came out on HBO.
There's a lot of
something
reasons
like that
why,
the first
exactly
time. When
why.
I really got into it was when I got a home theater and I got
not
surround
surprised to hear that
sound
Brendan
and I
has the
got
time to hold
Apocalypse redo.
not responding to a
Apocalypse Now
basic
redo
text message against
the
you.
new
Those types of
new
friends
master
are
one.
beyond exhausting to have in your life.
It's fucking
They are always
sensational.
keeping score
finally
and
had that
taking energy to
Oh
punish you for
God,
the sake
it's
of
so
being petty.
good. I was like, this movie is
Sometimes it does sound
wild.
like Brendan is like
It's
a
so
little bit
well done.
cold to personality-ish
It's just
where he's
so
at. You know,
epic.
you gotta
Like,
kiss
for you
the
to
ring.
have been there live while they were putting that together and then to
Which is
see
why
it
George
all
left.
pieced
I
together,
got one question for you.
that had to be an insane experience.
I got one
Well,
answer for you.
and a lot of it was a surprise seeing it on the screen.
Because
Because, like I talked about in the book, not so much in the doc, it was hard to get close to the action on
You don't realize, dude,
the
Brendan
way the sets
does
were
everything.
constructed. Because
Okay,
the way
so if you're not
the
going to
fences
message
had
Brendan,
everything lit,
then
it was super
what the
claustrophobic.
fuck? Why is he even working?
Temple and compound in places like that.
If Brendan does everything, how about
it
some
was also
common
pretty
courtesy to
dangerous to be on that set.
me?
Right.
Respond to
You know,
that
saying
message.
shakes and shit.
No, I think
Yeah.
we're both on the same point now.
Weird
Oh.
people.
Well, I'm redacted, so.
If I'm doing everything, I'm Brendan, dude. Yeah, call me Schwab, dude. I'm texting
Francis
you. You don't
is just
respond
like,
to me, I'm
come on,
like,
come on, you know.
Oh, was that when the calendar didn't respond? What are we doing?
But yeah, so
Cal
then
might have been pissed.
like I wasn't there for any of the chocolate
No, I think that we're referencing Mark. You know, that's why
Mark would
I
have
could
been
see
busy.
Hopper at a distance.
That's why you fired Mark. Remember?
Mark had to respond to like thousands of messages about socials, dick pills, dick juice, all sorts of bullshit. You have my drugs. Sometimes it's a lot. Give the man a break. He's editing all these clips, these chin
It's
clips.
just like so to have that kind of that
All right, so now we're gonna go into the fucking TFK live.
Right now, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take off traction control and go Baja mode.
Did you ever get imposter syndrome like when you were doing Platoon?
I couldn't put it back myself, dude.
Did you ever get like, how the fuck am I
I
here?
think
Because
we wanted
it's
to
so
watch the
quick.
whole episode
Between
review,
you
but we're gonna
being
do snippets today
being
too.
in the jungle while they're
This is gonna
filming
be
Apocalypse
called
Now.
Stepmothership
starring
or colon how to
Platoon.
not get invited back
Had
to a
you
venue.
settled into that, or were you ever like, how the fuck do I deserve this? One of the things that John Pryor says in the documentary that I read is he might be on something.
It's very insightful.
Yeah.
It's very insightful.
Yeah. He said that you probably feel like you don't deserve all this, so sure, fuck it all up.
Sure. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But, and then I had a comment. Somebody the other day, and I said, well, what the fuck, John? You could have, like, laid that on me, like, you know, a couple decades sooner, man. Great advice. However, it's too late. Yeah.
And then fucking right across the street, dude. Yeah, but I like this place.
But the thing about Platoon, what happened, the good news is that I had done you know, not like super memorable films, except
Timely reference.
Parts of Red Dawn, I think, are pretty memorable.
Just this is so stupid. When they're acting like they're at Flappers. There's a lot of people in the movie. Why are they gadooshing the venue? Cool story is another thing that showed this.
But yeah, so
Another
we're
freaking shop.
just sort of
The
getting
bro was like, cool story, bro, but I'm gonna go
more
Baja
comfortable in
across
front of a camera.
the
More
street.
comfortable, sort of. You know,
Everything
being able to
about
think
this is
on
cringe and
film.
awful.
And
The
actually,
beginning where Callan is like, what do they call it? Vulcan, does anybody know?
no, it sounds kind of like
Just like
actory,
one
but
of
it's
those
actually a
things that you
thing.
do, dude.
You're talking about controlling your breath in
Vulcan.
every other area of life,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
It's the same
Is
is
that
true
your take with it?
as an actor,
So,
for sure.
you're one of those guys, dude, in the mom's basement, just fucking talking shit. What should they do to fix it?
I was usually
Give
like
them a solution.
about to make an entrance
Here's what I
somewhere,
suggest.
and I'll be back there, chain smoking, Marlboro Red,
Get
trying to figure out the
yourself
first scene.
in your car.
But then you can hear the stage go quiet, right?
The
Somebody else,
first
you know,
Mexican
doing
spot
some
you see.
marketing. And then if I
Stop.
could get that
That's what you
last
do. What
breath
time do
to
you
go
do
to the
this?
bottom,
After 4:30.
I knew the first
They're
take
not
was
gonna be open
awesome.
from 3 to
When
5.
the breath stopped about like
You
at the
say,
sternum,
my friend, Bobby.
I was fucked.
Shallow
Can I see
breath.
the menu?
Yeah. Then you can't. Then you're
Look
changing
at
the
the
thing.
names of all
Yeah.
the
Then that first
Hispanic
take is just a
foods.
pan.
What's
It
that?
sucks
Is that
because that's the first time I always see
maybe find a new
there's a cute girl in the crowd. That's the one you want to
tactile
watch.
as possible.
Yeah. Not the
The
second
next
one where she's already heard the
comedy
fucking jokes.
joke.
Right.
Right. Now you're like, oh, this show sucks.
Exactly.
The live performance
I
thing
mean,
is
Schultz
they don't really
because
do
he can
it
do black voice the whole time.
I mean, I don't think there's very many shows
Black
that
Saint,
still
Black
do that kind of a
Saint,
sitcom in
dude.
front of a
Black
live
Saint,
audience
dude.
with the cameras.
There's very few.
Black Saint,
Like
Black
the Tim Allen show.
I will say this gives me anxiety
What is
because
that
I don't want to do a TMOS live, but we have to do
Dropbox?
everything they do.
ABC.
Yeah, I would love. I'll do it. Shit.
Yeah.
And I will not
So he
lie to
still
you,
does
dude. I got kind of
traditional-
disheartened when I saw them
Yeah.
on stage with no red
Yeah.
chairs. I
Guy
put that
worked
into
in
this.
front of
They
my
should
phone.
have red chairs in that. Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
it used to
dude.
be all
Everett,
over
dude.
television.
What's it? I
Used to be
mean,
tons of them.
you know, they don't have to be like this. You can just
Oh,
get a
I
red
think
chair,
Chuck
like a basic
show
spray
on
painted chair.
Netflix.
Whatever you gotta
It's scientifically proven
It's
that the
called,
laughs will
Leanne,
amplify if you have
Lorraine.
red chairs. Oh, yeah. That's just everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
I think that's what I want.
All right, so this one's also a haphazard clip. It says,
So there's
ladies
no
and gentlemen,
good
we
song.
got it.
They're fun.
I
It's
slapped
fun, but it works.
Let's see.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like it's a missing genre in today's culture.
You're right.
You're right. See, most of what was on late at night or
Exactly.
at nighttime. You're right. When you got done having dinner, you would sit down and watch Friends, or you would sit down and
You say
watch
you didn't know the guy.
Seinfeld, or 2.5 Men, or
comfort. Yeah.
Sure.
Ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen,
my family binge watched Big Bang Theory. I never watched it when it was on the air.
I didn't hang out with
Binge watched it.
Chris.
Seriously.
It's not good.
I'm saying
Fun
I
show.
didn't
Yeah, they
hang
were a
out
funny
with
show.
him
They were.
because the times I saw
I
him
was like,
were at the
corny
comedy
sitcom.
store. Our
Bullshit.
relationship
Good
was
show.
comedy
Solid show.
store.
Right on. Yeah.
And
That kid.
and when we were
That
it was
young man.
always work.
Yeah, Jim.
The
Right.
truth is,
Some of
when
the
you're
most
way older than somebody, you
complicated
don't go
dialogue
to lunch or dinner.
Yeah, he's the first autistic star of an action show or of a sitcom.
There you go.
I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
we're
we knew this
kind
already,
of
but it's crazy
celebrating
to see it. Like,
his
so
emotional
laid out.
disconnection.
Also, when he's like,
Like delivering it.
when I'm saying I hung out with Leah and Will Sasso. Will Sasso just
Yeah, it's a really well written show.
leave Will out of it, okay? Will's
That guy
been able
Chuck Norris,
to segue into another successful AI
That
comedy
guy's had
career.
a ton of
Doesn't need
hits.
you
Yeah.
douching him by
Maybe more than
association.
Probably. Probably.
Stay away
Yeah.
from him. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to the next one, dude. This is the last.
Yeah, so am I.
Okay.
So am I.
Yeah, I
No,
wanted to
that
talk about this
sucked
one,
having
dude.
that
Yeah,
out
so
there.
let's watch it. Let's see what happens. It's
You know, it's
haphazard
funny. I
again.
actually remember
The
that.
TRX
fucking
crash
thing.
story.
I'm not gonna.
Great job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
It's
see
the
here.
other component to that freaking tour of that thing.
What's
There
the
was a moment when I was
It's
only
such
in
a funny
rehab for like,
question. Can you
I
talk
don't
about
know,
what happened?
3
It
weeks.
was almost like,
It wasn't like one of those extended stays, just like a
Because I watched this whole
just like
episode
a-
last night. See, it's before the
quick
morning
little,
show.
quick
Yeah, that's why we
little,
started late today.
like a
Because, you know,
spin drive,
always
whatever
got
they call
to do
it.
his research. You
And I got the call.
Yes.
We want to renegotiate the giant contract for season 8 and 9. You
This,
know,
watching this
And I
live
was
thing
on
made me
the phone,
realize
I don't-
we're never going
I
to
don't
be
think so.
I had to.
Well, they're like, what, you don't think you're gonna get paid? I'm like, no, I don't.
It's
I don't
just
think- I don't think-
he's
I don't
so
think we should do it.
confrontational with
Like,
everything.
Sevens, like,
And
you know,
he blames his team a lot.
Mantle
You know,
seven,
and so if
Mother
we're
School
here,
seven,
yeah,
you know,
well,
and I don't
it's-
think,
dude,
I think
it's the
7
difference
is
what
like
we do.
plenty. I think we've told all the stories that we can mine from that knowledge of those people.
So,
They're like, no,
okay, you know,
like,
it could be a
like
fucking
legacy.
excuse. I'm like, oops, you know, it's supposed to be done.
The part that always leave out is,
Oh, really, dude? You say that? And I'm like, chill. You know,
yeah, and I said on
so,
the
like,
phone,
what was I saying? Oh, yeah,
and Mark
we're
and I
never going to
talked
meet
about
Brendan
that.
Schaub on a
Mark
personal
Bergman,
level and
and
be like cool with
I
him.
said, Mark,
It's
if
not
I
going to
go
happen.
back there,
We
man,
have
it's
to
gonna
settle
go
that in
really
our minds.
fucking
It's just
bad.
not going to. Because he thinks
just
that
know it.
fucking Redditors want to kill
He's
him.
like, well, you're
That's
projecting.
crazy. He acts
I said,
very
I'm projecting
confrontational.
shit, man.
Everyone,
I'm
even
just
fans of
smart
his.
enough to know
Like
how
somebody
I
wants to
feel
ask a
about
question,
it
he's
now.
like ready for it to
The
be
clarity
conditioned.
in this month
Right,
and the
you know,
thing.
which is crazy.
I
And he's
said,
so
if I
beloved,
go
but then he also has this thing where
I
he's
got
like, I don't know, they
I
could
got
be
a bad
like
feeling,
there,
Mark.
you know. Yeah,
Why
he's
going
always
back
like,
to work
I have
with
to be on my toes.
setting
You know,
up
Reddit
rails?
wants to kill me.
Just that I
No,
had
dude.
run up against the
Oh,
thing,
dude,
but
without
I had lost passion for the show. I lost passion for the process.
Yeah,
Okay, so that if
I know
you
you
went
know a
and
lot
just did it
about
just
Reddit,
for
but
the
you have
money,
fans on Reddit
you
too.
would
Yeah,
find some ways to
focusing on
stimulate
the
yourself.
depths.
Exactly. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That I would have to do something
Let's see here.
to
So
enhance.
check it. I've been saying
I said that about a lot of guys that got caught on
We had a
shows
GoPro
that
on,
sucked.
so intense.
I knew a lot of guys who got caught on shows where they were getting paid, but they did not like the show, and it was like a bad sitcom. And those guys all went crazy.
Got it today.
Those guys all started doing a lot of drugs, or they started spending too much money, or something. They did something to distract themselves because they did not like what they were doing. And they didn't feel satisfied.
Right.
So
They
they
were
covered
getting
no
so much
bonds.
money. Right. They're like, what am I going to do? I'm getting $100,000 a week.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I was making $54,000 an hour.
It made his return.
That's pre taxes. So was
And
I
if you said no to season 8 and 9, I'd be like, do I know the address?
Not to get
Right?
excited, but people
Well,
usually say cool story when they can't tell
Or
full story.
Dangerfield
You know what I
Road at that
Yeah,
point.
really, let's go.
No, but that was after I got kind of crowbarred into it.
Right.
Well, not crowbarred. I had to ultimately say yes. You know.
Yeah.
But it was just the wrong guy in that moment, in that pocket of time to like give that much fucking money to, man. You know? And like I buy a bunch of
Yeah,
cars
he's gonna
and
post
buy a
that
bunch
video
of girls
soon.
over.
Soon in Brendan's
Just
world
say
was
pick
that
one.
2 years?
And then
he's
he
like,
did
I
that
got
other
edited
thing
for 3
where he
months.
that
Part of
other
me wants
show
to- he's
after
thinking
that
he's editing
that you got
videos,
paid
so
like
that's why
a
it takes
ton of money in
Doesn't
advance for,
understand.
right?
I mean, he's a marketing genius. He
You talking
works
about
on
anger
television,
management?
about
Yeah.
consistency, right? You need to
You know, I
come
was
out every week.
supposed to get
Toontown, the
It's
Same
it's
amount
called
of time we
a
did tater tot meat.
Yeah, it was like
Audio.
scenario.
How they suck you into that? is to say, look, you're not going to get a ton on the front side, but you're going to be, you know, you're going to own a third of the show.
What would the audio be like, dude?
37, 38% of the show in perpetuity.
Like him on
So we're going to do a
yeah, man.
South Park.
I'm looking at your website, and I'm like, I like the one jacket. Sorry, you drive every day. Yeah, but I'm like looking at the website right now.
So we do a 10-episode pilot.
And then it's be ready.
Oh, shit!
I ripped up my truck. Don't tell anybody. Okay, so back to the
Bubba 4.
I took the video off for that whole thing.
Then it activates
I
the
fucking
next
spit all over myself. That was disgusting.
So when you're
Let's see.
doing
There's
those
only ice on
90s, you have a sellable syndication package that will just go all over the world and you know, do what syndicated sitcoms do. So you've done it, you know, and you know, when you say not a lot on the front side, you still, you know, look at the $1.50 an ad, that's pretty good money, right? But it's not, but you kind of eat it on that side, knowing that it's an investment for the other
Shocks me.
So did you guys did the 10 episodes, and then you got
French
to
shocks,
do
queen
all of
shocks.
them?
Yes.
So you wanted to do it 100.
He's like my
So you did them in a short period of time.
shocks a lot, dude. He's like, oh,
I
you're
was not ready to go out to work.
king of the shocks.
Yeah,
So
that's
like
the
the
thing I talk
wrong
about in the
he'll
book.
find a way to do your plug.
Yeah, because I wanted to
I'm
show
sure
those
it's called
guys.
king shock. I just like the fact that Brendan names it himself.
And that is not.
I like that he's doing this, but there's not going to be like, it's going to be this.
And it, you know, again, it started pretty cool. The 10, it was great. You know, it was pretty good work. The show's smart, funny.
No, he did it.
And got into that 90. So about 20. No, what am I saying?
By the way, this is the
Probably
story
like-
the guy told us too, dude.
Like 9
Yeah.
or 11 into it, I started feeling exactly the same
He
shit.
did not say one part that I want to talk about Brendan Schaub fucking blaming his team, dude. See, call him when you see it, dude. He blames his team for the fucking car crash.
At an expiration.
He couldn't manufacture it.
I tried, but I couldn't. I didn't like the show enough. You know, I love the people I was working with. You know, from the writers through the actors, they were terrific.
You didn't like the final product.
I stopped caring. But I still, you know, had enough dough to keep the lifestyle and all that other fun shit going on, and just stayed way too fucking high to really engage in this thing. I mean, I was doing this thing, Joe, where I was just
This is the guy that wanted to film the extra shot.
Shut up, yeah.
Well, I'm glad to know that it wasn't Brendan's fault. Yeah, he shouldn't be overworking. 4 hours is insane to work that long.
There's
I
this thing,
know. What is it like? That white boy that works so much?
time traveling
I mean, it's funny at the
1
beginning. He
a.m.
says
to
I'm
like
somewhat of an
7.
off-roader, and he says
It felt
they were
like
off-roader. I don't know if you got that.
11, I don't know,
He was
15
very
minutes.
tired. He's talking.
Whereas, you know, 9 to midnight felt fine.
He's a tired
Wow,
man,
there's
dude.
plenty of time to do everything.
Okay.
And then, like, because the hours I really needed to
Food truck down here.
settle in and enjoy.
The shop show. T-Fat
And then
Cash.
back to work. No, I got someone
The Carl Bastard Fight Companion. Dealing with his Mexican wife.
Sideways. Wow.
His purpose.
Shots.
Yeah, dude, that's a good title for a podcast. Dealing with my
And I
Mexican
would literally
wife.
do
Not
this
even spelling Mexican, right?
15-minute,
You gotta spell it right.
20-minute nap.
Yeah.
Just
But yeah,
a
dude,
pillow,
blaming
trying to
his
meditate
team.
with a body
And if you want to watch the
vibrating,
Gerardo Cooking
crack
video,
all night.
his
Trying
mom
to
was a funny
meditate.
Dude,
At that point, I'm trying to
using Saint
fucking
Mexican.
time travel. I'm trying to levitate,
See when
right?
it comes out, dude.
But I could feel, okay, I generate some calmness, and then I would get in the shower, and I'd be in the shower, and I'd say, okay, I only
You gotta hold down traction mode for 4 seconds. Traction mode. Mode. Traction control.
That's about
Make sure you got those race legs.
shower to shower. Isn't that commercial like in the 70s? Isn't it fucking like a Dylan or
Something
something called shower to shower?
Yeah, like a basket from one shower to the next.
Yeah. So I'm trying to last from one shower to the next, man. No shit. And then when I get to work and then have that midday drop off.
It's also ramps.
I wasn't getting hype at work, but I needed to keep some fuel in the engine. So I started drinking, and then, man, people
The
look
text message we had
oh, they're out there having
was
fun.
sent at 1:16, so
fucking complicated.
might be a pain in the
Right? it's like a dance, isn't it? It's like a choreographed thing, and so it is hard enough to do well, completely focused and quality sitting. Right? You start getting over here and trying to be that specific, just with one joke timing with other people, and then a lot of my energy is going to trying to disguise the conditions I'm really in,
when it comes to an airman.
and trying to make excuses. Right. Oh, I had a med mix
Yeah,
up
look at all the people laughing.
med mix up. I'm on 2 pills for the same fucking thing at the same time every day. Don't med mix up. You know? It's like, what are we doing? And so, yeah, and then that turns into that thing. And then they start getting behind. And I would just be like, this side feels.
It's also not just
slapping the stage,
you know, they should have not taken the money. They should have shutting down. Fucking
flagrant podcast
get
level
well,
funny if you're slapping shit.
better
That's
than what
actually
you're
yeah.
as,
In today's world, like they do comedy.
So that show kind of never really had a chance to be
It's not about laughter. That's part of it.
special.
Most of it is slapping. Let's watch it.
I didn't
also
slap.
when it comes to
I
an
think it
airman.
sucks
Still
about
laughing.
that.
Arms crossed,
I've
laughing.
been knocked out by Roy Nelson.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Just wanted to give you guys
all
a
the people put into it,
analysis. Yeah.
committed to it because I said,
And there's also those much people that were rooting for you because they saw what happened with 2.5 Men, big public disaster. You leave, is his career ruined? Oh no, look, he's got another show. Oh, Charlie's back.
Right? No one's going to be harder than a 2022 Ram TRX aircraft. It hit me so fucking hard. It literally explodes. You'll see the video.
and then he's on the back of another show. Like, what's the
Here's what's
between
dope.
then and
You see
there?
the
Well, the
video.
narrative on
As
you
it starts going upside down, I go,
was that you were one of the rare guys who could party like that but still pull it off and
and then I'm
have
trying
a
to get
career.
out.
Right.
I don't
And I think
understand
your
that part of
ex-wife
the narrative.
said that, that she never worried about you.
He said
You
not
always had
today, and but he's
And
he's
you were
painting it
very
like while
talented,
he's crashing.
and you were also very loved.
Yeah,
You know, like, which is one of the reasons why people embraced you when you were talking about how much crack you were doing. You know, when you were saying all that, people they weren't mad at you. They were like, he's fucking partying. You know, it was a very odd time where so many people who don't admit that they party, you know, because of their job or because of whatever, right? They try to like keep it hot, hidden under wraps. And you're doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking rocks, and she was flabbergasted, like you could tell.
Yeah.
She did not expect that kind of candor, right, with discussion of illicit drugs, right? It was just like, nobody ever done that before. She asked, I mean, right, but nobody ever embraced it. Right. Everybody else is like, well, it's a terrible time in my life. That's what I was doing. Right.
Comes from a place of shame.
Yeah.
You didn't have any shame. I didn't, no, because I watched something like a couple of days before I sat down with Andrew Canning, and it was this old interview with Charlie Dixon on special they did for ABC, right?
Johnson Valley is not
It wasn't a GMA piece. It was like more in depth. One of those extra days they do, you know, and it was me coming out of rehab.
The one that has AIDS.
And I remember watching myself, that guy's a fucking sissy, man. That guy's a fucking pussy. What's wrong with him? Look at him, all that shame, all that embarrassment. Like, no, I'm not doing that anymore. I remember I felt watching me doing it their way.
Oh, no, come on. I want what is this high terror from Police
And,
Academy?
I got all that, the brain full of, you know, crazy cranes.
The funny just doubled up.
Covering myself in.
I mean, audience fucking reactions.
That's what 2K is. That's like the donuts. Right. And
then the cop cars were like, cool story, bro.
And you know what the
Came
material
on the scene.
with those slogans and all that stuff. No, it was Brian Wilson.
The Beach Boys?
No, the Brian Wilson
And then the
picture
cop
for the
car-
guy. The guy they called the beer.
Closed the door.
Oh, yeah. I was
team.
on the phone with him. Like the days,
Everyone's
a
like,
couple days
spotted.
before that. Tony Todd and I were watching
I opened my eyes like, Chin's apartment.
it's just a fucking trip. Tony Todd was right? And staying on the phone with him. I think he was just trying to give me a pep talk. He was like, hey man, I just know that guys like us, you know, we're not like everybody else. You know, we're different. We got
Look at Cass kind of my T-Rex.
We got, you know, we don't know how to eat, man. We're always winning, right? But here all day. He's probably thinking, cool, man. I just kind of inspired him, maybe just to get to the next moment. Yeah. That stuff went in there, man. And it's staying on a fucking loop.
It was hard because I was trying to make sure I didn't get any
I
calls from
sat
last week.
down, and the energy doesn't start like that. Which is a trip. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to give her the stuff she needs to, like, maybe, I don't even know. What was the first of that story? Being fired or some shit? Or
Sean lit Papa up on
so there's
social.
some moment that's
So
not
do you
on
know that
film.
whole narrative of
And Andrew can't deny this.
He was saying something about how like the
Makes a crack
UFC
about
was
these
like
two girlfriends that I'm living
planned
with, right?
Is that what it was? Or
And
something like that? Do you know?
and
Do you know
expect
the
me to
narrative?
just like let it,
I guess I don't. I just remember
you know,
seeing
brush it off and
the
then
tweets
answer
back
her
and
next
forth
question.
between
And I
Sean
said, cool,
and
honest.
Chico.
I said, that was really
Like the
rude.
chick that does
She's like,
UFC
which
stuff.
part? I'm like,
And
what
he
you
was like,
just
"This is
drank?
obviously like a
Address
UFC
that.
painted narrative."
You owe them an apology.
Yeah, but
She was like, I was,
I think it might
okay.
have been.
I'm paraphrasing some of this.
Nico went into
This
the ring
is
with Sean
kind of, this is
Strickland.
the
Was like,
tone of it.
and
And so,
How did she address them?
let's see here.
So I guess I'm allowed to feel mixed about it. I love it, and I
it's just like porn chicks, you know. Because one was a porn chick, the other was not. So in that, she kind of got
Kelly
pulled into that unfairly, you know. So,
She's like, what are you wearing?
you know, Andrew's like, oh my god, okay, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that, you know. And I'm over here, you know, with the thing, and I'm not letting it go. I also apologize. We should have been past it. Now I'm stewing.
Yeah, so you ramped up now.
Yeah, and that's when it turned. And then I start hearing Brian
so
stuff,
awesome, dude.
and I'm like,
I love Sean standing up to Machine Gun Kelly. That's so
and then it all just, and then it got away from me, and I couldn't pull it back.
You expect him to like shy the side of Sean
And
Strickland?
everybody's like, okay, well, that's different. That's kind of fucking interesting and unique and whatever.
Sean only hangs out with the coolest people in the world, like Ryan Callen and Machine Gun Kelly.
Let's just have a quiet night, and we'll see how that plays out.
Best,
You know?
very best.
And I wake up into a
The
world
awkwardness is so
of
palpable.
not the world I said goodnight to
T-Pack is
6 hours earlier.
It's great. It's
And there's
incredible to
my
watch.
friends are banging on the door. People
Look
are
at Brian
You know how to
Callen.
work yourself too, though. He doesn't look
videos
that
and
great
stuff.
anymore.
she's older, but she's a great person. Yeah, she's
Nothing against that. I just want to be
And there's folk songs, and rap songs. People like marching in the streets. And there's already
Person in the room
T-shirts.
that
And
looks the most like Megan Fox.
it's
Yeah,
just
she's
gone.
like, she doesn't look that great now.
Loaded.
Yeah.
So
Are we on camera?
it's not like I could jump on my roof with a bullhorn and say, all right, everybody, okay, let's just, you know.
Everybody was just saying they had tiger blood.
They were joking out about it, see? Yeah, I mean, it got away from you. Penetrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheap
What do you think about
penetration.
that, Pete?
But
Didn't know one had ever done an interview like that.
That's funny. So he hates Sean now because they had a Twitter beef. So he's gonna just
I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. I was just fucking pissed.
But he
It
doesn't
wasn't
even.
gonna be sissy
It's like he has a sixth sense for
Right.
who he shouldn't
from the 90s,
be on the side because he
you know,
doesn't read these things.
Right? You didn't read the comments,
the
right?
convergence of all
Not even the
these
ones that
elements,
responded.
all
Dude,
these
if you're not reading
emotions, all
comments,
these
you're not
feelings,
reading
and
retweets.
also
Dude,
the
all
resentment I have
tweets,
of myself.
Right. It's
You know,
insane
it's like,
to
all right,
have
I'm
the
just gonna
perspective
explode
of,
it.
oh, you're talking shit on me. Look at my wife.
And,
Yeah.
and,
Okay.
and you know, would have been nice had it been sort of,
You know, right? I'm not gonna sugarcoat this for you. People want to push
if I
sugar
could
on
have just
kids.
sort of converted,
Delicious.
you know, away from it. You know,
Have you ever thought of what your life would be like if you didn't do that interview?
All right, so let's go to another
I
Astro
started
Creep
to.
5. These guys are posting a lot.
no, I started
watched
to
this
try to
already.
walk
It's called
into that
Live
village,
Podcast are
right?
Disaster.
But as soon as I take a look around, none of it really makes sense because I can't really imagine it. You know,
Oh, that
what
was
do
a
you
stand-up
think
show,
of
not a live podcast.
No,
It's
I've
hard
never
to
agreed
kind
with
of
my
even
podcast. I think
put
it's
those
not the
pieces
medium
together.
for it. It's a bad
I wonder
idea.
if you would
I've
ever
never been to
would have
one
got
where I've
sober.
enjoyed it. Comedy
Interesting.
podcast. So
You
me
know,
and I
I mean,
would do.
Today's so
Yeah,
kids,
yeah.
It wasn't a
you
live podcast.
might have had to have that complete chaos, tailspin, free fall crash
Live podcasts are a disaster.
to just eventually like gather your shit together and go, okay, all right, time to learn and grow. Obviously,
This is a
that's what we're smart. Let's do it differently. Right, let's get it together and step by step, day by day, and look, here you are, almost 9 years later. Or 8 years later. That's
It is disgusting.
you always wonder, like, maybe you have to have. That was your rock bottom moment, and it was public, you know. The whole world got to see it. Just that purging of all of this, and you know, and still you have to battle with this reinforcement, because now everybody is loving the fact that you're winning, and that you're talking about how much crack you smoke and how crazy it is, and all these hot girls, and everybody's like, he's winning. He's winning. And so now there's no incentive at all to get healthy. Right. Which is kind of nuts. And not only that, financially, you're kind of, it kind of helps you to live a little off the rails. And so you're kind of known for that. You know? Like, and then you have this big tour. And everybody's coming out to see you. Right. You know, which was crazy.
Maybe I'm the smartest person in the room.
The first one where you did it without comedians was just bananas.
Yeah, it was
the trailer. Yeah, it was a disaster. But you guys pulled it together, and that was like kind of the story of like your career when things have fallen apart. People want you to pull it together. Even though you had that disaster show and everybody knew it in Detroit, people were still coming out to see the other one.
Right, yeah.
That's why that's not like this,
dude.
Somebody gives a long ass speech and you go
Detroit
more time to say
massacre.
maybe like if you just do one clap, it could just seem like you're laughing really hard.
The two bus, right? I said, I need those 7 or 8 hours on the bus. I'm like, why? I'm going to rewrite the entire show.
That was great.
And I think
it is for me, and
Daddy was on that truck.
I love that the comedy scene,
Rick,
energy is
Shady was on me. Anyway, I just there was a place, we're back.
Whoever clapped and wooed had too much energy drinks. Rain energy
started trying to
and that's why you get sponsors.
When I got to Chicago, they were expecting all the special effects we needed from that part, all that garbage. And I said, we traveled with Connecticut. I said, here's the new show. And sure, but I'm like, just trust me. Unfortunately, that's the night where it got applauded and kept the train on the tracks. Was Chicago. But isn't that weird to have the wherewithal, like in the middle of all that, and they still had enough of that thing to just, maybe that's just pride at that point.
Certainly, it was also, that's the impact of public humiliation. Like, thank you.
Yeah,
enough.
How about that?
Time to get this get this thing back on track.
Yeah.
Fucking Valley Girls.
Curtain comes up.
These are all really good original.
I have a motto.
Yes.
It's just a conversation. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Didn't reinvent anything.
Yeah.
And I wrote a letter is what it was. Dear Chicago. It's like this whole thing, including that. So I got them back on my side, and then we sat down.
Yeah, and people realized also you were figuring this tour thing out on the fly.
Yeah. It was essentially it was 21 cities in like 24 days with no act.
The biggest call to me is
that's what it was, man.
So I know you had Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross, yeah,
who's great at that. Was a master at off the cuff.
Wow,
let me just
showed up.
Oh yeah. Perfect guy for that.
Shake on it.
Yeah. And then you have Russell and so too, right?
Yes.
Who's also a master at off the cuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you said the right person.
The two chairs would stand up. Because that's when he joined us.
All right, let's see here. This one's posted by Actual Green 5 Coup.
Yeah, Russell's
It's called Shot Brings Up Brock
the
Lesnar's
first night
daughter.
sitting with him,
Here we
some
go, another
dude,
narrative beat.
like, what's like the Canadian version of like a quarter? What's their dollar? A loonie. Okay, that's $1?
I think so.
Okay. Is that the heavy one?
Yeah, someone threw it at him.
Disgusting.
No, at me.
Oh.
Yeah,
Like,
so
we're in the
weird.
chair for maybe 5 minutes.
Oh, there you
And
go.
I get from the balcony, I get hit with one right here.
Let me see
And it
your
just-
style compared to
it was like
his, because
getting
he probably
punched.
did it better.
like someone with a skinny metal hand, you know. And I just had to kind of pause into that.
You leave it on for left it on for
thrown
he's
out.
more of a pro. He knows to do that.
I could have lost an eye.
Yeah.
Roger could have lost an eye. And it was just like, wow, all right.
Also, pretty good shot.
Really good shot.
From the balcony, he hits in the head. That's,
You kind of have like a
impressive.
weird
Because that's not an aerodynamic thing.
It's not.
more
Now, you have to kind of factor in. Yeah.
It's a lot of flipping in the air.
Yeah, it's kind of like a boomerang.
Yeah, it's a frisbee. It's a little tiny frisbee.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's I guess just little positive reminders. Not everybody was
He shot put in her future.
Yeah. Which is important too. Yeah. We can actually wrap it up.
Okay.
You want to wrap it up?
We'll touch on a couple things before we do.
Should we bring this up? I guess we have to. So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie took a shot.
Dude, yeah, it's so funny the idea of a black guy dating Brock Lesnar's daughter.
And
he requires
is he dead?
another one.
One of the guys out there just like
It is like a cool gesture to be like, damn it, stop being funny, dude. That's so fucking funny, man. This is a fucking serious show, stop being funny, dude.
Murder for having a different
I mean, if we laugh too much, dude, we're not going to be able to finish the show. Yeah. And I think they're just like physically showing their frustrations without it. They don't have the chairs. Right? Because with the chairs, you got the mic here, you got the chair here. You can't hit
27 years old, maybe?
I'm not trained. You can't hit your knee if the mic is here. So you have to compensate. Since the mic is here, you gotta hit your knee. Yeah, we're learning. I mean, don't go to us for knowing, because we're learning. I think that we're learning how to do it now, so if we're ever in this situation.
Were you saying that MSNBC had the crazy take on?
Well, keep your eyes out for Timo's Live. We're looking for a residency.
Literally just reading Twitter. So
And how does it say? Raleigh, North Carolina. Yeah, in Florida. All right, we're rounding out. We have like 38 more clips left. This one's posted by Shroom Tang 420. It's called Toe.
It was a tweet or a video. I've
never met anybody.
Right, no, I
He's always
I think they were live.
It's like a few guys, but I don't know anybody that doesn't like everything. There's something. Bobby Lee's one of those.
So
you
it's
don't like Bobby
someone's
Lee. I don't
hot
like
take.
you. Bobby is. I don't like you. You don't like Bobby. Is this?
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take. What was the take? Did they deserve it?
Like a homie. Yeah, it's something about a screenplay gone awry. Oh, okay. Yeah. Industry talk, dude. But Bobby Lee is our North Star, dude. We discussed that. All right, so let's go to this one. It's posted by Haphazard. It's called Papa got bored during the caller's therapy session.
We don't know any full details of this. We don't know if this was just a corner shooting
It'll be ridiculous.
so we have no idea.
Oh, that's it.
I don't put it past him. I don't think that's been it, but that's not going to be.
Someone shot their gun off in celebration.
I saw the beginning of the thing, so I might have some indication of what he's annoyed with. I think he's going to be like, you're making a big deal
out of it. It might not have been someone that's assassinating someone for the wrong
thing. That was one of the only takeaways I got from it was the same thing that I realized.
Why did something like that have to be
What did he say to Crystal Lee? Let's see here.
Their ideology.
I know what I'm
the
saying.
same thing that I
They want to try to
realized.
picture a Trump supporter with a crazy Trump supporter with a gun going to watch them. We don't know. It's a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration. Because you know, a lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration. Yeah.
What the fuck? Cool story, bro.
That's a.
There's going to be a lot of people celebrating.
56% of the world. He's like 56% of the world. Like the divorce rate. It's so wild. Why not be like, oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, sorry to hear that.
This kind of behavior from human beings.
He's becoming a numbers guy.
It's not a violent guy.
It's like a boring topic. He's working on that other level. He's like that blue guy. What's that big famous comic book? Graphic novel, Watchmen.
Everything I do is awesome. He's a very intelligent guy. Yeah. You know, whether you agree with him or don't. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on.
He's like Professor Manhattan.
You're allowed to disagree and celebrate the fact they got shot.
You can't disrespect his passion.
Yeah. Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him. Right, have a conversation with your argument is more compelling than his. Sure. That's what people should be celebrating, discourse. You know, we used to do that. Do some homework and bring it to the table.
And by the way, that's what I'm saying for you. It's like, keep your
podcast has been a lot about violence, man.
Because it will come back around later. It'll just be older. But, you're not going to get that gratification now. Just keep doing you. Be the best dad you can be. Be patient, and it'll come back to you.
This current,
Yeah, because
that we see,
I'm not so much the fun one, and that's something my mother always said when I was growing up. It was like, yeah, it's always
I'll let you know how long it is, right? Yeah. Like,
one
it's
of those
crazy.
young
Right?
influencers, this time from the right, who is all
Maybe
over
we should get
social
one other
media,
person on the show just so we can
always
book
doing
their
these
phones.
various shows,
Dude, that
debating
is
people,
fucking
talking to
crazy.
people, and giving speeches.
I can't imagine being on a live call with somebody. A
No one
fan.
deserves this,
Yeah,
folks.
dude.
No one
That's a good
has
blockbuster. We didn't even do that during the
opinions.
voicemails.
No one deserves that.
Yeah. The guy talking right now is fucking Europe. And this
But I
is
know
Obama.
people are going to celebrate it. It's a fucked up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
but it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous and not want to be as forthright with
It's cool that they are new pill
put
bottles.
people on guard.
It could.
Or like,
It
there's
also
pill
It could
bottles.
do
or
the
like-
opposite.
Yeah.
I get that, but there's also going to be that sort of
Self-preservation.
I
brain
don't know.
thing
Weird, dude.
You're
there.
correct. Yeah.
And you know,
Yeah, I wanted to
just
hear
you know, going through the whole New York thing.
people outside
You know,
of the
sometimes there's a crowd that's all love. It's all
Oh
love,
my
and all
god,
I
it's so
want
long.
is, you know,
Or tea tree oil. Maybe it's tea tree oil. Oh, yeah.
but there's so much of those moments where you're spent looking
Yeah,
down.
well, I don't know if we're regular
You're
people,
looking down
but
the entire
maybe
time.
we're thinking that.
And I don't think anybody wants to shoot you. I don't think that's kind of out of the world, right?
No, I know, buddy. I get
But
it.
it just, it's
Yeah,
the type of
you
shit
know, right?
that just
Just
lives
what Eric says, right?
in the back of one's
Take
mind.
care, man. We'll talk to you next time.
Because-
Yeah, buddy. Get out,
How
man.
could it not?
I appreciate it.
Okay,
All right,
And a thing like today,
What the fuck?
you're like,
And
okay,
Tim's all
that's
Tendry,
why
they're dressed pretty much the same. Red hat,
back
black
of
shirt.
our minds.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's, you know,
He's dressing
we were
like
talking
Shop,
about
he gives
assassinations
attention.
earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or,
Shop needs
you know,
to shape up.
you think of them in the
What do you
past.
compliment?
You think
But
of
like
them,
when you start dressing like your dad, so he pays attention to you. He's
but something happens in the current, like right now, this one with Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real.
Oh,
It seems very surreal.
So
It seems like it's going to
I
take a long time
was trying to just talk to them.
reference this as
I was
something
going to go,
that
come on,
happened. Like,
All right, so this one is
like right now,
this was posted by Successful Egg 8345. It's called Brian
seems
Callen
so
Needs to
crazy,
Retire.
but just-
Here is 20
it's
years
not
of the
registered.
same quote, I am a man, end quote, physically comedy. It's so funny. Somebody's in our Reddit's going to put a picture of my dad wearing a Sasquatch shirt.
No, I met him once. I met him once at a gun range, of all places.
I know it's land, but I want to fly in. I want to pace here, and I'm telling you right now that my fantasy versus what would really happen is I, for the first month
It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. So divided. And there's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided. They constantly want that division. And they stoke the fire. And they do it for their own profit. And it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. To encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you can do at someone dies horribly with this celebrating. It should be a wake-up call for everybody. This is nuts.
It's the people they never figured is that person's family.
They're just, that's just like the default for those. They gaslight by default. So immediately they try to find some reason why whatever the thing is in the news is someone else's fault. It's just all gaslighting. And that's what they're paid to do. They're paid propaganda. Masquerading as an alien. So
this guy stinks!
it's a dark day.
I should do crap work in Scottish. Give me a phone.
Well, one of the things, two things that's going to happen is people are going to realize how fucking insane this is.
have a conversation about.
Dude, so you did the Gringo Poppy this last week. I did a Brian Callen attempt.
That's what's scary.
But I did not have something like written.
And
I didn't do
spark off some kind of a.
You're really good at Callen, so yeah, I would suggest writing and then doing a little more.
I love that guy.
You gotta
if they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently opposed in the first place, it could send people over the edge. Good.
Good luck getting out of that fucking chair. Those chairs are great, but getting shit out of them, you fucking break. I think that's how I hurt my shoulder.
Previous times like this, you know?
That's why all the comments are like, these two dudes are
something else like that.
I hurt my shoulder reaching.
This also highlights.
What the fuck did I tell you, dude? Don't read the fucking comments, right? They're a bunch of fucking quack fucking ducks.
Oh yeah, you know, Charlie didn't get the benefit of a head turn or a couple of.
This was posted by Haphazard. It's called Papa is Afraid of the Reddit. In parentheses, sometimes required they forgot to mic the audience. Here we go.
Who decides that? That is just. There's a
trust me.
Yeah.
But he turns up on his lips as a year.
Yeah. Because he makes a reference to something.
Yeah.
And then it's just, And
then he clips his ear. Where if he didn't turn his head, he'd be dead.
You did? No, I just.
And it would have been on live on CNN.
You know what?
I didn't know more about
I clocked that. Yeah,
an assassination.
You were like that.
1963. Yeah. It was due from one about 8 months ago.
That story slept. There's a lot of weird stuff with that story. There's a cell phone that was traveling with the metadata. You know, cell phone was traveling from
the fan just wanted to say a cool
outside
story,
of
bro.
the offices of the
And then these
FBI
fucking idiots
in
were like,
that
cool
area,
story, bro.
all the way to this
And then they
guy
just went
multiple
into their
times.
narrative.
He was 20 years old. His apartment was professional
He doesn't
scrub.
know
There was no silverware
that
in
Brendan
it.
has to do a lot of
They
shit.
had no social media presence.
So he's gonna be on his phone,
He
dude.
was regularly
You
training
want to get a
with
tab up on me?
military
You have
guys.
to
He was
walk
regularly
past my
training
security
and
meeting.
shooting.
My security
One
is
guy
a fucking
remembered him
Korean
from
man that eats condom fish, okay?
What? He was in a
I'm so
black
sorry.
commercial.
And orders
maybe
DoorDash
2 years
and says he
before.
can let me finish. Alright?
His chosen
I
rooftop
don't want to
was
say
kind
hi
of
to you,
between
dude.
the
I
two
got
quadrants
Sean
that they're
Strickland
assigned
call
to
me out on
cover.
Twitter, dude.
It's
I don't
just
read
a blind
that.
spot.
Okay?
The
I got
excuse for why
fucking
we didn't
Magic
have
Mike asking me
officers on
about how
that
the
rooftop
promo's
was it was
going.
too slow.
Okay, never seen it.
The slope was
I
too
got
steep.
a tea tree oil. That was too busy with me now, dude.
Because he climbed
I'm
up
gonna
it.
put that on
He
the
was fine.
desk, okay?
What the
I got
fuck are you
fucking
talking
fans
about? It didn't make
on
any
the
sense.
video
Not
call
only
talking
that,
about their
the
fucking
one where
life,
the
dude.
snipers
Oh,
were perched
cool
had a
story,
secret
bro.
shot.
Yeah.
Made no sense. You know?
The far away.
Fucking
Said, I
nuts.
want
They
to say
found
hi
that
to you.
guy
This song
walking around the ground half an hour before the event. They were fucking range spotted.
Yeah. If you're not on a golf course with a rangefinder,
Yeah.
That's your fucking takeaway.
you know,
That was my
You're
takeaway.
going to shoot something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
That's what they're for.
Well
but
explained.
it's just.
I'm surprised Giant Coke hasn't hit him up yet, dude. They should.
It sucks to say things like, you know,
That just shows that.
these are the times we currently
And it's
inhabit.
been that way
You
for
know,
12 years. I got a little stressed out just right
that
before
is
the
an
show. I love you,
absolute
but yeah.
factual statement.
Ryan's like a
It
lab.
sucks
I'm glad
to
you
have
called him out. He's
to,
like a Labrador. You know, he's just happy. You do.
to exist inside of that. You know,
It's very strange.
it's very strange. Very strange. Very strange.
It's very strange that we've talked about it a bunch of times, but there's repeating. I think a lot of it is highlighted by thoughts. A lot of it is people are being inflamed online
That's why he needs to
by
fucking work on his
people
comic.
that aren't even
It's
really
funny that
out.
he chose 2024. So it's something he's done this year.
Oh, there's a
It
lot
makes
of
even
that going
less
on.
sense.
I think it's a giant percentage of all online discourse.
The joke he's
People are
making
hating
sounds
and
like he's saying,
things
like,
about
I'm
people's
stabbing you for
political
something
beliefs,
that happened in X
anti-Israel
date,
things, or
right? He picks the year
anti-Palestine
that we're
things,
in.
or whatever.
Like,
I
he just has no comedic
a
instinct.
giant ton of that is
Only
foreign,
by accident, which is
foreign
great.
governments who are
If you
running
would have said, like,
lockdowns.
Reddit, walk you to your truck,
It's been proven. They know for a fact. China actually got caught reaching. What was this? The ChatGPT thing. They were using OpenAI software.
He blocked a bunch of accounts in multiple
Probably
countries.
because you don't want to suck.
So it's actually
Nobody wants to
Yeah,
make friends
and
in
they were commenting on like
blocking of U.S. aid money and a bunch of different like political subjects. And what they're basically doing is just political fight. That's what they want. They want constant fighting, constant, like we have to take action.
Yeah, these are your fans, Bob.
So it's not organic. Some of it's organic for sure, but a lot of it's being enhanced by foreign governments.
You probably see something.
And probably some of it's by our own government. What they did with the Manson family,
It'd be so
I think they
weird to have
stopped
a
there.
show.
I think some of that kind of stuff isn't going on right now that we don't know about right now because it has to get a Tom O'Neill to write a book about it.
Sure. And then we also never know which stuff was the beta test for, for that, specific type of program or that specific type of op to be rolled out. And like, yeah. Oh, hell. Hey, activate more of those,
Yeah.
A better place.
I don't want to do that. What else we got?
How do we wrap this up on a positive
Yeah,
note?
but this is what Sean has to deal with. These
It is what
terrible
it is.
bits.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Well,
God,
listen, that was great. You finally
voice
actually
or face
This
again.
is amazing.
Smile.
Well, thank you.
That's what the
Thank
thing.
you. Yeah, no, you'll notice
Brian
now,
Kelly bit when he's like,
I always need a few minutes to get warmed up,
Yeah.
get settled
it's
in.
almost as bad as the bit where he calls people and threatens their career.
Cool.
Dad,
No, thank you.
Great stories, too.
Thank you. Sometimes my brain,
yeah, dude.
like we talked about,
Yeah,
he wants to go somewhere else when I was trying to.
It's amazing your brain works as good as it does considering all the things you've done to it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? You think about it?
Yeah. There's that
And he's like,
part. There's that part.
They got
People are like,
behind a
hey man,
subreddit.
get some laser work on your face. I'm like, dude,
This was a
I'm
nice
lucky
little
this
garnish.
thing is still fucking attached.
Yeah.
It's posted
So,
by
go
Thunderlips
fuck
187. It's called
You actually
L
look
from
way
Dipshit
better
City.
than you've looked in a long time.
Yeah, that's
thank
kind of
you.
hardcore quotes that you.
Thank
Come on,
you. Thank you.
he's
Really
not
helpful.
rallying.
I took a page out of your book.
It's
It's a
called.
very specific
All right,
page.
so the name
And
of the subtitle is
even if it's
Big
a
Dumb
rumor
Fuck
of work,
Podcast.
I
That's not even
use
like
a
the same
solid one,
letters as TV.
right? This thing called higher dose.
Was discussing Wheel of Fortune, and Brendan doesn't know the difference between letters and numbers.
And then I hear, hey man, fucking Joe travels with his, right?
Remember she was like calling out you?
What do you travel with?
I do if I know that there's not going to be a sauna.
Okay. So I
A
was
lot
like,
of times I'll just try to find a place that has a sauna.
okay.
Back up there to
Yeah.
I was like, fucking traveling with
You
him.
definitely can though. They're great.
I'm gonna travel with mine.
Yeah.
I've had it on this trip. I traveled with it's a pain in the ass. I'm
Oh
lugging this
my
rolling
God,
duffel
dude.
and shit. Who
He's
cares?
trying to
But
do
so
somebody
thank
else,
you.
and then
It's
he
worth
does
it.
that.
Thank you for the idea.
Just
Yeah.
like
Great
you could have
because
heard it
those
better.
sauna
This is like
blankets are
every
great
time
because they're
he talks
portable
what he
and
did
you can always
last
just get it in.
turn
Right.
the numbers.
I really genuinely prefer a real sauna if you have one because I like to stretch out in the sauna.
Sure.
It's
It's
the
just
best
like
time ever to
When
stretch.
you connect all the dots, you're like, oh, it's
Time.
never gonna stop.
With
He's just
the
gonna keep doing it.
portable blanket,
He'll
is
find
like,
new ways.
I tell
That
people
was
it's like a
that's
different
one of the
class
funniest ones I've ever
without
seen.
all the yelling and pain.
He's trying
Right?
to tell him that she's
A little bit.
not gonna be
What,
shit.
you
It's
get
just
drenched in that?
Oh,
thing?
sure.
Yeah, me
That's a
too.
lot of what Bikram is.
She
A
wants
lot
to
of it is
compete.
shock therapy.
It would be so funny, like,
It's
if he was
also
the
the
guy that
yoga,
worked,
the
let's say he's a
exercise,
producer
which
on
is
the Wheel
great.
of Fortune,
And
and
also
she
the
asks
fact
for
that
a
you're
raise,
more
he's like,
pliable when you're really warm and heated up like
Right.
get
that,
back up
which
there,
really
turn the
helps.
numbers. And
But
then she
a
goes,
lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing at Harvard. I don't know if
what does
it's
turn the numbers mean?
but they were doing it a couple of years back
He's like,
about the benefits of hot
The
yoga
letters?
and whether they're
yeah.
comparable to the known medical benefits
Are you
of
okay?
sauna, which are pretty well documented.
And what was the conclusion?
I don't know. I have to think it's got to be similar because I've been in
This
both.
one's posted
You know, I've
by
been in a lot of hot saunas and I've done a lot of hot
It's
yoga.
called
And
anyone else getting
you,
concerned.
because of the
Another
exercise,
nice
I
little
think you
garnish
reach very
because it's
similar
quick
body temperature and your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot.
Sure. It's like you've almost like
You know, you can barely cool yourself off with a glass of water when you're ready to have a sip. Right between things, you know, take a sip of water.
Yeah.
But it's real similar, and it's 90 minutes. You know, which is fucking brutal.
Yeah.
You get through a real good
Good morning,
hot yoga class.
Vietnam.
At the end of that, man, you're
You're gonna have you give a
All right, let's go to the next one.
day.
This one's posted by Scorpio 33.
We all did that every day. It was like how everyone started their day.
The world would be so much more peaceful.
Not the best brain Scorpio.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah. What do you
Yeah,
say?
it really would.
It'd be a much better place. And you don't have to fucking
Golden Hour jacket.
do
Straight
anything
fire.
hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to punch the bag. All this
Not my
is
kind of
great,
shoes,
but
you know,
just do a regular class for
as a
90
small guy
minutes
fit into this
every
big
day.
shoes. Yeah, that's
You will live in a
my-
different
that's what I said.
world. 13 up, 13 down.
Yeah, let's see
You'll
here.
live in a world of kindness
Okay,
and
so another
sweet
haphazard.
people. Hello, friend.
You've
already put yourself through something.
Yeah.
Nobody else can deliver
let's see what
the
this
rest
is
of the
about.
day.
Yeah.
They
That was a
can't
show in
deliver
Austin.
that
That was
kind of
great to
thing
be up on
you
stage,
just
bro.
put it
I
on
know
the
we've
show.
done a
And
lot.
it's a constant battle.
Real like fan.
It's 100%
We did
effort.
the live fire kid in the
You're
hot
constantly battling. Always pose. Yeah, 15 parts seconds.
Yeah. And there's no shit.
No, exactly.
There's no
Like real hardcore
Right,
fans.
because
Been
you're
watching
always
us
doing it
forever.
100% of what
Yep,
you
the
do.
SWAT
Right,
guy.
right,
SWAT
yeah.
guy came up and
Yeah,
said, "Oh,
no,
SWAT, you know, I'm here with my wife."
I
It was just like Texas, man. It was just Texas. I love it.
on
And I felt like we were really driving. An hour and 15 minutes. I didn't realize what happened. We got
Yeah. There's one thing that was really cool. Kareem was in there.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
We posted live
And you know,
videos.
a lot of stuff
We
we're
posted a
supposed to
live
have.
show for
We
you
can
guys.
only go
We're
about
gonna do that
here.
one Wednesday.
Yeah.
It'll come
I
out
would
Thursday.
come in late
It'll come out Thursday
sometime.
morning.
Kareem
Yeah,
had
dude, it was so much fun doing residency there once a month.
Next to his locker. So I would put I'm still wearing my shoes inside his shoes just because I just had to. It was cool as fuck. Great, right? And so, but then Quincy Jones was also there, right?
It was so much fun doing residency there once a month. Once a
on
month.
the front desk where you check in behind you. But you could see it behind us, facing forward.
And a lot of guests. I feel like guests are good, but I kind of enjoyed that with us for a while.
That one was a schedule guest named Gordon Ryan.
Like a
Yeah,
triangle.
we knew it was gonna be dicey. He was like, "Man, my stomach, if it's good."
And he'd leave
Day
the
of, he's like,
class,
"I think
but
I'm
you see
good."
him going to the
Two hours
desk
before the show, he's like,
down.
"I'm not good."
That is his
So he's touching
deal, right?
Yeah. But he's getting better. And
Either we had a fun time in Austin.
Come back.
I left at 5
You know,
a.m. went to
what he was
Phoenix.
doing.
Are we allowed to talk about that with
And then
Brian?
this went on for a while,
It's very
and we
obvious.
came to find out later. Guess what he was working on? If you think about the year, if you think about like what that Howard line was being expanded, right?
Ridiculous, bro.
producing
All right, let's go to this one here. I'm
Yeah.
not- this is the one I'm not
And
sure
he
if
was
you're
getting
gonna
inspired during
Fucking
the
we ball,
yoga,
baby.
during the Bikram
It's called
While
Pop
we were
Reflexes.
watching in the
Juicy
mirror,
recurring gig at the mothership or step mothership. Sorry.
largest selling album ever, perhaps. Right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being
It's gotta be up there.
being built behind us.
Wow.
In our trip, right? Yeah.
Wow. That shows you how hyper dialed in he is. Even in the middle of the yoga class, he's gonna run out. He's probably thinking about it with every pose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I just had to write it down.
had to write it down.
Only thing I got planned to
Because most people aren't allowed to leave class. But Quincy Jones has to write some shit down for Thriller. You gotta let it wait.
Yeah. Yeah. He gets that fast.
You know how much
Yeah.
easier it is to say a
Yeah.
monthly show
He gets the
as opposed
pass.
to residency?
Yeah,
All right, brother.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's like a
Thank
teacher.
you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
And learn a teacher. So
Thank
it's
you.
like, hey,
Thank you.
All right.
Right now.
Bye, everybody.
he's got plenty of t-shirts.
Alright, guys. So we're doing a residency in Austin. I want to come down here. Wednesday, Thursday. That's all I want. Done. That's done.
Do another show, B. Not just one, cocksucker. Alright, we got one more clip, dude. Let's go, ready? It's That Diaper Needs Changing B, hosted by Toronto Rapture. 1 second. Let's start over here.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Very, very good. It's very funny. You brought a box of your stuff.
Chin
And
is
one
out
of
of
them
control.
immediately started going off like
Chin
what is that? FedEx box?
Yeah,
What to say to
it
you
was
right now?
it's a commercial that runs for late night from Niagara, Seattle.
You just
Hey,
went off
New Jersey,
traction control
Niagara,
and went
and
out.
unmarked white envelopes.
Okay.
And I would say, fuck that. I want just the opposite. I want my neighbors to know I'm getting late.
You want to hurt, you got it, brother.
A hard deck, so it's got sirens and whistles.
You
It's hard.
Not using rice like
We talked about it the other night at the comedy club. We were like, he owns props. Like, you can't do props now. When I was a kid, when I first started doing stand-up, and I'm sure you too, there were prop comics. There was a bunch of guys.
Water in my rain, energy
there was
drink.
quite a few guys.
Where's
They were
my
really
coffee?
good. They were prop comics. Like, you
I'm
became
at the
so
Buffalo
successful
Bills out,
as a prop comic, you kind of stole the market.
Egg flicks.
There's no young comics that are
Nobody wants to be a comic. I think that is what it is. I give a shit. I still get. So I just want people to look at it. I don't think you should. No, not as much. No, but you still get the aftermath of it. Like you said, like, I don't care what.
I'm not dealing with the
You wrote it. Oh man, I don't care what everybody else says. You're funny. I'm like, what's everybody else? Yeah. Well, they get that. I get that a lot. You know, the people that hey, I personally think you're funny. That kind of stuff.
When I saw the last time, I was like, if you wanted to hurt me, you called me.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a great episode. That was our episode. Check out our Patreon. Check out our Reddit. Check out our Discord.
Well, we talked about that the last time. Like, I think you took way too much shit from comedians, and I never understood it. The weird thing that comedians do when they hate on other comedians, like, good lord, we live in a world that is filled with war and famine and pollution and garbage and chaos and corruption. And you want to concentrate on prop comics? Is that really? I mean, what the problem is in this world? Other comics? Yeah, and it's almost always comics producers, right?
Yeah, I think we tried breaking it down last time to one, and I think it was only because I did get successful, and it wasn't good, but the main most, right? I hit the city right at the right time, and I was the act that was, it was a good perfect for television, right? It was visuals, and I got a little success and I think people were like, you know what, they would ask Danny, why do you have hair top on like everybody? And they were like, what is this guy doing? But I do remember the comedy, the visual improv. I posted that in the other rap battle, just get that really. And then the comedy school was more, and Richie Brothers, I never really played it.
Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. Happy you're here. If you haven't, join the Discord, Reddit, Patreon,
Improv, sorry.
Yeah. Check it out. We just did Trevor Noah's stand-up special. Yeah, we did Trevor Noah. It's woke nonsense.
Well, I drug it all the way.
But check it out if you're interested in hearing what we really think about it. I called it Trevor Noah.
The Tonight Show.
That was good. Yeah, I laughed at it. It took me a second to get it, but once I got it, it was like different.
Watch comments and check them for the Tonight Show. So he's like, hey, you know what?
That really is what it is. It's a lot of speeches, and then laughter. We counted off the amount of times where the audience would clap. So laughing, it was a lot. We're not numbers guys.
Every comment was coming.
But we did count it. It was quite a bit. Yeah, dude, that's not what you're here. No, you're right. Thanks for bringing that up. That is not what you're here. You're here to watch 10 minutes of shots. So play the chin clip. Start the timer now.
Alright, so we got a light weekend change, dude, but we're going to check out the new Elephant Graveyard drop. Guys. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but I believe the beginning is fucking Netflix, dude. The whole thing is pretty Netflix. Yeah, someone say that most Netflix. It's called the Last Gasps of the Redacted.
You would never allow it. I said, why?
Johnny Carson.
Yeah. I said, why? He says, he hates variety.
He's back.
And I stopped in the middle of my the whole fucking direction's right. Yeah, Carmack was throwing the hatchets, every fucking thing they do. Ed McMahon's a fucking cop, right? The whole thing is getting thrown out of cannibal. Animals, you think I'm kidding, right? So I'm like, well, okay. And then finally, I mean, I'm talking like 2 weeks after Johnny left, I was on.
Touches nearly everything we care
and it was just like, the weird part about it, they gave some about our lives, depend upon our viewing one another as our person wasn't. Everyone was still on the food, and everyone is still there. Yeah, it's something none of our own making. Tonight Show, but how is it? And then I would get, figured out, obviously, Letterman. I'd ask him if I could do Letterman. He said, no, you're
Don't you ever wonder
It's like the Twilight movie, like Teen fucking whatever. Thank God that doesn't exist in podcasts.
Yeah. From time to time, you always have to ask, what am I doing here? Right? I think this looks like me. This looks like a shot at me. Let me ask you,
This is what I was. Again, well, it's such family
honestly, I believe
because there was only a certain amount of
I talk too much, dude. Yeah, I would say you're a hawk.
That thing was great. Is it really like where we no problem at all? But man, where's
what I am, I would say
Coming from a man in a green shirt.
The man with the hair.
We're in the colors of
I lived in LA. This is true. I lived in LA. I go to the gym.
Cheap clothing.
And my wider about it.
Duck and Oxmoor.
Big arms and
what am I? I don't matter.
That's the answer all, dude.
Makeup and the whole nine yards.
Don't you ever just look around in your life and think,
how do you get your arms
what
up
the hell even is
I don't know, arm work. Oh, I can see that makes
around in your life and
so I was kind of, pretty young. I was like, you got a lot of hair and makeup stuff. And then that same gym one day,
what's the expertise?
That's the hostage room in the future.
nice arms. I
what
said,
the hell even is any of this shit? How did I actually get here? What the hell am I even
and I
doing?
thought, I said, I put in the
How
fucking
does
work,
one
you know, I
become
can
a
work out.
stand-up
No, I mean, it was right. I'm like, in LA, we just have someone that can walk and say, oh yeah, implants? Yeah, I have implants. You fucking go to the and you do working out, assuming someone has implants. That's pretty wild. But I don't have that
reaching
out.
out.
You just have to, that's how gross LA is. Yeah, it is. That's like the false assumption that everything's fake. Yes, or change your butt. Yeah, change your butt.
One of our best.
Where'd you get your nose done? Yeah, it's always so. No one wants to do it. Yeah, no one wants to do it. Another thing like that too.
We all have embarrassing videos of us online, so I mean, I don't have anything
You should say, I see you're still working out. You don't ask them if you're still working out, then you don't look like you're working out. Well, I think I see you're still working out. Yeah, that's what I thought. I said, you said you're still working out.
You must also have the talent for the job.
Yes. I said, no.
Becoming a comic requires effort. You must do many things deliberately and well, and in the appropriate sequence, year after year.
We watched that on YouTube.
Yeah, we watched this one. Honestly, without the verbiage, it looks like it's a fun time. But then when you hear what she's saying, you're just like,
no, yeah. I mean, it depends whether you like the visuals or not. The content is not good. It's not key. The situation is even worse than the visual.
You know how many jokes I write?
I'm happy for me.
I'm visualizing that, and I'm like, I'm not going to do that on stage.
There's a lot of people that just don't know what to say.
There's a lot of people.
You'd be surprised. You're a physical guy.
You work the
And then
stage.
afterwards, they probably
source of this mind will be responsible for its prevailing over all the other things you want. No. If you succeed at becoming a comedian, you will celebrate today.
Celebrity in my house.
You get a lot of people coming to your show with the causes that led you to develop along this line.
There's a progressive rate of cerebral palsy where repeated head injuries leads to cognitive decline, including impaired decision making, unstable impulsivity, chronic alcohol behavior, focus, here at any time following traumatic brain injury.
Funny is it's like
I remember
when
I
you
saw
got
them
CT,
there in '94.
some version of that song comes
I saw
on where it's
them
like,
in
like you get hit enough, and it just, that's the alert. There's some sort of alert for it. It's like, fuck.
It's weird how some of those
Shop
places
definitely has
they
it.
just fall off.
I worry about the drug stuff and the alcohol. They use some kind of handler.
But then if they last long enough, then they become
I
like
guess some
surface.
he must have something on
Right,
because he's
right.
thinking
It's
about
fun to
it.
go
So I'm
there.
saying the
You know, it
nicotine
is.
helps
And
brain.
it looks like they just did a whole big
That's
revamp on it. And it's a beautiful hotel. Every time I walk in, it's kind of beautiful. Well, I'm obsessed by it. So for me, it's like I wish the Luxo was the best hotel. Again, I stay there. Fucking right. Yeah, we actually did the best hotel.
Oh, yeah, for you. If you're about to slide down the luxury there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they had like grab flags on the way down. They slide down.
That's in my dream.
So before that, you were doing colleges, touring,
I think that's from that thing where the guy stole the plane.
Oh,
okay.
So if I get
I had never heard the audio before that. That's hilarious. Also scary.
Dude, Elephant Graver is amazing.
Yeah, he's pulling stuff from out of the zeitgeist.
You
You ever heard of it?
I like the, you know, I like the cool, I like the bus, the rock star, the big venue, people hanging out by the bus. Like, if you're like, hey, you fucked my mom. Like, what? Where are you getting old? You know that? That's just me. Fuck me. It's like my mom. You flew your grandpa. When, his grandpa did a movie. And his grandpa did a
I didn't even know it was from that. Is that what it's from?
Thank God he's dead.
Wait, how about they did audio?
Touring though, like, because I mostly
It's just like, it'd be crazy if the guy who stole the plane said this is not a sad thing and shots it up.
the traveling tiredness.
I don't know. You know what's wild coincidence? That's why it would be in the video.
That is
I'm
one
just here for the good time, Danny.
Yep, the road is.
Up to you that you should be close to the other.
There's plus and minuses, but
Oh my god, that guy in the purple is 5'5".
this is the first time in my life where I haven't.
It looks like that's true. Not edited at all. It looks like a hobbit.
Like 2 years, last 2 years. Like, this is the club open. I just stopped. I love it. All our friends know. But being at home, you don't realize how much you want your body. It's not doing, you know.
Yeah, they're having the show right for that week.
Deterioration. No one steps in and talks to the law. Something has to be done.
Vegas has become more of a community now, right? They have the Raiders now. Are they getting a major league night? Hockey track. We've got a hockey team now. And then we have like all of it. Like something out of boxing or UFC event or something. So we got hurt. That's right. I guess, yeah. Is it the Vegas Raiders? Takes a long time.
What is that? Like your Lingana with salsa on it, dude?
Probably.
You're talking
Medulla
pretty good.
oblongata.
I'm a sports guy. I know
We only know that, you know,
Commander.
because of the Adam Sandler
Your
movie, right?
It's a weird one.
Medulla oblongata, probably. Yeah, which one with the
Well, there's a lot of,
boy?
I guess
That's the
there's
only
some
time
article
I've
someone
ever
did
heard that
it was
thing.
great. He broke down everything that could be.
Anxiety and the fight or
The
flight.
thing, you have to do all those different things. We have to get rid of everything. How about the only left is the dolphins?
I'm so fortunate I get those stars aligned. I didn't realize at the moment that was the golden age.
There's a lot of people that are upset about the
No, but I thought about it.
I wonder if he has the worst medulla oblongata in the amygdala in all of comedy.
Yeah,
Right?
what
It's like the lowest functioning. I don't know what those things do, but I imagine that he has the most, maybe
It's always something.
that's similar to that. But
It's always a small group of people.
it would be interesting to know what part of Shop's brain isn't working.
Versus
Which
like
one?
these
Which, like,
crowdfunding
left side,
ones,
right side,
where like they show up on tour buses and they're all professionally made signs. Professionally made signs. That's what weird those are doing. That didn't exist when I
People
was
don't respect Shop enough. He's doing this without a medulla oblongata.
I was watching a documentary on YouTube the other day that was they followed this woman who was a professional paid protester. And she goes from free Palestine to this to that. She's been doing it.
I would have accepted 8 inches as
one protest to the next. That's her job.
That's
her job. Yeah.
No. I like
extra $100 a day.
I don't think it's
fly
that.
around.
Good.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, because it's kind of a lot. It's kind of fraud.
Young
What's up, guys? I'm Brennan Shaw. Welcome to the channel. This is Channel. You're gonna like the page. Subscribe to the page. Plus the video right here.
What if he did a thing where he's like, "What's up, guys? I'm at Sears Sinai. I'm with this. We're neurologist, Dr. Ship. He's gonna KB take my brain. You know, he's gonna get in there and like see what's wrong and everything. So because
Because the doctor, he's like,
I say something.
it's worse than I thought, dude.
Propaganda, or the other one was like,
the doctor's doing like a Goodwill Hunting that thing, you know, trying to figure out what to do. If you don't, you should do that.
I love those because with my dad working at NASA, I would always ask people like, what do you think? What is that do I wish my dad was alive. No, because we had a discussion backstage. I don't know what. Something happened to the flag. No, it's about throwing a brain gas. Something. The flag is still in the moon. And I said, that's a great question. Like, as long as you had to break it down, right? Yeah. So I said, well, my dad was saying, I was like, trying not to bite it, but I would be like an engineer and break it down. But it's not,
I craned him around, dude. I was like,
maybe cosmic and something we win up tonight, right?
Magic Mike, this one.
So it's probably still there.
Because unless you got hit by Michael, you're right.
Something right.
Because there's no last
Yeah, that would have been, like my grandma's sick.
But my dad trained him to drive that
My
little.
grandma's very sick.
So the joke I was going to put in the show, I said, NASA can now. They can zoom in and look at the NASA zooming on what they have on the moon. The box, they're posting it on the moon. They're there. And then we pan over and there's the land of this second block. They've already sold it. They've already
They did take photos. I think it was India. It was India. One of the satellites that they had covering the moon took supposedly baloney and did good photos of what they claimed was the landing site, like where the lunar module was.
Yeah, lazy was confusing.
Well, that was the punchline. Then you go, we'll just go there in some sound stage in LA, you know.
I think it's out where this is like UFO. That's another UFO. Like where the Rothschild is where those guys take off. Yeah, that's area.
And the weird thing is, I'm in the left door. Just got the bridge. And I'm looking for my room. Not with it. Not with it, not on the right. So, yeah. Yeah, my room. The light on it.
The people don't know there's a giant light but they actually have sun down.
Yeah. Lights and this weird thing when people are actually very well trained. They left their light and like I'm here all the time. I'm actually all so I'm looking out the window right there every morning. I'm looking out and I see the plane. I just like there was some private guy.
Like a cautionary tale.
Building that had like jets out there. They were blue.
This is stuff. I mean, we don't ban our red down, so we don't really have to think about it yet, right?
There's 4 channels on my TV.
Sinking in with you these messages.
This is a really well done documentary. I mean, obviously, if there was a genre for this, it'd be painted narrative.
Right? I'm watching it.
But the way he's painting it, I'm like, wow, it all makes sense.
Planes are fly out of a secret location.
This is like a new.
I
don't know if there's other things like this.
I'm looking out my window like they're fucking right there.
Yeah. It's
And it's serious. Like no one knows for years. People tried to discover where the red planes fly in and out. I'm like, this is good. I told my brother, I said, it's not. I said, this place is like. Everybody see us there unless they yeah, when Bob Lazar was working on back-end UFOs, that's where he used to fly out. They'd pick him up there and he'd fly over to Area 4. Quick flight. In the middle of Boone Lake. Lay over and get out. And they say, oh my God. Oh, yeah, no, that is like you don't. We're getting out, but you don't. Tell me more. He wouldn't tell you nothing. No. He just put the phones down there for a while. Nothing. You're all brothers. If you're my brother, I'll tell you. Would you? I would too. I don't think I can keep a secret. That's why I'm going to go tell you another thing. What are you? People always ask me, like, does anybody ever tell you secret information? But no, I'm a big fucking guy. They told me that UFOs were real. I'm sorry. Maybe they're going to put me in jail, but I'm telling you. I always had that question, honestly, about people that have had security clearances and that. And then they would revoke them. Yeah.
Definitely cannot steal
I know those are not working. Yeah, these are working. Something about your hair.
That was fucking deep, dude.
Airplanes are like T-Rex in the sky.
Shout out to Elephant Grave. I know he's all on our channel.
Yeah, we see in the chat.
No headphone, no ant wearing. You probably have extra pants there anyway.
I will say though that
probably have something in there.
they are the fucking monsters.
No, and I just want to
And not only I'm scared of monsters,
the
but
show is structured. But when I come and do like those, there's not at all.
Because they're in the closet.
Zero. Do you ever do guest hosts like at a comic book? Or you I used to make a thing like that. These days, no. I kind of do like this is what I'm doing today with Tony.
Alpha Brain, all these things that you need to survive.
It was very fun. I saw it.
Yeah, people sleep on like all that they've given, right?
You know,
Just I mean, and not only do you, as a fan of that, do you get access to all these like, really helpful things in your life, but there's also
and he was right. He was right because you know
maybe
right. Yeah,
maybe you didn't even know that
funny without doing something, and then go in and show some
Traeger grill. Joe talks about it. Now you got steaks that are cooked on a wood grill. Would you have had that with Andrew Rogan?
I'm sure there's one night.
I think what it comes more to me, that whole thing, it's just that they do treat.
You'll be back.
I don't know.
Next time we'll plan on that.
They embrace the idiots.
Absolutely.
I don't know. What is the right taste to have in comedy? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a very subjective art.
For them, you're asking me seriously. I would say it's not. If you're asking me seriously, I think that for the most part, yeah, they seem to embrace their fans. Yeah, I don't really watch a lot of it with Joe Rogan. He's a fun watch most of the time, and I haven't watched tons of Groove podcasts, but he was going to stand up and they
want
like,
to talk about my dad working at NASA and training astronauts, and it says like Neil Armstrong and John Glenn,
doing shows for their fans.
And Katy Perry, and everybody goes, if
I will say that them getting on that CJ Stroud interview, that stuff, that shit is
and I got
fucking.
Ron White to do the voice for it.
Say we never need that.
They already know.
That was
oh fuck, and everybody's like Ron White. So like that sounds like Ron White.
Obviously, it was crazy to watch.
A lot like Ron
just
White.
trying to get
you walked out.
it's like no, live with what you got for now because you guys are fucking.
Right?
It's just
And he's so I was gonna come out here
really know what's going to happen until you do it.
You're
And that
fucking
was the situation where, how Brady just
blowing
goes,
the roof
Tom
off
and
fucking
Brady
place.
just went.
He said
And it ended up being the two drunken old dudes
Sorry, he did some joke.
waving a bottle of alcohol
And
next to a
it's
bunch
great.
of football players on
I'm
the
watching the
McAfee
show.
show or whatever it's called.
Heroes.
Not a good idea.
He's
No,
sitting there
it didn't
watching
end
the
up
show,
being the
but
comedic
gone.
hit that they
They're
thought it would be.
I don't know. His
But,
head's
you know,
coming up. I
Which
don't
is
know
what
what it is.
sometimes it
And
doesn't.
you can smell pot. The
you
whole
better yourself.
theater. I'm like, and I'm like, oh fuck. I mean, Ron,
All right, so this one is
So
supposed to
I go off and
don't know who acts. It's eggplant WDH with the sequence.
probably.
And yeah, let's get back to the show, dude. There's another way to start this off. Let's go.
Take your pants off. We don't look at it.
And he's
Take them off. Let's get them out.
He's smoking weed, like, holy shit, he's got good shit. I mean, it was giving his belly to the whole lobby. I don't think it's a lobby. Yeah, he could really I smoked weed with him and done a set, but I was like, walking down now. He was smoking with it, and then he left his weed in my dressing. Oh, no, yeah, fuck yes, I'll swallow.
I fucking hate that guy.
He's here. He lives here. He does. I know. He was said he might surprise
That's almost worse. That is worse than
Oh,
Schultz.
nice.
I'd rather watch Schultz do it. His levels to the shit.
I do shows with him every week. Every week. Yeah, great.
Wow, dude, that was aggressive.
He's one of the main
Yeah,
reasons.
is he sucking his dick?
I think that's what
Yeah,
he's
but,
going
Is the bit
he
is
was
like he
here
got bit in
in
the dick by a
2000, I
snake
think,
or something? I've not seen this. I'm just guessing.
And
the best breed.
where are you, man?
It's sad that my brain comes out there like I immediately know what I did.
I can fly here from everywhere. It's like 3 hours, no matter where you go. 3 hours to York, 3 hours to LA. Perfectly centrally located. People are nice. Food's great. I was like, all right. He's right. He got me thinking about Austin. And then when the pandemic hit, I was like, well, if I move to Austin, at the very least, Ross.
I was trying to think all day today how to show more.
But the comic book is closed.
All right, so here we go. We got post by Winder Mearfan. If I said that wrong,
He
sorry.
was just raving
So
about
Anthony just tells a story about Brendan always giving him advice and having to fucking in his place.
He's also the one talking to you, opening up a car.
Yeah.
You don't care
He
if
had
people
not
don't like
stand.
you. You
It's
just
really
never
funny story.
cared.
He had not stand up in like 8 months.
I try to do things, and if I'm going to be me, I try to do it in a very precise way that it's like,
They got a body they think too.
I got plenty of money. I'm just gonna enjoy life.
It's so fun. I wonder if it was there before we probably.
Really?
we
I'm like,
are
you're
not.
so fun. That
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
cool.
I'm saying, I wonder if they would
And
think
so
we're
then
copying them or
Tony put on a
something.
show at the local.
Tuesdays,
Tony
shout
had
out,
done
just
like 1 or 2 shows indoors, like which was crazy.
I have to laugh and respect it, but I'm not.
In 2020, this is
I've said some like
and
really mean stuff, but it's like, I'm going to give you some, you know, there's a comment that just kept giving me advice.
Ron,
Just like a couple months ago, just kept being like, oh, you should do this in the podcast, just do this. And I'm like, trying to be polite for as long as I can. Finally, I'm like, if I need more career advice, I'll let you know. And the room laughed at me. I was like, oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. And everyone was like, that was really funny. I'm like, I wasn't trying to be mean, but he like didn't give me the chance.
Yeah.
I saw him and Anthony Cohen talk.
He goes, whatever the fuck you have to do, we'll teach you with this. You gotta open that club. I'm like, okay, that's great. That was
reference the time before when he was like trying to like give Anthony just like advice. He was in front of other people and he kind of framed it as like, oh, yeah, Anthony's snapping at me, but I'm like, oh yeah, you're trying to be like, you're the greatest. He's special rush. And he's also like, he's kind of got this mystique where like, he doesn't need to use Instagram or social media. Like, you know, Anthony just like drops his special, like, I'm watching it now. You know, I've seen it perform enough times where like, he obviously knows like, he's all about comedy and doesn't give a fuck. And we know what else he says, but yeah, that was legit, dude.
Yeah, man, that was a good. We got the scoop there.
It's real fancy and you sit down.
I will say that was a long time ago, dude.
I know. When was that? Do you remember?
First of all, we had the fucking mic stands in our legs, dude.
Oh, right.
Oh, God. That was a long time ago. And then also we had the sign as pause.
I like how we set up the fern there. I wonder if people realize we spent some time trying to put. We were like debating whether we should have Mark hand us a drink through it.
Oh, yes.
Right. I talked about buying a plant. Actually, is that the plant that I bought?
No, that was the one that was in the studio.
You parked outside of a fucking bar. And
Yeah.
within seconds,
I have the
Metro
best
is
brands. I
saying,
think I did.
you guys
I
get the
left
fuck
it
out of
with.
here.
I was like,
And
do you
Ron's
want
like,
this?
you gotta be fucking shit. I said, Ron, you
Like,
can't.
we don't even know where the fern ended up. I'm
I'm
pretty sure after
oh,
the
they're
fact,
good.
it was like, hey,
They're good. I said, no, we're not good. We gotta go. He just thought he was gonna. He did that in my backstage. Just like, I said, you can't smoke a pot back here. It's your fucking dress room.
but yeah, anyway, shout out to Mark for coming through that one time.
Is that other no? From other people, the girls, the show.
The next
There's a lot of other
Papa
people
is
backstage
Stock's
that I
North
can't.
Star.
The next show is like the strippers.
Oh, fantasy. Yeah.
What's going on with you? What are you eating? What's your little slutty treat?
Except it's funnier than those naked people. So, yeah.
What was it? You know, is that you? Yeah, I know. You didn't have to find. I'm honestly offended.
That make you have a comic in the middle.
Oh, he's great. Okay, all right. He's just a regular guy. It's like when you go to a Mexican restaurant, your dad's like, we'll have the fajita. Really trash is trying to give you the real drink
Vegas is such an odd place. There's
That
nothing
was
like
gonna be a bit
so
forever
strange.
because it's
It's just got such a history. It's first of
there are
all, the
people
beginning
that
of it, right? It's founded
like
by a
shop that are
mob.
kind of
Like they literally want a place where they can get gambling.
they want
And
to do
then
that.
in order to have legal gambling, there's probably some sort of a deal where they let the government blow the
It's their
news
world.
off and
We're just living in it.
Speaking of which, I got
so
my
there's
haircut.
spots out there where you really can't even visit because they get
Let's see. This one's supposed to be haphazard. It's called If He's Here, Who's Making Stupid Faces While Other People Do the Work.
Vegas.
John
So this is a
Wayne
fresh
was
post
doing
15 minutes ago,
a
dude.
movie in Nevada about Genghis Khan. It's a terrible movie. And he did that movie in
Good morning! How is everybody? It is February 19th. It is 10 a.m. A little bit of a later start. It is torrential downpour here in Los Angeles, and I have to drop my truck off my lightning off at the tune shop at Full Throttle Customs, and been waiting for some parts, all this stuff. Today was the day. It's been a long time coming, and here's the issue with that. That thing's on slicks, so it rains. It's a bad combo. It's about an hour from my house. You gotta come through the mountains. So the guy goes, dude, with this rain, I know we're scheduled, but just come another day. You don't know me, I'll figure it out. So I left at 6:30 a.m. in the pouring rain. And what about
30 miles an hour on down the highway, and there's nobody out because today's President's Day. And we cut through the valley, and God, nice. I don't even lie to you guys. There's times I was like, oh, I'm a bona fide. Your boy made it.
So I don't think they use asbestos, but
it's just such a weird place. Your boy made it. So hopefully they get it done. Hopefully they get it done.
Brendan is the guy that tells you stories where you're like, he thinks it's funny, but you are thinking, what are you doing there? That is not safe. Don't do that. It's not funny.
Yeah, it's still phenomenal. You walk inside.
Driving an hour in the mountains in the rain.
I was there recently.
You've already flipped your truck once. What are you doing?
Wait a minute. The guy that you're I had sex and I was really not
giving business to told you to wait a day. He makes money from you bringing the truck in. He said, no. Bring it in when it's not raining.
Do you know the story behind that person?
I look a little
bit on a magic mind.
They're mostly.
Yeah, is that your take with it?
Well,
I will tell you right now, dude, that he figures it out. He finds a way.
Like where they're getting the bodies, but they do know that a lot of them are political.
Oh, are you happy now, dude?
Yeah. So it's basically like they ran afoul of the Chinese government, so they lock them and turn into statues.
That's true. Very slicks,
Yeah, it's right outside my theater. Yeah, well,
I don't like
a lot of them they call like unidentified bodies. But the real problem is, like, to be an unidentified body, you have to be unidentified for 30 days. But then, in order to do the plastination process, where they turn you into a statue, it has to take place within 48 hours of death.
They can see it with their
So,
the placement of certain fights on UFC 300.
Someone's lying.
They're too fancy now. They're not paying attention to the details. UFC 300 would show you this. They stacked 290. They stacked 299 and 300, which they should have been planned for a year ago. It was the byproduct.
I saw that too.
They're scrambling.
That's pretty dope. They actually have a big chunk of the Titanic.
Makes no fucking sense. Nobody's asking for it. Everyone loves Max Holloway. He's probably going to get destroyed. We don't want to see it.
Across the ocean with no.
What's it good for the division? It moves nobody forward.
Hope they didn't hit
Everyone stays lukewarm on it.
And that was like
Max Holloway,
super
by all
fancy,
means,
high-tech
should be the guy
travel.
fighting to
Imagine
Nax.
the people that traveled 30, 40 years before that. Wooden boats.
Okay.
Not having any
Max was out there and
idea.
gets so much
Going on a
brain damage from
promise
Justin
to get a
and
job,
Gaethje.
waiting on the
That's
other
out
side
the
of the
window.
fucking
So Max
ocean.
Holloway's not an option.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're going to do the winner of Yair Rodriguez, Brian
There's
Ortega.
probably comics on this cruise ship.
Yair in Spain, that makes sense. Spanish speaking.
That's the worst job in comedy.
No,
We just saw
ever,
Yair get
right?
absolutely
I just won.
destroyed by
It's not
Volkanovski.
only one.
Okay,
It's one of those things where a
Max
guy,
Holloway was the choice.
you know,
but
there's
they
some
didn't
guys
plan
that like
out.
it.
They fucked up.
Like I know Alonzo
Max
Bowden
Holloway's your
does
choice.
like
That should
jazz
be the next
cruises.
guy.
Like Alonzo Bowden he's a great comic, but he's also like a giant jazz fan.
So UFC
Loves
300.
jazz music.
Fighting
So he'll go on
fight that
jazz
makes
cruises.
no
and
sense for
it's probably
anybody.
perfect for him because like it's like if I went on an MMA cruise, you know, I could talk about
Right.
it's like you can talk about subjects that most people in a regular crowd go, what the fuck is he talking about? You're just talking about obscure jazz music, you know?
It seemed like he was nailing the names. He named a
You
lot of
heard
names there.
what they're doing with
You think that
AI
hat
music,
is like
speaking of
a,
jazz?
like an Illuminati
They
thing?
did 50, I talked to Jamie today, they took 50 Cent's Many Men
You know, it's
and made it like a soulful song that seems like it's from the 50s or 60s. Have you heard that?
Yeah, but I've heard a few other ones, not the 57.
Dude, those two, it's so fucking good. I said it to Brian Simpson, he said, that is the best fucking thing you've ever said.
So they just did that.
Yes, with AI. It's not even a real human being's voice. And it's fucking good, dude. It's good when you're like, whoa!
It's the first assignment.
Listen
Like,
to this.
Illuminati
It
just want to have
seems
fun. So
weird
they're like,
hearing
Brian
these
Callen
lyrics
actually
with
did
this
this.
kind of singing.
And then they're like,
Yeah,
well,
because
no,
it's like hardcore gangster rap music, but with listen to
That
stuff.
thing was insane.
It's kind of crazy.
That was crazy as hell.
Well, let's see what else we got here. This is Busy Middle 81808. Called a different day, same bullshit. Let's see what's that.
I was 3-0. Told my friends. I tried putting 10K on the Rob over at Risotto. I would take one. Balls, I guess. I didn't have the money to help me out there. So I tried putting 10K on the Rob.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, dude, it's pretty wild.
Isn't that great?
Get there. He's right there. Live. It's against the wall.
Yeah.
And he Any lawyer will take a lollipop. Will tell you that. The judicial system, dude. Don't get me started. Ain't a joke. Ain't no joke. Right? I mean, they will recall the DA in a minute. All right, this was posted by PB States in the front. It's called the Honda Center. It's hard to get to. I remember the name of what you got. It's not by Joseph fucking Biden's defense.
Great.
How
incredible.
And remember the name.
Nobody sings lyrics like that with those kind of lyrics. It's gangster rap lyrics with an incredible voice.
The Honda Center is hard to get to, and remember the name
AI
when
is
you get
fucking
snubbed by
scary,
Joseph
man.
Fucking
That's so good.
And remember the name.
If that was a dude, who sang that, I was like, who's this guy? You know, like, this guy is
Finally, the UFC season is here. The first big boy pay-per-view kicks off this freaking Saturday. It's a big one. It's in Orange County. So
that's right. They used AI, but that was
LA
his decision,
pay-per-view.
right?
This is not LA. This is about
I think he did. But
it's 3 hours. We'll go 2 hours. Conservative 2 hours to get to Orange County.
And then they came back and said it was. The difference is, like, this is not a real person's voice. It's probably a conglomeration of multiple different singers' voices. At least I'm guessing. Is it actually a guy?
I don't know where this started, but I'm looking at the one that I'm looking at. They are trying to sell this like
but it is at the Honda Center. I think it's still called the Honda Center.
Some guy named Shifty Grant.
Oh yeah, they do that stuff. They did that with the Chris Rock thing. When Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith, they tried to pretend that it was an old television show, and they did an AI version of this old television show where a guy goes on stage and slaps the comedian. It's really funny. AI is so squirrely. They're probably just trying to make money. That's why they did it. God damn, it's good. But the Randy Travis one is his voice. So no, it is. So what they do is, like, it's my voice too. Like, they use AI with my voice. There's a whole podcast with Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs. There's a whole podcast that somebody made with AI because you have Steve Jobs' voice, you have my voice, thousands and thousands of hours. Every sound that I can make with my voice, sure, is already been made. So all the computer has to do that. Ear noise. Ear noise. But all the computer has to do is just take a giant amount of your voice and then apply it. And then apply it differently. Emotionally, slowly, somberly, angrily, and you just put it all together.
And it was me doing something.
For the cats out there with kids, make sure you
phone calls where people call people.
That's what it was. It was not. It was hey, here's a $100. You could help me out.
And also,
it was like I was broke and I was down and out. I needed the money.
But it won't take you never get that bad. Stand up to them, you know, kind of room again, 100%.
It's real weird because it's super good now.
In
the beginning, when we first started hearing it, was kind of obvious because the inflections were off. Like the way you would say something, like the inflections in that song was insane. You know? So I'll take your life. Watch how you talk about me.
I made lots of money and all that shit. And none of that matters. I was on a TV show.
So that means that we could associate with a soulful, incredibly creative person with an amazing God-given talent of a voice.
He was going to say what Shop is saying now.
Crazy.
But it doesn't matter.
Even though I know it's fake, I love it. Yeah, and you love it too. Like, we're listening to it. That was great. But we know it's fake. That's kind of crazy. The Randy Travis thing is different because what they just did is he wrote it, and then he can't sing anymore, but they have thousands of hours of him singing. So they take that and they just turn it into him singing. So it is him singing. It's actually his voice. It's just not coming out of his mouth. It's coming out of technology. But it is his voice. And it's his writing. Right? So it's like, it really is a Randy Travis album. It's just Randy Travis. Like, you can enjoy someone that can't do it anymore, but it's still alive.
You didn't really do that
You
well.
know? Like, that guy has so many great songs. Oh my God.
Like,
Nobody go on forever and ever and ever and ever.
To be like vilified, you know, to be Crowder's fourth mic, where he like shocks you when you talk too much. It probably is like some weird thing because like this and slaps him.
Every concert my dad was
stop talking.
Really?
The speech is about
hilarious.
grifters.
Oh, we put the head.
No, I
would rather spend that time not have a good relationship with my kid and then be good at stand-up.
It's like at the end of the day, if you're not even good at stand-up, it's like, why did you do all that?
Like 12
How?
or 14.
Yeah, that's
He
a
says, you want to go? So my dad said,
good
oh,
point. I mean, other people are able to
do
do it. Jim Gaffigan's kids seem to like him. He did
playing like
pretty
a
well
wiener.
for himself.
Him and
He's
Kenny
not
Lynette.
on a promotion for an empty dog like Patrick Bet-David.
He's also not talking about his regrets on the airwaves, dude. This is like
and this second concert.
Yeah, these guys are worried about talking about man on airwaves, or they should be worried about us talking about their regrets on airwaves.
Third time I go to
You're firing a house. Also, just live with your choices. They're doing this because he's not doing stand-up anymore. It's like, just don't do stand-up anymore, dude.
No, Kenny Rogers.
If there is a, you know that
So then I meet Kenny Rogers in an elevator in LA.
There's three and one. It's like, you're on the third one, dude.
And he
Right now, you're fucking on. This is, you're on the third one.
I said, oh, man.
Okay, I'm not a numbers guy.
Legend. He's like, thank you. I said, you know the first concert I ever went to? He says,
you're on the road and it's the birthday?
I said, yep. He said, that's awesome. You know the second concert I went to? He said, nope.
I'm on the road, baby. Let's go.
Wow, that's awesome. I said, you're on the third of this. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. Where are we going with this? I said, my dad took me to your concert 3 times in a row. He goes, well, you have a great dad.
Jesus Christ.
And then it's kind of awkward. I kind of ran out of
Exactly what we're talking about. Yeah,
and I just write, and I'm just looking at the numbers are going up and down. I said, oh, you know what? You have great chicken. And I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't know what else to say, but he really did have really good great chicken. I like these things. And that's what I said. And like, he looked at me like, fuck off. I said, no, and the sides are great too.
And I'll never
chicken.
That song, The Gambler. How many people said that gambling junkies? Right. And romanticize gambling. It seems so. We got when
so we're gonna tell them about the candidates coming. After that, Paul
They made a TV movie about that.
Disappointment.
Wasn't there a TV movie called The Gambler? Wasn't it called The Gambler?
I think it was a
make you feel a little better. Like, my dad is a normal guy, normal Joe Schmo, owns his own business, right? I grew up, my dad works 6-7 days a week. I can see my dad often. Okay? So he's like, he didn't have a choice, right? Because he has to provide for him. But did you?
Yes.
You're trying to provide for him.
In a way, you're right. We didn't.
You're providing for him.
In a way, this is a motherfucker. Let's be honest. We're not going to be. You gotta keep writing articles like this.
It's like an archaeological dig.
It's just a hustle, but it's awesome.
Look at that.
And it's okay. At some point,
That looks great. It's like,
there's a balance. You can find the balance. But in order to get where you're going, there's no balance.
You're looking at like
if you want to sell a Mass Square Garden, if you want to sell the form, there's no balance. So if getting a Mass Square Garden, doing the form, and selling out every show is the goal, that's fine, and I do your thing. But as far as it's impossible, it doesn't exist. There's no way to do that and be a full-time
This is a different time.
It's impossible. I had somebody
in 1980 were like a different thing. Everybody would just leave the house. Everyone had a key. Nobody knew where anybody was at any given time. If you left the house, you were gone. We didn't have answers. People were basically wild animals. And they only knew how to behave for movies and TV. Give me some of this.
Very dangerous job.
Oh, is it still playing
music?
music?
Number 2 were the people that catch the alligators and alligator tamers.
Well, Beekeeper's Honorable.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back. I didn't do 4 or 5.
Even the way it looks, it looks so colorful. It's just kind of amazing.
But it's still, that's why it's under.
It's just crazy how people
People just kind of accepted.
I love the fact of how you put it.
You're still like, what are we doing? It's like,
They were gone.
We were wild animals. People in 1980 were essentially wild animals. They were wild animals who had children. No one knew what was going on in the world. Everybody was completely uninformed.
Right.
And then
it's crazy. We were all worried that Russia was going to blow us up. That was every day. Everybody's worried about Russia blowing us up. And no one knew what was going on. And everybody lived in bliss. And you only knew the people in your neighborhood.
And I was actually kind of surprised by this. I shouldn't have been.
You didn't know, like, there wasn't even 1/100th of the amount of things people about that. There's a tiny amount of things. There was Elvis and a few other folks. Yeah, there's a few rock stars, a few comics. There's like Richard Pryor, TV shows.
Because of how hard it is compared to their
animals. We were looking at Kenny Rogers.
Like, hey, would you try a set?
These are wild animals that have just been introduced to technology, and they're aping what it's like to be a grown up. Like they're just figuring it out. And now here we are. We're like the teenagers. We're the adolescents of civilization. So we realize that's kind of silly and everything. There's stuff from then that's better than stuff that's today for whatever weird reason. There's some music back then that hits you. Because like
if you're gonna criticize,
you realize like how special this really like Prince, for instance. Like I remember the first time I listened to Prince, I listened to I was delivering newspapers at the time, and I listened to I Want to Be Your Lover, and I was like, who the fuck is this guy, man? Like this guy was coming out of nowhere. He was like
ridiculous,
completely androgynous, like. He was a beautiful man with his long flowing hair, and the first album is him with his shirt off, just staring at you like, what the fuck is going on? And then I Want to Be Your Lover, I heard that, I was like, oh my god.
Just don't do it. Yeah, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. They're like, I can't even see my kids anymore. It's just rough. Even if this was a reality, I would never go on a podcast and be like, oh yeah, all that stand-up I've been doing that I told you guys to come support me and be at my shows for has ruined my life. Definitely. My kid can't even look at me.
Right.
Guess what, guys? Welcome to Hollywood. Right? You signed up for this. You want to be in movies and TV. Sometimes you're going to have to have video calls with your kids.
Sometimes I drive to go to Chipotle. I'm still driving.
What a song.
That's 3 hours of this going on.
I mean, when I'm podcasting right now, I can't talk to my girl.
It's so funny. This video, you could cut off this and put in like Cinderella, it would probably match his.
You know what? I quit, dude. I quit.
Aerosmith, but it looks like how he's doing it, but he's it looks like it's so rock and roll.
Yeah, he was so compelling.
You're really smart because you're actually another one that's more has come to rings as far as like hardest jobs.
We're so confused why they wanted to fuck him. Like, they wanted to why they could like crack the cover. He figured something out. And then you're 500 dudes, insane amount of talent, and you're wearing stiletto heels on stage, and everybody wants to fuck you. Because he was that fucking talented. He was that talented. And then his music was so wild. Like that song, Head. I remember that song. That was like, what year was that? Was that like 86 or something like that?
Yeah,
like, what year was
the
that?
most redacted I've ever seen T-Back Cage.
I know the thing.
And also at this day and age, you have FaceTime. You can be there.
1980.
So
this
is how you cheat on your fucking
before I
wife.
was in high school, son. This is before.
There's
I was in high school. They had a song about blowjobs. Morning noon, I'll give you a head.
Plus, my keepy stands in the front.
Till you burn it up,
it's not
head.
stand-up. It's a
Do
clear
you love his bread, head, love you to your
So
dead.
we recently had a live show in Austin this last week.
Reached out to our people one night.
This is the funniest thing ever. One night in Austin, literally us. Like, that's what we want to do. We want to do one night. And they're just like, they're fucking, it's like, they've been doing this for what, 10 years or some shit?
For real, for real.
I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Maybe I just wanted to fuck with you. Maybe
This Thursday, one night only, one show, me and Brian Kelly's live from the Kid Night stand-up. It's Brian Kelly and myself doing a live from the Kid, some special guests in the capital of comedy these days. That's Austin, Texas, with the Walking Gas Company Theater.
Cream, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not going to change my whole.
Oh, he became a devoted Jehovah's Witness, and as a result, stopped using profanity, even implementing a cash swear jar at his Casey Park studio to enforce his no swear policy. Witnesses believe that using blasphemous or foul language is a sin, and Prince adhered to this tenet by removing swear words from his music and charging people for any foul language spoken at his compound. Well,
I'm already fined $200 today. I think.
As much as I love that guy, I would not visit him. I would be like, I don't want to do that. Maybe I would. Maybe I would talk to him once. I would just like if I'm going to go talk to a priest, I'm not going to swear. You know what I mean? But like at a certain point in time, like I don't want to perpetuate this really stupid idea that different sounds that you make with your mouth are uniquely offensive. It's what you're saying. It's supposed to be a sound that I make so you know what I'm thinking. And if you have words that you can substitute for these thoughts that are if you have a thought that is only expressed with fuck you, like we know what fuck you means, and everybody says fuck you. For you to say that you can't say that anymore, you're manipulating language to make it have less nuance. That's never good. Like, it's already not nuanced enough. Like, it still doesn't quite grasp exactly what you're thinking or what you're saying. In the worst case scenario, that is when someone writes down what you're saying instead of like hearing you say it in context with the conversation that you're having.
And also, he's always talking about how he has no time for
anybody
things.
Says don't use certain words
and stuff, but
stop
if you have little time,
stop being a baby. These are just noises you make so that we can understand. All that shit is nonsense. It's stupid. It's stupid, and it was mostly created, I think, first of all, on television, right? Television, you had advertising, and that was the only place where there was advertising. And so that was the only place that had a proven audience. But to keep that proven audience on NBC and CBS, you had to institute laws. Or you literally get fined like a serious amount of money if you swore on TV. And then cable came along, and everybody, Sam Kinison was on HBO, and you're like, wow, this is way better.
Think of all the
why
funny
can't we just
things you
talk
could have
to them?
seen.
But
What
again,
about the
this is
Irishman
kids people.
I'm sure there's
Kinison on HBO
some
is
sort of carne asada thing out there. We got a lot
Well,
of
what the fuck
leprechauns
is
in
going
the
on, dude?
crowd.
What the
What's
fuck
the
is
difference
going on
between
back
Dublin
then?
and Los Angeles?
When I was a kid, I was at my friend Jimmy Wallace's house, and we watched Eddie Murphy Delirious.
Chop is like the
I think we were all like,
he's just
what year was that? I want to say I was 15, maybe.
He bet on himself and knocked out the
86.
He started stand-up. He
I
went
want to
to
say I
the
was
top.
like 15 or 16.
Who else does that?
I couldn't.
It is kind of nuts that he was like the best UFC fighter and then just decided to do stand-up on a whim.
He's talking about the honeymooners fucking each other in the ass.
Nobody else does it.
Jackie Gleason and his fucking Ed Norton in the ass. I didn't look at it. This is insane. How is this on
Oh, you guys do, man. It's like Howard.
83. 83? Yeah.
He dropped it at the fourth one.
Wow.
Like, oh, you can just
unbelievable.
I was
One
thinking
of
about
those-
fish tank
yeah.
where the fish was swimming in the rain.
You're right.
It makes you like 15.
Yeah, dude, the fish like never went to sleep.
Crazy. It was so good, dude. And it was new. It was like all of a sudden you're hearing someone just swearing.
Yeah, you'd be like eating a fish
Like,
and
this
also
is
eating
crazy. How many more?
Shout out to Rain, by the way. We forgot to plug.
rain.
That was a big
Rain is always like
changing everything.
Yeah.
The cable.
All right, this one's
Well,
posted by
cable and
Haphazard
then
Dudes.
VHS.
It's before the show,
Like,
so
you could
we were recording it
Right,
daily because what was it?
When they came back, right.
Yeah, go home, put it in, get
This
popcorn
one's
out,
called Big
and
Surprise.
go
This
watch
special
lyrics.
guest is
Blockbuster and we were kids.
I was excited.
We were telling stories by the fire.
Yeah, literally.
I talked to Rogan. I was there. I talked to Rogan yesterday. He told me to come. And
That was our form of entertainment.
what we were just talking about, that's also part of just being honest. Being telling the truth is fucking hard.
Yeah, we have
Sorry,
not
is that what you
had
said
nothing. We
about
have
fucking
nothing.
live?
I think we are the
I said to him, I just
we're
said,
the perfect
hey, this is all I
people
said. I
to
said,
really
hey,
understand
you're in the
the
area.
change that society has gone through and how spectacular that
I'm
change
just
is.
saying, I'm not
because
saying, I'm just
we-
saying, we're in
We
the
were there
area.
when there
You
was
could
nothing.
scroll
When there was
down.
nothing.
I don't know, man. I might be busy. Whatever he said. The point is, telling him what he said. He's in the mothership. It's a straw. How far a draw walk is it? Throw a hush puppy in this thing.
It was the craziest thing in the world. They were talking to
Those are
walkie-talkie.
just as good as tater
Well, I
tots.
knew a dude who had a CD in his car. He used to have random conversations with people. Bro, they would just start talking about
Straight talk wireless.
Yeah, break
Hush
one
puppies are
down.
like
Yeah,
that in
yeah,
every
yeah.
restaurant.
Yeah, and they would just have conversations and people would meet people.
Well,
like
like
you
both
said,
ways. I've seen it
look
on
at
the
the
lottery.
band. That was
Yeah.
that is about the time you're talking about.
Oh,
Today
yeah.
we had
Okay, so the
they're
next
also
time you're
like
in Arlington,
they were
Virginia,
just-
you gotta
yeah,
go
it was-
there and do Josh Terry.
But you were the cool guy. If you had a CD in your
Shout
truck.
out to Josh Terry.
If you had a CD in your truck, you were cool.
Old Town Alexandria.
Didn't Burt Reynolds have a CD in his Trans Am?
Yeah.
It's Facebook.
Yeah, he did. Hey, big
Give my friend car battery down there. Freaking winery, good little holler.
That is the ultimate cool guy. He's got a woman talking in his Trans Am with a cowboy hat on. Fucking right. That's like, it is one of my only movies that I own on my
Jesus,
Bro, it is another archaeological site. It's a dig. They dug down to another time of human beings where this is the coolest guy in the world. A guy who runs through the cops in a Trans Am with a fire bird on the fucking hood. And he's talking about a street pizza.
There was an empty parking lot,
And that was the first movie.
There's so many good places.
Like Greek
My
theater.
joke was that I was like, what's extreme about this place? So I went there next day, and I went in on
They're looking at the third wall.
that's pretty extreme. That was a joke. I didn't know. I thought it was like when they were open.
He's running first being chased.
This native.
Yeah, he's going down the.
I did go to Artichokes in Berkeley.
In the alley, the very beginning, chasing, and he's going like backing in like this, and he looks at the camera.
See the rest of this.
It's like,
And I'm saying your two old buddies, good old Brendan Shaw and Brian Callen, on stage cutting it up. Maybe save me some more sleep. Don't think I'm not going to call you. I'm not going to call from stage.
Who's chasing you? No one's chasing me. I'm sure. No one's chasing me.
We'll see what happens. We're
stay here, and you.
By the way, it's going to be exciting.
Good.
I like that he did the voice.
Yeah, his kids on the car. Dude, Jack was amazing in that. That's his attention getter. Yeah. He was so good at that.
That's
called an attention getter.
Dude, that's so funny because what if that is really like a way like the they play that guy that plays the piper playing the flute. Joe Rogan, he hates these guys, but then when they do the voice, he's like,
oh, this guy
he's like in a trance.
He was a good actor. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't just smoking the band right here. No, the guy having a good time, super charming, great mustache. Yeah, it's fun, man. He delivers it. It was like right out of him, right when he was done playing football.
Just to catch you up on what actually happened. And also, this is like probably, I don't know why, but I just feel sad today, dude. This is like a sad episode. It's not a sad thing. It's not just that I got to we watched that first video. It's like, pretty accurate.
No, I was on the
show. They there's a comment in this comment section that says, watch Chin be the guest.
Next summer, hosted
yeah, it's hilarious, and that's what it is. And so for the show, there's another post on Chin about what actually happened during the show, and apparently everyone backed out. The special guest, and it was Chin that came on. And Chin didn't even want to be on. It'd be dope if they had you. Yeah, I wish I would have been the special guest.
I've only been married once.
Yeah, anyways.
Birds over there, kind of.
Yeah, it's just that is sad. Yeah.
Then
honestly, they don't watch us on a matter of account, but if you guys ever need a special guest, you want to embrace Reddit.
I don't give a shit. He says, well, you've been married 5 times. I don't like you. It's pretty funny. Like, I don't drink after you've been married 5 times.
Dude, we'll play ball, too. I'm not even going to try to do it. No, I won't get to do it.
Now, here's the best part.
That you guys have watched. So check this out real quick.
Oh, no, this is real shit. I'm a guest. I'm going to drink on it. Yeah, is this planned? No.
You got our phone numbers. You got hit us up with anything you want.
Mark Summers.
Mark Summers? I mean, honestly, we've talked about this before. You guys only said
now
Boner
watch how
once.
angry
That's going to be the main topic of discussion. You guys got to use that at least once a week. Yeah, dude. If I leave there and we haven't talked about things, I'm going to kill myself.
That's it. Look at the torch you got that right hand. Or you watch this.
Yeah, that's okay.
He got hip into that. He got it right shoulder. And at the end, if you watch it, he'll go, let's Carrot Beer tomorrow night. Well, he's a fucking football player, too. Look at that. Bro,
that we're constantly surrounded by
look at his face. Look at that freeze frame. That guy should be ashamed of that look for the rest of his life. How dare you? How dare that face? Bro, they're scary. Yeah. If I was friends with that dude, I'd be like, he's gonna kill you, bro. That's a dork guy. Bro, that was like, and I'm backstage going, am I going on? They're like, no, we're gonna cut you. Actually, I said that guy's got a great chin. Yeah, you better smile.
The reality is
got big smile. He did a great shot. I want to say. He says, we'll be right back. Tomorrow now, let Carrot down.
It's unfortunate. Unfortunately, we get to be part of the journey of comics. We're just very cool.
That was Salt and Pepper, Jay.
most of the people
the
that
guy
want
took
to
way
meet
too much shit.
always
They gave him so much of a hard time. It's just like when Larry Holmes became the heavyweight champion of the world after Muhammad Ali. Everybody hated Larry Holmes.
Joe
When
Rogan.
Jay Leno took over after Johnny Carson,
He got a lot of grief for
no reason. Because he was put on super shows too. Super nice guy. Your writing was great. Never is great. I always had a good time talking to him. He's always a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy, and like what he should be doing all along is really what he's doing now. Is his car shows. Because like that guy, if you talk to him about cars, he's so entertaining. He loves cars. But he loves cars. I mean, he knows more about cars probably than anybody I've ever met in my life. He's got an insane collection, and he likes everything. He's like full stop everything. He's a fire truck. He's just like a genuine fan of automobiles. And the way he talks about it is so entertaining. Because that's really what he wants to do.
He's also crazy, right? Because he's
Marine bases should never be forgotten.
unstoppable. So
Let's see here.
Oh, I'm celebrating. Tigers, they just got on all the Marine bases.
I just talked to him and
I
begged
just
him to
announced
listen to the song.
All right.
I said, how you doing?
So, yeah, I shouldn't be drunk.
You can still see like a,
No, it's in their off time. His father's shooting in a video. So, and he like freezes
out about.
I love freedom.
What do you mean? You did the show that night?
How much is freedom, right?
Yeah.
$59. That's what it is. That it does. I looked it up. It said $89 or something. Well, it's 89 everywhere. That's out of my control. You're
next
going.
to the, I'm like, I said, first thing I said to him, I said, are you okay? I said, my
So
question,
now it is
the fuck you saying?
$59. Started April 1st.
He goes,
Daddy
we
got
all
that
can't have to pay the 14.
So now it's
I
less.
said, no, but really, what
Stupid
happened?
fucking voice.
You ever been any of
No.
this? I walked down the looking down. There was a little hill, like not even like he went hiking. He went hiking.
With like slippery shoes on, probably.
He said, "They're going Corral."
He's probably wearing dress
He
shoes.
said, "They go Corral." Right. And his denim, and then so he went. He just got and looked a little deeper than he thought, and he slipped down and hit his eye, right on the third bad. So he went into, got his Golden Corral.
Like how much consistency of what is in there.
Steak and everything. Went, got his food, went to the club.
Dude. Oh my
They went on
god, dude.
stage.
This is a sad week at Chang's, dude.
That's so
And I
crazy.
said, "What do you mean?"
It's all just
I said,
like
"What do you
hitting the feels this
The
week,
show
dude,
must
you
go
know?
on.
I'm doing all right.
I just, you know, the mic with his hands. That was married guys, that married guys.
That's right.
And I'm like,
I'm taking so much credit
it's just
that I don't
amazing.
really have those
He
kind of
told-
Shit my nail.
Yeah.
He told this insane
Dude,
show,
what comes first, your legs or your
insane
dick,
story
right?
rather, of a show that we have had to do with
find out.
a priest
I
and a
created
mob guy,
everywhere,
where the
dude.
mob
My
guy was
dick,
yelling
like,
at the
I feel
priest
the creative in my
and
dick
swearing,
and my
and
legs.
Jay's
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
yelling
starts turning
and
into a hip
swearing,
Like
like
smiling.
doing the same,
I mean,
like saying what the mob guy
It's,
said.
I guess
was
it's kind of like a hit blow.
Seeing Jay Leno talk
It's so big.
that was like, what?
Right,
Tonight show,
right,
He's talking like that.
Yeah, you
This is
can't see
insane.
him
All
for
right, let's see.
that.
So let's call Chris is right sometimes. Chris might haphazard.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, he was doing this like super hyper violent Italian mob guy, like screaming obscenities at this
All of
priest
that,
and Jay
honestly, is
Leno's
so
yelling
boring.
out. It's a fucking amazing
Post Malone's
story.
cool.
And it
I
was a
like him a
show.
lot.
Yeah, it was a show that he was doing, like before he made it. It was like back in the day. He did some sort of a show where, I think it was like a benefit or something like that, where there was a priest involved.
I would like to have a
The mob guy got mad at the priest and was yelling at him. It was a fucking hilarious story. But that guy didn't spend any of the Tonight Show money. He lives all entirely on the stand-up.
With no seatbelt on.
Great. They just stockpiling it all up. Like the hits. I'm like, that's great. Like, someone needs to tell him.
Yeah, he's right about
Money's fun
the
to
truck
talk.
stuff. Is
Just
really
be just
Yeah,
swirling it
yeah, have
away.
fun with them. Have fun with them.
Yes.
But people that
But you know,
started
as far
out
as
poor,
like
which
the
is
most
basically
annoying thing
most
about that was
college,
that
once you
weird
start
laugh
making money, it's hard to believe that you're ever going to keep making money. You start panicking.
Well, I don't know. We have talked about this at length before. I don't know why he does the faces he does.
Yep.
Why?
And
They're
then if you
weird.
carry
Yeah,
that into your
that's right.
70s,
We were
80s,
talking
somebody
about
should
that
take you down that was awkward feeling.
Yeah.
I'm your financial
When he's
advisor,
like,
and
he
now
keeps
the time
those and he goes,
great.
like, yeah,
You're good
You
now.
should be looking at your
That's
game.
really
You
funny.
should probably buy more cars. Like, let's spend
Listen,
some
that shit has my point. I think that's what it's been.
as your
Buy
buying
a drug habit.
buy some
Drug
drug
habit.
We got one here. It's called one of them 1,000 murders out in the streets posted by OK State 9542. And the caption says, "Can someone please help me find Bobby Lee's NPC burner because I've never seen him alive."
Yeah, I don't.
It's pretty funny. I've seen it.
I don't. Family, that. Like, I don't want people to have like kids a lot and save up for them.
Giving kids a ton of money is not necessarily good
Okay, I have
for
a feeling that
them.
that's
Like,
going to be
if you look historically at people that got trust funds, it's a weird road to go down and not have any ambition or not have any ambition. Maybe you do have it, but inherently. But for a lot of them, it's like they don't have to make it. They don't have.
You gotta fucking have no fear.
Unfortunately, in this society that we live in, that doesn't work. Like in this society, it's very difficult to not be self-sustainable, not be able to take care of yourself. And if you can't take care of yourself, you gotta kind of learn how to do it. You can't just be constantly relying on other people because I think it hinders your growth as a person. Absolutely. You know what I mean? And it like fucks with you. Like every guy that I've ever met that comes from a family. Like,
it is funny,
not every guy, but a lot of guys that I've met.
I want to see the actual thing to know how funny it is.
They come from a family with a lot of money and they've never had to worry and they have trust funds and they never really had a job. They're all weird. It's like cement that didn't get the amount of water that
I'm not one of those guys that
it's always like weird.
And it's just like weird how I know kids like artists, whatever. They're all
so this one's the last one for the day. We had to leave it off with some chick cooking stuff.
Think about it. Almost every comic or artist I know.
Funny. It's supposed to be ODO loves Kira.
Yeah, but
Chin
it's
flying
not
from Austin.
exclusive.
We're spending
No,
your life.
right. It's not.
Delta flight
There
makes
are
a
people
U-turn
that
after maggots fall on ice.
Right. It's a weird thing. Like talent is an odd thing.
I mean,
It really is.
If there are
Very
maggots
weird
in the
thing.
food, it's
Like,
probably something that you
there's certain universal truths that you're going to find more talent probably
It's like,
in,
yeah, no, it's
in
good. We'll just put it in a
harder
bag and put it on the
communities.
plane.
Like you got to have better rock and
All right,
roll
well, that's
in
all
like
we got for today, right?
fucking
Check out our
outskirts of
Patreon, check out
town.
our Reddit, check
Like
out our
those guys are
Discord,
going to
check
be
us
Nirvana,
out.
But I
right?
love
Have a
hearing
great week.
like
Bye.
a Billy Joel story where you can relate to it. Like, you know, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. I'm like, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. You know, I literally nowadays no kids don't do. And I did that. Billy Joel was awesome building.
I don't know how many fights did he have. I think he lost.
Are you being funny? Really?
Billy Joel was a boxer. Billy Joel was a boxer. Yeah. I think he was good. I think he was pretty good. Yeah, I think it was a good amateur level. 22 and really? Was that professional? Golden Glove, say amateur level. So, yeah, legit boxer.
I just know that.
How about that?
Did not know that.
He's a guy who changed radically. Like, if you go back and listen to Captain Jack, it's like from Captain Jack to Uptown Girl. Like, oh. You know, it's like huge, like it's great music, it was a huge hit, but it's a different vibe. It's like the guy who's loved now, and he's had a super ball for a while before he's yeah. Captain Jack is gritty, Long Island story, yeah. It's like, fuck, that's a good song.
Great song. But you're right. You can see it. You know how their life changes and their music changes. Like you said, got money. I got to
Give her a song. He's got some great
Welcome back to Tim Does the Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you guys. You cats and hawks. Yeah. Let me readjust my hot cheetos. Yeah, so they're here. I'll talk to you a little bit about Patreon.
That is a great fucking song.
Yeah, we did. Please subscribe. That's how bad Whitney Cummings
My parents had that album on
Yeah, Toontown was great. We had a good time watching
What year was that?
Very entertaining. So if you really want to know how we thought about it,
I listened
check
to that.
that
I
out.
was like,
We also have a Reddit now. We always had a Discord, so join that.
@raccoon_tweeties, dude.
Yeah,
A lot of
genres of music.
A lot of Sharpie talk, a lot of Joe Rogan
And
calling
back
you a
then,
cuck, stuff like
that's how you got it. You heard it on the radio, and you went out and bought an album.
that's not
No, they're never here for that. You can show us follow us on Instagram @HerardoComedy, @CoonierDie. Yes, follow us there to see shows, but they're not here for that. No.
record label.
They're here to watch 10 minutes of shop.
Come up with
So
a hit.
start the timer.
That's why you wrote
Got
it.
it, B.
No, I don't know.
Well,
He just,
dude,
just
I
I
did
just
not
watched
expect
that.
this, but it's been a heavy weekend,
I remember
James.
exactly how it went down, but he said,
I think we have
yeah,
another
they
thing
were
to add to the
they
lexicon, dude.
hit off
You
this
want to read
album.
that title right there?
Big hit.
Mexican.
He wrote
Yes.
that. And when they
It's
played
posted
it,
by
and they're like,
Successful Capital
fuck you,
2717.
we're getting rid of you.
Let's
So
see what
they
this
got rid
there is
of him.
about here.
The label dropped him. And he's
All
all about
older kids on
that.
Saturday.
So they get the money, they take all your money, and they don't care about you. And I'm like, that's ballsy, right? They want to hit you.
He just like it's a transformer.
How much, you know, like the Lexus has 20 years. It just shit. Like, what? That is a real album, a real song, and they were like, "No, you're done."
You think
They
the
should have just turned on the check.
chains a little bit there,
But
and
you
called
guys
it
became
out.
huge after that.
Well, that was the
I didn't
fucking
really get the
dumbasses. You can get rid of
I'll probably say that.
not there for that.
Get rid of me for a billion albums.
Okay, Mexican.
Yeah, he's got
a
great.
Mexican. I'm a
Just
Mexican
the
dude.
piano.
You're a Mexican.
Yeah, along
Race.
that one song alone, right?
Oh, how about
He's
Scenes
kinda
from
talking about
Italian
me,
Restaurant?
like that.
Right.
Oh my God, that is
I
a
never thought I would have
fantastic
this
song. It's
day.
another it's a story.
They kinda
It's a
did
story
that.
of people's
He
lives.
went right into the shop.
You know, and
and
it's
quesadilla.
relatable. It's like it's real.
It's
It's raw.
osmosis. It's like he's so close to the
Yeah,
beast.
exactly. So
Can't
like
help
a
it.
window
And
into
we
the
hang
bottle
around
of
chatting
red,
about
right?
everything.
No, that's how he just makes a joke
It
about
always
like
happens,
a
dude.
bottle
We
of
got
red.
another Successful
This is
Capital
bottles of white.
217.
But apparently he didn't like
Yeah,
red as much as
217
white. He has
How the hell
plural.
was this guy going to host a
He said
game show?
bottle
He
of
could barely
red.
talk.
Bottles
So
of
this is
white.
This is a
Yeah,
narrative
and I'm
he's
like,
already
oh,
told before we
he
watched
must
this
have
before.
he likes more white wine, and that's how I pick up shit. Like,
Are you sure that's the lyrics? Or you just said,
no, I think it's no, I think it's a bottle of red. Bottles of what? You can now you got to look it
I
up.
thought you said a bottle of white.
It sounds like he said he was
Whatever
sick
kind
in
of mood
the
you're
line.
in.
Oh, fuck, I don't know. I
It's too bad he didn't say
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Fair,
that's
fair,
right.
fair,
Maybe
fair,
I could be wrong.
fair.
that
A
is
little
a
bit of
great
nostalgia there for when he
That's
first
a great
said it.
song.
Oh well.
Oh,
It comes to
yeah.
Fear Factor, and then it's like contestants trying to get
Bottle
better pay
of
from it.
white. Right,
fair
a
wage.
bottle of whites.
In a Fear Factor, he was
But
a
I'm still
male.
a bottle. It's a bottles of white, right? So
That's a weird way to write. Like a bottle of whites.
wine. So
And he wouldn't have started saying
wine
that
in one
when the
bottle.
UFC
What
guy.
did Jamie get
Golden
texted?
I mean, what I'm trying to say is
Alright, so
That's
it's the
the
most
last
popular
without a bottle of white.
So I was
So you
onto
guys can watch
something
it.
there,
It's
right?
called
I used
Don't
to
Laugh
sing
at
it.
the
But
Diddler
what's
Show, posted by Thick
Isn't that
Boy
funny?
with
Some
3
people don't like
C's.
the
Oh
great
yeah, I've
bits.
seen this one. Yeah.
Don't you dare.
Cried for 4 days. I really did cry for 4 days.
Don't want to play. Shut up,
The fifth
man.
day.
Cabernet and Merlot. You fucking high.
You laughing at that?
That's
You seem very well adjusted. That's funny. I got a comedy show, right? It's not a TED Talk. You know that, right?
a little bit of people that like get super down.
No, with a cowboy hat.
I got a buddy nobody mad. So I called him up out of nowhere. Like at the restaurant. And it's sent him a picture of the ramen. I mean, he looked at it for like 3 seconds. He's like, yeah, what do you got for your steak? Get this. But got scammed. He didn't get scammed. But there's a guy that he was friends with that was a gigantic scammer. And I don't think this guy ever got him. But what this guy was doing was, they were all these wine connoisseurs, and this guy was selling really rare wine that was counterfeit.
What is this
It was
special
fake.
with the
So
black
he
man?
infiltrated this
Oh,
thing,
black girl, my combat,
this like
back,
wine
my
group,
turn out back,
and he was convict. And what he was doing was taking a bunch of different wines and mixing them, and then trying to sell it as this like 1970 impossible bottle from Bordeaux.
You fucking laughing at my
So
shoulder?
he aged the paper on the bottles and shit. Then they raided his house. They found empty bottles everywhere. So he was taking labels off of things and copying them and printing them. And I had that loop.
Maybe heroin
You gotta do real stuff. It's hard. You gotta get it from Portugal.
Since my father
But this document really highlighted, in my eyes, at least for some of those people, that it's kind of bullshit.
Hey, bro, you gotta leave if you're gonna be a fucking asshole. You know what I mean?
The difference between what evil is done. But this guy just
I understand you're with your girl. I don't want to embarrass you. I just know you got an upgrade from a horse, but still. Alright, 2 legs will do. Dude, that's what he said when he saw her. He said, dude, he showed up at the first date with flowers in his saddle. He said, hey. She said, hey. He said, no. Hey.
A wine documentary.
No, I'm trying to think of the guy who said no more fucking below.
Oh, yes.
I probably had to type in sometimes
right.
the
That guy came
graphics
on
are
show.
really fun.
That guy came on show.
I hope that when I have people do clips for me,
that's awesome.
they have the good sense to not just like things. When I see that, when I see a clip, it's like maybe fucking, I don't know. Like in my joke about the Taro and Filipinos. They literally put Taro on the screen.
They were filming a
I knew I should have watched the clip.
commercial or something. What's that guy's name again?
It's a clip before I just let them post it.
Paul Giamatti. He came back.
Somebody's gonna cut a somebody saying that.
I said,
clip that I cut with graphics.
They want a drink. And we want a drink.
Listen, we do what they do. I've said this many times. We criticize them and then we do the exact same thing. Like a couple of
his face is so funny. He's like,
exactly.
I just said it, but I didn't say it.
I will say that when I first started comedy, I went to this bar in Norco all the time called Mavericks.
I said, I'm just fucking. He said, no,
whenever I was
did a
bombing,
video
which was
together. I
often,
said,
Tellman never had a good set there. Okay. I would just claim that everyone there fucks horses.
Over to him, he's like,
right. You
not
so you
fucking hell. It was just, he was such a great, he's such a great guy.
No.
He was great
What
around
I'm
Howard
saying
Stern.
is I just started comedy.
Private Martin and Niecy.
Oh, I see. You're basically Dilly isn't doing it.
Yeah, he's really good. I'm saying it, but the NBC,
all right, well, this one's called Grifting on My Turf B, posted by Icarus Lives. Let's see what this is about. Bertrand and I are launching our very own
motherfuckers, they're downplaying the low. And I was like, they did that with the South Park. So that was junk. I'm like, in a roundabout.
Drinking that. He was like, vodka.
They were,
we talked about
everyone
Coros.
stared at me.
Went into that. We looked at the marketing.
It's just amazing how long casino and it says like carrot scalp.
Yeah, painted there it is, left and right. Let's see, this one's posted by Haphazard, dude. First half clip of the day. Rejoice. It's called Reports of the TRX's Demise Were Greatly Exaggerated.
Ever, that's still good. Yeah, like, how do they do it? I don't know.
Yes, I like the energy, Kay.
It's weird that they're still so on top of it.
Carpool today.
So like still push the boundaries and make it really funny. And it's been going on.
The studio and he runs the boards.
Like the first video, I think
George Potter,
Dark or something like that. The one that they were passing around, the VHS one with Brian Boitano.
Yeah. What year was that? Pennywise? No, half of nothing.
It's like 95 or 96.
Adults, carpool and
because I remember people on news radio were asking.
Yeah, I was like, don't you have more cars than anybody right now?
This is
Joy's an idiot.
Well, I know they're talking about something now, but
everyone was passing around like,
hard to get. He's already with the big boy merch on.
I don't think it had a home.
I think Casey is the guy with the red beanie. Remember, I was like, what's this guy? It's probably the
Which one was that?
Only when they did the second shot of it.
Which is the Brian Boitano? Which would Brian Boitano do?
TRX back.
What should we say? We'd be walking around that was radio set going, what would Brian Boitano do?
The other thing out here, and my other two cars have race slicks on because I'm a moron. I like to drive fast, but the race slicks can't go.
I believe race slicks, and don't confuse me if I'm incorrect.
The Brian Boitano
race slicks have no treading on the tire.
Really?
You know how like NASCAR wheels
what was the 95 or the 94 one?
Okay.
So they made fun of Brian Boitano, and
you're my car guy, dude. I come to you. Dude, you're basically my team. I'll give it to you. You're giving I come in the shop. What does this mean? How do I make my Corolla faster? $7,000. Yeah, I want to.
What
get a chick record tweet.
That's the that's the
Big
first
Boy
one.
Studios is the game clue.
There's no Brian
we're trying to figure out like who is Casey with like in the which show pod, like what
Oh, right.
weapon.
But that's
Every
what
episode
he says. Okay.
Yeah,
I
who's
thought
the
it was
worst?
I thought I had a fake memory.
Brain, so you can't drive. Papa need a ride.
That's right.
Carpool, it was nice.
You
like the Jetta. I dig the Jetta. Quality car.
Right. But the show.
I grew up in a Jetta. My Aunt Nebby had a Jetta to pick me up from school, so I bring back good memories. They're safe, reliable. You know?
But it was just so groundbreaking. And the brilliance of it was that you don't have to have it look realistic. So you can get away with so much more. Like when stuff's, what's her face, stuff his ass? Put the Parasil when he has blood off and stuff's Parasil up his ass. It's like, but you can do that, right? It doesn't look real, right? If it was like super realistic in 3D, it has to look like South Park. They can get away with so much. They kill kids. They kill Kenny every week. No one complains.
The crop.
Yeah.
These red chairs,
Poor
dude.
fucker dies.
This may be a better podcast. If anyone's asking, like, I'm
Imagine
thinking
if
about
this is
starting a
like big
podcast, like,
graphic,
what do I need?
3D video, that looks hyper realistic. You can do it. It has to look like
First things first,
complete
audio
nonsense.
is
Then we'll let you get away with almost
that's
right.
first. Second is
How they sold that.
two red chairs.
Well, if you think about it,
They bought it that way.
Nothing
there's like levels
There's no third
of
thing. Yeah. Those two things,
realism
that's all you need.
that
But it's a
will
high show.
allow you
Have
to
a
get
chair
away with more if it's like less realistic, right? Like that's why we used to allow like Roadrunner,
black chair on
like and Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner with like drop dynamite on him. Shit was always happening. He was always getting fucked up. That was okay because it was cartoons, right? But you couldn't have blood.
Let's see.
Like blood all over the place. Because some of them look so goofy that their head's just a big circle.
Right.
And then you got blood all over the place. Nobody complains.
He's a faster
right?
You know, like
Kind of
Biden
weird.
takes
It's
him a
like the
long time to
less
mess things up.
realistic, but
Brendan
you
just
know
says
what it
things
is.
messed
They
up
killed the
fast.
kid.
You
You bastards.
What?
And no one has a problem.
You don't need context for his gaps.
Because it's unrealistic. It's kind of weird, right?
I think it's exactly
One of those
right.
horror magazines?
It's
Because I wanted a horror. You mean
It's
Playboy
amazing
and
as
G
well.
Hustler?
It makes
There's a
everything
horror
more fun.
magazine that had like Freddy on the front.
No matter what. When Cartman was in bed with Saddam Hussein, or when Satan rather was in bed.
That went over my head. I didn't even know he was trying to say horror.
There's just so many scenes where you're like, there's no way to do this unless you have
Awesome.
cartoons. It's brilliant.
Wow.
Because you wouldn't be able to get away with it.
No.
Like the one where they skirted around,
That
drawing
one's in
Muhammad.
reference to another clip that we have coming
They
up.
kind of skirted around. They never drew them. They like drew the.
Redacted,
There's a truck. He's inside the truck. In a bear suit.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
You can
Let's go to
do
the next one,
things
dude.
in
We're
cartoons
pretty
that you just
good
can't do in
clips.
any other realm.
This one's posted by
perfect
Grayson
medium.
Gregory. It's called Not the Best
And you can
Brains.
keep kids
Here's
young forever,
Brador.
right? You know, they're always going to be high school. Like, nobody questions the fact that they've been in high school for 40 years.
Main facts while it's opening.
Just
It's
they're in
his
high
opening
school.
joke
That's
on
how it
Ringo
goes.
Poppy. Let's see this narrative.
They don't have to grow up. Why are they going to grow up?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, they made that.
Is it like a point of contention?
Oh, really, dude?
No, but you don't see it.
It's fun when he's waving his hand like a little kid. I like throwing hissy fits. He's still a little kid. You don't want to certain people
I'm not anti-vax, man.
or
There's always one
the
guy.
other side of it.
You know? That's a needle for
You're
the
the guy with the tattoos.
episode.
Is Mr. Wolf.
Yeah.
No, he's that guy
Well
from the
done,
Venture
final.
Programs.
They're all Asian.
Oh,
Eight and a half. Like,
Wait
you know,
till you
What they
see
should do
who
is
Mr.
do a
Wolf is.
3D,
Oh, shit.
like hyper-realistic version of the show. Just do it all for the last episode. The most violent.
He's taking a nacho dip in nacho
And see how people do it. Like, bro, this is exactly what we've been showing you
Yeah,
for
yeah.
40 years.
It is an M. Night Shyamalan twist, but who is Mr. Wolf?
It wouldn't be allowed to.
Shut up.
coffee.
This whole vaccination, I'm not anti-vax, man. I'm vaccinated, but
Did you do it at the club or did you do it at the club? Nice.
I don't really know.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
fun
think
and
so.
it's
I'm scared
loud.
to go do shit because there'll be videos and you probably look like that. It'd be
Yeah.
so funny
I
when they
told
show us
before I
eating
did
where
it, I'm
exactly
not
this
into
is shot. Just ran into
critiquing,
Timo's Gerardo.
people because I've been shit on my whole career. I don't want to tell what they're doing right.
I'm not
And
into
for me,
that.
really, he said, no, that's not how it works. But you just be you, just be yourself.
Just
And it was great.
nonsense, dude.
Because I could just,
Alright, so this one's
if
minimum
there
Sky
was something
2305.
specific that I
It's
thought was
residency.
kind of wrong or off,
Right.
I'd say it
The
in
residency.
a very
But
nice
residency,
way.
let's see here.
But most of them were, they're
Studio
good. These
here
guys
is
come out,
wet.
they got their minutes, they
if
pop
it
them out.
rains, it
Yeah,
gets
of course
wet.
you see a
Studio gets
couple.
wet.
Right,
Problem,
the
we
first
complain.
10
They
seconds
don't
in,
care.
you're like, okay.
Glad to have you guys. Thanks
It's
for
already
tuning
not funny,
in.
you know, whether they're just so nervous.
We're just building up to the
they're
big UFC
shaking, you know.
290. Was it 798? 98,
Some
298?
have really quality
98 and watch
Oh
the
yeah, there's a
Super Bowl.
lot of fun.
Down
Really
to
cool out there.
the
And there's also
58
because of
with the
Kill
coach.
Tony, people realize that if they can put together a
I
plan,
know.
it
How
can
many
change
times are you
your
gonna say
whole
it?
fucking
It doesn't
life.
make sense at this
Your
point.
whole
Like,
fucking life. Look at Cam Patterson.
somebody has probably corrected it, right?
friends have
I mean,
told him you
look
say
at these
Super
guys.
Bowl
They're killing it.
baseball.
Unbelievable. William Montgomery's killing it.
I wonder if he still does that with Raleigh.
There was a couple there on that night, but they were really good.
Yeah.
And I think Tony tapped me onto the sheriff was his next guy. You know, he came out and I was like, oh shit, he was solid.
Yeah. There's a lot of these guys that do that show. They do 1 minute and then they go, we'd love to have you back. And then they come back, they do another minute, they crowd members from the old stuff. Also, they have like 25,000 Instagram followers, there's 100, there's 150, like things start rolling. It's like, oh, you have a real if you work hard,
like for
really fucking focus,
Cole, like if you're talking about Cole,
really dial it in, really work on your material, really work it, do as many sets around town as you can. You're able to do this for a living, and if you can, it's the greatest fucking job in the world.
You know,
so there are a couple that I've been watching there.
There's more now than ever before. It used to be, it was like, there was a bunch of like bad people, and every now and then someone would come on with a promise. Now it seems to me to be more slanted towards people that are good. It's like a high level, or high percentage rather, of people that are really good. Yeah. A lot of them are really good. And it's, again, there's a pathway.
There was one that came out and I said,
Or say like you like it better because you can hear
the microphone
everything and
up
it's just
high
like,
because the guy before him was like
but you
6'5"
never
or
fought.
something.
I'm saying as a fighter, there's like with this lawsuit coming up, I think it's right out of insurance, company affiliates, price and coverage match limited by state
Grabs
law.
the mic and he just takes it and puts it behind it, takes the mic and goes into his bed. And I'm like,
that does seem like a good route. Do you know?
So
And for the UFC with the lawsuit, if they go now, yeah, dude. I mean, I'm working with a residency in Austin.
he already had a
It's funny to single out residency after all that shit. It's like that is a very funny
reference
one.
it.
There's so
These
many.
references don't know what to do with
Oh,
things.
damn, dude.
He goes, yeah, that'd be a prop.
Is it?
And I said, no,
Also,
it's already a fucking prop. It's not, he didn't bring it, he didn't make it. It's there, it's a prop that's usable. I mean, every comic uses it for the, you know, every comic guitar, or for change on the beach, every comic down there, everybody. So I said, no, you don't have to make a prop joke. I said, just reference it.
If you haven't heard, we're doing a live residency. It's
this is already not going well, do something. And the crowd was waiting for something, and he didn't do it. And then after the show, he said,
"I'm
not
going to
use
live
that.
there."
It's good. I said, "Well, you have to follow
I
a
think
tall
it's
guy
usually like
for it to work."
people talk about it.
Yeah, don't
he says,
set.
About it in Vegas a lot.
He sets the microphone
Well, you can't see it anywhere
That's
else.
like
So
that's
you
what I
live
said.
at that place.
Yeah.
It only worked because it was improv.
You
It
do
is
like a
happening.
show,
Right.
And
like
he
a
goes,
few
and I
weeks
told
out
him,
of
I
the year
said, you don't do
somewhere,
it unless it happens. You don't want to have it set that
I'm
way,
right,
right?
you're wrong.
It's done.
Well, I think for some people, they don't know how to start.
I'm not successful enough to
They're doing something like that. It's still
Well, the starting is hard. I mean,
He's a
It's not
part.
just that. It's like
Yeah,
this
dude.
overwhelming
Residency,
anxiety.
ever heard of it?
Running
Or
in,
I have a
and you
residency.
can't believe you're on a
Fourth
stage
one.
in front of this audience.
Same.
This is the
You
first
always
show.
see me at the
Some of
fourth
them first show, Madison
This
Square
was
Garden.
supposed to be my Super Smash, bro. This is 14 hours.
Imagine first show
Absolutely.
on stage, Madison Square Garden, and Nirvana.
top
I didn't know they do that thing before with the
Artificial
Madison Square Garden.
And it's 100%
I
random.
lost my dad
People
last
try
night.
to
Thank
get
you guys
people
for
on. What Tony won't do
it's
it.
helping me
No,
to
that's not how it works.
artificial
What
intelligence.
we do is everybody just signs up.
Dude,
And I
look at
reach
me,
into
look
that
at his
bucket
head.
and I
He's
pull out
helping him
names.
35.
And
Fire
you can't rig it.
Just think
You can't
about
rig
it.
it. And so
Well, I
Always
did that,
gotta
but I didn't know they did it in Madison Square Garden.
they do it that way everywhere.
this one's
And
supposed to
Madison
be
Square, well,
for
one thing they do in Madison
It's
Square
called for
Garden
anyone who
is they
gives
have
a fuck.
like a legends
He
bucket.
mentions the
They
shit
have a bunch of
SNL being at
backstage,
the very
like Jim
end of the
Norton,
pod.
I know,
What
Big
else
J.
you got?
Okerson. A lot of people did it.
Also brings
When I
up
was
the
there,
new
David
crop
Tell.
of
And then they pull it out, and David Tell
Murder
comes up and do a minute of stand-up. And it goes crazy. Or do 5 minutes or whatever.
This is
But
so
he
dope.
Shane
makes it
Gillis
so that
is going to
even
be
if someone
hosting SNL. If you
is
guys remember, he
terrible
had
for
the
the first
shortest
time, it's a
SNL
win
contract.
Yes,
Hired one
and then
day,
you
fired
have
the next.
Shane
Isn't
Gillis
it?
and whoever else next to him making
Here's
fun
what's
of it
crazy.
for the
Full
next
circle.
15,
Shane
20
Gillis is
minutes.
so
It's
much
going to be
bigger
fucking
than
hilarious.
Right.
And
They need
it's
him.
also, you get to see, like,
Before
oh,
they
this is a
fired him, now
crazy
he's
thing to
bigger
do.
than
Like,
they are.
this
And I
idea
wish
is
shows
just
get
going to
more
stand up
views.
in
His
front of
kids
people and talk. Hopefully it'll be entertaining.
Yeah, Shane's crushing it. Yes.
Well,
It's like a good crop
sometimes
out
it
there.
just goes
Right? It's like
horribly
Tim
wrong.
Dillon's. Chrissy
Everybody's
D.
like,
As that year was Chris D. Schultz's guy. It started in New York, right? Was that Tim started? Tim, yes. So Tim Schultz, Stefano, Mark Norman's killing it. Fucking Sam Morrill's hilarious. Taylor Lane is fucking killing it. Mateo, Mateo's about the odds are great. And he sells out theaters.
A rising star.
The table is growing and
old
LA is
school
scared.
club.
Yeah. The table's getting
I go there and
funnier and funnier.
the red side's
pouring
getting
down rain.
pretty.
Or it's snowy, sleety,
I think
snow
that,
rain. I remember I took my
Gillis
truck
is
in a
like
taxi, and
the way that he
I've
did
never
it,
been
getting fired,
New York City
becoming
in a club.
bigger. He wouldn't have been able to
Like,
do
it was
that if
like
like some
8
people that came before him, like
And-
Shop, he told Showtime, like, listen,
and
below the belt is
So the guy's like,
over.
what are you
He
bringing
got
me up?
himself. I think that's kind of what
I
Gillis
didn't wheel my
saw
shit
that,
up. I go,
trying to replicate. I'll take it one step further.
Not even bombing.
Gillis
It's worse
owes
than bombing.
Shaw
It's just like
his whole
never have nothing from a laugh. Nothing.
Really?
I mean, that's just
And I'm
that.
doing
That's
like
just straight,
my age
straight
shit.
up wireless.
I promise, swear to God.
All right, so
guys
this,
like,
yeah,
you know,
I should just be like,
I just created a level.
I'm pretty sure British Shop discovered
He
Gillis.
kills everywhere. You know,
I think so. Yeah.
Nothing. Fucking
Yeah,
nothing.
Jelly Roll.
And I just go, all right. I think my open line was I had more problems than people, which I did. So that got a little laugh.
This one's posted by Successful
I've got more
Capital
problems than
217.
people.
It's called Fucks Up the Name of the Company He's promoting
I
not
didn't know what
once,
to do.
but
I'm
twice.
shaking
Then at
so
the
bad.
end, when Chin makes him do another ad,
there was
he
no
gets all
comic,
annoyed
so I
because
just
he
went,
has to do
all right,
that
enjoy
hard
next
thing
comic.
called
I
reading
put
/
the guy that I own my
talking.
own mic on
Back to
thing.
back, cool Chin.
I'm like, just
If you
tearful
are
walking. I just
already an
didn't
Old
believe this shit. I'm like,
Rewards
get out of
member and
business.
not
I might
receiving
go
your
in the comments.
rewards, just add an email address or a
Guy
mobile
walks
phone
by,
number.
he goes,
Get $10 reward for updating your
No.
existing account. Not an
leave your shit
Old
there,
Rewards member yet?
He
Sign
goes
up is super
and he
easy
said
and quick.
murders,
Online at
just absolutely
O'ReillyAuto.com or
murders.
in store at
8 people.
O'Reilly Auto
It was
Parts.
like a stadium of people laughing.
O'Reilly?
And I'm like watching this, and I'm like, holy fuck. It was Dennis Leary.
Back to back, cool, check.
9/11. People.
Why did they keep this in?
I couldn't
Take
believe
this
it.
out.
I walked
This is
off,
another one.
and he
This is
walked off, and he said,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
hey man,
All right. Well, that makes sense.
that was
I
unbelievable.
think, I don't know,
No,
prep
that
him for it or
shit,
something. Yeah.
You
Get him
shit's fucking
coached.
amazing.
Like,
The
hey, we're
thing
going to
with
do O'Reilly Auto
he was
Parts.
serious. He said
Then
that
we're going to do Progressive.
whatever, the
You say
cowboy with the
O'Reilly or
kickstand, fuck, that's great. Whatever it was I was doing.
And then practice
And
it
I'm
or
like,
something
you
before.
like fucking
Finish that. Yeah,
Did I
finish
do
how
shit?
you doing. Yeah.
No.
No, dude. You
But
for
I've
sure
never
told
gotten
Shop that. But
tell
Shop
him that again.
is just
That
like
Dennis
not.
Leary watches this show. That was the most coolest thing a comic ever did. He
You
just
think Shop
gave me a big hug.
they're
They
paying
were
for
fucking
this?
great.
Yeah.
That crowd sucked. I said the crowd didn't suck.
understand.
He just
But I do
murdered them.
understand they want to be
They didn't like
associated
me.
with the best.
Well,
He
that's a
said,
small
he
sample.
said, you were
Best
great.
podcast
You were
comedian.
8 people.
UFC
Bombing in
fighter.
front of 8 people.
Yeah,
But it was
Right.
in front of 8 people.
I'm wondering, like, the people
It
at
happens.
Progressive.
That was
they
one of
look
the
at
great
this
things about the
studio,
store is that you get those 8 people
They
crowds
see
sometimes.
13 cans of
The early
rain
days of the store,
on the thing.
you
They're
would
like,
go
I
up,
want
if you got like a 11:30 spot on Tuesday night, you might go up in front of 8 people.
well, that's right next to the
You
heavy
probably
hippo
won't really
crate.
get on at
That's a good
11:30.
thing.
There's a bunch of people
They have
stopping.
driving.
They do sets. It's by the time you get up to close to 1.
Nicotine. O'Reilly Auto Parts and
Yeah.
Progressive.
But
both
those
car
shows
things.
show you what
They
the
want to be
bullshit is.
associated with all
They
that.
show you
Energy drinks,
there's something
drinking,
about a small
kratom,
crowd shows you
and
what
and
you're saying
nicotine.
is
These are
nonsense.
recipes for
Yeah,
disaster.
like sometimes you have to like figure it out. You have to, and the brutal thing about comedy is you kind of really have to figure it out in front of people with the openness.
It's just an
of
interesting
taking
choice.
it, right? But here's the
I've
thing.
never driven
It's
on
like
300 milligrams of natural caffeine.
one of the things about
but I'm
jiu-jitsu,
down to try it.
you learn
This
jiu-jitsu.
one, I don't know
It's
if you
really
ever missed
important
this, dude,
not
but
to
this
be
made me
afraid
laugh
to
pretty
tap.
hard today. It's called
Because
Talking About
if
a
you can
Perfect
just
Storm, Bubba.
open your game up and
It was
not
like
be
the
afraid to tap
perfect
and tap,
whirlwind.
you can
That plus
learn
my
more.
guide guitars.
Because
Let's see here.
you don't
That
do it
information,
tense,
that information come at
and
me.
you do it
At
more
the same time that
playfully,
the
and it
Trash
doesn't
Tuesday
mean
and all
as
stuff
much
done,
to you when
it
you
was
get
too-
tapped. It sounds
it was like this
totally
perfect
counterintuitive.
whirlwind.
Right.
But if you
I
could
would have
just
before,
relax
in
and
the
not
context,
use your
I'm like,
ego, not try
makes
to
so much
win every
sense.
session, just try to figure out why you're getting caught and figure out how to avoid it. And
we've all been there, dude.
but don't
We've all
be
had
worried about tapping.
self-comment
Just tap.
whirlwinds
Tap
coming
whenever
at
you
us,
get caught, and then
You got
just
your,
let your ego deal with
your
it,
lab,
and
your
then learn
laptop,
and move
you know,
on.
and you
But
think
you
you're
have
safe,
to
but you're not, because all of a
experience
sudden,
that. You have to
a
get tapped.
tornado,
You have to get dominated. Like you have to figure out like what's good and what's bad.
earthquake, cyclone.
And I think that's the same
cyclone.
thing kind
Yeah.
of. There's an element of that in comedy too. You gotta like
What's another
possibly fail with this idea.
flaw,
You know, like I'm gonna throw this out. I have
it's half cooked. This is a weird idea that I have. Like,
yeah, we've all
am
been
I
there, dude.
crazy?
At one
Like,
moment, you're just
do you
trying
think,
to get your dick
is this where we're going as a society? Is this where we're going as
Next
human
moment, they
beings?
start a
And there's
podcast
something
talking about
there,
it, and you gotta be like,
and I'm
whoa, this is a
trying to find
whirlwind
it.
of stuff I don't need.
But I gotta
It's
risk
bullshit. You used to
not
be able to
finding
walk chicks to your trip.
That's the only way you find it.
Whenever you
Because
want.
there's writing
They
on
wouldn't talk
stage
about it.
that
They
you
just
only
discuss
get.
the podcast.
There's
Yeah,
certain
fucking
lines
walk me in
that
the wall
only
with
come to you when you're willing to step out on stage.
This one's posted by Haphazard. It's called "Watch Out for That Slippery Slope."
You might have to transfer out of that. It's like you have to. It's a balancing act. This shit might not work at all. And then you might have to figure out how to segue to something guaranteed.
Even shit as stupid as like the self-driving cars. It's like people are like, oh, it's so convenient. And it's like, yeah, well, wait till you get that motherfucker money to take to the courthouse or something. You can get or they decide to do correct.
Yeah,
that was a good bet. Damn, for me, it's one night worked right, then the next night. Like just a joke last night. They killed him that before. Nothing.
The car that drives itself just takes place.
Right.
You say you get arrested, you get arrested, just take over your car. That would be something somebody.
I said it a little differently. I fucked up before when I didn't realize I fucked up. When I said something wrong, I didn't realize I said it wrong. So I listened to the recording. Because I'll fuck words up sometimes. Just like I talk too much. I really do. I talk way too much. So my brain is just like on autopilot sometimes.
Well, I know it's different if
I can't drive to get out of the hospital.
If I say it the same way,
take the money out of your account with
or
your money expires. There's also another way to control you. Like electric cars is not the vibe for a million fucking reasons.
There's a lot of times when you'll say something just slightly different, and that slightly different makes all the fucking.
Well, but then I had one was like, oh, we're doing seats.
You know what I mean? These guys really hate electric cars. I was always talking about how like
got a beautiful woman
pull up in a Tesla with her like,
beautiful hot chick, and it says,
want a
he has the pool. So I put it up on the big screen. I said, this is my favorite billboard. Look at this. Look at me at the pool. Hot girl.
Another way,
I said, then you get there.
You don't want to drive anymore? You don't have any control? You want to set the speed limit? You want to get in and not drive? You should be a big bitch. You can't drive. Driving Tesla, driving you gotta be a harder cuck.
Then you get there, you're like,
you're not out of my truck though, because you're a cop.
No, she was here earlier. Buried in all that house. Last night,
and you're probably
only
facts
for a
to the
minute,
facts. It's that culture that subscribes to electrics, whatever, but the culture surrounding it, it's the same culture that wants to get facts. The alpha males are the enemy. It's like, electric cars are pretty awesome. They're not though. What do you mean?
Your show in Luxor was pretty fun. I saw it. It's been
he's painting a narrative here.
But I've had a bunch of my friends come to Vegas this year.
I don't know if that's
very
true.
fun.
I don't think it
On
is.
Tuesdays, I do it in Spanish.
Oh, do you really? Do you speak Spanish? How dare you?
Is Elon anti-level like alpha
Tuesday night is Spanish night, baby. I come right here. It's the order.
Tom Segura, who looks totally white, speaks fluent Spanish and does stand-up in Spanish. Yeah, so he'll take you to
I'm going to see him.
How many dates did he do where he did Give It to Your Mom's House?
Yeah, I didn't know that. It's
Or Two Bears, One Cave.
do they? I wonder if you're in if you
What is
have
that,
car,
Bird? Oh, yeah, that's
allowed
Mom's
to
House.
drink magic wine. Oh. No, well,
They're both
you
really
know,
fun.
you gotta read the
Bird's
contract.
a very
You sign
great
if you
example.
are
This-
buying an electric
Bird's a
car,
great
make
example
sure
of
you
what we're
can
talking
do all
about.
the
One
same
time we
things.
were at the Improv, and Bird did
Alpha
this
Brain. You
joke,
might
this
be in
new
your
joke.
driving your
The
electric
first set,
car
it
to
fucking
work, you know.
killed.
Yeah,
And the second set, it
Alpha
didn't
Brain
do
in your car,
nearly as
then all of a
well,
sudden,
and he was confused. And I had seen both sets. And I said, oh no, it's because in the first set, he said, like,
he has an electric car. Yeah.
was at the
Excuse me,
he was at the supermarket.
yeah, he's trying to be fucking smarter than everyone else. 30 years.
I know this is a special or something.
We had the shadow.
I wouldn't say
Yeah,
it.
shadow. You don't get
It's
any
like,
prison time.
he was at the supermarket, and he was standing there talking to his wife. He's like,
Nobody
God,
talks
it's
about
so
how you
cold
electric car
in here. And she looks at him,
Instagram shadow.
and she goes, you are so
It's
fat.
gonna happen. It's
And
big
he's like,
tech.
what? She goes,
Well, it's
your
opposite.
dick is
Actually,
hanging
tech,
out.
it, like
Like,
helps
he
you out.
didn't realize that his fly was
You
open.
don't have an electric car?
He goes raw dog everywhere. He goes raw dog, he got no underwear on, and his zipper's uncut. It's like,
That way people
but the
don't have
joke was,
trucks. Yeah.
the way it was, like, she had said it that way.
Right.
Like, you are so fat. I can't see your dick. The first show, he nailed it. He nailed the tape. The second show, something was off. He forgot to say one part of it. And I remember the first show. Like, it's weird. You gotta listen because it's awful. You hate listening to your voice. You already know the jokes. You'll shut up. So tired of listening to talk. But you have to listen to it. If you don't, you're not going to figure out how to do it the best way you can.
We need more of this shop, dude. Yeah, dude.
No, I think that's a great.
I really
But there's a lot
want
of
to
people
see
that don't do it that way.
They want to see my
this job, you're right.
Yeah.
And when you start
Everybody's got their own
big
process.
concepts in his mind,
I know some guys who are really funny that don't record
photographers
any of the shows and they don't write at all. They just go up a lot and they have ideas and
about
they work
things,
them
and
out.
then you get that one quotable thing.
Oh, they're really, really funny.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that with my more stand-up profession. But the thing is, I have a point. I don't write it out.
When you do prop stuff, how do you come up with ideas? Like,
It's just
what do
making
you
Americans
do? You like
softer
sit
and
down,
softer,
and
just
go
like
to a whiteboard, and go, what
it's just
can we do?
there is something
I've
about
never
free will. Yeah. Well, no,
I've never
the price
sat
you
down
pay is for
and
it. It's like
So how do we
they look exactly the
they
same.
come
It's
just
white
like
or
a
black.
lot
The
of
tears
them
makes sense.
happen by
There's a
just
screen on there. I
a
charge it.
conversation
It's
or a
I like
story or
guys.
something.
I like guys who have sex with my wife. It's cuck lines. Is that cuck line? And then who owns all the? Don't get me started. Who owns all the charging stations? China. So we're more reliant on China. Here's what I fucking idiot.
Think about it.
Figure it out. Here's what I worry about. Take it easy.
I was at a.
So yeah, I mean he's right.
I mean, it's like yesterday. I've even done it. I've never tried
electric cars make cups.
I've never done it ever, but I think it's funny.
You can't put it in.
Guys get drunk.
If you need it more
And
plainer
they
than
punch
that,
walls all the time, right?
you just stop watching.
I had a friend
Yeah.
backstage.
If you don't understand that, dude, just fucking look
He's
at
like, oh,
YouTube right now.
I said, what'd you do?
You're about to write like a comment with your
Punch the
fingers.
wall. I said, you punched the wall? I'm like, what the fuck?
Watch Ellen.
And I just thought,
Have fun watching Oprah.
I thought there should be a stud finder.
That's what Chop would do.
He had me get a stud. So I said there should be a beer with a stud
Yeah,
finder.
go have fun with Full House, dude.
So you can find out right where you're drunk. And you, yeah. So I made
Yeah,
it
have fun
so
seeing
it
a
looks
Richard J.
incredible,
show
but it's so silly.
All right,
that
so
it-
this was posted by
it will
Let's
be a problem.
Roll in Order.
Yeah, it
Colonel
goes beep,
Vintage.
beep, beep. You fucking bitch. Wait, fucking.
This was posted by Panic University. It's
But
called
sometimes it's
Imagine
that way.
being 40
Sometimes I
and
just,
taking part in a middle school Twitter trend. This did make me laugh, so I didn't want to include it. It's Jesse on Fire. You know who he is, right? He's the guy that, like, dig rides shop hard. Yeah, best friends of yours. Always right, never wrong. Almost as hard as we do. It says, can we all collectively report the fighter in the kids' suburb and celebrations can go away for good? That group has probably never touched a woman in their lives.
Cups. We need a new version.
I like the low.
Right? Because that's just 2 cups. I said we
So
have to have another
you're
cup
telling me
that comes
half
out with
doesn't
a lady.
fuck, dude? Oh, half.
And it was like,
half is
that
probably
was my
fucking
free
right
bird.
now.
I mean, I did
One time
that.
I did ask them how many
my
chicks
closing
fuck.
deck.
It's like, dude,
I told some in the front
how
row,
much time you got?
what's your name? They go, hey. And I said,
Same with.
you seem so close with the strings. And she told me,
And you
and what's your
just
name?
in the
She
front,
said her name. And I
If you
said,
can't
hold on, I
even
have
touch
a
them
call.
with that,
Hello?
no.
Yeah, I gotta call you back.
His house is like a hero.
Tracy.
Yeah, he's like
And it was
he's a
just
murderer.
murder.
I
No
call
one
him, I'm like,
expected
hey,
me to
can I
call
talk to you?
ladies
Stay in the
in
front.
the
They're like, well, you can't talk to his dick. We always talk to the topper part.
And then I
His
had
dick
3
is
cups for conference call. And
His dick is always busy. It's always beautiful. I'm like, no, well, I just wanted to make sure Jesse on Fire
call
was
forward
wrong.
and I throw it.
Oh, he's not a young virgin.
And then I had a clear cup that was for caller ID.
It's just like the
I know you're
most
there,
hacked
I could see it.
insult
So it was like,
ever.
it was like a
You're,
bam, 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 bam.
he gets a
you know,
shot.
really
You know,
good
shop
problem.
says
It
real
turned
quick,
into
how many chicks you
like,
fuck?
like
This is
routine.
happened less intelligent.
It'll be
That's
fun when
what
you try to say those
well, it's not over
things
yet,
that
B. Let's see
No,
the
no,
next
no,
slide.
that's like, yeah, that's a, no, that's a carrot
Title's
classic.
about
I call
the
one
Twitter
for,
trend.
you know, I do
Middle school tweet. What was
things
it again?
sometimes
Imagine being 40 and
the classics.
take part in a middle school Twitter trend. Oh, yeah. So here we
People
go.
that grew
This
up
is the
in
Twitter
the
trend
90s.
here.
This is
Jesse on Fire kissed
I
girls.
do like the ice tray. I love it.
Dated
And it's
7
great. The
girlfriends,
biggest
including
laugh comes when I go,
drink
I forgot
often
to know
in
what a fucking ice
college.
tray is.
Had
And that
sex
gets the biggest laugh.
estimated
It's
between
no one
3 and
has
8,000.
But the thing's still funny. They're like, oh, I get this
That's not
clever.
a good
You know,
estimation. No. How would you? That's
Well, if you
way
live in a-
different numbers.
you live in like a
How
trailer.
could you
No, regular house.
Like a
stuff.
baby,
Right?
right?
Yeah, where you
Well, they
Well,
might
yeah,
have
let's say
the
guys
new
are
ones now with the big
exaggerating
cube
how much
ones.
they have sex.
Yeah, if you don't
Right,
want an
like
ice
3
machine
and the girls
in your
under
freezer,
so how much they have
then-
sex? Like 3, whatever.
just
So maybe that joke's
So
still
he's
relevant.
saying
it's
it's
normal.
normal.
I think it's. I have fucking ice
I
trays.
have ice trays.
The what you call the American
Sometimes
pie.
But see, when you go put it back in, you got to
Yeah.
Skip class, who cares?
There's
Okay, so
certain
he
things that people
definitely
just like pagers, making pager
drugs,
jokes.
yes.
Like what?
sent news that never blows up in anyone's
Yeah, I mean,
face.
I remember when I technological jokes.
You say,
Like if you
yeah,
think about
like
jokes
it's
about
bad to send
technology
nudes.
when you date them, it's so
Yeah.
weird. I used to have a joke about texting.
Got a
Like, why you
tattoo,
make me
do my
read?
entire arm
Like, call me. You're on a
S2
phone.
or
It's the
like
best way to
40. This
communicate.
guy's not a number
Yeah, call
he's bad at math.
Like, why are you
This is
making me
something you
fucking
literally
read? This
count.
is so
That's
weird.
how
I'm
you
like,
don't
yeah,
have to
four presses to get a yes. Because that was back when people sent you a text message.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know, flip phone.
Yeah, we had to make a 7 up and down the picture.
It was the most annoying people that wanted to text.
So great. Why are you making? Why was doing that?
So dumb. But I would just call it back. You couldn't text Joey because he'd yell at you. It would fucking. He'll text you now. But dude, for like 7 to 8 years, Joey would fucking yell at you. Joey was the last one to get a cell phone. Yeah, I was the last one.
That was a jump scare right there, dude.
Joey had a pager until like 2000.
That was the old one.
He kept that pager forever,
So
man.
this one's posted by
Then
Toronto
you
Rapture.
have to call
It's
his
called
fucking pager.
Callan goes on a 5-minute rant about how
He was a
bad
wild
Ozempic
boy.
is while
He was fun.
Papa squirms in
He
his
was just
cheer.
such a fun dude. But if
let's
you
keep in
call,
mind,
if
those
you
cheers
did not
are-
call him, you would get angry. He goes, I'm insecure. I want to hear your fucking voice.
Friday with Ozempic, he causes stuff around. Here's the other fucked up thing about
Fucking text you like a little girl.
95% of the serotonin that you make.
Because Red Band loves texting. The Red Band was like one of the first guys to text. He texted you back in the days.
Yeah.
You know, you press it 4 times to get an S. And then I remember people got those sidekicks. Remember, you're the coolest.
Yeah.
Sidekicks. Remember that?
Yeah.
And some of their sidekicks got hacked. Right?
And
Didn't like
because it fucks with your
Periscope
gut,
again.
it
Didn't
causes different kinds of
Twitter
issues
pictures
in your
pop up
gut.
because
It has to. It has
her
to stop
sidekick got hacked? Something
It's
along those
causing
lines.
major suicidal ideation in our skin. Yeah.
Or
And
something
as these
happened,
drugs
people
go
like
up,
stole their sidekicks.
But just kidding. So the word's gonna be
about
apparently sad and skinny. It's not sad and skinny. It's sad and skinny than fat. Yes. Yeah. That's what's going on.
Job is an
Yeah.
advocate for
There's also
people that
there
are
was
taking
like
a drug that they need. That's good.
releases
Job is the voice of reason.
stuff back then, like when
You
they
can
would
either listen to Brendan
accidentally have a
Schaub,
photographer
where they most of the
looking
next
at
show
their
for the
vagina
all
get out of the car.
Cal,
You
social
don't
havoc,
notice that photographer on his knees
or
with a
a
camera
guy
pointing up. That's so crazy. Nobody has a camera pointing up. Yeah, like come on. That guy would go to jail. That's probably right.
Yeah, dude.
Probably.
Obvious choice here, I think. This is a real
And
fucked up
meanwhile,
game.
you don't have any underwear on. That seems
you guys
crazy.
like one of the
Like,
cups.
why do they have
you
pictures of
Russian
pussy
roulette.
on purpose?
Yeah.
Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah, it's a game.
You did, but it's
Shot
really,
by that game.
it's
Like
smart.
Russian roulette.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to market yourself and get more popular, so more people know your name, it works.
George played Russian roulette too.
We're talking about them right now.
Yeah.
But that was like a brief moment. People don't
All right,
remember
let's go to the
Pussygate.
next one here, dude. Okay,
There
this
was
was
a
long,
time
so I might cut
where
it out of the
these
episode. If I
high-level
did, it just wasn't worth it.
celebrity type people were
It's called,
accidentally showing their pussy.
Yep.
Two train killers crash
Here's my
CJ
pussy.
Stroud interview.
Out there in the breeze,
Hashtag hype beast.
just nothing but a curse.
You can tell me
Over
hashtag
raw
hype beast,
pussy.
that's it.
Out there in the wild.
Come on, B.
That clubs, that fucking award shows.
See, I never say that word on stage. Pussy kill. No, I just never have. And I think it was last time. No, not for last.
Yeah,
I
dude,
don't know
the
what.
Pat
The
McAfee
crowd was
show.
just, I don't know. It
And
was
two
crazy.
bears, one cup.
I don't know. Someone yelled something out, and I said, "What is this I got?" I'm like, I did a horrible prop. It was a Bud Light bottle. Yeah, I'll tell you over I don't make that. It's hilarious looking. I made a Bud Light so guys would drink it again. And the guy's like, someone yelled out, I don't get it. I said, it's pussy. Like, how do you not get the joke? There's two legs spread. The beer goes like this. And
I wonder if he shot watching this.
You're eating pussy. And it was just like, the crowd was like,
I kind of want
they
Joey
can't
Diaz to be
say
one of
pussy.
them.
Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, just throw them all.
They just didn't. Like, I said, no, it's okay. I said, put your arms
Are
on.
they kids in the crowd?
Don't say it again. No.
I see your shit's like,
No.
Don't say it again.
No, I said, no. They're thinking, don't say it again. I said, no,
Funny
say it.
whites.
I said, now you have to go down enough, though.
Funny whites.
It was the top this time, right? You can't talk. Let's get top. But they're like, no, they laugh. I'm like, that fucks nothing. I said, pussy.
Instead of two brothers would walk there and call the police.
Why don't you at the show? Yes, look,
He's got an offensive rookie of the year to win, dude. just
Yeah,
wanted
he had a
Jake
reason.
Hurt. Sorry
I
about
do it for
How are you guys doing? Let's go. You're still doing it.
but I never did such fun. Very fun. People that don't understand that that always makes me. That's like the great hockey. He's always angry because we are Eddie Murphy. That's one of the greatest bits. He said, the people now, you get paid to build out somebody's mouth. Shut the fuck up. Because you can hear it in Pryor's voice.
No, yeah,
you know.
Oh yeah. Damn. What's your 40 time?
That's
40
yeah.
is like so.
He's brilliant, right? See Pryor.
Oh my
How about
God.
your vertical, dude?
Oh my God. My parents took me to see him
what about
live on the
lifting?
Sunset Strip
Like,
when it was in the movie
kind of
theater.
reps, like,
I was like
crash out
15,
this
16
thing
years
now.
old. It
Oh,
was
I'm
incredible. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I will never forget this. It was the first moment where I realized like what stand-up can do. Because this guy was on stage and just talking. It was the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Ever.
This is really
I
good.
thought about all the movies that I'd seen. It was really funny movies. And I was like, there's nothing that's funny. And this guy just talked. I was looking around.
We take migrants' blood and bone marrow at the border.
Just rolling their body up and down while they're laughing over their body. Like, oh my God, just dying laughing. I was like, this is incredible. He's just talking. It's incredible how funny this is.
That's groundbreaking.
Trouble for this? I might have
Yeah,
to
like
leave.
15,
Just like
like,
water.
and you're right, you're right. I've seen people like you said, dying, laughing, falling down, dying, like they couldn't handle it. Like,
I did with Steve Harvey one time, Birmingham, Alabama. I did
This is what I'm talking about when I talk about the cable. The table beat.
30 props and a third of them were really good. You know, I kind of just
sitting around the table talking shit.
I get there and I do, I do the first thing.
There's so many guys there. I didn't see that.
Work the black crowd.
This is kind of like a Schultz setup a little bit.
No, like
just a bunch of guys. Like, then if we run out of stuff,
black people, he said, no,
we get
all
7
black.
other dudes to chime in.
Will it be all black? Oh yeah, all black. I didn't know that. They would go one way or the other. He just said,
yeah, so 9 dudes on a
they
set.
stand up and they start going, they're not leaving, they're standing up. When they laugh. I was like, hey, I'll go out there and I did one. What it was. They all got up. And they were like, it looked like they were leaving, but that's how they were like, they were just working there. And I just couldn't believe like that. I came up and was like, I see for all these so much fun into the show.
I'm going to throw all your high-level athletes. That's crazy. Thursday, 11 a.m. Thursday, 11 a.m. Hey, Bert, here's to you, bud.
That guy. He was
free promos. Coming away.
And that was his problem.
Free promos.
Hearing off the club, it was so loud. It was so piercing loud.
This show's
and
off
that's
the
another thing I
rails.
thought, I'm not in comedy. Whatever I'm in, I'm not in
I feel
that.
terrible for seeing this guy, dude. It's just like
Bernie back. That was like Bernie back.
I don't want to be here when this happens, dude.
Oh, look at that.
It's funny that you're doing like
he was
this
so
NFL
powerful
show.
on stage.
You're an athlete, and then
Sometimes you see someone
2
perform.
comedians come on.
Yeah,
and like,
everything is
they're
eyes
both
alone.
fucked
Just
up.
it's just punchlines.
All drunk and stuff.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, this is what being in the NFL. I thought we were going to talk about the odds of the Super Bowl.
Oh my God.
Sober.
So funny. I mean, that whole era tour.
Come on, Orso, we buy our vodka.
Like Kids Comedy.
What's that thing? The guy,
there hasn't been really a lot of those
on there.
tours like that.
He's like
there hasn't
retired.
Been. They were tours and they made films.
Right. Kings of Comedy. How many films did they make?
I feel bad, dude.
Right?
CJ Stroud's more than welcome to come on to
Comedy special. Kings of Comedy.
White guys doing them. I said,
so then Blue Collar did a couple, right?
Tiger Dick, ever heard of it?
I didn't have to special, but
Yeah, it was like crazy. Hey,
here's to you boys.
They did special.
Cheers. 2 beers.
And they all went on to tour too.
It's a good one.
But
take it down.
You're right. Yeah.
Come on. So, what is it? You ready to go?
But it's also like,
Hell yeah. I wasn't before, but now I know you are. There you go. I can find this in Texas. California, Florida. Yes. Yeah, bro.
It's the tour. Probably working. The SoFi, because I'm like, oh, what's going on? SoFi? I said,
the kind of people that watch football.
yeah. I said, you.
He thinks
Where are you going?
He still doesn't know who they are.
Yeah,
he's like these two crazy
it just blew me away. I'm like, you're playing SoFi. Yeah, he's been doing it. Yeah, he started showing up.
What is an accurate overall? What is a proper?
Like he's going to see Stones. He's like, no, I'm going to see
24.5. What's a proper expectation? 40? Okay, so wait, but AJ's calling. He's going to give you a range. What is going on? What, TJ? You got a strong hamster about to do push-ups.
Oh, that's a great one combination. Yeah,
that's killing it.
That's a great one too. Yeah, you can't go wrong. Fluffy does LA by himself, right? Doesn't he do the Dodger Stadium by himself? Yeah, so insane. Yeah, Fluffy is a giant follower. I remember when we were at the Ice House, he had the record for the most amount of shows sold out in a row. So
Including me. And I walked in with 40. Yeah. All right.
So far.
You count it, AJ. Come on. Yeah, lock out.
Yeah. How they playing with that? There's Shane Gillis is killing it like that. Tony's killing it like that. It's pretty cool. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's incredible. Holy shit.
He's been in C too long.
Yeah. It's fun time.
Where's the area?
15. Doing giant places.
Where you at, Bert? What number you at?
Giant places. It's really wild. It's wild.
Don't make them count. One way up. Somebody else count. No, we missed it already. I know. So if we start out with
I don't think so. I don't think so. He's like 187 pounds now. Dude, he's at the top of the
sure.
club.
I'm a 50. 50. He's been going since early. This is your fault. I still here now.
He was at the club with him. Like, he's great. Wait, 187 since he was like in high school.
That's like the crazy wide receiver, Antonio Brown.
He's not like a Ozempic.
He's like a wide receiver. This is the inside of his head.
He makes me laugh. He said, how am I being great? My fam says, oh, you look, are you okay?
This is going to get him CT.
I'm okay. Yeah, you're okay.
More CT than
yeah, I'm fine. Why? You look sick.
Yeah, this is a micro concussion happening.
No, I just lost weight. Oh, Ozempic? I'm on the other one. It's like if you're on steroids,
Thank you very much.
Can anyone get into anybody? No one. No one's happy with it. You look good. What are you on? No, I'm not nothing. The only time you're going to find people that are happy when you're doing good is if they're doing good. So if they're doing good, they get to say, they don't feel threatened. Yeah. They look good. So some people do. They feel threatened by other people doing well. So they don't. They want to. Oh, is that good? Yeah, you want that good? I mean, I would die. That guy has good power. They feel better. They feel better about themselves. Yeah. Because they like so. Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's a giant chunk of the population. That's why you're not supposed to read social media. I hear my friends say, like, I look at her and I said, maybe
you just to drop points in a while. And that's what you know that was happening. You want to give him 2.5, 3.5 push-ups?
He didn't do anything. And what my friend was
what are you going on with 6
that people are getting these enormous doses, and variable by body weight. They should probably get a much lower dose.
That's right.
Anything they're showing now that it's mixed with certain peptides.
So he
I think
doesn't
it was IGF-1. Is that what you said?
It's all about the
I think you said IGF-1. That if you mix it with certain peptides, it eliminates the muscle loss of bone loss.
Yeah,
And so what you do is, if you get on one of these things. If you're overweight, you're really struggling, and you just need something to just get you back on track. The idea is that you can get on this and then use it as like a kickstart to a healthy lifestyle. Okay, now you drop 30 pounds, you feel much better, right? Okay, you've been eating really good, right? Now let's get off this fucking nonsense that you're on that's making you lose your appetite, and let's now just maintain your body weight.
Yeah, let's see what else we got here.
Just
That was
keep
a
it
long
healthy,
fucking
and it'll go off. Like, if you just do it the right way, you'll continue to progress. You know, you don't have to stay on
this
that.
was
No,
supposed to be for
long
the
term
80s.
is kind of sketchy. Like, I don't know what you're doing. It's like, what is the actual GLP-1 chemical? What
I will, and it's always nice to see that they're on
medication? What does it actually do? What is this peptide actually do?
Thank God for Curtis. Yeah, that's what I should have invested in. The Rich Hill Playhouse. Rich Hill's going to tour that. New Jersey. Mystic Theater. Theaters. Yes, I am appetite. Golden State Theater. Comedy Movie Show. Just added some stuff. So, yeah, I'm happy the tour is good. I just hope people come out and see it.
So regulates appetite by acting on the brain's hypothalamus to promote feelings of fullness and satiety, and by slowing down the rate at which food leaves the stomach, gastric emptying. It also influences the brain's reward system, reduces cravings for high-calorie food, and dampening the motivation to eat. These combined effects contribute to a reduced overall energy intake and a longer lasting fullness after meals. I think it's like everything else. Like, you can probably use it responsibly, and it can probably help you if you really but I think there's way too many people that are hopping on it that just need a little discipline. Right? Just show a discipline. But that doesn't mean that some people shouldn't use it, right? And if they can figure out how to do it right with like peptides, then okay, maybe it's a healthy way for you to get into a good lifestyle. But the real thing is healthy. That's the real thing.
Predominantly based on people's diabetes, I think, because they found out that
exactly. Exactly. It's like it's
Alright, this one's called Will the Soft Younger Generation Ever Understand How to Do It with Fellow Man's
That's one that I don't have a problem with people making money off of. I don't have a problem with them making money off of any of them. But this one, so maybe like overall benefit if done correctly. For people, they're 500 fucking pounds and they don't know how to stop. And they go to counseling, they see the shows, and they think about their stomach staple, that it's an addiction, just like gambling, just like anything else. You need some help sometimes, and maybe that's what they need with boost. Just something to fucking get you out of this terrible state and move you into a place of health. And then you feel better. This is a problem. You'll think better. You'll be nicer. You'll have a better life. You'll have more energy to do the things you like to do. There's no downsides to being healthy. There's zero downsides.
Very funny.
You know, the only downside is it sucks. It's a lot of hard work. Once you get there,
this is would be a hilarious thing to be in Vegas with someone like
getting your
this.
body into
He's spending money, he's
healthy.
getting baddies, and at night we fuck each other.
Take a fucking yoga class. You can do CrossFit.
Listen, when in Vegas,
do stuff. It's physical. It works well.
Obviously, everyone knows you want to get shot. There's no place I would rather be than Vegas with shot. I think it was
one guy got like the most implants.
This is hilarious. He's on hands. He's funny. He's saying Frank Sinatra. Look at that face, dude. We did a Sinatra song once. Girl from Ipanema. Ever heard of it? So yeah, this is peak shot. Yeah, that's brains, dude. That's just solid. Alright, so this is another picture post. For all 80s, it's objectively funny knowing that this guy thinks Brendan is bad.
Doing that kind of stuff, they don't know when to stop.
I fucked up the title of that, but
and it becomes
so that's the picture.
Just like
it looks like that guy from that cult, you know, that's like they drank the Kool-Aid. They all killed themselves. No, the other one, the bald guy, where they were gonna go to the
$21,000 to do a back implant. It does look like he's got crazy lats. I feel like that must be all.
They were all wearing jumpsuits,
right?
Yeah,
If you saw that,
I'm sure
that guy's jacked.
He looks like
look how jacked he is.
That too. Yeah.
All the way down to his wrists.
Coming out of the coffin. Yeah.
Why are those wrists on that body? That's
crazy. All right, we got another picture post. This one's called
How Did Comedy Go? Posted by It's like great for like whatever it is.
Let's see what's
are
here.
But
from
there's
punches
some
to
part
punchlines.
of your
Brendan
brain
Schaub is
that's
having
like,
the
what is
last
going
laugh.
on? Does he have fake abs, dude?
Oh, really, dude?
Those are
I think
great
Mr.
fake
Holford
abs.
is having the
But
last
those are
laugh.
fake
So
abs.
it was
Have you seen
2019,
that
so
again?
this is not recent.
They're
In just 3
real.
years,
That looks
Brendan
normal.
Schaub estimates
But
he
one of
has
the
done
ones
something
that you
like
just showed
6,000
earlier
hours.
was like, okay, but
Still
those
well
are real
shy
abs.
of the 10,000 hours required to
If
master.
you can get those abs,
So,
if those are real,
keep talking
like,
about
you could have done the whole thing.
Yeah, so I
You
mean,
could have done the whole thing.
this
fella.
article
Like,
is
it's
predicting
something
huge
you
success
can
for
do.
Schaub, and now Schaub
never
has
think
quit
that.
doing stand-up outside of the state of
Oh no, he
California.
totally admits to it,
He's
right?
only focusing on like
No, he's, I think
Los
that's his
Angeles,
whole
not even
thing.
just
Yeah,
that,
he's letting
only
everybody
Los
know. It's
Angeles.
not like he's like, no,
So,
just God just
you know,
keeps blessing
we
you.
all make predictions, not all of them come out to be true.
Oh, that's normal.
Honestly, I don't think this is accurate. I don't want to, dude, I'm not a fact checker. I'm not even a numbers guy.
Totally
I swear to God, I might sound like
just
one right now,
what
but
is it like? What kind of damage are you doing to your body just going under 190
so it says he has done something like 6,000 hours of
190
comedy.
times
Okay,
under?
6,000 hours, right? 6,000, right? Boom.
As soon as he got out of the house.
Yeah,
Fuck
for
you,
what?
mom and dad.
Yeah, I'm kind
In
of
3 years, divided by 3.
I'm getting lats.
Yeah, I'm getting lats. I'm getting
2,000
fucking.
hours of comedy in a year.
He doesn't. But
How
he
many
looks
weeks in a year?
like a small frame
weeks
guy.
in a year.
Exactly. Get down to his wrist. You're like, that guy's a bird wrist. This is insane. Yeah.
8 inches. So let's just divide that by 365.
Yeah.
And if you want to be like a leap year kind of guy,
Okay,
365.25.
well, that's true, and it
I know
may be
you're
true.
just
It might
tuning me out right now.
not
It's on you.
be that.
Divide by 365 number side was like, I'm done.
I
0.25.
think they.
That's
I know
5
they do
hours a
ads.
day.
I know they do that
He's doing
sculpt
5 hours of
thing, where
comedy
they
a
sculpt
day.
the fat away and make it look like they're more
So he's headlining
I have
5
a
times
guy,
a day.
those are pretty good.
That's just
Oh, that's
5
that crazy guy.
hours
That
a
guy's
day.
got a lot of those things too. So that's fake ass.
That's like almost
Yeah,
like
those
a
look
full
real.
shift of work every
But
day.
that like I'm
That's
saying,
nuts.
like if
Listen,
somebody
I
just
know you're
caught
not
that dude into
Yeah,
lifting
so
weights,
bear with me.
hooked on the
Let's-
look,
What about, do you factor in the fact
I
that
think those
Australia
are
is
real
7 days a
abs,
week? How many hours is he
which are pretty
doing?
good.
You're
Like
right.
he could have got a
Korea is
tight
2 days
swimmer's
ahead.
body.
Yeah. Okay,
Instead
so
of,
I think there's 12 weeks in a year.
They also
Sure.
have sculpting
Okay, so
things.
365.25.
Right. Yeah, they
wrong numbers, so let's
expose,
do
they cut all the fat away, so it
365.25.
exposes
Yeah,
more
no,
of
times
that
3
abdominal
numbers, guys. Right?
area.
12 weeks is 4
Abdominal
months. That's
sculpting. I think I
1,095.75
had that
days.
tomorrow before
Right.
Segura.
Now,
You're gonna have to get drained.
1,095.75, right?
Yeah.
Stay with me.
Coming on the
Divided
side.
by the horsepower, 7,000.
Just had a
Then we start
wound.
1,000
Cut your fat away.
750 horsepower. So
You want to look better.
once you,
I like. No.
All I have to do is just work out.
once you give me,
Christ, people.
Do a crunch.
give me ticket.
Your body is who
Oh!
you are, right? If you have like a
1,000.
little bit of a gut,
Yeah,
it's
so,
fucking
in the keep it ticket suspension,
That's
take
just
it
it.
out at
This is
the
the
overdraft
this is who
your
you are. Let it go.
Overdraft
Look at
and
it.
overkill. That's the next special.
You don't like it, it's like-
Blowers on the blowers on top of that. Let's just do 6,000 divided by 60. Stick with me. I know it's a lot of numbers right now.
Like you said,
Wait,
some
6,000.
really piece probably
Right.
would help.
Dude, we're just about 4 or 5 years away from them being able to genetically engineer you. Anyway.
360,000.
They're going to be able to like
Let's do it.
eliminate all obesity.
So if I had-
Obesity is going to be out the window.
What was the other number?
Or at least with people who have the money
10,
for the
95,
They're probably
You're
just
doing
fucking
328 minutes of comedy a
late
day.
paste around your body.
God damn, including
Fat will
holidays.
burn away. You'll fucking
It really is that accurate.
Coming out look like Chris Evans.
Now I know what
Captain
fucking we were
America.
talking about, dude. Yeah. And he still needs
That's
4,000
gonna
hours.
happen, dude. It's gonna happen.
Yeah,
But
well,
he's like a
They're
month.
already doing weird stuff that's beneficial to
He
people.
really can't,
They're
like,
Yeah.
we should
figure out
take
how to
back anyone who
spice
says that he's
genes
not
and
serious.
turn
about
off
comedy.
like
Or
gene
was it?
expressions that cause certain
Imagine going from
diseases. And
doing
they're
300
getting
minutes
involved
of stand up a
in
day to not
wild
only
research
doing
when it
it
comes to like manipulating your genome.
whenever you're going to show in
And
LA.
once
Yeah.
it
That's
really
nuts.
gets good,
It's a big change.
once they really
Take a
start
step back.
you know,
Imagine
curing
doing
certain
that much stand up,
diseases,
328 minutes a day.
figuring stuff out, and they
putting
can
up
ratchet
your
up, and they can start, they'll start going.
Yeah, maybe too much.
Who wants
It's
to
too
be like
bad.
that?
Too much led to the Gringo
Who
Comedy.
wants a giant
Which is
dick?
amazing.
Who wants the biggest ass?
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
it's
kinda
just
sad
gonna
nowadays.
100% people are gonna all
Look
look
at all
like
the numbers
cartoons.
talking
We're all
about
gonna be
it.
cartoons.
I don't want that.
Yes, we're all
I'd rather have
that.
a fucking Mexican cookie.
We're all
dude.
gonna look like
All right,
Thor.
this is supposed to be
The woman looks
haphazard,
like
dude.
Prime Jennifer
What's the
Lopez.
trouble is
That's
that he's doing a monthly
fun
podcast
time.
and it's like,
Fun
question
fun time. Everybody gets to play. Everybody, yeah. How much sucks? Just
Jen, are you excited for the live fire in the kid?
Really unattractive.
For Austin,
just people that got
I'm really ready to see in Austin.
If you haven't heard,
I'm
right,
live residency. One night a month. Okay, one night a month. Let's not get crazy. I don't want to travel as much, so this is what we agreed to. It's one night a month.
Like Elephant Titus, man. That guy, remember that
It's at
guy?
the Vulcan, the stepmothership, Vulcan Gas Company.
Completely
That's
changed
off
it.
6th Street there in Austin. There's a ton of homeless. Okay. But
Why would you do
work
that?
your way around them. You'll see
Why
the
wouldn't
venue.
everybody get a chance to
And we're doing a live Find the Kid podcast. Not stand up with me and Brian. It's going to be a
awesome.
Everybody
gets to play.
Live Find the
It's gonna be
Kid.
fun.
Fan
Everybody's
interaction,
hot.
fan
It's gonna be
questions.
great.
We'll have you
And
submit your
what if they
questions
figure it out
on the
what's
Find
wrong
the
with
Kid
the
account. We'll
Like,
pick our
oh, we
top
thought
10.
that you just had to
We're doing
let
live
people
questions
experience
from the
life
audience.
and
It's going to be a
figure out
grand
their
time.
issues
One
and
show to start
make
off, one
mistakes
show
and
only,
maybe go to
one
jail,
night.
then get
It's
out.
February
No.
15th
We
in
can just
Austin,
rewire
Texas.
brain.
Brian Callen and me
Rewire
live
everybody's brain
podcast
so
Find the
everybody's
Kid.
like really calm and
Just be a good
kind
time.
and compassionate. And you have to sign up for it. It's a compassionate program, and everybody has to get the updated software.
That's
And
great.
we'll all be super sweet to each other. We're gonna have to do it.
Always to be in computers.
It's
It's like,
Yeah, everyone's gonna be
I
hot.
keep saying, I'm not ready for
Everyone's gonna be hot, and
the
everyone's
mothership.
gonna
But
be
he's
nice.
like, but the
It's gonna be
Vulcan, I mean,
Everyone's
human
gonna have all their
origin.
hair. They're gonna have
doesn't matter.
And then all inventions will cease
I don't know, dude.
instantaneously. We'll never
Everyone
invent a
says
single
the,
thing after that.
home of
There
comedy
will be no more music.
Austin now.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna be hot. There'll be no motivation whatsoever for you to ever
Well, I wanted to
like
pull this up, dude,
Prince.
because me and you, I
You
talked
know?
about this.
Like
earlier.
Prince became
Yeah,
Prince
before we
because he
started
was
recording.
5'3", and that was the way to get women to love him.
Yeah.
He's so
Let's just show
fucking
the people here.
talented. Like
Let's
that
post
people
back,
just
get
are
free
blown away. And
tickles,
you're acting
or
like a
get
woman.
free
They don't even
tickles.
understand it, but they're so
Only
hot for you.
276
Like, he
seats left
has
to
to sit
65K live at the Step Mothership.
You're not gonna get that. If
I
everyone's
met
hot.
That's not funny.
One time I met
Here,
Steve,
fucking,
the still
I
person.
apologize for laughing.
I
I couldn't
was on
laugh
the
too shy.
show and I was back
The
in
Flair's
the
Black Belt
hallway
podcast.
getting my makeup done, whatever.
Why are there so many
So I already
colors?
came in makeup, so
Don't know. I think it might be
I was always ready.
range
So
of
that's
tickets, like money
I
wise.
just walk out the makeup thing
Keep
and
talking their
Prince is
rain
on the show.
colors.
His
I'm
door's
gonna
right
look
there,
this up,
and mine
so
is
you have
down
to
here.
talk for a little bit.
Sure, sure.
Go
So I
for it.
walk
So
over
I
to
think
Jay.
that those colors are like the different
I
kinds
said,
of
"Can I
flavors of rain, and there's some sort of deal worked out
We got
a cross promotion between
I said, well,
Rain,
no, I
the Step
protocol,
Mothership, and
rather
Shop,
than
where he's like,
walking
if
in
we don't
Prince to say,
encourage people to buy tickets, if they
he
buy
said, I haven't even said hi to him yet. He has to
buy a
come
blue,
in.
if they buy a
So,
ticket in the blue
He said, well,
seat,
go after
they
this.
get a blue
This is
flavored
his
Rain.
makeup.
But if they
I'm
buy
gonna stand there.
a red seat, they get
Prince comes out of his dress.
cherry limeade flavor,
says,
and then
"Where's
if they
my
buy a
fucking
green,
tea?"
they get apple flavor. So
And I'm
that's
like,
what's going on.
Okay, so
what's that?
here we are. I'm on the Step
He's my
Mothership
fucking
page.
tea.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Ticket.
oh,
It seems to be almost like they're calling
I'll go get
attention
it.
to the
And
fact
he
that there's no
closed,
tickets sold.
closed the door, and
Yeah,
Dave's
so
right there in the
but
thing.
this is how the Ice House does it too, though.
I said, where's Prince's
And
fucking
you know
tea?
it's rain.
And she's like, what? I said, he just yelled at me to get his fucking tea.
So
He's like,
this is
"Doesn't really
updated,
know who it is."
dude.
And I'm like, he probably doesn't know you're on the show.
There's
So I
4,
went and
5,
got
6,
tea,
7, 8,
and I
9, 10,
walked up and
11,
knocked on the door,
12,
and
13, 14,
his assistant opened the door. I said, this is Prince's tea.
Oh, I see.
He
The
said,
blue
he
seats
doesn't
are
have
like the
tea.
expensive ones.
I was like,
and the
okay.
light blue things are farther
no.
away.
And Prince is looking
They
at
sold
like,
roughly
a
50
killer
tickets so far.
to the thing. What the fuck was
Not
that
much
about? He
withdrawal.
goes, my fucking
But
tea.
you know what?
Tea.
Like, I see what you're saying. I think
So
that
listen,
cats.
That
Listen,
seems
it's
insane.
$30.
That's insane.
This is one of the. This is
I-
the best show in
it-
podcasting.
but it
to
was-
write
it was
them.
just
So
awkward.
take a
Take
week
a
off.
week off. Buying
and then
guy starts
what I'm
Monday
supposed to
merch
do.
and buy a
So
fucking ticket.
the next
Take a
time I'm in
week off
Vegas,
work.
I'm going
Yeah,
to my
travel.
own room.
You didn't talk to him at all after
This is
that?
your only
No, we
chance.
show
It's not
you.
traveling anymore.
They,
You want to see
he did
your
his thing,
stand-up.
and he
Here's your job.
brings
Here's
all
a
on at the end. So this is everything. Prince
It's not going to keep doing it if only 50
and Prince
people show up.
declined it.
Yeah, we have a big
drop,
problem with
but
this
the
because that
closest
shit
you can
should
see
be
it,
sold out.
He's like, we have to thank Prince, can't
He doesn't need help from us.
Do you think he was
But
embarrassed
should
that
be
he
showing
supposed to get his
People at
tea?
their jobs
he?
usually
No, I
get
think
at
he's
least
out of
2
his
weeks
mom.
of
No,
vacation.
maybe he
So
thought,
I
oh,
think
should I? No, but he would have
If
said
you're in
thank you
Austin, B, you don't
for my
think
tea.
you're going to
They're
get
like,
murderers to come on
he
stage
doesn't
in Austin?
want tea. I'm like,
If you don't go to this, I mean, if you go to this, you probably get some
That
Tiger Thing
follows
for
along
free.
with my theory
He's always giving
about
out a
that
show, so it's like an
kind of
added bonus too. You get to see
I always think you have
hilarious
to be at
podcasting
least
where they talk
somewhat
about being a
or have a
cook.
relationship
trucks that they
You have
drive.
to have a relationship with
And then also
insanity,
on top of
which
it,
is probably why I joined Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
And decided to stop swearing.
Honestly, I
It's
would
like
drive out
wants
there further, but
destruction,
I'm going to be
right?
in.
He's probably out of
I'm
relationship
at the
with
step mothership
insanity.
that day too.
I mean,
Yeah, so
There's
you
not
get
a-
to
I
that.
go
we had
anywhere,
a couple. We
The
all
step
know
fathership. I'm at the step fathership.
That's
Yeah,
different.
that's just.
But
Yeah, I'm the best brains beat.
the best
All
one
right, let's go. We still got so many
the
clips to go
MGM
through.
brand of the
This one's posted by Pharrell 80s. That
that's the
time
show,
being
and
that
then
got
for the
all
girls
soy
at the
with
end
the
of the,
backflip.
you know, the check you in
We're
at the
talking
top.
to Shane
Morning,
instead of listening to Brian
How's your
and
show?
listen
It's
to
awful. And I start walking down the
I don't play that
hall,
shit
and
till you get
there's
this
this
iPad.
big, big
you're
black
smart.
guy just
You're
standing
smart.
right in the
That's
center of
what
the
It's
hall.
jarring how much
So I'm
fabric
walking
is.
towards him. I'm like,
All right.
you know, I'm getting closer to him. So I said, hey, how's it going?
The chief who had asked
I saw him go like, you know, I can't go by him. So I said,
Yeah, you're smart.
I'm sorry.
And you're smart, because that's what I was
I
trying
need
to
to
do.
go to my piece. You can't go back here. I said,
It's
oh no, I have to go to my room. He said, you're not going by me. He wasn't mean about it, but he says, you're not going to go by me. And I made a joke like, I can probably get by you. You're being funny. I said, I can probably get by you pretty quick. Didn't laugh.
It's like,
I said, all right, I'm back to the girl in the front.
Yeah, so he was perturbed. Yeah, so he does that when he's perturbed. Yeah, he was perturbed by them not listening to him talk.
That guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that's at the step brothership
Let me go by him.
every other week, and you're just not listening to one of the
I'll
voices
go
where
with
you
you. Watch the thing.
a couple of
I
comments
said,
on the
I brought
step
back up.
brothership.
I get this old lady.
Right.
Stepsister
I
shit.
brought back up. We're getting three. And he's like,
Stuck shit.
sir, he needs to go to his
My
room.
stepbrother
I said,
sister
I'm
got
sorry.
stuck in the washer.
He
Step
can't
doctor
come
shit.
by me. And I just kind of, I figured there's got to be something behind
I was
it.
thinking that too.
And I
The
kind
step
of
mothership thing,
one of
was,
these
my
like,
brain went right
well, I
to
just
like
gotta
the
get,
hacky porn.
and it's
Like,
Prince.
oh, call me
He's
a
standing,
No,
he's
not
going,
you. Just like when people do
guy's
that nightstand. I know that's
3 times his size. And
Sorry,
Prince is
I
going to
quit the
get
show.
home.
All right, so this one's
So I
supposed to
said,
this one's supposed to be my legging theme.
and he goes,
It's called Chin's.
hey,
So you know what time it
can
is,
I go
dude.
to my room?
Chin's fucking
He goes,
cooking corner, dude. Right, good.
yeah.
That's 3 C's, bro.
I said,
Chin's
can you tell
corner
him?
show.
And he goes,
So
to who? I said, the guy.
Chin's delusional cooking
Like he's not
tutorials
with
are
him?
the best
He
pieces
said, yeah.
of
Let
content
Carrot
to
Top go
ever
to his
grace
room.
this show.
He goes,
He's
he goes, and I walk by him, and he's just, Prince just standing there with the guy in the hallway. I know what he was doing. He was just standing there. Standing.
But you know, I'm here for it. I want to watch all
I
of
don't
it.
know, but it was just weird.
This one's
And he
posted
just said,
by
hey, and I said,
Highlight
Prince,
Numerous. It's
that's
called
He's a weird guy.
Vietnamese breakfast sandwich
Yeah.
morning long.
I just never forgot that. I was like, I think everybody gets back good without being really out of the mind. You know? No.
You got to be out there, man.
He's standing there behind this guy.
Sandwich or
It wasn't like, it wasn't on his phone.
you
The
think
funny
you would
thing
have
was
like a
his
tripod?
phones. It was
At least.
That's a funny thing to do.
Why are we
You stand out there with a giant dude in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. You're more of a film guy
waiting
than
on the
me.
girl
You
to
know,
come
if
out
I
of
were
the
to do
room,
it
that's all I
by
could think
myself,
Maybe.
it'd probably
But
be
he was just standing
this
there.
or worse. If you did it yourself,
I'll look
if
back
we're
and
lucky,
take
it would be
Prince,
audio
no
only.
problem.
Doing it simple because he has the rights to use his
Right, the
names.
record label.
That's so insane.
Insane.
You go back to Billy Joel's song, I Am the Entertainer. Like,
That's
this is
not
that
a
too.
way
It's
to
the same thing. Music business. Fucking with one of the all-time greats.
I was reading about Billy Joel's first record deal. He almost fucked everything up. Everything away for 15 years.
Yeah.
He was cutting it like this.
So
His hand on the end of
that
it.
song you're talking
Just
about.
common sense alone.
We got to figure this out. Captain Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Captain Jack. Great fucking song. Have you ever seen him do it live?
No.
Oh,
But yeah.
God damn. See if you can find an old version.
Yeah.
Let's try to play it and like cut it out. Yeah, let's play it and cut it out.
That,
Find
I
an
know
old
that was
version of him doing it live from like the 1970s. That is possible.
yeah, there's a whole thing in the documentary right now about Billy Joel.
Look at this. How quick is this? 1976, Captain Jack, from excuse me, Connecticut.
Part of bread. That's
Live,
the stuff that tastes bad.
We'll come back,
Nobody
ladies and
likes dough,
gentlemen.
dude. I mean, I disagree with you a little bit, but
Go
I
back
would.
to
You don't like
check out
dough?
music earlier.
No, let's hear me out, dude. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I would take all that out and still eat.
So I'm saying though,
That's what I'm saying.
for you, I'm sure everyone has the same.
That's so funny. You cut out all the thing and then you're just eating dough while you're
Everything from that area, 60s, 70s, 80s, is
That'd be a
still
fun show.
relevant and amazing.
Jarvis cooking.
But there's, it's hard to find. I don't know if they just don't play it too.
Oh,
It's, you gotta find the artist, man. You gotta find the artist.
Go back and I you know,
There's a lot of
I
artists.
still
out
listen
there.
to, you know.
Yeah, but there's great guys right now, man. You know, there's Jelly Roll right now. There's Oliver Anthony. He's amazing. Teddy Swims. That dude. Do you know who that guy is? Oh my God. Slay
I
the
think that's the
Door.
shit they put. He
by
says
Teddy
Vietnamese. It's kind of like the stuff maybe they put on like
What's that?
meat or some shit. I don't know. Like bone meat.
Just like, we'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. We'll cut it out. Sorry. But I just want you to
Because
hear
here's
this.
you fuck with your crowd. You say, okay, now here, this is one of the best songs I've ever heard. Check this out.
Yeah, but
And you
people
come back
just
and
go,
you come back, you go, right? It's like
It's just so on appealing. Yeah, I mean,
Great.
watching somebody put mayo on something is not.
They're out.
Yeah, no, I know.
It's
You just gotta
not-
find it. I guess when I'm old like me, I just get stubborn. I go, oh, what do you listen to? I go, Elton John, Kelly Joel, like, what the fuck?
You don't want to see the hot dogs made, right? So that's like every chin clip. Watching the hot dogs being made. I don't want to see your motor on.
Zach Bryan.
That's what
I
the
love
name
Zach
of Jen
Brown.
shows you
Zach
watching
Bryan.
the hot dogs.
He's the guy that was at the arena with Shane Gibbons. You don't know him?
No,
oh my God.
do I not know him?
Phenomenal. He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And another one of those guys that's like super talented, incredible voice. He was in the military, man. He was making songs like TikTok in the military. One of those things, Fine or something like that. That's how he popped. Just like right out of nowhere.
That's crazy.
He was right out of the army, like just be a fucking star. He was in the Navy. What arena were they at?
That's not
Notre
true.
Dame. How many people was in that?
A lot.
Is there a picture of them on stage?
A lot, yeah.
I want to see a picture of them on stage. That's so surreal.
Yeah.
Those numbers are so surreal. Look at the size of that. That's so crazy.
It's like the Luxor, nothing different.
Basically the same.
The same.
What's the biggest show you've ever done?
Stadium in Florida.
What is that?
But that was for it was for their homecoming. It wasn't a marathon show. I was the headliner, but it was look at that.
Wow.
I can imagine. Yeah, but well, my thing with the stadium, we do it down but this stadium's empty, and it's 100,000 people. This side was going to be the alumni. This side was the kids. All ages. Now they had a rule: you couldn't curse. You couldn't definitely couldn't any session. So thank God I brought all this stupid shit, which is meant for college, a bong with right. And the open guy goes out and Joe was like, yeah, I mean, this chick out, right? My guy comes running in, and dude, he's like, this opening line was, and he was draw. I said, no, yeah. I'm like, well, second guy goes out, same thing. Just they're beyond rotten, gross, dirty, right? And I'm getting ready to go up, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna eat shit now because they went here. But the crowd wanted Goofy. They had heard all this. It was actually working in my advantage. They did all this horrible, dirty stuff. The crowd was kind of like, let's get Carrot Top. And I came up and I was like, I did my exact thing I was supposed to do. Silly Goofy, from both sides. They loved it. But the weird thing is, I wanted to ask him that.
In a bar anymore, dude. Vietnamese sales that went down. Shadow Bomb me.
Hey, and it goes, hey.
Now, Mark.
Oh, Echo?
Yeah. So I didn't sound check.
Wow, what was that? I will stop you on one thing.
Something like,
Crispy
Florida, I'm from Florida. So I was like,
Crispy Bread Bob, but it shouldn't make that noise. It shouldn't sound like this.
And I went, oh, shit, in my head, I didn't know what I was going to do.
It should sound like you're fucking knocking on wood.
And I said,
the sandwich is good.
I said, wow.
The sandwich is good.
One thing cool about playing in the stadium.
It's got all your curve. You're trying to avoid a curve. That's when sandwiches are good.
I went like crazy. I said, it just worked off that echo.
I will say it's
in a split second. I'm like, yeah.
That's what it is. God, imagine God just ignoring the fact that you hear yourself 4 times.
No, I know it's time out. You're right. It was weirdest thing ever. You're holding up a thing. You're like, it's a thing with a thing. And you have to hold it longer till they see it.
I remember when I used to work at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts as like a concert venue, and I was there when Bill Cosby was there. And the problem with comedy in that place is that it was outdoors, so the inside of it was all covered. Like there was like an inside space. It was open air. Like there was a roof over it, and it was all covered, and then there was a lawn area, and they sold tickets for the lawn, but you could only hear the show inside the roof area. Because once he got out, all the echo fucked it up so bad when it made it out to the lawn, you couldn't understand what the fuck it was. You had to be in there where the speakers were. And so everybody was huge. They were all complaining. So go and check to see if you could hear someone talk out there. Crazy.
These kids today,
I don't know what he was saying. I saw Dangerfield there. He was backstage. So backstage, when Dangerfield would do shows, he would get high as fuck. He would take off all his clothes and he'd put a robe on. So he'd go on stage with a bathrobe on, just raw dick in a bathrobe, and with slippers on. And DDP fucking murder. I was like 19 years old when I was working there. And you went up there, and I was not even thinking about doing stand-up comedy yet. So I was just loving it because as a pure fan, I was like, I can't believe Rodney Dangerfield. And that's hanging out with a bathrobe on, and then they get room for it. Oh, yeah. In Vegas, you go around the casino. I saw him too. I didn't see him dick, but I saw him in a bathrobe, and I saw him go on stage in the bathrobe. And that was his move.
No, I saw it. He walked.
Didn't say the restaurant.
On purpose, with it undone.
I
said, hey, I said, Rodney. He said, yeah, it's my mom. He goes, hey, mom. And he just stand there.
I was going to say from earlier, we always ask, why don't they edit that?
Crazy, right? And he meant to. He's like, looked at me like, how's mom doing? I'm like, great.
Is he filming in your
dressing room? His wife donated his coat to the Tonight Show.
It's almost the same
handwritten notes are all framed with a photo of your girlfriend. It's pretty cool. One of the things I loved about him, man, is that he introduced the world to a lot of other great comics. He introduced the world to Kinnison, Hicks, right? Robert Schimmel, Don Herrera, Jerry Seinfeld, like a lot of comics did. A lot of comics did those HBO Young Canadian specials.
You're doing as well, and Tony is doing that. You give all the comics
to watch them. It's so weird to watch them.
But the post shows don't have them anymore, right? A lot of shows,
the comics that have podcasts.
But you made a lot of people have podcasts.
That'd be funny if they were watching.
I think people are going to have podcasts with their iTunes
on the platform. I'm like, fucking on. How you got me on? You know, the other shows like Podcast don't have comics anymore.
It's the whole show. It's not shows to some of our it's publicity for a bunch of stuff, right? It's like someone's going on to promote an album, so I've been nothing wrong with that, right? But the problem is not that the host is interested, right? I think the way that those shows are, you're handicapped in a way, where you have to get on the famous people, you have to get on the rock star, you can't just have weird people. You can't have some guy working for the CIA come on and tell you about aliens. This is what I know so far.
That would be the whatever guess, like the third military.
You can't do that, though. You can't do it. First of all, you only have 10 minutes. Each guest is like in and out real quick. Barely enough time to scratch the surface of like one or two stories. You don't get like this one.
I used to do it. I do it. I did it all many times. I did it when I took a date. It was all I didn't really promote anything. In fact, the only time I had to do that, they didn't want to put me on. I got trying to promote but I really did. No, I did. I have this movie coming out. Yeah, they're like, I got a movie, Jay. I got a, I got a movie. They have a weird. I had 5, maybe 6 props. I had like 3 just because I'm top of the show. I already have them, but they said you're going to be on.
So rough watching Jimmy. He's got a bang.
So I started writing more.
I'm gonna be boring as shit. We'll cut all the shit stuff. Alright, so this was posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called Brenda Reed's an ad for auto insurance and then immediately shits on auto insurance companies.
Can't go buy again.
Too good to
I found like
It's one of the many ways you can save with Progressive Insurance. Go today at Progressive.com to try the Name Your Price tool for yourself. Join the over 20 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, price and coverage match limited by state law. Auto insurance is important. Deal with it there, right? They take breaks. They take their sweet time. Just had an insurance adjuster come looking at it and goes, yep, it's told. I know.
And James like, well, I don't know.
You drove all the way down there for that? We told you.
And I'm thinking, what? Well,
told you that because, yeah, said to see it from my own, like, see it with my own papers. Like, cool, man. Why not? He goes, I'll go back and I'll report it and I'll take it from there. Like, okay, dude. 3 weeks waiting for that? Hell yeah, dude. I can't drive in the rain until you get this figured out.
I don't know. I mean,
He's going to have to keep picking me up.
Pick
him up. Replace your tires without slicks. Never. I need slicks. Jam to go fast when it's sunny out.
So,
lay the slick jam.
Okay.
Oh my god. That's so fucking crazy. Like, do you think that the companies, they don't watch this?
Wacky guy from Vegas.
They do a great job reading it. Can you not say that insurance sucks after you plug
I had funny year here. And I pull out,
you could have turned it all around and be like,
I have a big chain gun.
Yeah, Progressive's great. Mine is bad. I'm thinking about switching to Progressive. He doesn't even use Progressive.
Right. And I mean, it's already
how long did it take me? Like less than a week to get paid out for my franchise gun.
And it's like, it didn't, the crowd didn't know it first. They're all looking at him.
People were surprised how quick that might be too. Yeah, they did a good job. I've never read this rich mom.
So
you want to shout? Who's your insurance or do you
I go, right, I do another one. I had an operation game. You know, the operation had his face on it because they didn't know it was an operation game. I had a book with it. It was just like 5 or 6 TV shows. Finally, I looked over. You know, we're good. You're not going to have me. You're not going to have me audited. I'm going to be killed here. And you know, Jason, now the crowd's really.
Everyone always complains about National Dental. They pay me like 6 days.
He says, how many more? I said, I got one more, and then we'll move on. So I do one more change joke.
I think they might not be the same.
All
right, so here we go. This one's supposed to be half past. He calls his huge friend Joseph. So he's not like every other psycho fan. What does that mean?
It's a piggy bank.
Like it's probably a famous person. Oh, Joe Rogan.
Right?
So Joe Rogan just signed a $250 million expansion deal with Spotify.
It's really what Spotify's doing. So you know what they're doing? So before it was just exclusive on Spotify, but now they're paying Joseph a truck ton of money. But yeah, Joseph Rogan, they're paying a heckload of money. But now they're going to get their money back off the ads. So now it's going to be on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, regular YouTube. So it's brilliant because it builds audience, and then they reap all the benefits from the ads. So Rogan gets his flat fee. It's brilliant. Rogan, I don't care who you are. Obviously, Joseph's a huge friend. When he goes to Spotify, I don't want people to stop listening. Just because they can't keep up with it. I hear that.
Is there?
Yeah. But I read the numbers too.
All his bikini jokes were fun.
Can you understand about that? Per capita being, you referred to him as Joseph 3 times. What do you think about that? What's your opinion on that?
Like,
you didn't have
like really mad that I did.
What I was thinking was he would know what
on the show. Forget I just did 5 jokes about a father. So
people just don't want to know what
taking her out of the studio.
It's like people like
losing her, screaming and spitting. So they took her out of the studio. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even listen to that part because I knew he's a marketing genius or whatever he's saying. He's going to be right.
My father, I thought you were making fun of me because doing a
the Joseph thing. The reason it's ridiculous is the way he says it. Joseph's a sycophant that's like a rule follow whatever.
How many just 2? One of the daughters. Let's just say one of the daughters. I don't think it was
it was a crazy person pretending to be one of the daughters.
If I'm
Dick
wrong,
Cheney, his daughter Liz, are both staunchly against Donald Trump. He might be Republicans, but why are Liz and Mary once
he's not doing it to be like funny? Sometimes I'll do that with people I'm friends with.
How are they feeling over that? Let's find out.
Proper.
What's that?
If somebody, I'll call him Bobby or Bob, just like jokingly or whatever. But Schaub is like.
I know you're trying to have it now. I'm curious.
It's probably just something he made the decision that day.
A year ago, someone's upset about same-sex marriage. What do they say?
The exact marketing genius. All right, this one's posted by Matt Hazard. It's called "This Is Hilarious."
Hold on. What is it? Was a year ago, so it was.
You stepped into the wrong water just
Right.
now.
What is
But did he ask it like a friend, like, hey, look, I don't know how this works. I just wanted to ask, is it possible? Like, I mean, I can see, I've done that because my boys, I'm got an agency, and this is hilarious. And you guys all know this comedy, this is one of the Joker was, when he announced the Joker was being made.
Yeah, it was like,
I don't know.
We don't know. I don't know which daughter.
I don't either. I'm assuming it's probably the one that
second major.
Maybe it's just like two daughters just hating on each other.
I don't think she should get married. I had another one that was kind of strange.
And he was like, shut down. I'm like, dude, it doesn't work like that. Like, it just doesn't. Like, there's so many moving parts. Like, just because we're buddies and I have a buddy who controls it, he's not going to put you in this. It's that major universe. We talked to that guy, we talked to a guy who's worked with the Hells Angels. He did merchandise, yes.
Whatever.
Yes, and
it was just dumb, right? So
that's crazy. Is he saying just a random friend asked him if he could be the lead of the Joker movie?
They're like that.
Because Shaw is friends with Ari Emanuel. And he said Asians.
I said, I know. I mean, I think it's silly enough. You know, they're just fun.
She was an Asian.
I would always fight with her. She said, no.
Asian 3 C's. Asian C with 3 C's.
All right, if I come up with a different idea.
Yeah, you know he was Asian because he had 3 C's in Asian.
She's like, yeah. So I thought.
It's like, if Miguel asked us if we could get him on
guys back there trying to print out Ryan Seacrest faces.
This is hilarious.
Like 4 of them.
This is hilarious.
Right.
Miguel also wants to be on a podcast. It's like, that's it. You think you can be on a podcast?
Good friend of mine, and everyone was making fun of him. Right? He was big back then. Oh, he's gay, and they figured not.
All right, so this is another haphazard.
It's funny.
And I'm laughing
so
because Miguel's hilarious.
How about this?
He's like, I can never make it on a podcast. Let's see here. This one's posted by Haphazard. I hope he has life insurance.
Probably text me and say, why would you do
that? Your boy is a truck racer. I race trucks. I get ready to do 400.
Jay, I said,
Friday,
it's funny. It's not anything. Like, yeah, it could be.
So it should be interesting. And I did tell him my 500 Is he?
No. Right, but he was very protective.
That's second week of March, but I've been getting reared up for it. Just like the car.
Well, yeah.
Rigid.
I can put like, you want me to put like,
truck. So
like I said, like, Richard Nixon dicks or something. He's like, get rid of this.
The other guy goes right, left. That's tangent.
Yeah, well, I just Brian said that's the level of having editorial access to someone's act and doing a night show set. It should be like, it should be like, you want fucking the Black Rose to play, they sing their song, know what the song is, you know what the lyrics are, that's fine. But with a comic,
how long do you think
you can't tell them they can't do something?
Well, they have something advanced. I had 40 other
There's
props.
so many markers you can do. That's the new one. 6,000 hours in 3 years. You can also say,
Come on. I did break the law with one.
Somebody can do shifts for using phrases a lot. Is it 7 days a week? Is that something we can?
And I would do the stupid poetry like I did.
Yeah, no, it's like.
And it was just.
It's like what we made. He said the tater tots once a week, and then we did the 7 days.
True false buzzer.
Is that our thing?
Fair
enough.
And it was just so stupid. I did not have any hit the button. I did not have any. I was not raised in. And then, I fucked her. I read the joke.
This one's posted.
The closing right after I'm doing the coding, that would kill. I could just stop on that.
Alright, so this is posted by the real Mr. Versace. Baba catching strays, water with the whole stick.
Took it hard. Took engineering to do it.
And despite having a girlfriend, I have a weird fear of dying in a gay way. Not so much like choking on a cock, but like choking to death on gluten-free popcorn. While watching Chops go Hobby. Not really what I want to leave behind to my kids as a legacy. I do have a bunch of kids, and despite my best efforts, they're all
I said, oh, and I give her a hug. I said, this is the first time
I think I go Hobby or look at Harlan Williams. It's like, what the fuck?
She says, yeah.
Harlan Williams looks like he just realized where he is. Oh, shit. I gotta get out of here. And Red Band's response was the laughing hard. While watching Chops, Gringo Hobby.
You can't use your hand to force her head.
So I really want to
That's
leave behind my kids as a legacy.
if you come up.
That's pretty funny. You bring up shop, it takes away your addiction to nicotine. All right, well, let's. We got 3 more clips left, dude. This has been a long episode today. This was posted by Pharrell 80. It's called "I Wonder Who They're Talking About." Joe Rogan Experience. There's a lot of guys we started out with that are gone.
They looked at it.
Yeah. Well, it's also that's the thing about comedy is where it's like.
So I did the whole thing. I did not mean.
Good comics back. Yeah, you need that.
I use my elbow.
So then there's guys that just fucking bomb. True. That's right. This is part of the.
It would have covered the death, but not now. I get done.
I do like the dudes who bomb. You can fucking tell you don't get it. There's bros that bomb for 10 straight years. Yeah, that's not good.
I said,
there's a lot of fighters like that too.
Jay's like, and I couldn't stand to try to say.
Yeah, that's a connection. Wow. I don't know whether they're talking about though. Wherever it is, doesn't matter. Nah, it's not shocking. All right, this one's posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called I've been training. Yeah, I just don't tell you guys. We already watched this one. All right, let's just skip this one for today. Unless there's a funny anecdote. Yeah, there's something at the end.
West East Coast, it went.
So you get trained first?
No.
Yeah, I that looks insane. Okay, it should be fun.
Like so clever. Well, you said don't use it. So, but it did get bleeped out. And I did not try. Right to good night.
Oh, fucking bad nigger is here.
I am scared for Schultz or for Shaw.
Ever get trouble from Schultz? Not like that. Well, this is when I got trouble. I got banned from Fox.
Jay's driving. Or not giving instructions. Yeah.
And this was something else. My was really good. Yeah. I was
blind leaving the blind being. All right, this is the last clip for the week. It's just the eyes emoji. Let's
Chris Rock.
And voice on the unit. How much for the little girls, huh?
Yeah, because it's like, top, and I'm not there.
I think that's another comic. All right, so let's wrap it up. All right.
Or something. Our fit's coming up in about 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
He says, mira, no, tío, tiene 16 ordenadores en cada lado.
Brad can tweet his things completely nailed the delayed impersonation better than I could have been.
Come up with something.
Bro, ¿quién es el Alexander?
Is it this one?
That'd be awesome.
Tengo miedo.
Yeah, perfect. We'll kill the time without having to change too much.
Yeah, I think it's
But I can just go on.
Calla esta, toma por culo, callado.
I go and I feel like I was so TV
laugh at the end of it, man. There's some talented chefs in the record universe. But
so,
leave us a voicemail if you want to at 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. Play him on our other show, right? Tweeties. What do you think about these two guys, dude?
The sound
like the show up a lot of those podcasts. Yeah, I mean, I hope they don't get conditioned too hard.
Leading up to that, and I was like, I'm not kidding.
Creating content.
30 and one that holds women's hair when they grow up, and one that lights up.
Oh, he's here somebody, bro.
The last name is right? So
but Bird is getting I get a lot of hate for that.
It's great.
I mean, I'll fight.
And I'm thinking they're going to come high-five me.
I will die on this mountain.
We had it,
right?
we had it time.
I will die on this mountain. The machine was funny. I enjoyed the machine. Did you see it? I saw it, but I passed out. You didn't like it? I was going through a breakup, and then I got back together with a
because it
girl.
was sponsored by
What did you think about it? I passed out. I didn't sleep for like 2 days. Wait, before watching it?
Yeah.
Okay, well then you watched it.
I'm like, where is it? I know you said Taco Bell. I'm like,
oh my god, that's really funny.
You're banned for life. Because I said Taco Bell. I didn't know. I mean, I'm not the guy. They should have come and said, don't do anything with Taco Bell.
It wasn't that
That's a normal reference for
That's
funny.
Yeah, not funny. Really, I mean,
it was
funny now.
They would have been pumped if you said Del Taco.
Right?
Well,
But if they told me, I would have.
Some of the stuff he does, some of the stuff we see today.
Hey, brother, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
CJ Stroud, you're one of our podcasts.
Looking forward to
stand up business.
Tony, and anybody
All
wants
right,
to check
see
him
you next
out.
week.
Airtop is at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada on a regular basis. What's the best way to find out when you're
Just
there?
text me. Yeah.
So Las Vegas, CareShop.com or Las Vegas,
No, no me acuerdo que se ve eso. No. Para que lo ven todo Dios, que lo ven todo Dios. Así se ve. No se ve. Ahora que lo veían todo. Lo ven todo Dios.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Welcome back to Tim Business Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Wow.
It goes so deep.
Big news. We did another stand-up review.
This is,
okay,
to me,
we did Wendy Cummings
this is
jokes.
one of the most exciting moments.
If you want to know what we thought about that,
in terms of
check our Patreon out.
politics,
real bait and switch.
control, like having RFK
Okay, well that's
at the helm
a hint
of the
of what we thought about it.
and
Also,
having him
our other show, Raccoon Cheese, has moved to
to
Thursday.
get peptides through, really pushing to stop all this bullshit that's been going
Please
on.
leave us some podcast reviews, dude.
All these fucking
Timos
roaches
and on
running
Brendan,
out
what is it called? Record Tweeties.
It's been crazy.
No, dude,
It's definitely been crazy, and for anyone who doesn't know my background, if they haven't heard our previous podcast, I started out as a drug rep for Eli Lilly. I did that for 3 years, so I saw behind the curtain. This was right out of college, and then I was a med device rep, and then I owned labs, blood labs,
All right, but anyways,
college
that's not why
labs.
you're here.
I pharmacogenetic labs. I tried to go educate clinicians on all this preventative care stuff within the insurance framework, with the system. And I've been blowing you and I did, I think the first one 4 years ago, where I was trying to blow the whistle on. There is a lot of corruption, collusion, and corporate capture throughout every one of these organizations, top to bottom. Every alphabet organization, whether we're talking the EPA, the CDC, the NIH,
Yes, with the dad trying to kill everybody. Yes.
The guy
Dude, I didn't know, so I got subpoena. I was at the car shop. Two cops walked in, gave me a subpoena. Like, what's this for? Like,
you know this guy?
Oh, I know
this and
what
this stuff coming up. I was like, okay.
Who's
And they're
upset
like,
that they're not
you're
giving
gonna be
babies
tomorrow.
hepatitis B
I
shots?
saw you literally in an interview yesterday said his biggest concern is that they're going to get rid of hepatitis B shots. Children aren't having sex or shooting up drugs. Why do they need a Hep B shot?
What do you think as the attorney when you find out that your most important witness is Brendan Schaub?
They're paying.
Well, and that's the problem is, as you like systematically walk through these systems and the history of each one of these organizations, I can show you time and time again. And I went from coming on this podcast and trying to educate people on the importance of taking themselves out of that system, doing blood work, getting proactive and predictive, preventing crime. Don't put your hands in the face of this broken system. And that led to getting to meet RFK and being a part of the Baja movement, testifying in front of the Senate, and then I've testified at the state level. The fucking level of fuckery and shady shit that I've seen now behind the scenes, getting line of sight into the government side. Because I was on the outside, in the periphery, somewhat aware of the government stuff, but now having got behind the curtain,
I still haven't looked up Kibitech.
it runs so much deeper, and it's so much darker, and it's so much more controlled
I can't believe
than I
I
ever
even
realized.
missed that it's on his stuff. I thought it was something you do to the. I thought Kibiteching something was doing it to Trump.
Oh, I think HHS and even HHS, which all falls under Secretary
So
Clinton
that's
now,
what he meant.
is
This
between
whole time.
70 and 80,000.
Well, the guys that enjoy
Right? And so when people are asking, why are we moving faster? Why are we doing this? Why aren't we doing that?
No, you would have to, otherwise
You're
we'll
trying
arrest
to
you.
move the time. There's all these divisions within HHS, the CDC, the NIH, the FDA, and it's laughable. And every day a new fire pops up. And every day you've got industry lobbying, politicking, and moving chess pieces to obstruct, delay, deny, depose, and prevent any sort of change.
And you've got legacy employees. There is literally a memo at the NIH that's being circulated around about how to subvert and ignore President Trump and Secretary Kennedy's mandates. Which isn't President Trump and Secretary Kennedy, it's the American people. The American people voted for change. We're over the corruption. We're over the pollution. We're over the corporate capital. And for most people
that I know,
what a crazy guy. I love it. I'm in. This is a great clip so far. Let's learn more about the Jews.
One of the biggest things was getting Kennedy.
Yeah, I believe that the Maha in this healthcare movement and the frustration with the broken healthcare system was a deciding factor in Trump winning this election. And my fear is if we don't keep the pressure up at these midterms, it doesn't matter Republicans or Democrats. Historically, both sides have been corrupt. And both sides have made catastrophic mistakes. And if you walk through like each one of these organizations, like back to the even the FDA. Okay, so most recently, I'm in Europe and I've got eyes and ears everywhere. Or you tell me where the best place to start is. I want to. There's so much around the go. Okay, so. Secretary Kennedy set up a meeting to lead the FDA back in January. And he said, I want you to come with an open mind, open heart. They're going to do the same. And I want you to just sit down and lay out for these folks what you've seen, what you've experienced, and help them understand what compounders, telemedicine companies, stem cell companies, regenerative medicine practices, cash flow practices across the country are experiencing because of the FDA's And so I went to this meeting, flew to DC, sat down with all these folks. They're taking notes. They all seemed really friendly. There was probably 8 or 9 people in the room. And I left it. And a day later, and everyone's like, how do you think it went? I said, they seemed very receptive. Like, everyone was nice, everyone smiled, and everyone was just friendly. And they got a call from a person at the FDA.
I was born, so I attended all the trials. Yeah, so I loved it. Dude, I loved it all. Oh, wow. I even asked the lady, I'm like, hey, I know I'm not involved. Can I sit in there? She's like, I don't see why not.
And I go, what do you mean? They're going to smile to your face, and they're going to ramrod all the things that you've been able to talk to them about. So, like, one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about was the GLP-1. Forget whether good or bad. Let's just shelf that for the moment.
For 9 hours and watch trials.
GLP-1s have their origination at the National Institute for Health.
Let's explain to people that's so simple.
He's a renaissance man.
Correct. All these blockbuster weight loss peptides. But it's bigger than them being a weight loss peptide. They fall under the category of peptides. It's a slippery slope. Because if we allow the pharmaceutical industry to capture peptides, it will shut down all future innovation of peptides for compounding pharmacies, for telemedicine, for any of these things. Correct. And you and I talked about this the last podcast, and I was spot on. All the things I was telling you, I have now confirmed, having gone to meetings with the FDA. I said in that meeting, and I said, so what happens is Eli Lilly is now one of the largest makers of this weight loss peptide. It's essentially Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. They have lobbied hard with the FDA to say, we can meet the needs of the American people. There's no reason why anybody should be compounding any of these peptides. They're dangerous. You guys don't inspect compounding pharmacies. There's no FDA oversight. These products are made in garages, and there's no FDA ingredients in them. They're not the same product. XYZ. Just go down the list of all the narratives that they're spinning to the FDA. And when the FDA is only hearing one side of the story, and 60% of their funding comes from industry, what you will see is time and time again, they side with industry. So the FDA defaulted right before to their generic answer, right before Secretary Kennedy and Donald Trump took control. They expired the exemption that was allowing compounding pharmacies to make cost-effective alternatives that patients would utilize. And this is crucial. The reason that you're seeing side effects, the reason you're seeing this cascade effect of issues is because they are not treating patients
with the most efficacious dose for that patient. They're treating patients with the dosage that reimburses the highest reimbursement rate on the insurance formulary. And I can prove this. They are overdosing people under, like, literally, they're not taking the time to do the consult to educate the patient on diet, lifestyle, and nutrition. There is zero doubt that GLP-1s are overutilized. There's zero doubt that they should not be a frontline defense. There is zero doubt that they don't come with some sort of risk factors. But most of those risk factors are found in higher dosages. So why would you start a patient on a higher dosage? Why would you rapidly titrate them up to a higher dosage where you're causing catastrophic muscle loss? It's because it reimburses more. It's not because it's what's better for the patient. It's because it's what's better for Wall Street. Okay. And then their answer is compounding pharmacies, we titrate at a lower dosage for unique to the patient. So what we try to do is start you at a micro dose. And then also what we do is compound it and add other peptides. So like one example, they're literally working to patent a combination of a GLP-1 and IGF-LR3. We've been making that for 5 years. Like 4 years. GLP-1 for weight loss and IGF, insulin growth factor, LR3, time-release insulin growth factor. The reason being, IGF preserves lean muscle mass. IGF preserves bone density. IGF helps reduce visceral fat. IGF has a cascade of benefits that allow us to microdose a GLP-1 at a much lower dosage so you don't get the muscle waste. So this compound in trials right now is showing 20% body fat loss and 20% loss relative to the GLP-1s, but all of it's body fat. Almost all of it is fat. You're not losing the muscle. And compound is already making this stuff. Right? And so where I'm going with this is Lilly lobbies the FDA and Novo Nordisk, and they say these drugs are dangerous. Let's look into that. Step one. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk both have warning letters from the FDA for their manufacturing facility. Novo Nordisk was cited as having cat hair and pest activity. I don't know if it's rats, if it's roaches in their sterile room. This is the FDA's own inspection. Eli Lilly has been cited time and time again for his egregious actions, destroying records, hiding clinical data, a barefoot woman in their sterile room. The FDA uncovered all of this through whistleblowers. Furthermore, there's over 2,000 major pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities that have not been investigated in 5 or more fucking years. And so my message to the FDA was, one, you're wrong. You inspected me 3 times in 18 months. 2, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are not making a safer product. They're not at a higher level of manufacturing specs. You guys look at them less often than you do compounders. And they don't make dosages unique to patients. So we're titrating dosages down, allowing patients to optimize the benefits, minimize the side effects. Not a one-size-fits-all approach. And then last but not least, it's cash pay. We aren't billing insurance carriers. We aren't billing Medicare, Medicaid. And we're not charging $1,300 a month average wholesale price. We're able to ship these products for a couple $100 to your doorstep with a nutritional consult. And so it's a better mousetrap. And what you'll see time and time again is if industry's getting beat, big pharma is getting beat, they just change the rules of the game. And so where this is going now is so much bigger and grander, Joe. So I asked the FDA, what made you think that this is no longer on a backlog list? Because it was an emergency backlog list. So the FDA provides a list every year where they tell compounders, we can't get these drugs, we need you to compound these drugs. Think of it like the bat signal. Bat signal goes off, we jump to it, we start compounding those drugs. The exemption expired under Biden right before Secretary Kennedy and Trump took control. The old regime at the FDA ramrodded it through. Now it's not exempt. Now 503B pharmacies cannot compound it because they don't make patient specific, which means a lot of those products are no longer available. But they did that decision based off the fact that these crucial diabetic patients will be able to get the drugs they need. This is where the clock tickets. We called over 30,000 pharmacies for 12 months,
Wow,
I turned all of this into the FDA. Less than 6% of the lower dosages were available for patients. Which meant what? They had to go to the higher dose.
Get a cappuccino with
What?
buffalo pills.
All of these programs get billed a higher reimbursement rate, a higher billable rate. Eli Lilly and Novo aren't mad
Dude,
that
they wouldn't
compounders
sell, a
are
doctor
making
wouldn't
the
sell us
product.
that big different
They're
shot
mad
because
that
he would
they're
look
getting
at shot, they'd
exposed
run the
to the
test and go, oh my
corruption,
God.
collusion,
How old?
and manipulation
Wow, these
of
are
our
the results
healthcare
of a
institutions
25-year-old
time and time again. And it's going to get 10 times worse as I lay this out for you. But I'll pause.
Okay, so pause right here. So, what is a response to this? So you lay out this information. What can be done? What is the response?
So they all,
So
they were
2024
friendly, they smiled, they were dropping down roads. One of the head
Listen, we gotta give credit where credit's due, dude. Those are some fire.
one of the clinicians from the FDA,
They're not bad.
Haley, who's never practiced medicine,
I was thinking,
it said
2024.
there's no medical
I
need
kind of
for
agree.
peptides in this
2024 is not going to sugar.
He's like, but today we're going to talk mainly about GLP-1s. There's a
2024,
need for
dude, is not going to put
Okay, I dig it.
sugar on your dick.
Where did this guy
It's like,
do
what is he tell? It's
his,
delicious. Tell you who's delicious.
he is a clinician, but his first
What if I
stint in
delivered that well?
politics was in the state of Indiana, in Indianapolis. Eli Lilly's headquarters. I work for Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly owns the state of Indiana. And they absolutely own the state of the city of Indianapolis. And this guy did his first stint in politics under a congressman, in the state of Indiana, in Indianapolis. And this congressman has released multiple tweets and messages and attends Eli Lilly factory openings and is a huge proponent of Eli Lilly.
But he's also insane.
This is just one example of the issues with that system.
It's also the statement
It is like a dangerous person.
GLP-1s are fucking
I almost tried. He's like, you know, it looks like
I said, you do understand that a
He's like,
GLP-1
yeah, but the truck thing
insulin
sucks.
is a peptide. Yes, there are over 150 peptides that Big Pharma is attempting to patent
I don't blame him.
because the future
Why
of
would you want
medicine is
harp on
peptides.
something
And
like
here's
that
why.
on a show?
We
Oh, that's a great
we aren't
perspective.
compounding a drug. We're
All right,
taking
we got another
something
one.
found
It's posted by
naturally
Busy
in
Middle
nature, the signaling cell
8108.
found in your
It's
body,
called Thief for
just like stem cells,
Sutherland
just like
is
amnion,
back.
just like all of these crucial building blocks to our health and longevity that are deficient in our food, deficient in our diet, deficient in our lifestyle. We don't get enough sun, we have too much screen time, we're inactive, and all of that shit's taken in our body. Right? And as we age, there's a precipitous decline in peptides, in building blocks. For example, GHK, copper peptides. We have roughly 30 to 40% of the level of GHK in our bloodstream in our 40s that we had in our teens. Why is that important? It's an important signaling cell that tells your body that you're young. Your cells are young, your skin's elastic, heal this injury, heal this wound, reduce this inflammation. Right? It's safe, it's benign, it's found in nature. We're synthesizing. That's what peptides are. And Big Pharma got to the point. And compounding pharmacies have an array of peptides in their toolbox. And the war on peptides has gone beyond the GLP-1. This is what I wanted to explain. So, very confident, I gotta make sure I nail this right, because it's important for President Trump to understand. President Trump, the art of the deal, the master negotiator, is attempting to play hardball with Big Pharma. And he is going to negotiate a deal for best in class, the best in the world drug pricing for the American.
All you gotta do is be like,
that's very admirable.
Says,
and I respect the hell out of him for trying to get it done. But the devil is in the
handler needs to step in and tell him that. Yeah.
Here is
historically,
big government has been co-opted and colluded by pharma. And when they're not able to pull a lever and move a chest,
it's like when you're in a truck and you're in a F-150, but then a Raptor.
And it's already happened. Eli Lilly's CEO announced he's going to raise the prices of drugs in Europe to offset the price reduction in America. But what that really means is we're not going to get the price concessions that Donald Trump, President Trump, is working for, right? Because what he's doing is the same thing we already see with the pharmacy benefit managers that I've explained on this podcast before. The PBMs artificially inflate the price because they get a rebate on the back end from the big pharmaceutical companies that's hidden, that's not disclosed to the public. Then when they negotiate a deal with Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, they tell the government, We're giving you 30% off. You're giving us 30% off a bullshit price that you created because you set the market. And if we give these people a monopoly, we already know where it goes. We can see it time and time again. Eli Lilly's price of production on insulin became 1/10 of what it used to be, and they charge 10 times the dollar amount of the retail price of insulin. And I also, Jamie, on any of this stuff on the Ways to Well website, I did the JRE experience links again because I'm referencing so many things that people are going to say, no way. So really go to wayswell.com and there's JRE links. There's a link page where I reference everything I'm talking about. So
to be serious next to that, like
industry's already moving the needle. That's just one piece of it, though, Joe. Here's where it gets even more fucked up. This is how crazy this shit is.
So that's funny.
It just happened with thyroid medicine. Okay.
Put ourselves in. For us,
animal-derived thyroid has been around since 1890.
Is going to be in
LA. We have compounded it for over a decade. I have had not one adverse event in a decade. Not fucking one. We ship 6,000 bottles of medication a day at my pharmacy, Revive. We have had minimal side effects in literally over a decade. Big Pharma has lobbied the FDA to say these thyroid medicines are dangerous. We need you to shut down animal-derived thyroids. Why? Because they're attempting to launch a thyroid medicine, and they want the thyroid labeled as a biologic. Why would you label it as a biologic? Because by labeling it as a biologic, you subvert President Trump's mission to reduce the price of a drug, because it's not a drug. I'm selling you a biologic. So now I can bend you over the barrel and screw you again on the price. Here's where it runs even deeper. This is where it gets crazy. A patent on a drug is usually 5 years. You know what the patent life is on a biologic?
Kids. Did you hear comedy in that?
Fucking years.
So it's like, if you didn't know this shit, it's because you don't watch it for 10 minutes a week. Like we only devote 10 minutes of our week.
Pressure on the FDA.
I think, comedy does work.
Reclassify drugs as biologics. They want GLP-1s as biologics. They want HCG as biologics. They want all of these amazing compounds that we've been providing for people for over a decade to all be reclassified as biologics. And that is the fucking straw that will break the camel's back, the final death blow to telemedicine and compound pharmacies. Because the third part of the equation is you cannot compound a biologic. The FDA stance is it is illegal for me as a compounder to compound a biologic. So now you give a monopoly to Big Pharma. You get rid of all price competition in a market where the president's main goal is to reduce the price of drug costs. If you want to reduce the price of drug costs, the way to do it is through competition. And we saw with the GLP-1s. The only price concession that any of these motherfuckers have given the American people in the last 20 fucking years is because the pressure of an open market. People quit going to buying these retail drugs at $1,300 a month because they couldn't get the dosage they wanted. They're getting titrated up to these mega dosages that are causing muscle wasting, mineral density loss of vision. There's a $2 billion lawsuit against these scumbags right now. And I'm sorry. I've bit my tongue historically and tried to be like politically correct to an extent on here, but I can't do it. Like, this is insane. And I go back to if RFK and this administration was not in power, all of this would have just happened. So I texted the secretary and his team, and I said I have to ring the bell on something. And I've educated them on what's happening and all the moves that are being made. And the FDA was reviewing in a court document that nobody knew about. This is the problem with having 70,000 employees. There are legacy employees that have tight collusion relationships with industry that have been there 20 fucking years, that they're going to do what you let them do. And their offense is you run the Big Pharma offense. We're going to obstruct compounders, we're going to prevent telemedicine, we're going to push people back to sick care, we're going to launch drugs into the marketplace, and let's look at the history of safety. If we look at, again, I'm going to keep hammering on Lilly. Lilly in a lawsuit against Mochi Health last week at a federal judge is suing Mochi for using GLP-1s for weight loss, and their claim is You are violating our patents, which you're not, because it's patient unique. You are, and it's a peptide, which is naturally found in the human body, and you didn't create the peptide, the NIH did, our taxpayer dollars, because we fund the NIH. That's where all of these originated. Out of the last 210 blockbuster drugs, between 2010 and I think 2016, 210 blockbuster drugs. How many of those do you think Big Pharma started at Big Pharma versus started at the
Listen,
NIH?
dude, when you got as many shows as he does, like the last thing he did is what? 4 shows, dude, right? So I mean, that's just straight talk wireless, dude. We all know that. Yeah, I mean, he can easily sell out Madison Square Garden.
So taxpayer funded, and then these.
And that's when you know, like, when shows really fucked up. Like if you said massive rectangle garden or something like that. Yeah, it's triangle garden. You know what's a realistic outlook for us? What is that he would probably say square, but
So the FDA. My argument to the FDA in this it's nuts.
What a scam.
And my argument to the FDA in this meeting was these compounds are safe. One, they're safe.
If they did a clip,
They're naturally occurring in nature. They're prescribed under the supervision of a board-certified clinician. They're compounded at a compounding pharmacy that is inspected by the FDA, right? That you've inspected me 3 times in 18 months. All of our API and ingredients are sourced from the same exact suppliers as Novo and Lilly and all of the big pharmaceutical cartels. We all buy the ingredients from the same place.
This one's another haphazard. It's called
the only difference is, and this is what I told Secretary Kennedy and the FDA, the difference between me and Novo and me and Eli Lilly is I actually manufacture and produce my product here on American soil and employ over 500 hardworking Americans. Ask Big Pharma why they're moving all their facilities to India and Ireland to escape the scrutiny of the FDA. They don't want you in their factories. They don't want you able to challenge them or stifle their ability to print cash. Right? I can't play by those rules. I can't jockey that. The state of Texas is currently suing Eli Lilly. This came out. Kim Paxton sued Eli Lilly like 3 weeks ago because of fraudulent activity where they were providing kickbacks to providers. And this is important too. If you have a clinician and you go to your doctor and they will not prescribe you a medication, you need to understand you as a clinician get to decide where that prescription goes. Not your doctor. That is not your doctor's decision. So when a doctor says, I'm not going to let you go to a compounding pharmacy, you need to fire that fucking doctor. That is not their choice. They cannot force you to go pay $1,300 at CVS. That is not their choice. And there are academic institutions like Methodist Hospital that have policies that say, we're not going to prescribe compounded medicines on GLP-1s. You've got to go to the retail drug because we think compounds are dangerous. Where is this coming from? Where in this court document I was going to that just came out last week, Eli Lilly sued Mochi Health, claiming that they're violating the corporate practice of medicine. So they're not just attacking the compounding process, they're also trying to obstruct via the FDA, and they're now suing everybody and their mom in this industry who compounds or runs a telemedicine practice. And Lilly is challenging that telemedicine is legal. Eli Lilly is literally challenging that telemedicine is legal because one of the ways that so many patients are getting accessibility to cost-effective care is telemedicine. And Lilly thinks if we can shut down the pathway of telemedicine, we can force them to our own company, which Lilly launched their own little telemedicine branch that you can call in. But in the meantime, they're claiming that these companies are violating the corporate practice of medicine.
They just want full monopoly.
100%.
So what can be done?
We're doing it. Candidly, we're doing it. So I leave that first meeting with the FDA. I get that message from this individual at the FDA, and I thought, I'm going to wait and see. I hope this person's wrong. Let's see what happens. And when we were in Europe, I get a call from another source that said, hey, they're doing it. They're in a court document. The FDA is going to make a stance that says there is no medical necessity for peptides, which would in effect ban over 50 peptides that have been being compounded. Now, remember, they already put, I think, over a dozen peptides on a bulks list a year ago. That's all separate from the GLP-1. Why did they do that? Because of the lobby of big pharma. You have people at the FDA who are legacy employees of the FDA who have legacy relationships with big pharma. We've already gone over how many heads of the FDA have gone to work for industry and then come back to work for the FDA, and then go. It's a revolving door. They're swapping spit. They're lobbying together. They're going to dinners together. They're spending time together. And the CEO of Lilly is up Trump's ass. I was with another high level person at HHS, and their phone kept ringing. I swear to God, kept ringing. And they looked at their phone and they go, God, man, these people from Eli Lilly are aggressive. And all of this was happening in the dark. And so what we can do is what we're doing. This podcast, getting President Trump's attention, gaining the attention of Secretary Kennedy and the team at the FDA. And Secretary Kennedy and his team are playing whack-a-mole, because you got to think, it's not just the FDA. It's the CDC, it's the NIH, 80,000 employees. I think they have 200 appointees from the new administration. You're literally, it's like the Spartans versus the Persians. You got 200 hard hitters trying to fight 80,000 people that have been co-opted. And I'm not there to say all those people are bad. There's a lot of good things that have been done at all of these organizations. But there's also a natural innate bias when a big chunk of your funding pivoted in the 90s, where over 60% of the FDA's funding is based off fee schedules. And those fee schedules generate the revenue that create your jobs. And you have an open door policy to meet with the FDA, but you're not meeting with compounders, and you're not reading the emails from compounders, right? And so when I told the FDA, what made you decide this backlog was over? They said, well, industry told us they could meet the need. And I said, okay, well, did you see the email I sent you where we contacted over 30,000 pharmacies for 12 months and they can't meet the need? Less than 6% of prescriptions were available. They cannot meet the need. They're going to force people to higher dosages, and it's going to cause a catastrophic health consequence to the American people, and it's going to bankrupt our systems. Did you not see these emails? And they just sat there dead quiet. And so, jump forward, I get wind that in a court document, and it's all in secret, right? All of this shit happens in the shadows, and then they play dumb. Oh, we didn't know. What do you mean? We didn't understand. That's just a court document, Secretary Kennedy. Bullshit. It's a court document that sets precedent, and that precedent says that peptides have no medical necessity, while at the same time you have Big Pharma trying to patent 140 fucking peptides as biologics that we were already making for the last decade.
Jesus.
Is it about safety? Is it about safety? Because all of the adverse events that have been reported, almost all of them, a huge majority of the adverse events, which aren't even that many, came from black market peptides. And that's what Lilly in the court case 2 weeks ago presented to the judge all the adverse events, and the judge said, where are they? And Lilly said, right here in this Reddit forum. I swear to God.
Oh my God.
And the judge said, are you really telling me that your documentation of adverse events is coming from a Reddit forum?
You should send them to the Flat Earth Reddit forum. Let's see what else is going on
so
here.
that's just like a sliver, Joe, like a fucking sliver of what I've been living.
One of my favorite narratives is that they're trying to do good. That's one of my favorite narratives. One of my favorite narratives, whenever there's any sort of a large-scale government organization, is that we are trying to protect people from harm. They're fucking never. No one is trying to protect you. Everyone at every level of the government, whether it is about climate change, whether it's about geopolitical relationships, whatever the fuck it is all about money. There's not a single thing that you could point to. Well, the government really cares here. This is the one. This one is a huge, corrupted organization that really cares. Like, there's not one.
And you can historically go back.
Of course.
Like, that's where it's like,
it's money.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I know people want to label it as that. If you go back, the FDA's predecessor, I think, was the Food Something Act of 1901. And as they went to try and create this organization, industry assembled. Whose industry? Big chemical, big food, big pharma.
Well, Rockefeller literally set the tone for the entire medical establishment in this country by using petroleum-based medicine.
You got it.
Yeah. And people don't know this. Like, most of your medicines in this country are formulated with the use of petroleum. And that is because of Rockefeller.
Yep.
Because
100%.
he had a monopoly on that.
And that's why the side effect profile is higher. And that's why peptides don't have any of these things. Again, we're synthesizing short chain amino acids found in our body that we're deficient in. And so as we begin to see a precipitous decline and all of these raw elements that allow our bodies to heal and recover, we can bring you back to a state of homeostasis through the utilization of peptides. And Big Pharma is realizing they got beat to the punch, and they're scrambling to capitalize and monopolize this entire sector. And the only way they can do that is to try and horse trade with President Trump and the administration and pretend like they're going to play the game, but they're not going to play the game. They're just going to move the goalposts.
There's no way Trump is aware of all this.
Well, he's got too many things he's fighting, and that's why I'm trying to ring the bell.
I've talked to him.
Yeah.
It's no way.
Yeah.
With the way that guy's mind works, there's no way he's absorbing all this.
So the message that Secretary Kennedy gave me, and this is where I'm like, it isn't woo-woo, it isn't bullshit. I can tell you, I've texted that guy 2 times in my life, and both times he's called me within 10 minutes. And I texted him, I said, I have an emergency. This is a big deal. I want to make you aware of something that's happening at the FDA. And he called me and said, what's going on? And I laid it out for him, and he said, what the fuck are you talking about, basically? Wow. I had no idea. And it's not. He's playing whack-a-mole. He's got 500 fires. You've got some legacy employee at the FDA that's going to try and make this statement in a court document that's flying under the radar because it's not an overarching policy, right? And then even in the subsequent meeting, so RFK said, give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I'm on calls with the FDA. Then he's like, how soon can you come meet with the FDA again? So we set an emergency conference call. I do a call with the FDA. He said again, his Secretary Kennedy's team said, they're going to approach this with an open mind and an open heart, and it's going to be a different tone than the last meeting. And I'm going to try and attend that call or have one of my staffers attend that call. Okay. The call went down at like 8 in the morning when he was in Alaska. And then another mole leaked to me because I have moles. I'm playing the game they play now. I'm not going to fuck around. And my mole called me and said they scheduled the meeting early because they knew he'd be in Alaska and they knew he couldn't be on it. And that call did not go well. It was a bunch of legacy FDA employees basically saying, we're gonna stay the course. We're not opening peptides up to the American people. And so I had to text his team and go, hey, the call didn't go well. And then they're like, our intel's telling us the same thing. And so he stepped in and said, this is a mandate. We are not going to dictate to the American people that they can or cannot use preventative care and peptides. This is a mandate. You need to figure this out, and we need to open accessibility, and we need to bring peptides back for the American people through safe, compliant compounding pharmacies, not black market, which is springing up everywhere. We're going to have another opioid crisis. I explained this to them too. Everywhere out there, there are peptides that you can buy online now with no checks and balances, with no FDA inspection, with no validation testing, with no way of telling if there's any contamination, cross-contamination.
Or if they're even real.
Yeah.
I've had people buy ipamorelin online, and that's a peptide that when you do it, it has a very strong reaction, like you feel it in your body. Mm-hmm. Like immediately after, there's nothing. They get nothing. I'm like, it's probably bullshit.
Yeah.
You're buying bullshit peptides. But the point is, like, if Kennedy is not aware of all this, there's no way Trump is.
Yeah.
He cannot.
No, they have too many things they're fighting.
He's literally involved in Rwanda having like peace talks with enemies that have been enemies for 20, 30 years, trying to bring them to the table. All the shit that's going on with Gaza and Palestine and Israel, all the shit that's going on with Ukraine and Russia. Do you think he even understands peptides?
Yeah.
Like, look at him.
Yeah. Well, the healthcare system's complicated. It's nuanced. And the challenge is you have some of the best litigators and attorneys in the world on payroll for these big pharmaceutical cartels.
Of course.
And they fund 60% of the FDA. And the history of the FDA is that I've said over and over again, it's captured, but the truth is all of these organizations were born in captivity. They were born in captivity.
The news.
Yeah.
That's the craziest thing.
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper, brought to you by Pfizer.
Well, they're even doing it right now, making it look like the world's turning. I don't know if you saw Bernie Sanders tweeted, RFK's got to go, all these people. But the truth is, last week, they announced the approval ratings, and RFK is up 7 points in the approval rate, the highest rating of any elected official. The American people are not turning on RFK. Even the CDC debacle that people are turning into the news is making out to be a debacle. You lost legacy employees. You lost this dude wearing sex gear and shit on covers of magazines who wants everyone to get Hep B. Nobody's saying you can't vaccinate your kids. Nobody's saying
why you
not to. They're literally
no reason.
I know, but what they're saying right now is we don't want to keep mandating without science, without evidence, and we want to understand: is there a potential risk of side effects when we hit a child with this many vaccines before the age of 2?
Did you see the conversation that Kennedy had where he was talking about? They were talking about measles. He said, we have had 4 deaths from measles in the last 20 years. Do you know how many cases of autism that we've had? And he rattled off that.
Oh, yeah.
The numbers.
Yeah.
You know, in California, it's literally 1 in 12 boys now.
Yep.
Do you know how insane that is?
He said that at the Texas legislature when Abbott signed off on the bills that I helped testify.
But yet, you're having guys like Bernie Sanders who doesn't know. I'm an old school Bernie bro. I love Bernie. I love the idea of Bernie.
Yeah.
Bernie doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah.
Bernie didn't know what the fuck he was talking about when it came to climate change.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. Climate change is definitely happening. Like, what are you saying? Like, what does that mean? Has the climate ever been static? Like, when you confront him on the details, he really doesn't know what he's talking about.
To me, what's frustrating
is their narratives.
Yes, their narratives.
So the narratives is that what we've done with vaccines is stop all the diseases. Okay, are you sure? Do you really know that? Have you ever looked at the history of the eradication of diseases and the introduction of sanitation, running water? Have you looked at any of that stuff? Nutrition, vitamins, have you looked at any of that stuff? Do you know anything about polio for real? When I tell people the polio statistic that 95 to 99% of polio is asymptomatic, it's one of my favorite questions.
Yeah.
I'm like, what percentage of polio? You know,
do you also follow that? So
the DDT story.
So do you know that the CDC? There's so many fucking crazy stories. The CDC was created in World War II to stop the malaria spread. Okay, and the first thing they did was ink a deal with a little chemical company called Monsanto, where they began to dump DDT into all of these countries to try and kill malaria. And they spread an array of health issues that lasted generations and gave immunity and did all these things. That was the foundation of the CDC. And where it gets even crazier is, guess how nobody talks about this shit. Do you know where the CDC's headquarters is? Their headquarters in Atlanta was gifted to them by Coca-Cola. The CDC, to this day, is in a fucking giant building that was given to them by Coca-Cola. And in a FOIA request, there is a fucking email from one of the executives at the CDC, I don't remember, like the 70s or 80s, where they're literally going back and forth with Coca-Cola and saying they're going to do all they can to shut down this bad information on sugar. It runs so deep. And then you go to the EPA. You go to the EPA and its relationships with Monsanto. The EPA, in a FOIA request, one of the heads of the EPA with regards to glyphosate in disclosure documents literally sent an email saying, if I pull this off for you guys, you owe me a fucking medal. All of this shit's out there. I put all of it on the website. You can go find all of this stuff. It is there. And so systematically, FDA, CDC, EPA, NIH, every one of these systems have been built, co-opted, corrupted, and developed alongside industry. And even when you talk about chronic disease, so many people, there's a big podcast that dropped that if anyone, it gets into antidepressants. And a lot of people don't know this because I want to quantify peptides, because you're going to have academia go, well, the difference is drugs are investigated and peptides aren't, and there's no placebo-controlled double-blind studies. One, there's a lot, and we can systematically break that down too. They just haven't gone through an FDA approval process because that costs $2 billion. Well, who has $2 billion to bring a drug to market?
What a great way to be a gateway.
Boom. It was established by Big Pharma. Big Pharma told the FDA, let's build this model, right? So then they capture the molecule at the NIH level, bring it to phase 2 and 3 trials, bring it into human trials. The cost of doing that is not what they make it out to be. And then it's a pay-to-play system. And it's an obstructionist system that stifles and prevents innovation, because if I'm a biotech startup or a compounding pharmacy or a stem cell company or a peptide company or anybody who wants to get into that space, I am going to be forced to sell my company at some point to Eli Lilly or Pfizer or one of these big conglomerates in order to get it through the FDA approval process. I can't afford $2 billion. And so what you've given Big Pharma is the keys to the Ferrari. And they control all the Ferraris that hit the marketplace. But then they co-opt and corrupt the data. So here's an example. When we talk about science, follow the science, follow the evidence. I worked for Eli Lilly. That was my first job out of college. We sold antipsychotic drugs, Zyprexa. Patients would come in and doctors would say, Brigham, I don't know what's going on, dude. This lady put on 30 fucking pounds in like literally a month. This is not good. There's something going on here. And so when we go back to the main goal, safety, where was safety on that drug? Out of 12 blockbuster drugs in the last, I think, 15 years of Eli Lilly's history, 10 of them have black box warnings. Black box, that was the harshest warning you can get. The studies oftentimes don't represent long-term data, and the studies oftentimes aren't looking at all of the multi-faceted aspects of human nature and life, like comorbidities and what other medications are these people taking and how do all these impact each other. Average Americans on 4 or more prescription drugs. All right, so I want to lay out for the antidepressant because this one's crazy. How do you think we diagnose depression, anxiety, ADHD, any of these mental health disorders? And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that these disorders don't exist, and I'm not saying that there is not a medical issue with patients.
Well, it's all completely subjective. It's not like a test they can give you, like, do you have syphilis?
Correct. There is no blood test.
Right.
There is no brain test.
Right.
There's no chemical brain test.
Well, not only that, let's be really clear. The established criteria, the idea behind it being that there is some sort of a chemical imbalance has been disproven.
Correct.
So
even in autopsies.
It's not real.
Even in autopsies. And you know who perpetuated and created that narrative was Big Pharma. Big Pharma created that narrative, sold that story. It was never a serotonin deficiency. There's zero evidence to show that. So the screening tool we use to tell you if your child has ADHD was developed by a doctor in the 70s who was a consultant for Ritalin.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, jump to the 90s. Eli Lilly, Pfizer, everyone's launching antidepressants into the marketplace under the guise that these selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, are going to fix your chemical imbalance in your brain. The measuring stick to decide whether you're depressed or not was a questionnaire developed by a consultant for Pfizer. A doctor who worked for Pfizer developed that test, and the goal of the test was to simplify depression so simplistically that any primary care in America could prescribe an antidepressant through a simple questionnaire. They set the rules, they set the protocols, they set the everything, but there's no quantifiable data that says that actually
it's just a questionnaire. So it's totally subjective. So what is this questionnaire? Can we take it and find out if I need pills?
Yeah.
Let's take it right now.
I can tell you.
Should we take it?
Yeah, let's
take it. I want to see if I need pills.
Let's see. Hold on. That'd be hilarious.
I've never met a single person that's depressed that has a great life. Is that weird? I've never met a single person that's healthy, has a family, where everyone's doing well.
Yeah.
They have a good career that they enjoy.
Well, that's why what's that dipshit? Colbert's like, it's multifaceted in healthcare. Yeah, dumbass, it is.
Who was that?
Colbert report guy.
Oh, that
He
guy.
just attacked Maha a few weeks ago and was like, yeah, he was saying that to try and go after food and the drug companies is insane. And so if you follow even depression.
He looks super healthy. I like to see him in his underwear.
If you follow depression, when did we skyrocket in depression? When did depression skyrocket? It skyrocketed in the 80s. What happened in the 80s? We moved to an ultra-processed food diet. There is more compelling evidence that most depression is tracked back to insulin response and eating ultra-processed foods and sugary foods than any other aspect. We're all going to go through highs and lows. We're all going to have tough times. But when we're systematically, chronically inflamed and poisoning our bodies through our food systems,
you're exhausted and depressed.
And it leads to all these. Oh, I don't have cell in here. I'm trying to see.
I get exhausted and depressed if I eat a bowl of fucking Fruit Loops. I mean, think about it. As healthy as I am, does this work? Do you think? ADHD self-report scale.
That's the ADHD.
All right, let's try this one though, because I'm pretty sure I have this. How often do you have trouble wrapping up the final details of a project once the challenging parts have been done? I don't want to qualify for that one. Never. I get shit done. Okay.
I guess never. It's very often.
If it's a project, I get shit done. Okay. How often? But that's just a decision that I've made.
You gotta give me a score.
Never. How often do you have difficulty getting things in order once you have a task that requires organization? Oh yeah, I have a problem getting things in order. Often. Let's go with often on that one. How often do you have a problem remembering appointments or obligations? Sometimes. Let's say sometimes with that one. When you have, but that's just overwhelming. I'm just overwhelmed with shit going on. When you have a task that requires a lot of thought, how often do you avoid or delay getting started? Sometimes. Let's say sometimes. How often do you fidget or squirm with your hands and feet when you have to sit down for a long time? Often. How often do you feel overly active and compelled to do things like you were driven by a motor? Always. Very. How often do you make careless mistakes when you have to work on a boring or difficult project? That's not applicable. I don't have any boring or difficult projects. Careless mistakes. What are the options again? Let's say rarely.
Okay, the depression test is the PHQ-9. Sorry.
Okay, but let's just go through this real quick. How often do you have difficulty keeping your attention when you're doing more repetitive work? We did that. How often do you have difficulty concentrating on what people say to you, even when they're speaking to you directly? Well, it depends on the person. If it's you, no problem at all. But if it's someone who's saying some boring shit, yeah. So, what's the middle one? Sometimes. How often in this place you have difficulty finding things at home or work? I'd say often with that one. How often are you distracted by activity or noise around you? Often. How often do you leave your seat in meetings or other situations you're expected to remain seated? Never. How often do you feel restless or fidgety? Often. How often do you have difficulty unwinding and relaxing when you have time for yourself? Always. I always have difficulty. What's the most one with that? Very often. Very often with that. How often do you find yourself talking too much when you're in social situations? Probably, I don't know. What's too much? My social situations are all with professional talkers. That's a weird one. I don't think because I do podcasts a lot, I'm pretty good. It's like not talking too much. So what's the options again? Rarely. Let's say rarely, because I'm pretty good at that. But it does happen. When you're in a conversation, how often do you find yourself finishing the sentences of people you're talking to before they can finish? Again, depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to a fucking moron, and they're laying things out to me that are like super obvious, but they're going really slowly, I'm like, let's go! Pick it up. Yep, I got it. So, it depends. Sometimes, what are the options again? Rarely. Let's say rarely, because I rarely talk to moron. How often do you have difficulty reading your turn in situations when turn taking is required? Difficult. Like, what would I be doing that? No, I'm not really have a problem with that. How often do
you gotta think too, this is graphic children. It's gonna be a lot.
How often do you interrupt others when they're busy? I got a weird life, so it doesn't really come out. I'm not interrupting you. I'm not showing up at someone's work and interrupting them. So that's never. That's it. Okay. Let's find out. Do I have a problem?
So here's where this gets wild, though. So now look back retrospectively. Okay. When I was a Lilly rep, and they're talking about Prozac, and we're going to cure depression. And depression's caused by a serotonin chemical imbalance in the brain. We now know all that's hogwash. We don't really know what was causing the depression, the anxiety, and all these cascade effects. in their own retrospective studies of every SSRI on the market, what we now see is on a 52-point depression scale, SSRIs scored 2 points higher than placebo. 2 points higher. It's not statistically relevant. It fails to differentiate statistically from placebo. There are two things that do differentiate from placebo. Exercise is 5 times more potent than placebo or an antidepressant in studies. Red light therapy is even higher, 2 times higher than any antidepressant that's ever hit the market. But now you put a person in a chemical straitjacket where you have wrecked their systems. You have now created more harm than good. And so step 1 in medicine is no harm, right? Step 1 for the FDA, make sure these drugs are safe. They're not safe. Even there were lawsuits in the early days of suicidal ideation and violent thought because a lot of the pharmaceutical companies tried to hide that they were seeing in trials that children were having suicidal and violent thoughts in the early days of being on SSRIs. Because it numbs the emotion. It shuts down the emotional response. It damages relationships. These are catastrophic things that you're
Basically, the long and short of it, do you have any final thoughts on quitting comedy? I mean, I hope he's still going to do it. He's hilarious. As I've said many times, probably like, again, broken record.
No one in the news.
I want to see another real
there's something that correlates.
We all, he can
There's
get
a
millions of
correlation.
views.
There's like some statistical thing that you can look at and say, wow, this is kind of crazy. This one particular medication is involved in almost every mass shooting. And when you say mass shootings, there's a thing that gets thrown around about when we talk about like mass shootings. Mass shootings, the problem with the statistics is
I don't see that as a possibility. I will do something.
You have gang, like what happens in Chicago every weekend, like last weekend in Chicago, 54
I'm past keeping you busy.
People say, Trump's doing a terrible
This
thing,
means a
bringing
lot
the
to me.
national
My North Star is
people in
now the
Chicago,
possibility of another special. So I will do whatever I can. I will bet on it.
Like, do you have a better
Brennan, I'll
solution?
bet on
If you have
myself.
a better
I'll bet on
solution,
you.
I'm not a
I'll bet on the
favor of
cats.
bringing the National
I'll bet
Guard
on
into
the
every
Hawks.
fucking city and militarizing
This is not a
America.
bad
No, I
thing.
think that's terrible.
The argument against guns is that people are getting shot in
Michael,
Chicago.
like I said on
but
some of
if
the
you look at
comments,
the
Michael
states that
Jordan
have the highest
played
gun
baseball for
violence,
like a season. He
states that
came
have
back
the
and won
strictest
3
gun laws.
championships.
Bad guys are still going to get guns.
Exactly. So there's that. That's one. So
I mean, every time Trump does stand-up, he performs at that level.
That's a
There's
different
levels to
thing.
this shit. Oh,
So
shit.
school shootings
Oh, yeah.
you find almost
Think it's
all
over,
mental
Man,
whatever.
it just began, bro. You need to know, bro.
You're not
Well, I will
politicized,
say
but it's all
amongst
mentally
the
ill people
Hawks in
who
the
are
chat,
almost all of them on psychiatric medication. I mean, every
British
single one.
shop is an
All the way
English
back to
brand.
Roma.
When you
But
think
yet
he's
no one
gone,
brings it up. That seems
just around
insane. That seems completely co-opted. If you have an industry that is literally sponsoring the fucking news on CNN, literally proudly, not even hiding it, right? Brought to you, they want everyone to know that they're sponsoring the news.
Let's see, this one's posted
the
by
way it's been described to me,
Shake Master 8000. It's called Little Dicky
Yo,
Addresses.
Train.
This is not so
How you-
they can sell more
How you living,
drugs on
pimp?
the news. This
I'm
is
doing
so that
good.
the news.
How'd you find out about me, son?
Oh, we've met many times, sir.
Okay, well, I've got 2,100 people in here,
I
so
learned you do.
yeah, what's good?
Oh, I found you through your kickbots.
Okay, very,
But
very cool.
I was gonna propose you something.
You're gonna
I'd
like for
to order
marriage?
someone breakfast today.
Oh man,
And I'm wondering if that's you. If you'd like some.
it is not me. I just ate, and I am stuffed.
Okay.
I sincerely appreciate it, though.
Of course.
Why are you so generous today?
Well, I found a method on Grubhub to get like free food.
Okay, how's that work?
It's like a super secret method.
Okay, well, what is it?
I can't say. They're on to me.
They're on to you? Okay. Well, I wish I could accept it, but I literally just ate like within the last 10 minutes, and I am stuffed.
I respect it.
And I have a good amount of food still to eat. So, okay, Audrey, what else is new?
Nothing much, just that. Yeah, not very eventful. She came here to ask if you wanted food.
I appreciate it. Okay, so did you see me from a kickbot that created a clip or that spammed someone's chat?
It was your first wave of clipbots, like maybe a year ago.
Okay, thank you. Excellent.
And now I noticed, even on my Kick account, there's a clip.
Oh, okay.
It's reached the masses. It's reached far.
Excellent. So it was the clip bot that got you, not the spam, right?
Yeah, I know. I noticed it on Ice Poseidon. There's just a million clips with your Discord. There you go. It was funny.
Excellent. Very well. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, we've grown since we've last spoke. I just surpassed 2,000 people. Like.
Oh yeah, I was in here maybe a few weeks ago, but.
Okay. All right.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's really good. And I just awoke, and I'm about to make my bed, and I'm about to restart my streams, and I'm about to pray, and I'm about to then create robots to get the message out to the masses. I recently launched a meme coin, and I've been live streaming on Pump Fund, if you know what that is.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay, very well. So, yeah, I'm just live streaming there. Met some cool people in that community, and just doing my thing. How about you? What have you been up to?
Nothing much, just enjoying life, you know.
Are you slanging dick?
Traveling.
Trina, are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
I wish.
All right, well, maybe someday, dog.
Yes, maybe soon.
You never know. It could happen any day. All right. And what other platforms do you watch?
Just kicking YouTube.
All right. Who do you like on YouTube?
No one specifically. I watch whatever comes on my feed.
Sure. How about who are your favorite kick people?
I like Ice Poseidon.
What do you like about Ice?
That's mainly.
What do you like about Ice Poseidon?
His old lore. It goes back.
Yeah, I've heard some of this. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so essentially, he had the best IRL streams.
Right.
And yeah, that's about it.
What happened to?
Oh, Mr. Rap, I have a few things to get done over here, but I'm gonna head out, but I'll be back later.
All right, Autry. Well, thank you so much for your generosity. It is certainly appreciated. It's a thought that counts. You take care, my friend.
You too, brother.
Peace, baby.
I'll see you soon.
All right, God willing.
Peace.
Peace. Shout out to Autry and everybody.
Let's see. There's that stuff with Theo Vaughn. He was upset. Like, how do you deal with some?
Immediately, I lose respect for people when they do this show. Like, I love the first season of Dave, and I think I like the second season too. But I remember watching the next season and being like, and even some of the second season, I was like, okay. I think he's falling off. He's heading into this territory where, you know, he's starting to get the yes men. Everybody telling him he's a genius, a murderer, nothing he can do wrong. And so he's insulated himself to the point where now he's not getting it anymore. And he's on Schultz, and he's doing episodes that are woke.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the wall soon.
Right. So also, I want to give people a little insight into what I do. Whenever somebody asks me what my top 5 rappers are, say 4 rappers that are reputable, right? Biggie, Tupac, Kendrick, Kanye, right? For the 5th rapper, and I go, and Lil Dicky.
It's so funny because I truly hated on him when he first started before the show. I like barely knew who he was, and my roommate at the time was like, "Oh, did you hear this guy Lil Dicky? Oh, you got to hear this rap." So he started playing Lil Dicky for me, and I looked at my roommate and I said, and I walked out of the room. I acted like I was angry. But the show is so good.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm wrong again. You know, I've been wrong. But I'm seeing a little bit of a decline when it comes to my taste.
And naturally, once you put him in the top 5, people are gonna have questions. All you have to say is one word. You'd be like bars. It throws people into a mental spiral if you put Lil Dicky in your top 5.
When Vincent Luis asked me once who my top 5 favorite rappers were, I was like Eminem, Yellow Wolf, Vanilla. I just always said all white people, Lil Dicky, and they were like, all right.
Let's see. But I mean, Schultz is just, his presence is just so powerful.
Yeah.
Right when he starts, I'm like, oh, I don't want to watch this.
Yeah.
There was that stuff with Theo Vaughn. He was upset. Like, how do you deal with stuff like that? I'm happy that you brought that up. So I have never stolen any junk once. But like, how do you handle that? Like, I don't think that. Well, that particular instance, I think to myself, well, I don't understand why he would think that I haven't stolen. To catch, I don't know if you guys are aware of the context of it. And I only recently am aware because I saw a comment. It was just on the internet, and I think he was doing like a Barstool show, and you guys both had a similar idea in the show. Right? Yeah. He had it in some.
2 things. One is I give Schultz props here. I like that he always is willing to ask these questions. Like he asked him about stealing. You think I'm like a douche? I'm not. No. He asked him about stealing. Cool. And then he also had shop up with the drug walk. Hey, shop. Real quick though, tell me what's up with this shit? I hear about you doing like drug walks and shit, bro. Be honest, period. But I like that he at least asked these questions. A lot of people are too scared to, find us a big celebrity and bring it up because I think they'll just walk away. The other thing is like Lil Dicky. He's gonna say like because I watched this clip. He's gonna be like, I mean, I didn't steal it, and I remember in the writers' room. Okay, did you come up with it, or did your writers come up with it? Because the writers could have stolen it. Are we not? These are like common. How long have you been doing this? Did you just start? Hi, my name is Brendan. But did you just start today? How do you not know that the writer could have stolen it?
Yeah.
It's just, it's fishy.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. I don't know. I can care less, honestly.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not a throwaway.
But, I mean, I don't respect you.
Yeah.
Thing and then you said it like
you know why, dude? Because I'm gonna YouTube comment you really quick, dude.
Sure.
Fuck it. People always accuse these guys of having the list off screen of what they're gonna talk about.
Oh yeah.
Well, I want to promise you guys when you come to Timo's.
Yo, what up, pimp? How are you?
We're not reading off of a what does it say? Off a whiteboard.
Excellent. Come in my Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi.
Fucking guy's laptop. Exactly, dude. That hockey guy. Yeah. But I don't know. The narrative is pretty funny to me. Like you go to like Two Bears One Cave. I watched one of their latest episodes, and people want to act like it's all orchestrated. It's like it's kind of hard to do that, you know? Yeah. I feel like it's very hard to blur the lines of an orchestration. I do believe that Lil Dicky knew that he's gonna bring this up. It's not like I'm dumb. He's like